Part 1. I. It seemed there was nowhere left to sail. Ahead, the Dnieper appeared to have halted in an unexpected bay, enclosed on the right, on the left, and straight ahead by green-yellow pre-autumnal banks. But the steamer suddenly turned, and a long, calm ribbon of river stretched onward toward barely visible hills on the horizon. Stepan stood by the railing on deck, his eyes involuntarily plunging into that distance, and the measured blows of the steamer's paddle wheel, the captain's muffled words by the megaphone, sapped the strength from his thoughts. They too halted in that misty distance where the river imperceptibly vanished, as though the horizon marked the final boundary of his aspirations. The young man slowly glanced along the nearer banks and felt a slight unease. To the right, around the bend, a village had appeared, hidden until then behind a river meadow. The August sun was wiping the grime from the white cottages, dappling the dark roads that chased into the fields and disappeared somewhere, turning blue like the river. And it seemed that vanished road, having merged with the sky and the boundless plain, returned by another branch back to the village, carrying with it the absorbed expanse. And a third road, having rolled down to the river, brought the freshness of the Dnieper to the village. It slept in the midst of a sunny day, and there was mystery in this sleep amid the elements that nourished it with their might. Here by the riverbank, the village seemed a native creation of the open spaces, an enchanted flower of earth, sky and water. His own village, the one Stepan had left behind, also stood on a riverbank, and now he unconsciously sought kinship between his village and this one that had chanced upon him on the great journey. And he felt joy that this kinship existed and that he could have entered these cottages as his own abandoned ones as a master. With regret he watched it melt away, receding with each stroke of the engine until a ribbon of foul smoke hid it completely. Then Stepan sighed. Perhaps this was the last village he would see before the city. He felt in his soul an indistinct agitation and faintness, as though he had left behind in his village and in all those he had seen not only the past, but also his hopes. Closing his eyes, he surrendered to the sorrow that rocks the soul. When he straightened up from the railing, he saw Nadika beside him. He had not heard her approach and was glad, though he had not called for her. He quietly took her hand. She trembled and without raising her head gazed at the fan-shaped wave the steamer drove before its bow. They lived in the same village but had scarcely known each other until now. That is, he knew she existed, that she studied and did not go out on the street. He had even seen her a few times at the village club where he ran the library. But here they had met as if for the first time, and their shared fate had drawn them close. She, like him, was travelling to study in the great city. Both of them had assignments in their pockets, and before them, a new life. Together they were crossing the border of the future. True, she was on somewhat firmer ground. She had boasted that her parents would send provisions, while he had only the hope of a stipend. She was going to stay with friends, while he had only a letter from his uncle to an acquaintance who was a shopkeeper. Her temperament was livelier, while he was focused and seemingly languid. In his 25 years he had been a foster stepchild, then simply a farmhand, then an insurgent, and finally secretary of the village bureau of the Agricultural Workers' Union. He had only one advantage over her. He was capable and did not fear the examination. Over the course of this day on the steamer, he had managed to explain many obscure pages of the social sciences to her, and she listened entranced to his appealing voice. Having stepped away from him for a moment, she at once felt a sudden boredom, a new as yet unclarified economic problems. And when he began to expound them, she wished the young man would tell her something else, about his expectations, about how he had lived during the years when they did not yet know each other. But she only thanked him for his guidance and added with conviction,
"Oh, you'll get the stipend. You're so knowledgeable."
He smiled. It pleased him to hear praise and faith in his abilities from this blue-eyed girl. Indeed, Nadika seemed to him lovelier than all the other women on the steamer. The long sleeves of her grey blouse were dearer to him than the bare arms of others. The collar left only a narrow ribbon of skin exposed, while others shamelessly displayed their shoulders and the first lines of their breasts. Her shoes were rounded and on modest heels, and her knees did not keep poking out from under her skirt. What attracted him in her was her artlessness, kindred to his soul. Toward those other women he felt a mixture of haughtiness and timidity. He sensed that they took no notice of him, even scorned him for his shabby field jacket, his faded cap and his bleached trousers. In stature he was tall, solidly built and dark of face. The soft young hairs, unshaved now for a week, gave him an unkempt appearance. But his brows were thick, his eyes large and grey, his forehead broad, his lips sensuous. He swept his dark hair back, as many villagers do and no poet does any longer. Stepan held his hand on Nadika's warm fingers and gazed pensively at the river, the steep sandy banks, and the solitary trees upon them. Suddenly Nadika straightened up and, waving her hand, said,
Kiev is close now.
Kiev, that great city where he was going to study and live, that new thing he must enter in order to attain his long-nurtured dream. Could Kiev really be close? He grew flustered and asked,
Where's Levko?
They looked around and saw at the stern a group of peasants who had settled down for their meal. On an unfolded coat before them lay bread, onions and lard. Levko, an agricultural student from their same village, was also sitting with them and eating. He was gentle and stouter than his height allowed, so he would have made an ideal parish priest someday. And for now, an exemplary agronomist. A villager through and through from generations back, he would have been perfectly suited to help the peasant, whether with a sermon or with scientific advice. He studied very diligently, always wore a peasant coat, and loved hunting above all else. After 2 years of hungry scraping by in the city, he had thoroughly worked out and formulated the fundamental law of human existence. From the slogan widely circulated since the revolution,
He who does not work does not eat.
he had derived his own categorical thesis
He who does not eat does not work.
and applied it to every occasion and circumstance. The peasants here on the steamer had gladly shared their humble provisions with him, and in return he had told them fascinating things about the planet Mars, about agriculture in America, and about the radio. They marvelled and cautiously, with a touch of mockery, not quite believing, questioned him about these wonders and about God. Levko walked over to his young colleague, smiling and swaying slightly on his stumpy legs. Smiling and being in good humour was his essential quality, the criterion of his relationship to the world. Neither hardship nor learning had been able to destroy the goodwill cultivated under the quiet willows of the village. Stepan and Nadika were already tying up their bundles. One more turn of the helm, and beyond the edge of the sandy river hills, grey bands of the city appeared on the left. The steamer gave a prolonged cry before the opened pontoon bridge, and that piercing blast echoed in Stepan's heart with a painful resonance. For a moment he forgot his supposedly fulfilled desires and gazed mournfully at the jet of white steam above the whistle that gave the last signal to his past. And when the whistle suddenly died away, his soul fell silent and dead. Somewhere in its depths he felt the foolish pressure of tears, entirely inappropriate for his age and station, and was surprised that this moisture had not dried up in poverty and toil, that it had lain in hiding and now stirred unexpectedly and inopportunely. This so struck him that he flushed crimson and turned away. But Levko noticed his agitation. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said,
Don't fret, lad.
I'm fine.
Stepan replied awkwardly. Nadika showered Levko with questions. He was obliged to name every hill, every church, nearly every building for her. But Levko showed little knowledge of the terrain. The Lavra, true enough, he named, and the monument to Volodymyr too, but that the hill itself was called Volodymyrska Hill he could not say for certain. In Kiev he moved within a limited and fixed orbit: Lenin Street, where he lived, and the Institute. From this path he scarcely ever strayed, except for going 3 times each winter to the Fifth State Cinema for American stunt films and occasionally going out to hunt along the Kiev-Teterev line. So he was powerless to satisfy Nadika's curiosity, which only grew more inflamed. The clusters of buildings, so tiny and amusing from afar, delighted her, and she betrayed her joy with merry laughter at the thought that she would live there. But her attention soon shifted from the city. She watched the motorboats cheerfully chugging along the river, the ordinary boats where half-naked, sun-tanned sportsmen flexed their muscles and rocked merrily on the wave driven by the steamer. Bold swimmers flung themselves nearly under the paddle wheel itself and shouted with glee. And suddenly, past the steamer, a three-masted yacht glided by like a white phantom.
Look, look!
The girl cried, staring at the unusual triangular sails. On the yacht's deck were three young men and a girl in gauze. She seemed a water nymph from an ancient fairy tale. One could not even envy her. The closer to Kiev, the heavier the traffic on the river. Ahead lay the beach, a sandy island in the middle of the Dnieper, where three motorboats ceaselessly ferried bathers from the landing. The city flowed downhill toward this bank. From Revolution Street, broad steps cascaded down to the Dnieper, carrying a colourful wave of youths, girls, women, men, a white and pink stream of moving bodies anticipating the pleasure of sun and water. Among this crowd there were no sad faces. Here, at the city's edge, a new land began, a land of primordial joy. Water and sun received all who had just now abandoned their pens and scales, every young man like Key, and every maiden like Libid. Bodies kept pale for months in their prison of clothes emerged, blooming with bronze in the hot languor on the sand, like savages stranded on the banks of the Nile. Here, for a moment, every person was resurrected into a primal, naked life, and only the light bathing costume served as a reminder of the millennia. The contrast between the gloomy structures above the bank and this carefree bathing struck Nadika as startling and enchanting. In these oppositions, she grasped the sweep of city life and its possibilities. The girl did not hide her rapture. She was dazzled by the motley of bathing costumes, the gamut of bodies from pale pink, just exposed to the sun, to tawny black, already tempered by the scorching rays of summer. She kept exclaiming passionately,
How beautiful! How beautiful!
Stepan did not share her elation in the least. The spectacle of the naked, senseless crowd was deeply unpleasant to him, and the fact that Nadika too was joining in with that ridiculous, dissolute mob struck him as offensive. He said gloomily,
It's all from having too much fat on them.
Levko viewed the people more indulgently.
They sit in offices all day, so they go a bit mad.
Disembarking in the crush onto the bank, they stood aside, letting the throng of passengers pass before them. Nadika's elation had already wilted. The city, which from afar had been white with sun and airy, now hung heavily above her. She glanced about timidly. She was deafened by the cries of market women, the whistles, the clatter of buses departing for Darnitsia, and the steady puffing of a steam engine somewhere nearby at a mill. Stepan rolled a cigarette from coarse tobacco and lit up. He had the habit of spitting after this, but here he swallowed the saliva along with the bitter tobacco dust. Everything around was strange and foreign. He saw a shooting gallery with air rifles, stalls with ice cream, beer and kvass, market women with rolls and sunflower seeds, boys with toffees, girls with baskets of apricots and sour cherries. Hundreds of faces drifted past him, merry, serious and preoccupied. Somewhere a robbed woman was wailing. Urchins shrieked as they played. It had always been so here. It was so when his foot still trod the soft dust of the village, and so it would remain. And to all of it, he was a stranger. The passengers had all dispersed. The steamer began to unload. Along the long gangways, half-naked stevedores carried sacks, bales and fruit. Then they carried spread-eagled beef carcasses and rolled, tarred, foul-smelling barrels. Levko led them along, explaining the way. On Revolution Street, their paths diverged. Stepan's toward Podol, the other two's toward the Old Town.
Come stay with me if things don't work out,
said Levko.
You wrote down the address?
Stepan hurriedly said goodbye to them and turned right, asking passers-by for directions as he walked. Passing a bookshop, he stopped at the window and began examining the books. They had been dear to him since childhood. Before he could even read, a mere boy, he would leaf through the only book adorning the icon shelf in his uncle's cottage, some century-old journal with endless portraits of the Tsar, archimandrites, and generals. And it was precisely the rows of neat black characters, not the pictures, that drew his eyes. He did not even remember how he had learned to read, somehow by chance. And afterward, he would pronounce words with relish, understanding nothing of their meaning. He stood at the window a long time, reading one by one the titles of books and publishers and the dates. About some he thought they would be needed for the institute, but a strange impression was made on him by this mass of volumes, among which he had seen only one he had read. In them, it was as though everything foreign that involuntarily frightened him had been concentrated, all the dangers he would have to overcome in the city. Against his reason and all his prior calculations, hopeless thoughts, at first like questions, began to take hold of the young man. What was the point of pushing his way in here? What would become of him? How would he live? He would perish. He would return home a beggar. Why not go to the district town for teacher training courses? What was the sense of these boyish fantasies about an institute and Kiev? And the young man stood by the small podal bookshop, which seemed blinding to him, as though hesitating whether to turn back to the landing.
I'm tired from the journey,
he thought. He blamed this fatigue for the heaviness in his muscles and the reluctance to move that had seized him, but he felt like an envoy carrying out an extraordinarily important yet foreign assignment. His old desires he suddenly felt as an external compulsion, and he submitted to it not without a dull revulsion. He walked on, under the power of his momentarily dimmed but tenacious dreams. On Nizhny Val he found number 37, went through the gate into the courtyard and knocked on the porch at a blind, worm-eaten door. After a minute, a man in a vest opened it, with a clipped beard and grey in his hair. This was the fish merchant Luka Demidovich Hnidy, who during the revolution and the city's hardships had made Stepan's native village of Tereveny the centre of his barter operations, always staying at his uncle's cottage. Now the fish merchant was to repay these favours, though those years had already passed and were not at all the kind one cared to remember. He peered at Stepan somewhat fearfully over his spectacles, then anxiously tore open the envelope, glanced over the letter, and wordlessly walked off into the house, reading it as he went. Stepan was left alone before the open doors. His bundles ached against his shoulder, and he dropped them to the ground. After waiting several minutes, he sat down on the porch himself. The street before him was empty. In all the time he had been there, not a single pedestrian had passed. Only a cabman drove by with slack reins. The young man began to roll a cigarette, focusing on it with all his attention, like a person trying to distract himself from persistent but useless thoughts. Slowly he moistened the edge of the coarse tobacco paper, carefully sealed his creation, and admired it. The cigarette had come out remarkably even, slightly tapered at the end for easier lighting. Putting it in his mouth, Stepan threw back the flap of his field jacket and thrust his hand into the deep but sole pocket in his trousers. On the other side, the tailor had economized on material, quite reasonably reckoning that there are people for whom one pocket is sufficient. By that tailor's logic, nature could have saved itself in many individuals an eye or an ear, as indeed myths about Cyclops advise. Rummaging through the treasures that lay in that pocket, a knife, an old purse, a stray button, and a handkerchief, he pulled out a matchbox, but it was completely empty. He had used the last match at the landing. Stepan threw it to the ground and crushed it with his boot, and because he could not light up, the young man wanted to smoke even more. Rising, he went to the gate, looking out for some chance smoker. But the podal street was as deserted as before. A row of low, old-fashioned houses ended near the bank with shabby, long unpainted hovels. Half a block along, the cobblestones disappeared from the street, and so did any sign of a pedestrian. A lonely poplar, ancient and bare, jutted strangely before some window. Suddenly someone on the porch called him by name, and the young man flinched as though caught in a crime. Hnidy was calling him.
I'll be living here,
thought Stepan, and the thought seemed as strange to him as the poplar he had just noticed. But Hnidy led him not to the house, but deep into the courtyard, to a shed. Stepan walked behind and watched his back. The shopkeeper was somewhat hunched and thin in the legs. He was not tall, but his lean legs seemed long and stiff, and Stepan thought how easy it would be to snap such legs. At the shed, Hnidy unlocked the padlock, opened the door and said,
"You can stay here."
Stepan peered over his shoulder into a small closet. It was a tiny carpentry workshop. A workbench stood against the wall. Tools lay on shelves along the sides. Opposite, a minuscule window darkened. The air smelled of wood shavings and fresh timber. The young man was so astonished at his lodgings that he even asked again.
In here?
Hnidi, jangling his keys, turned his spectacles toward him.
It's not for long, is it?
His face was creased with wrinkles. Something downtrodden lurked in his eyes. Stepan timidly entered and set his bundles in the corner. Bending down through a crack between the boards, he glimpsed his neighbours beyond the partition. A pair of cows calmly chewing their cud at the manger. A cattle shed. That was where he was to live. Like an animal, like actual livestock. He felt his heart pound sharply and the blood rush to his face. Straightening up, he was red and humiliated. He looked into Hnidi's faded face, behind which it seemed there was neither desire nor thought, and feeling a certain power over him, said,
Give me a match to light up.
Hnidi shook his head.
I don't smoke. And you be careful. There's wood in here.
He pulled the door to, and for another moment the distant jingling of his keys could be heard. Stepan paced the storeroom in great strides. Every step was a threat. He had not expected such humiliation. He had been prepared for hunger, for poverty, but not for the herd. True, he had herded cows once, but surely, after the revolution, after the uprisings, some shopkeeper, a thin-legged nobody, had no right to drive him into a cowshed? The little window in the storeroom was growing darker. A sudden, still summery evening was drawing its curtain. Stepan stopped beside it. Above the monotonous row of rooftops, a factory chimney raced toward the sky. Black coils of smoke silently merged with the grey-blue dusk, as though passing through the sky, deep into the universe. His cigarette had already torn apart between his fingers and spilled. He rolled a new one and went out into the courtyard. Well then, he would not go to the house. He would go to the kitchen and find a light. Why be bashful? Were these even people? But on the porch sat a young man, and when Stepan leaned toward him for a light, he said,
Try one of mine.
Stepan was surprised but took the cigarette. As he lit it, he studied the young man. The latter was indifferently blowing smoke. When the young man thanked him, he silently nodded, as though deep in thought about something and intending to sit there until morning. Stepan lay down in his room on the workbench, savouring the fragrant smoke that intoxicated him. He daydreamed with his eyes closed and arrived at the conclusion that all was well. The fact that he was in a cowshed now seemed merely comical. He banged the wall twice with his fist to greet the cows, laughed, and opened his eyes. Above the chimney in the window hung a bright young moon. 2. It was already full daylight when Stepan woke and sat up on the workbench. His body was numb from lying on bare wood, but he paid no attention to the ache and rubbed his eyes in alarm. Today was the entrance examination. Had he overslept? Remembering that the exam was set for 1 o'clock, he calmed down a little and stretched. His neck ached sharply, and he rubbed it with his hand. A quiet, monotonous trickling could be heard from beyond the partition that separated his quarters from the stall. The cows were being milked. This thoroughly reassured him. It was still early. He sat on the workbench, hands braced on his knees, his dishevelled head bowed, and remembered. The details of the previous day passed before him in a clear thread. Perhaps ever since the days of his childhood herding, lying in the fields, braiding whips and baskets, he had rooted in himself the habit of self-reflection. And now, recalling the past day, he remained dissatisfied with himself. He noted in himself a certain wavering, a momentary though brief despondency, in short, what might be called faint-heartedness. And he had, in his own opinion, no right to this whatsoever. He was a new force, summoned from the villages to creative labour. He was one of those who must replace the rot of the past and boldly build the future. Even that fragrant cigarette, the cast-off of some young gentleman, now made him feel ashamed. Stepan swept the dangling hair from his forehead and began briskly tidying himself. He shook out his field jacket, rubbed the trousers with his elbow to brush off the dust, and untied his bundles. In them were provisions, a soldier's greatcoat of czarist cut, and a change of underclothes. Emptying one bundle onto the ground, the young man wiped his boots with the sack, spat on them, and wiped again. Now he was quite presentable. In place of the unattainable washing, he resolved to bathe in the Dnieper after the exam and set about his breakfast. He had a full 3 flatbreads, about half a pood of wheat flour, some 4 pounds of lard, a dozen boiled eggs, and a sack of buckwheat groats. Unexpectedly, a pair of potatoes tumbled from the bundle, and the young man burst out laughing at such a find. Laying all his edible wealth on the workbench, placing beside it for good order the camping pot untied from the sack, he was already about to cut the bread when he suddenly remembered physical exercise. He desperately wanted to begin the day properly, in the city manner, as though he had already fully settled into his new circumstances. It was important to set oneself on the right track at once, for routine and regimen are the first guarantee of achievement. Stepan stood up and began looking for a suitable object for exercises. Seizing the bench, he tossed it up several times, smiling at his own agility and the spring of his muscles. Setting it down, he was still not satisfied. Lovingly feeling his biceps, he jumped up, grasped the edge of the low beam, and began pulling himself up on his arms faster and faster with ever more effort and zeal. And when at last he dropped to the ground, red from exertion and satisfaction, he turned toward the door and saw a woman with a milk pail in her hand. She was staring at him with alarm and concern.
"I slept here,"
the young man muttered.
"I was given permission."
She said nothing. Stepan felt slightly awkward, not because he was without his field jacket and his undershirt had come untucked from his waistband during his jerky movements, hanging out like a smock on a child. He regarded clothing only as protection from the cold, but he understood that his physical exercises had in this case overstepped their proper bounds, turning into antics unworthy of either his dignity or his station. And besides, this dairywoman would probably wag her tongue that he had been trying to climb into the loft to steal something. He swept his hair back and, considering the conversation finished, was about to set to his breakfast. But she entered his quarters, glanced at his belongings, and set down on the floor a pail of milk.
"Was it hard to sleep?"
she asked sadly, somehow wearily, touching the workbench with her hand.
"Yeah."
Stepan grumbled with displeasure. Still, she did not leave. What did she want exactly? What was this close, suspicious inspection? He frowned unmistakably.
"I'm the landlady here.
The woman finally explained.
Shall I pour you a little milk?"
The landlady, milking the cows herself. Ah, the trade union must pinch when it comes to hired help. Of course, from a milkmaid, one of his own, Stepan would have taken the milk, but he needed no charity from a landlady.
"I don't want milk,"
he replied. And yet the landlady, without waiting for an answer, was already pouring him a potful.
"You can wash in the yard. There's a tap,"
she added, taking away the pail. Stepan watched her go. She had a thick, rounded back, grown plump on easy provisions. He angrily put on his field jacket and buttoned up. Cutting himself some lard and bread, he began to eat, mulling over the exams. He had nothing to fear. Mathematics. He knew it excellently. To test himself, he recalled the formulas for the areas of all figures, quadratic equations, the relations of trigonometric functions. And though he was unconsciously recalling what he knew best, the clarity of his knowledge pleased him. About social sciences, he did not even think. So many reports delivered in the village and several newspapers every day. Plus social origin, revolutionary record, and professional work. On the front of learning, he was not badly armed at all. Having reviewed his documents, he was likewise satisfied. Everything was in order. In a little stack of papers lay his entire life for the past 5 years. The uprising against the hetman, the fight against the white gangs, cultural and professional work. He even read some of them with pleasure. What hadn't there been? There had been capture and escape from execution. There had been rallies, agitation, resolutions, the struggle against ignorance and home-brewed vodka. And how fine it was to see all this in stamps, seals, neat lines of the typewriter, and the clumsy squiggles of half-literate hands. Stepan rose briskly, tucked the documents into his pocket, sharpened a pencil with his knife, and prepared some paper. Time to go. Covering his provisions with the sack, he paused at the milk. To be honest, he badly wanted something to drink. Lard and bread practically beg for liquid, and the milk would sour anyway in such heat. He picked up the pot, drained it in one gulp, and defiantly tossed the vessel onto the workbench. From a bad sheep, at least a tuft of wool. Stepping into the courtyard, he latched the door and headed for the street. Before going to the institute, he wanted to stop by the trade union about work. Today, he oriented himself in the city rather easily and paid it little mind. Preoccupied with the important matters of getting settled, he looked inward more than around him. At the Palace of Labour, Stepan could barely find among hundreds of rooms the department of the Agricultural Workers' Union he needed. Considering his business extremely urgent, he decided to go directly to the head of the board. He had to wait, but he did not worry much. First of all, it was only 10 o'clock, and second, sitting on a bench alongside other visitors, he waited as an equal among equals. Borrowing a fresh newspaper from his neighbour, he wasted no time in familiarising himself with the news of the international situation, assessed it as favourable for the Union of Republics, and moved to the section Village Life. This he read with enthusiasm. Learning that in the village of Hlukari, at the demand of the village council, an incompetent agronomist had been replaced, Stepan thought with regret,
We should have done the same, but the people back home are thick as stumps.
He carefully read about a theft at the cooperative in the village of Kindrativka, about the campaign against home-brewed vodka in the Kahalik district, about a model breeding station in the town of Radomysl. He compared every line and figure to the facts of his own village and arrived, in the end, at the conclusion that things back home were on the whole no worse than elsewhere.
What we need is educated people, that's what.
Stepan reflected, and it pleased him that he had left his thatched roofs only temporarily for 3 years in order to return with a full arsenal for the struggle against home-brewed vodka, against theft, and against the inactivity of local authorities. At last his turn came with the head of the board. Stepan crossed the threshold, slightly afraid he would see too alien a face in the armchair at the desk, soft furniture, and a carpet on the floor. After all, this was Kiev. But he was reassured at first glance. The furnishings in the head's office differed little from the fittings of the district bureau room that doubled as the office for the entire district branch of the Union. Perhaps only the sofa against the wall. Such luxury was not to be dreamed of in the district, and there probably would not have been room for it anyway. The head of the board himself was a fellow without any pretensions, but he was very surprised after hearing Stepan out. Surely he himself, an active union worker at the district level, knew where to go for such matters. First, he needed to register as a person on assignment and get enrolled at the Trade Union Labour Exchange. There was a fixed, well-known procedure for all this, and really one could not waste one's own time and the time of a busy person. Stepan left his office somewhat bewildered. Everything the head had told him he himself knew perfectly well, but that was in general terms. The young man had all along secretly hoped that a small exception would be made for him, if only for his active participation in the revolution and his spotless service in the trade union. Besides, he had been assigned to a higher school and had the right to support as a matter of priority. And the head of the board had not even asked for his documents. That was galling. But fair, he had to admit. What sort of favouritism could there be? Having found the Labour Exchange, Stepan learned that it was open to visitors only on Wednesdays and Fridays, and that day happened to be Monday. Such was the procedure, and no exceptions were made even for those arriving from out of town. Circulars about this had been sent to the districts in due time, so the registrar informed him. By the way, she drew his attention to the list of documents required for re-registration, and Stepan saw with horror that some of them were missing and could not be obtained quickly. As confidently as he had entered the Palace of Labour, so glumly he now left it. It became instantly clear that he would not land a job here. He was one among 100. While he was obtaining the necessary documents, others would take what there was. And was there even any point in obtaining them? They would tell him that he had come to study, that the state was obliged to support him and would advise him to apply for a stipend. That was how it had to be. He blamed no one. On the street, a sudden thought struck him. What if he were to walk into some large institution? Perhaps there, by chance, they happened to need a young, sharp bookkeeper or clerk. Simply walk in and ask. It was no sin. If they said no, he would leave. And what if he got lucky? This thought excited him. Deep in his soul lived a firm faith in his destiny, for it is everyone's nature to regard themselves as an entirely exceptional phenomenon under the sun and moon. He turned toward the entrance beneath a large sign reading
State Publishing House of Ukraine.
and went quickly up to the second floor. In the first room, several young men were talking on a sofa, a typewriter clattered in the corner, and bookcases lined the walls. Stepan paused for a moment, then walked on, feigning inattention so as not to be stopped prematurely. His eyes sought the plaque that read Manager, and he found it only in the third room. He had already grasped the door handle when a man sitting nearby over manuscript suddenly said,
The manager isn't in. What's the matter, comrade?
Stepan grew a little flustered, muttered something vague,
I've got business.
and walked back out just as absently. Near the exit he heard words evidently spoken about him,
Probably brought a sack of poems.
and then laughter. At the door he turned and saw the one who had said it, one of the young men from the sofa, dark-haired in a broad grey shirt with a narrow belt. Going down the stairs, the young man puzzled over these words.
What poems? What do poems have to do with anything?
Still, determination did not abandon him, and though at the second institution he likewise failed to catch the director, and at the third he saw with his own eyes in the very first room a list of those laid off. He went to a fourth. The director was in his office and received him. Here there was soft furniture and a huge, massive clock on the wall, but the director himself was young and no fool. Fortune was indeed smiling on the young man. The director invited him to sit and heard him out. Then, lighting a cigarette, he said,
I've experienced that myself. After all, I'm a red director, attracting worker and peasant youth to the workforce. That is our most important task. Only through this can we make our apparatus healthy. We know that only young hands are strong enough to build socialism. Come back in, 2 or 3 months.
Leaving this economic establishment, Stepan could barely contain his indignation. The director's gracious reception had outraged his entire being. He felt that all doors would close before him in the same way, some without hope, others with a saccharine politeness. 2 or 3 months, with a tenner in his pocket and 3 flatbreads, in a cowshed by the grace of a shopkeeper. Thrusting his hands into the pockets of his field jacket, the young man pushed through the street crowd, avoiding anyone's gaze. As though on every pair of lips a contemptuous word was already prepared for him, failure. The clock on the District Executive Committee building halted the swarming of his cheerless thoughts. It was 11:45 and the exam started at 1. Hurriedly asking directions to the institute, Stepan walked quickly forward. The clarity of an immediate goal, the exam, instantly calmed him. If he failed, what good were all the positions in the world? But deep down he was firmly confident the exam would go well, and imagining the contrary, he felt a sweet satisfaction, as from a pleasant joke. In step with his confident stride, the young man easily lulled his rocking thoughts. It was absurd, after all, to imagine that he had appeared and everyone would bow to serve him. He had to understand clearly that he had landed in the middle of a life that had been spinning for hundreds of years. There were no fairies or good wizards now, nor had there ever been. Only through patience and labour could anything be achieved. And the dreams of storming a place in the city's machine now seemed childish even to himself. He reasoned with himself, pass the exam, obtain a stipend, and study. The rest would follow. There were student organisations, cooperatives, canteens, but for that, one had to be a student. And one had to remember, there are thousands like you. In the corridors of the institute, the crush was such that Stepan involuntarily lost his bearings. Caught up in a mighty human current, he let himself be carried, he knew not where or why. When the current halted by some auditorium, only then did he manage to ask where exactly the exams would be held. It turned out they would be right here that they were about to begin. But no sooner had Stepan calmed down than a neighbour asked him,
Have you been through the admissions committee, comrade?
The admissions committee? No. Stepan had not heard of this. Was it required? Where was it? 3rd floor? Shoving the examinees aside with all his might, the young man broke free to the landing and ran up to the 3rd floor. What if he was too late? What if the committee had already closed? Fine job he had done looking for positions. Red with shame and agitation, he entered the committee's room. No, it was still in session. He was registered under number 123. 4 hours later, Stepan had passed through the admissions committee and received an assignment for the exam the day after tomorrow. Hungry and disappointed, he plodded listlessly homeward. He understood perfectly well that the admissions committee was necessary and that one could not examine all 500 assignees to the higher school in a single day. But logical reasoning aroused in him not the slightest sympathy. He was beginning to understand that procedure was fine only when one applied it to oneself of one's own free will, and that it was a very vexing thing when others applied it to you. He was exhausted. The empty day ahead frightened him. Coming down to Podil, he turned toward the Dnieper for a swim, as he had planned that morning. Along the way, he bought a box of matches, and though he badly wanted to smoke, he was afraid of feeling sick. He would swim first, then eat a bite, and only then could he treat himself to a cigarette. However, swimming was not to be. It could be done only at the beach, that is, by crossing from the bank to the island. This cost 5 kopecks by rowboat and 10 by motorboat. 2 kopecks for the matches, plus 5, 7 kopecks. Such expenses were beyond his means, for apart from expectations that might prove worthless, he had only a tenner for all the hardships and adventures that might befall him in the city. And perhaps he would have to go home, back to the village. He needed money for the fare. He dully convinced himself that this absolutely had to be kept in mind. At first, the thought occurred to him to walk far along the bank beyond the city, swim in a secluded spot, and return to his little storeroom only in the evening. But his body ached. Hunger drove a terrible weakness into his muscles, and he decided merely to wash. Taking off his cap and unbuttoning his collar, Stepan, glancing about nervously, dipped his hands in the water and shuddered. So slimy and repulsive the water felt to him. Still, he forced himself to wash, dried off with a greasy handkerchief, and slowly walked back to his Nizhny Val. In the storeroom, everything stood as he had left it. The young man forced down a couple of eggs and hastily rolled a cigarette, but he could not even smoke. The dryness in his mouth and vile spasms forced him to throw the cigarette down and crush it underfoot. Utterly depleted, he took off his field jacket, spread it over the workbench, and stretched out full length on the boards, his legs hanging over. Without even trying to think about anything, he stared blankly at the dusk in the window. The same chimney was spreading its smoke across the greying sky. 3. The following afternoon, Stepan set out to visit Levko. Yesterday he would have found it unpleasant to run into anyone he knew, but today he already wanted to see someone, to talk to someone. That morning the young man had taken a little bread, lard, the stray potatoes, and some groats, and set off along the bank far beyond the city. He went very far, perhaps 3 versts past the landing, searching for a spot where, at last, there would be no people. Several times he was ready to make camp, but again unexpectedly stumbled upon a fisherman or a market woman waiting for a ferry. It was hard to avoid one's fellow man here, but Stepan patiently walked on, leaving the city behind the jutting bends of the zigzagging bank. In the end, he came to a small cove between the bluffs, sheltered and deserted. Here he took off his boots, removed his field jacket, cut 2 stout willow switches, and rigged them over his camp pot. Gathering dry grass, he lit a fire beneath the pot, rinsed the groats, peeled the potatoes, and diced the lard. The porridge cooked. Stepan himself, having fed the fire, undressed and lay on the bank under the warm morning sun. In the distance, every quarter hour, the chimes rang at the lavra, and this ringing, together with the lapping of the water, brought the young man peace and melancholy. Then he suddenly leaped up and plunged into the water, swimming, rolling, diving, crying out with pleasure. Afterward, without dressing, he fell upon his porridge with savage hunger. It had already thickened and was bubbling. He greedily speared chunks of potato and bits of lard with a stick and swallowed them without chewing. Then, having no spoon, he earnestly dipped crusts of bread into the thick buckwheat mass and devoured them tirelessly. In no time the pot was emptied and thoroughly wiped clean of every last grain from the inside, and the eater himself lay beside it on his field jacket, covered with his underclothes. The heat pressed his eyelids heavily shut. He fell asleep before he could even light a cigarette. Stepan awoke just as imperceptibly. Silently, the blue sky had sharpened above his head, and a chill, as if from emerging from water, rolled over his body. He was lying now in the shadow of the bluff behind which the sun had turned. The coolness had woken him. He rose, rubbed his eyes, and dully began to dress. The untimely sleep had left a murkiness in his thoughts and a heaviness in his muscles. Then the young man sat on the bank in the sun, which had already turned past noon, and here, in the bright stillness of the last days of summer, a painful sense of loneliness enveloped him. He knew neither its origin nor its exact name, but every thought dragged behind it a sticky weight, and eventually stopped, overcome and hollow. He was experiencing such a sucking despondency for the first time, and it breathed into his soul a dark foreboding of ruin. His eyes followed the water toward the place where he had grown up, fought and yearned. The sandy bank stretching before him, the solitude and the warm winds, recalling the peace of the village, deepened his anguish. For beyond the bluff he sensed the city and himself, one of countless imperceptible little bodies amid stone and regulation. On the threshold of what he had longed for, he saw himself an exile who had left behind on his native soil the spring and flowering fields. Suddenly he remembered Nadiyka, as though the memory of her had been lying in ambush within him and had suddenly bloomed in the passionate surges of his solitude. She had hidden from him, as if in jest, and now emerged from her hiding place, fragrant and laughing. The former touch of her hands seared his blood like a living flame. He recalled their meeting on the steamer, her words, and searched in them for the desired pledge. Every glance and smile of hers now illuminated his soul, blazing through it the tangled paths of love.
You're so knowledgeable. You'll get the stipend.
Yes, yes. He was capable and strong. He knew how to be stubborn. Where obstacles could not be broken by the thrust of a shoulder, he would gnaw through them like a woodworm. Days, months, and years. If only she would lean toward him. Together they would enter the city's gate as victors.
Nadiyka.
He whispered. Her very name was Hope, and he repeated it like a symbol of victory. The young man hurried home, seized by a single thought of his sudden beloved. She had wiped away all his cares like a true enchantress, for she had become the most important thing to be won. The desire to see her was so passionate that he was ready to go to her at once. At home, as he shook out his field jacket and polished his boots with the spat-upon sack, hesitation began to creep over him. True, Nadiyka had been sweet to him on the steamer and had invited him to visit, but she had been very cheerful. Was that not a sign that she already had a sweetheart? He quickly refuted this terrible thought. After all, Nadiyka, like him, was in this city for the first time. But perhaps in these 2 evenings, having been here, she had met someone and fallen in love. That love arises in an instant. He himself was now living proof. In any case, perhaps she had liked him, but now homeless, what could he do to strengthen her feeling? Here he would come to her, a pitiful villager amid the noisy city. And what would he say? What would he bring? He wanted to lean on her, but women themselves seek something to lean on. Stepan deliberated for a long time, sitting on the bench, and resolved to go only after he had passed the exam. He would come to his beloved as a student, not a village boy, and say, "This is what I have done, and I am worthy." He calmed down, but he could no longer sit at home, so he set off to visit Levko. Fortunately, he found him in. The first thing that struck the young man was the absolute order in the student's modest room. Its furnishings were not at all grand. A small painted chest, a plain table, a folding bed, 2 chairs, and a homemade shelf on the wall. But the table was covered with clean grey paper. Books lay on it in neat stacks. The chest was draped with a red and black checked cloth. The window was adorned with an embroidered towel, and the bed was properly made. Above it hung the greatest and most precious decoration, the owner's pride, a double-barreled shotgun and a leather cartridge belt. A careful hand, coziness, and calm could be felt in the orderly line of portraits on the wall, also framed with towels: Shevchenko, Franco, and Lenin. Envy and concern seized the young man when he saw this tidy dwelling. The master of the house himself, in his undershirt, had been working at the table over a book, but he greeted his guest warmly, sat him on a chair, and began asking how he had settled in at his new place. And Stepan could not overcome his shame. He answered briefly that for the time being he had settled in well, was living in a room vacant for the summer, where some relative of the landlord's was supposed to move in come autumn. That he had nothing to complain about for now, and once he got his stipend, he would probably move to the Kubuch dormitory when he became a proper student. The exam was tomorrow, and he was not at all afraid of it. Besides, he had a solid revolutionary record.
And how about you? You've got a nice room.
Stepan asked timidly, overcome by a deep respect for Levko, even addressing him with the formal you. Levko smiled. This room had been hard won. A year and a half ago he had obtained it by government order, and the landlords had received him like a wild beast. They would not give him water. They locked the outhouse. The two of them here were elderly, former teachers. He used to teach Latin in the gymnasiums, and now that it had been cut, he worked in the archives for 3 Chervonsi. But gradually they had become acquainted, and now they were friends. They drank tea together, and when something needed cooking, that could be arranged too. Good people, even if old-fashioned.
You'll meet them now,
he said.
We're about to have tea.
Stepan began to decline. He was not hungry, but the student paid him no attention, slowly put on a shirt, and without belting it, floated out of the room.
Well then, tea's just ready. Come on,
he announced with satisfaction, and he pulled the flustered Stepan by the hand, though the latter was only outwardly playing reluctant, inwardly longing to see city people and get to know them. Levko could not stand in for them before the young man, since he too, like Stepan himself, would eventually have to return to the village after his time in the city, a visitor, if not accidental, then temporary. And somewhat ashamed of himself, planning in advance to observe more than speak, the young man entered the dwelling of a real city person, and a former gymnasium teacher at that. His room presented a strange confluence of the most varied objects which, as if dislodged from different chambers, had converged here in terror and turned to stone. And since they absolutely lacked the space, they stood in a peculiar crowd along the walls and right in the middle of the room. A wide double bed peeked out from behind a stubby screen, its headboard pressing into a bookcase where, in place of the former glass, brown cardboard darkened sadly. Beside the bookcase, blocking its ability to open freely, stood a large carved sideboard, leaning its top against the wall, without which it would have lost its balance. Further along, under the right window, huddled a music stand full of sheet music, though there was no piano in the house. Set at an angle to the window, partly blocking it with its edge, a stately mirrored wardrobe preened itself, the only object that had preserved its virginity and cleanliness. Symmetrically opposite the grandiose bed, a worn Turkish divan loomed, and on its broad backrest, which ended at the top in an oblong wooden ledge, a gramophone solemnly raised its horn toward the ceiling, flanked by neat stacks of records. Right by the door in the corner stood a dark burjuyka, a tin stove whose task was to heat the room in winter. In summer, meals were cooked on it. A wide stovepipe fastened to the ceiling stretched from it straight to the middle of the room, then turned sharply and vanished into the wall above the bookcase. The room was large, but narrowed by the mass of objects that left in the centre only enough space for a small card table, which now served as a dining table and looked tiny against its colossal neighbours. On it, tea was laid out, a blue, soot-stained teapot, 4 cups, sugar in a bowl, and a few slices of bread on a plate. Levko introduced him to the hosts. Andrei Venedovich was a sprightly old man, his face entirely overgrown with grey. In his movements and bows there was solemnity and self-respect. His wife, however, was missing teeth, so Stepan could not make out her words of welcome. This hunched woman with a desiccated face and trembling hands invited them in her unintelligible speech to sit and began carefully pouring the tea. Andrei Venedovich praised Stepan for his intention to study, but expressed dissatisfaction with the current educational system and the fact that experienced senior pedagogues had been removed from educational affairs. Then he suddenly asked the young man,
Do you know Latin?
Stepan, who already felt somewhat awkward being the sole object of the host's attention, now turned completely red. He confessed honestly that he knew Latin existed, that it had once been taught, but he had not studied it himself since it was unnecessary now. That last word made a painful impression on Andrei Venedovich. Latin unnecessary. Then let the young student know that only the classics would save the world from modern obscurantism, just as they had once saved it from the religious variety. Only by returning to them would humanity be reborn to a clear world view, to wholeness of nature and creative impulse. The former teacher's voice rose and thrummed with passion. Growing ever more heated, Andrei Venedovich bombarded Stepan with names and sayings whose meaning and weight the young man could not grasp at all. He spoke of the golden age of Augustus, of the Roman genius that had conquered the world and burned in the darkness of the present day as a bright star of salvation, of Christianity, which had treacherously devoured Rome, yet was itself vanquished by Rome in the Renaissance, of his beloved Lucius Annaeus Seneca, tutor to Nero, hounded by plots and intrigues, the incomparable philosopher condemned to death and who died by his own hand, severing a vein as befits a sage, of his tragedies, the only ones that have survived from the Romans, of his dialogi, from which to Providentia he could quote from memory. And Seneca, who had united in the highest synthesis Stoicism with Epicureanism, this genius of Roman genius, was reproached for association with the Apostle Paul, that narrow-minded adherent of a foreign religion that had buried Rome. The room was growing dark, and in the dusk the teacher's voice did indeed ring prophetically. He kept turning to Stepan, and the young man could not help feeling a shiver of awe. But seeing that Levko was calmly drinking his tea, he took heart and drank his own glass, no longer paying heed to the host's eloquence. The hostess sat inconspicuously, her narrow shoulders nearly vanishing behind the pot-bellied teapot.
I am old, but vigorous,
The old man proclaimed.
I do not fear death, for my spirit is classically clear and calm.
In Levko's room, Stepan said,
What an old man! Incredible!
He's a bit touched when it comes to that language.
The student replied.
But he's a kind-hearted fellow, and he can help. He's a clever old man, knows everything.
Already on his way out, Stepan asked,
Well, and Latin? Is it really of any use to anyone? The devil needs it.
Levko laughed.
They say it right. A dead language.
He saw his companion all the way to the stairs and urged him to stop by whenever he liked, on business or just to visit. 4. Walking down Lenin Street toward the Khreshchatyk, Stepan thought a great deal. The visit with Levko had strengthened him. He told himself that Levko's path was his path, and he involuntarily envied his comrade's lot. It was hard to imagine anything better than such a neat little room. Quietly, stubbornly, Levko worked in it, would pass all the required exams, get his certificate, and return to the village as a new, cultured person. And together with himself, he would bring new life there. So must he, Stepan, do as well. He felt clearly now the full weight of his duties, the sense of which he had lost for a moment upon stepping onto the alien ground of the city. He recalled how they had sent him off at the district, and this memory breathed upon him with a distant warmth. How could he have forgotten, even for a moment, the comrades who had remained behind with no hope of escaping the backwoods? He smiled at them in lieu of a greeting. The first acquaintance with city people also cheered him. The first, a scrawny shopkeeper whom he could have crushed between 2 fingers. The second, a half-mad teacher expelled from his school with his language and his affectations. About the first, the young man did not bother to think much. A petty N-eatman whose wife milked cows in the morning and put on a silk dress in the evening to drink tea at friends' houses. And the man himself was a coward, trembling like jelly over his little house and his shop, in which lay his whole life and all his hopes. Stepan took pleasure in exposing to himself the spiritual emptiness of the master of the cowshed, where he was forced for the time being to live, instead of the room that existed in his imagination as a pure idea. What could dwell in the soul of that shopkeeper besides kopecks and herrings? What could a shopkeeper feel? He lived as long as he was allowed to live, an eccentric, a weed, rubbish that would vanish without a trace or memory. But the teacher was more interesting. This one thought about something and lived for something. But his room... Stepan laughed merrily, recalling it. He vividly imagined the fate of this worthy gentleman. The teacher had once been master of a large apartment, and the revolution, slicing off room after room with housing orders, had driven him together with his unrequisitioned and unsold possessions into this corner that resembled an island after an earthquake. It had destroyed the gymnasium too, where he had taught bourgeois sons to oppress the people, and had cast him like a rat into the archives to rummage through old papers. He was still alive, he still shouted, but his future was extinction. Indeed, he was already dead, like that Latin of his that only the devil needed. There they were, those city folk, all of it, old dust to be swept away, and he had been called to do just that. With such gratifying thoughts, Stepan unwittingly reached the Kreshchatyk, finding himself at once in the thick of the crowd. He looked around, and for the first time saw the city at night. He even stopped. Glittering lights, the rumble and clang of trams crisscrossing and scattering in all directions, the hoarse wailing of buses rolling lightly along in their hulking bodies, the shrill cries of small automobiles and the shouts of cabmen, together with the dull murmur of the human wave, all at once severed his reverie. On this wide street he met the city face to face. Pressing against a wall, pushed by the brazen onslaughts of the crowd, the young man stood and stared, his eyes roaming along the street and finding no end to it. He was jostled by girls in thin blouses whose fabric imperceptibly merged with the nakedness of their arms and shoulders, women in hats and gauze, men in jackets, bare-headed youths in shirts with sleeves rolled to the elbow, soldiers in heavy, stifling uniforms, maids walking arm in arm, sailors of the Dnieper fleet, adolescents, the regulation caps of technicians, the light overcoats of dandies, the greasy jackets of vagrants. His eyes lingered on hands that in the darkness seemed to him to be touching women's breasts, on interlocked elbows, on thighs pressed together. He followed with his gaze the cropped and braid-adorned little heads, the straight and those inclined towards shoulders in the voluptuous curve of a neck. Before him passed couples entranced with themselves, inattentive loners, street hamlets, groups of young men chasing after girls and tossing them the first flat words of acquaintance that here acquired an arousing sharpness, belated businessmen in no hurry toward their dreary homes, respectable ladies glancing sideways at men and flinching from unexpected touches. His ears caught the indistinct hum of tangled words, sudden exclamations, stray curses, and that sharp laughter which, erupting somewhere, seems to roll from lips to lips, igniting them in turn like signal fires, and his entire soul flared with uncontrollable hostility toward this mindless, laughing stream. What were all these heads capable of besides laughter and flirtation? Could one possibly suppose that an idea lived in their hearts, that their thin blood was capable of passion, that in their consciousness there existed a task and a duty? There they were, the city folk, shopkeepers, brainless teachers, carefree fools dolled up in their finery. They must be swept away, this dissolute vermin crushed, and in their place others would come. In the dusk of the street he perceived some hidden trap. The dim glimmer of street lamps, the strings of glowing shop fronts, the radiance of cinemas, all were to him will-o'-the-wisps amid a swamp. They lure but destroy. They shine but blind. And there, on the hills where buildings descended in waves and a broad pavement surged upward, in the darkness that merged with sky and stone, there lay vast reservoirs of poison, layers of slugs that crept here each evening into this ancient Kreshchatyk ravine. And had he the power, he would have called down thunder upon this grey, heavy bog like a wizard from a fairy tale. Stepan began pushing through the crowd with disgust, shoving blindly, ignoring the protests, his eyes cast down like a pilgrim at a witch's sabbath. But at every cinema he was sucked into the whirlpool. Here hundreds of feet trampled, hundreds of torsos jostled, Hundreds of eyes clung fast. From wide vestibules blazing with dazzling lamps adorned with bright posters and colossal signs, waves upon waves poured out, now spreading, now compressing under the pressure of opposing currents. It was the hour when screenings were ending, and in the bowels of these establishments a metabolism was taking place. The young man thought grimly as he clawed his way through the throngs.
Looking at their little pictures.
He passed without stopping the lavish shop windows where, in the glow of lamps, silk tied with great bows shimmered and muslin cascaded in light waves from stands to windowsills, where gold and glittering gems lay on glass shelves, bars of fragrant soap between fanciful perfume bottles, stacks of cigarettes with colourful labels, Turkish tobacco and amber pipe stems. At these he flung, as he walked, contemptuous glances. Fire and ice. An electrical shop suddenly stopped him. Behind its plate glass window, coloured bulbs flickered on and off ceaselessly, and the crystal of the chandeliers displayed there flashed for an instant with strange, dead flowers. And Stepan thought bitterly, why not carry these bulbs to the village, where they would be of use rather than amusement? Oh, insatiable city! He did not recognise the bookshops at all. Could it really be that those same dear beloved books of his lay in that immense recess, stretching endlessly beyond its edges in the flanking mirrors? Why exhibit them too, before the mocking eyes of a mindless throng? Were those eyes fit to plunge into the depths of a book, into the repository of great thoughts destined to move the world? They had no right to this. He saw blasphemy in it, and sharp pity seized him for these disgraced treasures, spat upon by indifferent glances, ripe ladies trampled in the greed of a harvest diversion.
Here it's all about selling,
he thought. He had become so lost in thought that the clamour of the streets seemed even wilder when he set off again. He heard in it laughter and a threat to anyone who might rise against the shops and lights. This street would pour itself out tomorrow across offices and trusts, flood positions great and small, and everywhere he knocked there would be locked doors. Damned inept men, he thought. At the corner of Sverdlov Street, caught again in the crush, he paused for a moment and glanced along the even slope up which a tram was climbing. There was an unexpected lull beside the storm, a sudden backwater where the crowd, having turned, broke apart into separate figures, growing still and fading away entirely. He followed with his eyes the tram that vanished at the crest, dissolving in the distant gloom, and in that bluish streak of lamplight amid the motionless, downcast buildings, he felt the strange beauty of the city, the bold lines of the street, their perfect parallelism, the heavy perpendiculars on either side, the majestic slope of the pavement, which sparked beneath the hooves, all breathed upon him with a severe, hitherto unknown harmony. But he hated the city. Past the brazen doors of beer halls from which drunken music drifted, past an archway beckoning toward a game of lotto and a crocodile's head above the entrance to a casino, he passed the regional executive committee and slowed his pace on the deserted evening stretch of Khreshchatyk between Comintern Square and the slope of Revolution Street, where only solitary prostitutes loitered beneath dark porches. Behind him the Khreshchatyk ravine hummed, to the right music drifted from Proletarsky Hill, which rustled with human shadows from the Voloshsky garden, to the left lay the Dmitrievsky slope, and the trams did not seem so pushy here. For the first time that evening, Stepan tore his gaze from the ground and raised his eyes to the sky, and a wondrous trembling pierced him when he saw overhead the crescent moon among familiar stars, the same moon that had shone on him in the village. The calm moon, a rural wanderer like himself, a companion of his childhood, and a confidant of his youthful dreams, soothed the bitter feeling the street had instilled in him. One must not hate the city, but conquer it. A moment ago he had been crushed, and now he saw boundless vistas before him. Thousands like him come to the city, huddle in basements, sheds and hostels, go hungry but work and study, imperceptibly undermining its rotten foundations so as to lay new and unshakable ones. Thousands of Levkos, Stepans and vassals besiege these Nepmen's dens, tighten the noose and will bring them down. Fresh blood from the village flows into the city and will change its appearance and its very essence. And he was one of this shift that destiny had ordained to triumph. garden cities, city villages, bequeathed by the revolution, those marvels of the future about which books had left him only a vague presentiment, in that moment felt close and comprehensible. They stood before him as the task of tomorrow, the magnificent purpose of his studies, the conclusion of everything he had seen, done, and was yet to do. The fertile power of the earth that coursed through his veins and brain, the mighty winds of the steppes that had given him birth, lent a passionate vividness to his reverie of the land's glorious future. He dissolved in his own boundless dream, which had seized him suddenly and completely, demolishing everything around him as with a fiery sword, and as he descended Revolution Street toward the grimy Lower Val, he soared upward and upward toward the passionate shimmering of the stars. The city is a strange thing. From the outside it is mobile and swift. Life within it seems to spring from a fountain and dart like lightning. But inside, in the gloomy offices of institutions, it drags along like an old cart, entangled in 1,000 rules and regulations. Stepan felt the blows of this municipal formalism at every step, and no matter how he justified them with objective causes, they were no less painful for it. Schooled by bitter experience, he arrived 2 hours early for the exam on the appointed day to hold his place in the queue, firmly convinced that today the matter of the institute would be settled once and for all, and he would have every right to visit Nadika bearing the important, if inconspicuous, badge of a student on his tunic. To be sure, the previous evening's impressions had, for a time, eclipsed his beloved's image. Returning home that evening, he had sat for a long while smoking and reflecting on the city, its fate and its true purposes. But in the morning he woke, as always, vigorous, full of youthful strength that, like a lifebelt, kept him from drowning in the uncertainty that had unexpectedly engulfed him here. Already somewhat accustomed to his new dwelling, he boldly asked the landlady for a bucket and washed himself to his heart's content. And then the memory of Nadika again flooded his soul with anxious warmth.
The exam. That's the thing.
He thought cheerfully. Possessing an irresistible inclination to analyze his own thoughts and behavior, he scolded himself in a friendly fashion for yesterday's anger and vague reveries. He lectured himself that dreaming was foolishness, that one must act, tirelessly overcoming every obstacle on the path, concentrating all one's strength on the next point of resistance. The first of these was the Institute. One had to get into the Institute, not indulge in all sorts of dreams, however lofty. And indeed, the exam seemed to him a barrier that, once cleared, would win him the Queen and the kingdom. He set out for it like a valiant warrior on a campaign that might hand the victor the key to a magical cave of treasures. And precisely because he was determined to win everything with a single assault once and for all, he was extraordinarily vexed by the fact that the exam would last 2 days. The written part today, the oral tomorrow. The notice, which stated all this in very short lines, paid no heed whatsoever to his youthful impulse, his passionate desire to settle everything at once, and he had to submit to those lines. Sitting on the windowsill, Stepan prepared to smoke. Tobacco was a faithful companion and consoler of all his sorrows. But on the wall opposite hung another short notice that robbed him of even this pleasure. For 2 hours he sat in boredom, idly watching the crowd of his future classmates and thinking once more about himself. He felt, though vaguely, some change within. He could not help noticing that a new fire was kindling in his chest, but a flickering one, trembling at every gust of outside wind. He had been cheerful that morning, but now melancholy had seized him, impossible to quell. He was not, after all, worn out from work, and no misfortune had befallen him, and had he not, just hours ago, taught himself to be steadfast? These unusual fluctuations of mood alarmed him. He was beginning to understand that his former life, simple, rural, where all questions were straightforward and thoroughly practical, had been something entirely different from the days he had embarked upon in the city. Of all the topics offered on the exam, he settled at once on
the alliance of city and village.
He wrote quickly and freely, having already composed the plan of exposition in his head. He developed all his theses broadly, illuminating at once the economic and cultural need for the alliance, its tasks and its desired outcomes. The village cultural worker who had firmly absorbed from Marxist doctrine the necessity of economic preconditions was fully awakened in him. The process of writing completely absorbed him. Rereading his sentences, he involuntarily forgot he was writing them for an exam.
The alliance of city and village is the firm guarantee of future garden cities,
He concluded, and handed in his paper an hour earlier than the deadline permitted. Evening was approaching, and the young man, having wandered for a while along the Shevchenko Boulevard, decided after all to visit Nadika, who was staying with friends near the covered market. The building where she lived belonged to that class of ancient cottages one might unexpectedly encounter in Kiev, on a side street beside 6-story stone apartment buildings, a green, rusted roof, wooden exterior shutters, a patriarchal garden plot before the windows, and sunken steps leading to a crooked porch, testified to a greater antiquity than the law grants to stolen and lost property. But Stepan was glad to see this hovel. Next to it, his own shed did not seem so wretched, and the girl who lived in it could quite legitimately belong to him. Nadika was staying with 2 girls from her village who had set out into the wide world a year earlier and rented what was called
the parlor.
in this old-fashioned dwelling. One of them, Hanusia, was studying at a cutting and sewing course, preparing to swell the army of seamstresses whose craft had declined during war communism and the natural economy when everyone cooked and mended for himself and sewed nothing. But during the NEP, required rapid revival in accordance with the growth of needs and tastes. She was a quiet girl, driven from the village by the poverty of a large family, driven forever, with no hope of returning beneath the patched paternal thatch. She was sincere and defenceless, a little romantic and patient in the face of hardship, as are all poor girls who feel in themselves neither a true impulse nor a firm strength. Her companion, a young daughter of a kulak, was completing, in line with her plans, a typing course, and had spent half a year searching in vain for a position and a suitable match with solid prospects. She dressed with pretension, delicately extended her little finger while drinking tea, and went by Nusia, that is, the same Hannah, only of a higher degree. Of the 2 beds, which could hardly be called English, one belonged to her, and she would in no way yield her property right, so Nadika had to sleep the whole time together with Hanusia, who was always agreeable to everything. These 2 beds, plus a table, a sewing machine, and 1 greedy chair were the sole signs of material furnishing in this maiden chamber. The rest of the decor was of a spiritual order, portraits and pictures with which Hanusia had naively papered the walls, trying to lend at least some coziness to the bare room. She had even adorned the portrait of Lenin that hung in the centre with a large inscription in uneven letters.
You have died, but your spirit lives on.
In the icon corner she had placed a small icon of St. Nicholas the Wonder Worker, barely noticeable at first glance. Of all the pictures, only one belonged to Nusia, a nude Galatea raising her arms and breasts to the sky. It hung above Nusia's bed and troubled Hanusia with its indecency. Still outside the door, Stepan heard men's voices and his heart sank a little. He found boisterous company disagreeable just now, and he could only talk with Nadika in private. But there was no escape, and he opened the door. The situation looked far worse than he could have imagined. Here was a full-blown feast with a bottle on the table, around which on the pushed-together beds sat 3 hostesses and 3 guests. Seeing 3 young men, 1 for each girl, Stepan involuntarily went cold, but a moment later he recognized Levko among them and grasped the situation. Those 2 were Nusia's and Hanusia's suitors. Levko had simply come for the refreshments, and Nadika was free. Free for him, for she was the first to spring up from the table and greet him. He introduced himself to the young men and sat down. The young man categorically refused to eat or drink, though he had not had lunch today and was hungry. But to eat at the expense of other men's hospitality, for they had undoubtedly arranged this gathering, his pride would not allow. Levko was another matter. He sat in the corner like a wedding father, expending few words since his mouth was busy the whole time, smiling and gazing benevolently at the company, whose soul was the 2 lads displaying all their wit and humour before their ladies. Hanusia's admirer belonged to that breed of country boys who appear in the city like a roving meteor, attend theatres by obtaining complimentary tickets everywhere under the auspices of the alliance of city and village, go to every debate and social they can find, unleash unbridled applause there, accost girls in the street, mock everything, curse everything, return to the village after a year, take up farming, and turn savage within a month. From them come domestic despots and political conservatives. The trump card of his conduct was greasy jokes and innuendos that disorganized Hanusia's dreamy soul and broke down her already feeble resistance. Next to this wit, his comrade in romance was the very ideal of gravity. He too paid little heed to education, having as the fundamental goal of his aspirations to settle in somewhere firmly, and if it could be done without a diploma, then higher school could be lopped off like the needless appendage of a vermiform appendix. Regretting the glorious years of upheaval when rising was so easy, he hammered at every door with the copper stubbornness of a peasant, exploiting chance connections, and had ended up, at long last, in a post as instructor of club work, which he clung to with hands, teeth, and both feet. But, envisaging life according to the old peasant template that imposes quite definite requirements on a young man embarking on an independent path, the dashing instructor had marked out Miss Nusia as a partner for his future bureaucratic exploits. The conversation, which had broken off for a moment at the appearance of a new character, resumed. The subject was Ukrainization. "Well," remarked the instructor,
Take, for example, club work, a serious business. The workers are already turning up their noses as it is. Dull, they say. And on top of that, the language question. Well, a drama circle, all right, a choir. But beyond that, whoa. The result is a rift with the masses. It's hard for the party with Ukrainization, yes.
He leaned especially heavily on the party, a word that, in his opinion, had a magical effect on any sentence where it appeared.
And will they Ukrainize the peasants too?
Hanusia asked timidly. The instructor smiled gently.
It seems they'll have to. Because tell me honestly, what kind of Ukrainian is a village uncle?
Stepan could not contain himself and energetically intervened.
You are mistaken, comrade.
He said to the instructor.
Ukrainization should strengthen the alliance of city and village. The proletariat must.
But the young village lad Yasha, who was on a junket in the city, suddenly burst into laughter, casting a mocking glance at Stepan and Nadika. It was his habit to start laughing in advance before uttering something witty.
Ho, ho, ho. So you two have an alliance too?
Nadika blushed, and Stepan, offended for himself and for her, fell into a sullen silence. What could he say to this insolent lad who felt himself the absolute master here, waving his arms, pinching his Hanusia and winking at everyone? He could hardly start a fight here. Increasingly, from hunger and revulsion toward this company, Stepan was overcome by anguish. The proletariat must conquer the city. Here it was, the peasant vanguard. And why was Levko so gentle with them, as always? Was he really one of them? Was it the eternal fate of the village to be a dull, limited slave, selling itself for positions and food, losing not only its purpose but its human dignity? Perhaps this path awaited him too, this quagmire that would suck him in and digest him, making him a spineless appendage to a rusty system of life. He sensed in it terrible steel springs that had settled into the potholes of the revolution, but were now straightening out again. And perhaps all of life was nothing but an unstoppable train, whose engineer could not alter its course along the rails between known grey stations. There remained, inevitably, only one thing: to cling to it wherever it went and wherever it led on its monotonous journey. And was it not symbolized by those famous freight cars of recent, if half-forgotten years, when profiteers fought for a place in them, treating each other to boot heels and curses, scrambling onto roofs, hanging from buffers and steps with their sacks of flour in filth and misery, yet with an uncontainable lust for life, with petty dreams of mistresses, pies, and moonshine? And if there had been a multitude of these black marketeers then, What of now, when there were no food blockades, tribunals, or requisitions, when they were free to use entire trains for their goods and soft compartments for themselves? Sinking into such cheerless thoughts, as though peering into the dark depths of an abyss, Stepan mechanically picked up a crust and began to chew it. The village was receding from him. He was beginning to see it in a distant perspective that reduces a living body to schematic lines, and he was seized with terror, like a person who feels the ground shift beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the conversation, having passed through several topics, turned to that subject toward which even the slightest injection of alcohol inevitably leads even the most virtuous of persons. On the speaker's lips appeared women's departments, marriage, love, and alimony. Yasha's guffaw rang through the room.
I'm telling you, a woman will always be on the bottom.
What things he says! Good Lord!
Hanusia clasped her hands, for Yasha's prophecy concerned her most of all. Stepan felt Nadika's mournful gaze upon him and, raising his head, looked into her eyes. She smiled at him, but in that smile there was the sorrow that love brings with it, the kind that dims a girl's eyes and lays upon her movements an insuperable weariness. Her heart had already opened like a seed in soft earth, sending a pale sprout to the surface under the action of the eternal sun that melts the snows and stirs thousands of seeds in the depths, bearing no responsibility for the winds that may befall them in its kingdom. Levko was dozing, slumped over the table. He was sated, had passed his latest exam, and had every right to be happy. Nusia leaned her elbow on the instructor's knee. He had lit his pipe and was contentedly puffing smoke before him. Yasha had his arm around Hanusia, who had consented after a few listless protests.
Shall we sing?
He proposed.
Start us off, Hannah.
Hanusia tilted her head back and began, drawing out the words to give them more plaintiveness.
Blow, wind, toward Ukraine, where I left my girl behind.
A moment later, the song had united everyone. Even Yasha grew solemn, lending it his lyrical tenor, which by some inexplicable means dwelt in his prosaic throat. Nature had not endowed Stepan with the gift of song so common to his people, and once again he was a stranger in this company. He felt the absurdity of his position here, where he was a silent fool who in the course of the entire evening had opened his mouth only once, and unsuccessfully at that. But neither could he leave. He wanted to say something to Nadika. She sat beside him, and the passionate, for now unrealizable desire to touch her hand, to hear from her a word meant only for him, pricked him dully. She was waiting for him. He could see it in her every glance, and he was waiting for her, yet other thoughts kept eclipsing her image, diverting his dreams away from her, though he was not conscious of these involuntary betrayals. Taking his leave, he said to her,
I'll come tomorrow. Come.
She answered, and her quiet, intimate
You.
filled him with an enchanting warmth. Out on the street, having said goodbye to the others, he glanced back at the small building.
I'll come tomorrow, Nadika.
He whispered.
Wait for me, Nadika.
He walked quickly home, absorbed by a feeling in which he hoped to find peace and certainty. "C'est,"
Good, very good.
said the professor. Stepan walked out of the examination hall. Beyond the doors, he was surrounded by curious youths still waiting their turn. Well, how was it? What did they ask? What problems did they give? Are they failing people? The exam was passed. Tomorrow his name too would appear under the glass where the lists of those accepted were displayed. For 3 years these walls would be his refuge. He needed to apply for a stipend. He needed to write to his comrades in the village about his success. 5 at a time were admitted to the examination hall, and Stepan, astonished, listened to the answers of his 4 predecessors. Would they really be admitted to the institute too? In any case, he stood 2 heads above them, possessing knowledge that was orderly and broad, without gaps or holes. He had proved himself worthy of those 3 years of work he had put in back in the village, without holidays or rest, when the desire to learn had taken hold of him. The last poods of the flour he had earned and his meagre chervoncy he gave to his teacher and spent on books and paper. He renounced everything, became an eccentric and a recluse whom his comrades quietly mocked. He sat up nights by the oil lamp, dreaming of formulas and logarithms. The work he had done was within the power of only a strong spirit, and he had mastered it because he knew clearly what he wanted. He wanted to enter higher school. Of the day when this would come to pass, he had dreamed timidly and reverently, and now that day had arrived. Only the joy that should have accompanied such a momentous occasion was absent. He tried to cheer himself with all manner of words, steered his mind toward his most important tasks, but could not silence the ache in his soul, nor fill the void that had formed there once the exam had passed from the order of the day. The fact that he had done well, brilliantly even, had somehow disappointed the young man rather than made him happy. The concrete goal had been achieved, and beyond it he saw before him a boundless road, unmarked by milestones. For 3 years he had worked for the Institute. For 3 more he would work in the Institute. And then, the welfare of the village, the happiness of mankind, these were ultimately too distant a thing to direct one's strength toward immediately. He was mighty, but he needed a fulcrum from which to lever the world. Stepan emerged from the large building which they were finishing repainting on the outside in pale grey-white tones, more befitting a former institute for noble young ladies than a higher school of economics. Watching the tall scaffolding and the painters dangling from the roof on ropes, puffing cigarettes, the young man involuntarily marvelled at those soft colours that were replacing the sharp hues of the revolution on buildings, posters and journal covers, and at that grey-haired professor who had examined him, who used the word comrade so freely as though it had never been for him a symbol of violence and plunder. He had already digested it, worn down all its rough edges, and now pronounced it without cutting his mouth. The young man set off for Nadika's, trying to identify the causes of his dissatisfaction and melancholy, though such searching rarely leads to the true mover of thoughts and feelings. A person deceives himself more often than he has the chance to tell himself the truth, for there are imperceptible, and especially to the interested eye, minute factors that give rise to momentous processes in the soul, just as physical health depends on invisible bacilli.
I am sad,
He thought,
Because I want to see Nadika. I feel heavy because I have fallen in love with her.
and once again her name, which he had whispered, echoed back to him as a happy reverberation from the dark corridors of his thoughts. She was his sun, suddenly casting a ray through a gap in the clouds. He kept losing her and finding her again. He did not want to go inside, though only Hanusia was there, clacking away at her sewing machine. Nadika tied a kerchief and they set out in the grey dusk of early evening. The girl, too, had passed her exam at the mechanical technical school and was cheerfully telling Stepan how she had very nearly failed political literacy.
And then he asks, shaggy sort of fellow, what is Radnarkom? And Radnarkom and VIII I know perfectly well. The Council of People's Commissars, I say. And I look. Now what's he going to ask? And who is the chairman of Radnarkom, he asks. And I knew him perfectly well, but just blurted out, Chubati. Everyone collapsed. But it's Chubar.
Stepan smiled joyfully.
Nadika, how wonderful that the two of us are together,
He said. She threw him a sparkling glance that entices and promises all the more for being innocent. Love hummed in every note of her excited laughter. Her studies were to begin in a week, and she had to go home for the rest of her things and provisions. Learning that he, too, had a free week, she said mysteriously,
Let's go together, shall we? I'll come out to meet you under the willows by our garden.
I can't, Nadika.
He answered gloomily.
I'll be seeing about the stipend.
She grew sad at once.
I won't see you for so long.
Stepan took her hand.
But you'll come back, Nadika.
He had fallen in love with her name and kept repeating it. It was already dark when they, among other couples, descended Volodymyr's hill to the monument that had preserved its cross in this corner, now blessing with it the bathing of Kievans on the beach. By day, children were brought here with balls and hoops, weary clerks breathed the fresh air, and students read their learned books in the shade. In the evening, it was the promised land of love for housemaids, soldiers, young men, and all those who had not yet appreciated the advantages and comforts of indoor romance. Love cannot abide witnesses, yet in the city one can hardly escape them, even beneath the boughs of parks. They wandered up and down the winding paths in the thick darkness of evening. Chance touches of bodies through coarse clothing sent tremors through them, and their hands locked at last in a tight clasp. Their love was rising as a late flower amid the intoxicating breath of early autumn. Already somewhere a white gown was being woven for nature, icy nails hammered into her coffin, and the last waft of warmth, scented with the heavy fragrance of withered leaves, was melting and fusing their hearts into a single heart drowning in the currents of new, mingled blood. Words dissolved on their lips unspoken, and the wind from above the Dnieper caressed their bodies with a passionate whisper. Stopping by the railings above the precipice, they watched the fireflies of the descent moving along the slope, crawling toward each other from above and below, and suddenly passing in the moment when they were about to collide. The great river darkened before them below, marked along its length by the embankment lamps and the lights of Trukhanev Island. To the left, in mist and noise, the lowland of Podil glimmered like a shifting carpet.
Do you love me, Stepanko?
She asked suddenly.
Nadyunyu.
He whispered in anguish.
Nadyusha, I love you.
He wrapped his arm around her waist, and she, pressing her head to his shoulder, trembled from the distant dampness of the water and the warm moisture of her eyes. He quietly stroked her hair, himself oppressed by a feeling that leaves a desert in its wake. In the morning, Stepan came out to see her off at the landing and waved his cap at her kerchief for a long time. She carried with her his greetings to the village, several errands, and a letter to one of his former workmates. It was a long letter in which he asked more questions than he gave news. About himself, he wrote only that he had passed the exam, was hoping for a stipend, and was in the meantime living with acquaintances. But, under the influence of the memories that had seized him, he inquired in detail about the state of the Selbud, about the lectures whose programme he himself had drawn up, about cinema attendance, about the new shows. He had quite forgotten that only a week had passed since he left the village. In particular, he asked about the work of his successor, the library, his own child assembled from the remnants of landowners' book collections, allocations from the Povit Politos Vita, and minor purchases and donations, numbered 2,178 volumes, which he himself had catalogued, renumbered and arranged, dividing them into sections. It was the largest village library in the district, and every volume bore the stamp of his care.
Remind them to collect the Lenin corner from the county office,
He wrote.
I paid 7 karbovantsy, 2.5 remain. The posters and ribbons the girls embroidered are stored in the large wardrobe. I gave the keys to Petro. Tell the girls to make another bow, black and red. There's one here at the institute hanging on a portrait, very handsome. I don't know anyone here yet. I saw 2 lads from some village. So ignorant, it made me sad. It'll be hard for me with food, but I'll bear it. Write me about everything. Maybe I'll come for Christmas. Stepan.
When the steamer vanished from sight, the young man sat down on a bench and rolled a cigarette. The landing had emptied. Boys selling seeds and seltzer water had, out of idleness, begun picking quarrels among themselves. One of them asked him for a light and said sympathetically,
Your young lady has gone, and without a young lady, it's dull.
Stepan smiled at his words and the knowing air of a connoisseur. He too could have left tomorrow. It would even have been the sensible thing to do, rather than wandering about the city half-starved. In any case, lectures probably would not begin for another week. But something held him back, a kind of expectation, a hidden reluctance to return home even for a few days. His letter had been sincere only in appearance. It seemed to him that an entire eternity had passed since he had left the village, and when in his letter he inquired so thoroughly about affairs there, he was only deceiving himself, trying to convince himself that the past was still close to him, that he still lived in it and for it. At 1 o'clock he saw, as he had expected, his name on the list of those accepted, submitted a petition for a stipend to the Social Welfare Commission, and stopped by Levko's for books, since he had a whole week of free time ahead of him. But Levko's library was far too limited and haphazard. Besides agricultural textbooks, he owned a set of the Literary Scientific Herald for 1907, Nechui Levitsky's Clouds, and a collection of von Wiesin's works. All this Stepan tied with a cord and took away, adding a textbook on agricultural economics that might be useful at the institute. Besides this, Levko advised him to do what he himself could never bring himself to do: explore the city. Pulling an old map of Kiev from a drawer, he entrusted it to the young man as a guiding star. This advice piqued the young man's interest. After a breakfast of lard and bread, he would take a volume of the Herald and set out for the whole day, systematically visiting every place marked on the map with a conventional sign and an explanation in the margin. In 3 days he visited the Lavra, descended into the far and near caves where in a narrow stone passage with a low vault, identical glazed coffins of saints stretched in a row, and the pilgrims' candles flickered, gasping for air in the congealed atmosphere. Went to Askold's grave, a neglected cemetery now, and read there on the tombstones the names of people who had once lived and left nothing behind but plaques. Strolled the steep paths of the former Tsar's garden, sat with a book above the bluff that falls to the Dnieper, visited St. Sophia's and the Volodymyr Cathedral, centres of a church movement that flows imperceptibly beneath their high domes, gazed at the Golden Gate, once the entrance to Great Kiev, made the rounds of the large markets, the grain market, the Jewish market, and the Bessarabka, wandered near the railway station, travelled along the Brest highway to the Polytechnic, trekked through Demyiivka to the Holosiev forest, rested in the botanical garden, and not without some hesitation spent 30 kopecks to gain admission to the Historical Museum and the Konenko Museum, where he admired with fascination ancestral weapons, antique furniture, panels, and porcelain-coloured tableware which held his gaze the longest. The lustre, the colours, and the delicate designs painted on them charmed him and drew his hands toward them. He stood for a long time before the exhibits, noting every detail, firmly absorbing them into his memory, and everything new he saw settled easily in his mind in even layers, binding itself by 1,000 threads to what he had read or guessed at, and everything new kindled in him a fresh hunger. Of the monuments marked on the old map, mostly only the pedestals remained. The statues of Iskra and Kochubey he did, however, see. They lay on the embankment with broken arms near some smithy. Only Bodan galloped untouched on his spirited horse and pointed north with his mace, whether threatening with it or preparing to bow. Most attentively he examined Podol, the part of the city where he himself lived, convincing himself firsthand that not only from people do dead inscriptions remain, but entire epochs of history pass almost without a trace, leaving here and there faint intimations of former greatness. The brilliant centre of the Middle Ages, with its academy and renowned monasteries, had now turned into a petty marketplace, a refuge for shopkeepers and foul-mouthed market women, a hub of small-scale production of soap, cartridges, leather, vinegar, and shoe polish. In the evening, Stepan, returning from his wanderings, would descend straight to the Dnieper to some secluded spot, bathe there, and trudge home exhausted. After the evening portion of lard, which had become his sole sustenance, he would go out into the yard, sit beneath the shed, and smoke. The Niddy's house seemed dead to him. If there was life within, it was entirely imperceptible from the outside. Neither chatter nor noise drifted from it, and its doors opened most reluctantly. At night, it silently lit its lamps. In all that time, Stepan had caught only one fleeting glimpse of the master returning from the shop. The mistress milked the cows twice a day, but no longer offered him milk. Yet, every evening a solitary figure of a young man would step onto the porch to smoke, the same one who on the first day had treated Stepan to a cigarette. He would sit, smoke, then disappear into the house. Stepan could not help feeling a sympathy for him, for the youth seemed as lonely as himself, but he did not dare approach and start a conversation. He went to bed early, having no light, and slept late, compensating with rest for his wretched diet. All thoughts of finding lodgings for the winter he postponed until he received his stipend. But the matter suddenly took an entirely unexpected turn. One evening the master himself approached him. The thin-legged shopkeeper greeted him and even sat beside him on a chopping block. Looking away through his spectacles, he asked the young man,
"Well then, have you found yourself lodgings?"
Stepan fully expected this unpleasant conversation and had a ready answer. In a week he would move out. He would get a stipend, certainly, and move out. The shopkeeper grunted. His proposal was this: let Stepan stay with them. He would sleep in the kitchen. There was a bed there. Have lunch, and something for breakfast and supper, and in return he would tend the cow, carry water into the house, the tap was only in the yard, and in winter keep the stove supplied with firewood. Nothing more. On these terms, the shopkeeper agreed to register him officially as a nephew. When it was Stepan's turn to reply, he thought for a moment, more from self-respect than because there was anything to think about. He saw at once that he would have food and a warm lodging, while the stipend would be left for clothes and books. The work was not hard. One could hardly imagine anything better. The young man answered gravely.
Then I'll stay.
Huniades stood up.
Well, move in,
he said. Half an hour later, Stepan left his shed and settled into a small kitchen where a bed stood against the wall beside the stove and a cheap wooden clock ticked above it. The mistress introduced herself as Tamara Vasilievna, issued him a kerosene lamp, a glass of milk, bread and a piece of roast meat, with which he celebrated his housewarming. The mattress on the bed felt after the workbench like a czar's feather bed, and in the morning he had already begun fulfilling his new duties as cowhand, water carrier and woodcutter. 7. On Sunday, when Nadika was due to return, Stepan conducted a general inspection of his clothes toward evening, sewed on the precarious buttons with a needle he was accustomed to keeping on his person after a long bachelorhood, beat out his tunic and wiped his boots with a rag. He had been wearing his suit for a 3rd year now. The cloth had faded in the sun, but it was sturdy officer's cloth that would hold out another 3 years without holes. Then he shaved carefully before the small, crooked mirror that hung in the kitchen, for over the past week he had become quite bearded. Feeling fresh, young and handsome after this operation, the young man set out briskly from the house, heading for the covered market. The 2 days he had spent at his new lodging had calmed and fortified him. Hot food, a treasure after his austere fasting, had refreshed his innards and his thoughts. The day before, seizing the opportunity of some surplus hot water in the boiler, he had washed his linen, dried it in the sun, and smoothed it. He knew how to launder, iron, cook a meal, even patch boots. Seeing the security of his modest position, he had taken 2 stale loaves to the market that morning, no longer needed, and sold them for 10 kopecks. For he did not like letting anything go to waste that could somehow be put to use. Neither slovenliness nor wastefulness could be charged against him, and when with that 10 kopeck coin he bought 20 light cigarettes, it was a luxury even the last beggar might allow himself on the day his beloved was to return, a beloved awaited and desired. The work around Pan Huniades' household, he calculated, amounted to no more than an hour and a half or 2 a day. For the institute and study he had ample time. With the stipend added, he had for the moment firm ground beneath his feet for further endeavours. He accepted this improvement in his circumstances as his due. He had somehow expected it, not knowing from where exactly it would come, for despite all doubts and hesitations, he was certain of his fortune. Like a young hunter in the forest, trembling before the beast, yet trusting in the unerring aim of his hand, he was ready for further smiles of fate, even if she sometimes showed him her tongue. Nadika had indeed arrived, but at the girls' flat the same guests were present, the instructor and the dashing Yasha, so there was no chance at all of speaking with her, unless he was willing to betray his feelings before these mockers. Stepan lit one of his light cigarettes dejectedly, but Nadika threw him such a fervent glance as she handed him a reply from the village comrade that he brightened at once, plunging into a soft warmth, and thought with pleasure, tucking the letter into his pocket.
Dear Nadika, beloved, only Nadika.
Yasha, who was up to date on all notices and playbills, proposed they go tonight to a literary evening being held in the hall of the National Library, organised by the Cultural Commission of the VIII local committee. Yasha did not remember which literary organisation would be performing, but assured them that admission was free, and that at every literary evening one could clap and laugh to one's heart's content.
They're eccentrics.
He said.
Some of them already have mustaches.
Nadika tried to plead fatigue in order to stay behind with Stepan, but Yasha declared categorically,
You'll get sick of kissing soon enough.
And they all went to the literary evening. They arrived an hour later than the announced start, but still had to wait another half hour. This lateness was not a sign of the public's indifference toward literature, but a general phenomenon, one of the consequences of a deep distrust of public life. The dispersed and cornered Philistine climbs out of his den most reluctantly, and when told to come at 1 o'clock, he comes at 2, having sucked his paw for another hour. The pestilent Yasha personally sat down between Stepan and Nadiyka, cutting their lines of communication, and the young man had nothing left to do but survey the audience and the hall. The seats in the small hall of the National Library, where such evenings were usually held, were divided, on a class principle, into 2 categories: chairs in front for the elect, benches in the rear for the plebeians, mostly students. Behind the benches there was still enough empty floor where those who had not secured even a bench could stand. The feeble voices of the writers, most of whom could neither read aloud nor deliver a speech, reached these ears as a completely indistinct mumble, and the audience here had to content itself with the mere spectacle of the literary event. The figure of the writer reading, his colleagues seated on the platform behind the table, smoking, passing each other notes, yawning, and assuming inspired expressions. The loudest applause from this gallery went not to the prose writers who spread their manuscripts on the lectern and read at length, but to the poets who stepped to the centre of the platform and declaimed from memory with gestures and feeling, for there was more theatre in them, and they changed quickly. The first 2 rows of chairs were reserved for the most elect of all, critics and writers, literary meters and centimeters, who arrived with wives and acquaintances and could not sit beyond the second row without disgracing the dignity of literature itself, for an idea can be honoured only in the person of its representative. And some of them did indeed sit in the front rows because they were those representatives, while others considered themselves representatives because they sat there. Amid this literary beau monde, Stepan spotted the young man who had said something about poetry at his expense when he had been angling for a position at the state publishing house, and though the memory was altogether rather unpleasant, he took an interest in the youth and asked Yasha who he was.
That's Vygotsky,
came the reply.
A poet. Writes decent verse.
This was the first evening of the current literary season, so the audience was large, and entering the hall was not nearly so free as the poster claimed. The tradition of public literary evenings, the offspring of those times when there was not enough paper even for rolling cigarettes, and art was given the slogan of going out into the street, so that literature had to become a spectacle, and the writer a reader, declaimer. This tradition is dying before our eyes, and we may calmly say amen over its coffin. Literature is, after all, a book, not diction, and to perform it in public is as odd as playing music without a piano. When the writers had taken their proper places on the platform behind the table, the chairman of the Cultural Commission of the VIII Local Committee opened, or rather unbolted, the evening by saying a few moving words about literature, its present-day tasks, and expressing the appropriate hope. But Stepan paid no attention to what was being read. Extraneous thoughts penetrated him ever deeper, eclipsing the works and the crowd. He thought about the writers themselves, about the fact that they came before others and others listened to them. They had risen from the crowd, taken their own places, and everyone knew them by name. They wrote books, those books were printed, sold, taken by libraries, and on the book of that Vygotsky whom he had seen here, his own hand had stamped the seal in the distant cell-bud. And here was its author in the flesh. He envied them, and did not conceal it from himself, for he too wanted to rise and be among the chosen. The laughter and applause that rewarded those fortunate ones all but offended him, and each new one of them, appearing at the lectern, posed him the painful question, why was it not he? For he wanted to be each one of them, equally, prose writer or poet. The reading of works at a literary evening is merely the prelude to the main event, the discussion or debate. The public loves debates, not because it takes part in them. A debate is more of a spectacle than a reading, more lively and more piquant. But as a rule, no one wants to speak first. After all, the last speaker has the pleasant opportunity to scold all those who came before and seem the cleverest of all. The specialist critics, who maintain their prestige by never being pleased with anything, haughtily refuse to deliver their lofty opinion and must be coaxed like distinguished guests at a formal dinner. And in general, everyone prefers to laugh at others rather than make others laugh at them. But once one person steps forward, the torrent of speakers surges in. Cleverness is contagious. At this first literary evening of the season, everyone quite naturally wanted to show themselves, and the innocent lectern became the site of a fierce verbal battle in which every conceivable means of persuasion was deployed. Derision, wit, ridicule, a review of the writer's ancestors with the aim of uncovering a kulak or bourgeois among them, quotations from his earlier works where he had said something different from what he was saying now, and other things entertaining to the listeners but lamentable for literature. All the speakers, regardless of conviction, resorted to these fine and noble methods, each justifying it on the grounds that his opponent had forced him to it. Within half an hour, a veritable jousting tournament broke out on the platform, where Don Quixotes, in armour of quotations and others barehanded, did battle with deathless windmills to the applause and laughter of a satisfied audience, while Sancho Panzas displayed their intellectual worth, cherishing the dream of becoming governors on a literary island. These clashes invariably ended in a draw, which gave each participant the right to consider himself the victor. At the start of the discussion, Stepan, faint with inner agitation, was pondering what he might write about, how one might write. He sifted through all the events of his life that might interest others, joyfully seized on some and despairingly discarded them, sensing their pallor. But the first step he had, after all, taken, and the writer's essential skill he displayed at once, the ability to split oneself, to examine oneself through a microscope, to dissect one's own self into possible themes, to treat one's own I as raw material. Only the young man was helpless before himself, feeling within now emptiness, now an excess he could not master. He raised his head with a pang and looked at the current speaker, to whom the audience was listening more attentively than to the others, and he himself turned his attention. The man spoke smoothly and wittily, emphasizing words with effect, underlining sentences as if setting them in gleaming frames. As far as he was able, he tossed the audience an apt little word, provoked laughter, meanwhile adjusted his pince-nez, and began anew with fresh inspiration. From his lips poured quotations in every language, literary facts, half-facts, and anecdotes. His face expressed the wrath of an offended giant, the mockery of a scorned dwarf. His torso inclined and straightened in time with soft, actorly gestures. His words stuck together like pieces of rich dough. He shaped them into puff pastry pies, sprinkled them with sugar and saccharin, adorned them with marmalade roses, and lingered lovingly for a moment before surrendering these confections for consumption.
Who is that?
Stepan asked Yasha, struck by this confectioner's art. Yasha was astonished at the depths of his ignorance. Why, that was Mikhailo Svitozarov, the foremost critic. And Stepan, for the first time that evening, added his applause to the storm of clapping that greeted the great critic's words. At midnight, the chairman of the Cultural Commission of the VIII Local Committee closed, or rather bolted shut, the evening, saying a few moving words to the effect that everything would somehow work out, that there was no mortal danger, and God grant good health to literature. With that, the performance ended and the battlefield was cleared without medical assistance, for literary corpses do not lose the ability to move.
They write badly, that's the thing,
said the instructor gravely.
I'm reading Zagoskin right now. That fellow can write. And I love Benoit.
Nusia remarked. Hanusia was silent. Literature had cost her 4 hours, and tomorrow she had to rise before dawn to finish a commission. Nadika, walking behind with Stepan, was telling him the village news. He listened in sullen silence. By the porch, she whispered to him,
Do come tomorrow.
Stepan walked home seized by a single thought, surrendering to it utterly, to the last cell of his brain. A desire, having arisen in him and taken root, was conquering him wholly, marshalling all his powers in its service, eclipsing the entire world, making him resemble a grouse that hears only its own song. The young spring of his thought, which only moments ago had been sluggishly stirring, tensed and began to stretch, setting in motion hundreds of wheels and levers. Yes, Stepan had to become a writer. He felt nothing frightening or unusual in this desire. He had bonded with it in a matter of hours, as though he had nurtured it for years, and in his excitement he saw a sign of talent, a manifestation of creative inspiration. He had already chosen his subject. He would write a story about his old, nicked razor that scraped him mercilessly whenever he performed his toilet. Here was its extraordinary history. In 1919, he had last hidden with a rifle in the forest during the uprising against the Denikinists. There was a small detachment of them, about 20 souls, fighting their way to the main insurgent camp near Cherkasy. At night, they were surrounded, but badly. The entire detachment managed to slip away, fleeing one by one to nearby villages until the right moment. Having shoved his rifle into a conspicuous haystack in a field, Stepan, a free citizen, was walking along the road, but was caught and brought in for questioning. He so calmly and naively insisted that the officer was dealing with an innocent lad from that village over there, that the officer hesitated and ordered a Circassian to escort him to the village and inquire whether he really lived there and whether he had had reason to be out in the fields, and if not, to put him to death by the village hall as a warning and lesson to all. A swarthy, shaggy fellow in a papacha, shouting the most terrible threats, mounted his horse, tied the young man up with a rawhide lash for safety, and drove him before him, promising to shoot him like a mad dog at the first attempt to flee. But a verse down the road, Stepan, swearing by all gods and fathers to his innocence, offered this stern man of the East as proof the razor he carried in his boot top. The Circassian was persuaded of his innocence, lashed him once more across the shoulders, and told him to clear off to blazes and even further. But Stepan, knowing their merry ways well, stood motionless on the spot until the horseman had ridden far enough away that he could not put a bullet in his back. But the most remarkable thing was that a week later, when the insurgents, having at last joined forces, gave the Denikinists a victorious battle, Stepan found that same Circassian dead on the field and extracted from his pocket his own razor. This adventure, interesting enough in itself, the young man deepened, lending it a broad, almost symbolic significance. The razor in his composition originally belonged to a frontline officer as the embodiment of Tsarism, but at the beginning of the revolution he was killed and the razor passed to the victor, a supporter of the provisional government. From him a Petliurite won it, soon yielding it to a red insurgent, who for a moment lost it to a Denikinist, but immediately reclaimed it, this time for good, as its rightful owner. He elevated the fate of his razor to a history of the Civil War, made it a symbol of the power being fought for, but this canvas had to be embroidered with brilliant threads clothed in flesh and motion to give life to his idea. Along the way, he worked out various episodes and details, drawing them from his military experience. The wooden clock in the kitchen showed 12:15 when Stepan entered the house, quietly lit the lamp, hurriedly pulled out paper, and sat down at the table to write, plunging into a torrent of images and words. At 2:30 he finished, hid the manuscript without reading it, lay down, spent a few more minutes spinning fragile fantasies, and fell into a death-like sleep. VIII. Having tended the cows and completed every last household duty according to a fixed, already established routine, Stepan read his story and was entirely satisfied. A splendid story, profound and intelligent. And he had written it. The young man leafed lovingly through the pages, tangible proof of his talent and a pledge of future glory. Having corrected a few rough spots and made a clean copy, he pondered its further fate. First of all, he had to sign it, to bind it to himself with a definite name. He knew that some writers assumed a different name, a so-called pseudonym or pseudonym, like those monks who renounce the world and their own selves with all distinguishing marks. So Ola's had done, for example, but Stepan found this path repugnant. In the first place, his surname was not one to be ashamed of. It was even modern, if you please. And secondly, why hide? Let everyone know that Stepan Radchenko writes stories, that he is a writer, performs at the academy, and receives ovations. Let his book sit in the cellbud, and let the comrades he had left behind marvel and envy him. But when he went to sign, he hesitated. While the surname suited him perfectly, the name itself Stepan rather unsettled him. It was not only plain, but somehow worn and coarse. The young man deliberated for a long time, torn between the desire to preserve himself fully in the signature and to make it resounding and brilliant. He ran through a host of names, searching for a worthy successor, and suddenly a splendid idea struck him: to slightly alter his own name to give it the needed solemnity by changing a single letter and the stress. He made up his mind, signed, and from Stepan became Stefan, receiving a new christening. The fate of any work is to be, if possible, printed so as to reach the reader and enchant him. The story of Stefan Radchenko, a writer who placed great hopes in himself and even greater ones upon himself, must also, in its author's opinion, grace the pages of some journal, and as soon as possible. Of the journals he knew from his cell-bud practice, there was only the Red Path published in Kharkiv. That was where this extraordinary story ought to be sent. But the need to hear a verdict from other lips at once, immediately, so gripped the young writer that he resolved to read it to someone knowledgeable that very day. To whom exactly? To Mikhailo Svitozarov, the critic who had spoken so charmingly from the rostrum the night before, who had captivated everyone and earned such ovations. To him, and him alone. He was superbly versed in literature. He must be sensitive to every fresh breeze, all the more to one as new as this. He must support the novice, send him on his way, advise him. This was, after all, his duty and his mission. In the young man's fervent imagination, the critic's figure became a benevolent deity that would graciously receive his first literary offerings. And Stepan resolved to call on him. He did not know his address, it was true, but creative resourcefulness instantly suggested that it could be obtained from the address bureau. How convenient it was to live in the city. How many amenities. Having asked Tamara Vasilivna where exactly the bureau was located, Stepan dashed there before lunch and for 10 kopecks learned the path to his literary heights. After lunch he set out through the gate with the sure step of a man who has found his place in the thickets of the universe. He passed block after block with ease, pausing absently before shop windows and playbills to show himself he was in no hurry. Passing the little park on Volodymyrska Street opposite the Khmelnytsky monument, he went in and sat on a bench among children who were jumping, racing one another, and tossing balls. Their merriment was infectious. Catching a ball that had happened to roll to his feet, the young man flung it so high, level with the buildings, that the children clapped and cheered with delight, all except its owner, who had not expected to get her toy back from the lap of the heavens. But the ball came bombing down from the clouds, provoking a new explosion of ecstatic joy. Everyone vied to hand the young man their balls so that they, too, might take such a dizzying flight. But he, taking 3, began tossing them all at once like a circus juggler, utterly enchanting his small admirers. In their company he experienced sweet moments unclouded by thoughts of the future or memories of the past, feeling within himself a strange flood of existence that draws joy from itself alone, needing neither hopes nor plans. He imagined himself a bird hovering in the air on outstretched wings, embracing the luxuriant earth with its small eye, a flower opening its bud in the morning, pouring its splendour toward the sun. He walked on, having said goodbye to the children who shouted after him, and everything around pleasantly delighted his eyes. The old bell tower of St. Sophia, the trams, and the undulating street lined with chestnut trees. Near the opera, he stopped again to listen to Ukrainian songs performed by 2 women and a blind old man, representatives of an art that had taken to the streets, and after that turned onto Nestorivska Street, where his desire and the directions from the address bureau led him. The closer he drew to the fateful building, the more there awakened in him, not excitement, the unpleasant feeling of a woman who must undress before a doctor. He hurriedly gathered the words he was to say.
Forgive me, I have written a story and have come to you so that you might hear it.
No, better.
Forgive me for troubling you, but I wish to know your opinion of a story I have written.
The building where the great critic lived was itself great and had 2 wings in its courtyard. Trusting his instincts, Stepan climbed to the 5th floor of the first wing, but the last apartment in it bore the number 12 instead of the needed 18. So, having asked in the courtyard, he went to the 2nd wing, already beginning to grow nervous. Striking the door with his fist, he began to wait, and his heart was pounding far louder than his knock. He knocked once more, himself frightened by his own persistence.
Who is it you want?
Asked a woman's figure, opening the door.
Forgive me for troubling you.
Stepan began, not recognizing his own voice.
I wish to see...
He faltered, having forgotten the surname.
I wish to see... the critic. The critic?
The woman said in surprise, holding a capricious robe together at her chest with one hand.
That is, he writes articles.
The lad explained, sinking under the weight of his cross.
Mikhailo.
Mikhailo Demidovich Svitozarov, the professor?
The woman said with relief, admitting him.
Yes, this is the place. This way.
She led the trembling lad down a dark corridor. He was trembling like a young thief who has climbed into an apartment to rob it for the first time at night.
Misha, someone here for you.
The lad entered a room where by the window, at a desk surrounded by piles of books, the great critic himself sat writing, not raising his head. Stepan stopped at the edge of a rug that lay on the floor and timidly darted his eyes over the great bookcases that stretched along the walls. A reverential tremor ran through him with a chill in this sanctuary, and he was ready to stand like that for an hour, 2, forever, feeling something majestic and languorous. At last the great critic finished pouring his thought onto paper and looked inquiringly at the lad, whose gaze struck him like a terrible lance.
Forgive me,
he said, bowing.
Are you comrade Mikhailo Svitozarov?
Himself conscious of the absurdity of such a question, he at least tried to swallow the rather inappropriate word
comrade,
as best he could.
I am Svitozarov. What is it about? I have written a story.
The lad began, but stopped, seeing an unpleasant grimace cross the critic's face.
I have no time,
the critic replied.
I am busy.
This contemptuous answer nailed Stepan to the spot. In the anguished chill that enveloped him, he grasped only one thing. They did not want to listen to him. Since he did not stir, the critic saw fit to repeat, stressing each syllable.
I am Busi.
Goodbye,
Stepan said dully. Having left the courtyard, he walked ahead down unfamiliar streets, carrying on his heart the unbearable weight of impotent fury. Never before had he been so humiliated and destroyed. The insolent words of that bookworm fell on him like shameful gobs of spit. So he had no time, but at least he could have named a time. Let him refuse altogether, but he ought to have advised where to turn. And what right did he have to speak like that? Oh, he was stung to the blood by that haughty tone, that lordly tone of a literary landowner. Walking with his head bowed, he spun vague thoughts of revenge. He could have struck that slug, smashed his insolent pince-nez, dragged his pampered body across the floor, for the superiority of his muscles was beyond dispute. And because this was the only form of revenge he could imagine, the consciousness of his powerlessness exhausted him all the more. The peasant in him was awakening again, with a dull hostility toward everything above him. Finding himself somewhere near a park, he went in and sat on the nearest bench. A little later, looking around, he recognized it. This was the Zolotovoritsky Square, with 2 fenced-off heaps of crumbled stone that had given it its name. Seized by a surge of all-consuming hatred, he muttered with a crooked smile,
Some Golden Gate indeed.
The unexpected wound blocked out all the young man's thoughts. The feeling that he had left home as a proud Stefan and must return as a beaten-down Stepan refused to leave him. He stared dully at the people who passed by like opaque silhouettes, seeing in each of them a secret enemy. The green of the trees was darkening fast. The splashing of the fountain grew stronger in the twilight, and a thick evening quietly rose from the bushes. Suddenly, the street lamps flared. In his corner, the lad had long been left alone. The daytime visitors to the square, respectable fathers with newspapers, mothers and nursemaids with prams on wheels, had melted away with the last ray of light. In their place, the night moths and their hunters flocked in. Stepan stood up, took out his work and tore it to pieces.
Damn you,
he said. He set off toward Nadika, though it was all the same to him whether he saw her or not. But he would have gone to her after a victory, so he decided to go after a defeat as well. She joyfully met him in her kerchief on the street corner, for she had been watching for him while out for a stroll. She tilted her head back when she saw him and laughed passionately, but he greeted her coldly. "Hello, Nadika." They walked to the Tsar's garden, and the girl, laughing, happily told him about the first day of lectures at the technical school. He clenched his jaw. At his institute, too, lectures had surely begun. Well, let them begin. He shut himself up at once within himself and glowered at the world through voluntary bars. Nadika's laughter was unbearable to him. Her gaiety offended him. Suddenly, a revulsion toward the girl flared in him, and this feeling was pleasant to him.
And what does Seaman write?
Asked Nadika, not yet sensing his mood.
He doesn't write anything,
he replied. And indeed he did not know, for he had not yet read the letter from his village friend. Nadika glanced at him in surprise.
You are strange today, Stepanku,
she said timidly. He said nothing in reply, and they walked in silence to the foot of the Tsar's garden. This silence offended the girl, and she stopped, holding back tears.
I'll go home, since you don't love me.
Stepan jerked her by the arm.
I do love you, come on.
He felt his power over her and wanted her to submit. All his vexation was focused on her, and he might have struck her had she thought to argue. But she went obediently. When they reached the hilltop, a blue rocket rose from the valley into the sky and went out above with a faint crack. They were setting off fireworks. Pink, blue, red and yellow fires hissed upward, tracing luminous arcs against the dark backdrop, exploded, and fell to earth in a shower of sparks. Stepan took out the last of his cheap cigarettes and lit it.
Bastards, all of them,
he said gloomily, spitting. Nadika gazed with rapture at this spectacle of colours and fire she had never before seen, forgetting for a moment her cheerless companion.
Who?
She asked, not understanding.
All of them over there watching.
We're watching too,
she timidly observed, frightened by his voice.
You think they're putting them on for you?
Stepan smiled sternly. She sighed. He turned his back on the fireworks and walked away. Nadika silently caught up with him and looked into his face. It was indifferent, cold in the sudden flares of his cigarette. In a few minutes they found themselves in a thicket where the path ended and a trail began along the edge of a precipice. The dark shrubs breathed dampness here and the gloomy calm of a cellar. Stopping at the edge of a ravine deepened by darkness, they gazed across to the other side where dark giants, clumps of trees, towered, frozen in terrified silence. The stillness around them held expectation and craving, as on the eve of a storm, and the noise of the city below echoed like distant thunder. The lad's cigarette went out, and he impatiently flung it into the abyss. Then he turned to the girl, who felt his gaze with a joyful tremor.
Stepanku,
She asked, leaning toward the lad.
Why are you so angry?
He suddenly embraced her and pressed her breasts against himself with a passion inflamed by malice and humiliation, and for this tight embrace she was ready to forgive him all his earlier indifference. Seizing his head in her hands, she tried to draw it to her and kiss him, but he motionlessly crushed her, overpowered her with his arms. Then the girl braced her hands against his shoulders, straining to push him away, but had to drop them, groaning with pain and suffocation, suddenly feeling that he was bending and forcing her down, that her knees were buckling and the cloudy strip of sky was floating before her eyes. And suddenly she fell onto her back, going cold from the ticklish touch of air and grass on her bared thighs, pinned beneath the mute weight of his body, which, having forced its way, doubled her and pierced her through. Afterward they sat on a bench above the river which ran silently below, rocking the little lights of the channel markers. Piercing through clouds and foliage, in the west a white moon was rising, laying cold patches of light upon the water. The craving to smoke tormented Stepan, and he tore the empty wrapper from the pack of cheap cigarettes between his fingers.
Why are you silent?
He asked Nadika, tossing the pieces into the air. She mournfully wound her arms around him and pressed her face to his knees.
You do love me, don't you?
She murmured. He lifted her up and pushed her away.
I do. Why ask?
Then she burst into loud weeping, choking and gasping as though a long-restrained flood of tears had at once poured from her eyes, in a ruinous torrent. Stepan looked around.
Don't cry,
he said sternly. She sobbed, having lost in tears both consciousness and will.
I'm telling you, Stop it.
he said again, jerking her by the arm. She stopped, but a stifled wail broke from her once more and infuriated him.
I'll leave then,
he said, rising to his feet.
It's your fault,
He cried,
yours,
and he walked away full of anguish and anger. Yikes. Life is terrible in its relentlessness, in its irrepressible surge that does not bow before the greatest suffering of man, turning its back on the sharpest of his pains. A man may thrash in its thorns to his heart's content. It will pass by with its heralds who, out of fear and conscience, cry out to the world that there are no roses without thorns. It is that universal rogue who answers the pleas of a robbed beggar with a shove, a slap, and a cudgel, and pushes on, puffing his cigar, without even turning his gilded monocle toward the victim. On the ruins of an earthquake, shelters for the living spring up at once. With music they fling the crushed into the ground, graves grow over with grass, and mourning veils fall from faces that have long been yearning to smile. In number 37 on Nizhny Val, too, the glacier that had crept over the soul of one of the residents of this courtyard left no mark whatsoever. The cows had been cleaned, watered, and fed. Water had been carried in the requisite amount for the use of whoever wished to consume it. Everything attested, then, to perfect order. Nothing betrayed the slightest change, and a lost coin would have been more noticed here than a young man's lost peace of mind. The thrifty shopkeeper had already begun laying in firewood for the winter. The sleepy courtyard of the Nidics was briefly awakened by the cursing of carters, the creaking of wheels, and the thudding of logs. Grey peasants appeared, the sort who stand at markets and street corners with saws and axes, waiting for buyers of their labour. A working crew of theirs usually consists of 2 adults and 1 boy, who only carries the chopped wood in compliance with the child labour laws. Stepan set about helping them, having persuaded them that it would not affect their contractual rate. All day he sawed and chopped with vigour, bringing the axe down on the logs so furiously as if they were his old enemies. He briskly heaved logs about like willow branches, asked the peasants about their lives, talked with them about their needs and the state of cultural work back home. But when they left, he painfully felt the falseness of his words and the insincerity of his curiosity. More than once he had already noticed the change within himself, forcibly turning his thoughts away from it. But now he had to admit to himself openly, the village had become alien to him. It had dimmed in his memory, as a street lamp fades in the light of day, yet it weighed on him like a reproach, like an anxiety. In the evening, lying on his bed, weary from wood and from thoughts, he suddenly remembered the letter his village friend had written him. He had still not read it. The lad pulled it from his pocket, where it had worn through like an old dated certificate. Having reported on the state of affairs, his friend wrote, "I keep thinking you've gone only for a while and will come back any day now. We got used to you. The work goes along slowly, but you know our lads. As long as you lead them by the bridle, they're fine. And now they're taking Alexa Petrovich away to the district. It's strange, whatever's best in us runs away from us. And come to think of it, only misfortune keeps people here. You sit like a damned soul. And when someone leaves, believe me, such sadness takes hold you could weep. Sometimes you start thinking, it's time to marry, but then you don't even want to think about it. You say you'll come for Christmas, we'll talk. Only I think you won't come. What do you have here, a wife or a child? It's only lonesome at first. There's plenty of work there, interesting work, and you'll forget us soon. New friends will come along. Just write." Every word of this letter wounded him with its simple, striking truthfulness, and not a single word could he deny. Holding the letter in his hands, the lad closed his eyes and whispered,
I will not come back. I will never come back.
He called himself a traitor. Only a renegade who has robbed his parents does this, and from them he will receive a curse. But at once, having begun to reproach himself, he lost sight of the object of his indignation. It vanished under the influence of an unknown force that carefully turned his self-reproaches into a pointless flare. Why, after all, should he consider himself a traitor? Plenty of people leave villages. Cities grow at the village's expense. That is normal, perfectly normal. Besides, his institution was economic, and upon finishing it, one would not return to the village anyway. The city was destined to be his home. And had anything really changed within him? He was the same as before. Everything was fine. He had food and lodging. In a day or two, he would receive his stipend. So what was the matter? And then, like a dull ache, like nausea, like a terrible dream, there surfaced the memory he had so frantically suppressed, erased, expunged from his consciousness, until he had turned it into an imperceptible scar that only sometimes seeped blood. The memory of Nadika. This girl, who so recently had attracted him, had suddenly become his nightmare. His love had turned out to be a counterfeit note, slipped in amid the bustle, and he had cast away this worthless thing, raging and considering himself deceived. She belonged to the village that had faded within him. She was a small episode of that upheaval that had seized him. Painful, heavy, barely justifiable. What of her? He clenched his teeth and defiantly whispered,
If not me, then someone else.
He was ready to shout it from the rooftops, to be rid of the dull gnawing that would not obey his imperious commands. And he had to erase Nadika from his life, destroy her within himself, like a shackle that chains a prisoner to the wall. For he had already peered through the bars at freedom, and toward all who were or might be witnesses to his past, he felt a secret hostility. Changing his plans, he keenly felt the power of his former companions over him. He could not bring himself to return the books to Levko, though they had already been read or at least leafed through. He would have found it painful to see the man who had earlier seemed an ideal worth emulating, and then had suddenly revealed his terrible emptiness. For Levko had disgracefully taken his place in Stepan's eyes, alongside Yasha and the instructor, as the final member of a triad that symbolized for him the stupidity of the village, its backwardness and baseness. It does not see horizons, or does not seek them, or does not need them. And Levko's neat little room, once the object of his envy, now seemed to him the burrow of a blind mole. After several days of desperate solitude, he forced himself to go to the institute. Yes, they had assigned him a stipend, and instead of rejoicing, he thought resentfully, 18 Karbovancy. They had said 25. And secretly he had been hoping for even more. Weren't there stipends of 50? Even a full 100? Lectures had already begun, but he had forgotten his pencil and paper at home, so he deemed it pointless to attend that day. And besides, he did not feel any great desire to do so. On the street, a strange preoccupation engulfed him. He kept stopping at the columns plastered with posters, at advertisements, cinema placards and shop windows, examining everything as carefully as he once had the exhibits in a museum, not without a certain reverence and fascination. Illustrations in particular attracted him. An enormous circus poster, done in 3 vivid colours, red, green and bright blue, announced that the universally famous and astonishingly nimble clown and acrobat would shortly be commencing his engagement. And right there, as incontrovertible proof of it all, he was shown with his troupe, separately on the ground and likewise beneath the unreachable dome.
That is very interesting,
thought Stepan. Nearby he learned that at the Taras Hryhorovych Shevchenko Theatre, a world-renowned violinist was giving concerts, gazing at the lad with a pleasant smile from beneath the grey paint. Bravo, Stepan commended him. And at the first state cinema, a marvellous film was showing with the participation of a universally celebrated actor, and before the fantastical Eastern costumes of the characters in the stills displayed to lure passers-by, the lad painfully felt his old-fashioned tunic, his leather boots, and his crumpled cap. The famous actor himself generously displayed himself to him in a tailcoat without a turban, in a tailcoat with a turban, in the robes of a Rajah, on foot and on a spirited horse, solo, in a duet with his beloved, and in a chorus of his admirers. Stepan silently but cheerlessly moved away from these pictures. His next stop was at the window of a confectioner's, where in poetic order, on white lace paper, in painted boxes, on faience plates and vases, sweet, unspeakably delicious delicacies were arranged. He devoured with gloomy eyes all this profusion of biscuit and mikado cakes, rum babas, glazed nuts, heaps of chocolate, balls of colourful toffees, and pastries of various shapes and contents, not knowing their names, but understanding perfectly well that these names were not dumplings, not fritters, and not spice cakes. In his only pocket he felt 20 kopecks, but he did not dare enter the shop and bought a pair of pastries on the street from a pleasant girl who had the pleasure of selling them and never eating them. Taking these slippery products of the confectionery industry into his hands, he gulped them down greedily, sternly saying to himself,
"Hush, I too want to have a treat."
It was to him like a first communion, which leaves the believer with a yearning from the consumed blood and a hope of eternal life. Outside a ready-made clothing shop, Stepan examined the suits with the air of someone who merely needed to choose one to his liking, of fine fabric and well-tailored. The price tags did not trouble the handsome lad in the least, for they were too incommensurably beyond his financial means, and he could choose the most expensive, since he could not afford even the cheapest. He was free to imagine himself the undivided owner of these treasures, which would make him handsomer than that world-famous actor, more talented than the violinist, and nimbler than the circus acrobat. He could quite to his liking change suits every moment, try on hats and neckties, select handkerchiefs and socks, for no law forbids the use of another's property in one's own imagination. And the lad was conscious at that moment of the wonderful significance of clothing, which had long ceased to be a means of covering the body, having assumed the broader and nobler task of adorning and improving it. He might have created something of genius had he been dressed at that moment in an English shirt with a collar, trim narrow trousers and pointed shoes, but he created nothing, for even for a moment the bitter thought would not release him that nothing behind the glass belonged to him or could belong to him. He sighed, but stood on, plunging his eyes into the woolens and silks like a diver into the waves, hoping to retrieve pearls but pulling up only seaweed. He had already grown quite tired of fruitless gazing when a lady approached the window in a light batiste blouse that revealed the lace of her chemise. Leaning her bare arms on the railing, she absently surveyed the motley array of neckties, perhaps even choosing one to make her beloved a pleasant, elegant, and not overly expensive gift, one that would satisfy both the heart and the purse, for the latter expands and contracts just like the former. This lady was perfumed with the potent fragrances of Paris, and their scent spread around her like a mirage. It permeated the lad with a sweet fog, stirred him, and his nostrils flared, greedily drinking in this unfamiliar, refined air that flowed through his veins like an intoxicating fume. He sniffed this woman as one sniffs flowers, breathed her in as one breathes the freshness of spring, the resinous air of a pine forest, the morning steaming of the earth. Only the first waft was slightly repugnant to him, like the unfamiliar smoke of a cigarette that quickly captivates and becomes an addiction. Beside this woman, he experienced that languorous arrest of the senses that height induces in a person, terrifying with its danger and at the same time enchanting with it. And when she left, he gazed after her with an insolent and reverent eye. He restrained himself from thinking that this skirt too could be lifted, however white it was, that this fragrant body he too could take, as any man could, and at once the thought seemed to him monstrous and terrifying. But this Paris-anointed Kievan woman smoothed for him the scar that had belonged to Nadika into a pale, imperceptible line. At home he roamed the courtyard, choking with the mad fantasies that overwhelmed him. They were not even fantasies, but absurd, preposterous delusions. Abandoning one in the middle, he would seize upon another, suck on it, savour it, and cast it aside too, having an abundance of others still better. He became a people's commissar, riding in his imagination in a motor car and delivering speeches that thrilled him to the marrow. He received foreign delegations, conducted negotiations, introduced extraordinary laws that transformed the face of the earth, and after his death, modestly unveiled monuments to himself. Then suddenly he became a prodigious writer, every line of whose work rolled across the world like a prophetic bell, shaking human hearts, and his own first of all. Then, having abandoned great affairs, he gave his face a bewitching beauty, dressed in the most exquisite suits, and conquered women's hearts in succession, broke up marriages, and fled with mistresses beyond every possible border, except the border of his imagination. Then he saddled an insurgent's horse, retrieved hidden weapons from cellars, and at the head of a band of madmen besieged the city, unlocked those shops with bullets, loaded carts with those suits, those sweets and pastries, and took the fragrant woman beneath him as a captive. This last picture excited him the most. Clenching his powerless fists, he whispered fiercely and passionately,
"Oh, how I'd plunder, how I'd plunder."
His whims were inexhaustible, his imagination tireless, his self-infatuation invincible. He held in his hands a magic stone that, shifting and blazing, reveals all the wonders of the earth. And that stone was himself. And when reason, that persistent preacher, that dried-up sage, incapable of understanding desire, began its wretched sermon in alarm, it resembled a toy boat on the waves of a real sea, and all its lamentations recalled the complaints of a landlord who would try to stop by persuasion the torrent from a burst water main. At night, he had a dream. He was walking through a luxurious garden along a smooth path shaded by branching trees, beneath whose leaves hung elongated fruits like bananas. Excitement seized him when he reached a crossroads, as if he were to find something here or meet someone. Glancing to one side, he noticed a gazebo he had not seen before and entered this vine-covered shelter. The unknown woman sitting inside did not even raise her head. He hesitated on the threshold and suddenly saw that a finger on her hand was beckoning to him. Looking more closely and marvelling more and more, he noticed that she was sitting in nothing but her chemise, and at her feet was a pond where she was about to bathe. Suddenly she threw herself back, and a breeze silently blew the last covering from her body. He flung himself wildly upon her, but the moment he touched her, he plunged into a curdled puddle and awoke to the pounding of his heart. He stared long into the darkness before him. A naked woman in a dream, according to folk wisdom, foretells unavoidable shame. Stepan's sole consolation during these days of hard trials was his acquaintance with the Nidic's son, Maxim, the quiet young man who had genially offered him a cigarette during his wretched entry into city life. This young man, only slightly older than Stepan, was gentle by nature, dreamy, calm, soft-spoken, and possessed of a certain deep, heartfelt smile. In his speech and bearing one sensed the consummate equilibrium of a person content with his life who carries his lot lightly on his shoulders. It was precisely this calm that drew Stepan to the landlord's son, whom at first he had contemptuously dubbed a little gentleman. Himself bewildered, he instinctively reached toward everything stable, and secretly envied Maxim's fair fortune. Maxim, too, was well-disposed and attentive toward the peasant lad. As it happened, he had graduated from the very institute that Stepan was only about to begin 2 years ago. And though reminders of study were now almost irksome to the lad, he had to discuss curricula and listen to reminiscences about various professors and various episodes of student life.
"Do you work somewhere?"
Stepan asked him once.
"At the Leather Trust,"
replied Maxim.
"I make a rather good bookkeeper. And that takes inborn abilities, don't you think?" "What kind, exactly?"
Precision, above all, and, if you will, a certain renunciation. It's a world of its own. That's why there are so few real bookkeepers.
Stepan shook his head, possessing a vivid imagination and the knack of grasping everything at once and becoming absorbed by everything. He suddenly felt that soundless world of ledgers and receipts where the motley of life is laid into uniform, pre-made formulas, where figures replace events and people. He sighed, himself unconsciously yearning for the carefree calm of papers.
And do they pay well?
The lad asked after the usual pause in their conversations.
16th grade plus 25%. Comes to something like 140 karbovanci.
Stepan barely contained his astonishment. Already 100 karbovanci seemed to him a sum beyond which his most ardent desires could not reach, and 140 more was to him a genuine marvel and immeasurable wealth, and he naively asked,
"Then why don't you marry?"
This question visibly embarrassed Maxim. After a moment's hesitation, he answered vaguely,
"That, you see, is a complicated matter. And is it even necessary? A fellow grows up and thinks he absolutely must marry. It's a tradition, you know.
He laughed and suddenly added,
But I can give you some books if you like. I kept them all from the institute. Of course, new ones have come out since.
But the lad was in no hurry to take advantage of his kind offer, for at that time he had little interest in any books, however wise, apart from the book of his own life, whose past pages he tirelessly turned day after day, finding in them nothing that could be called joy belonging to him alone, seeing in them only monotonous days, whether because vivid memories were truly lacking, or because such memories are the rightful privilege of old age, replacing hope at that stage, or because he was perhaps deliberately dimming them so as to yearn more fervently toward what was to come. He was now conscious of the past only as a pale and heavy path through wastelands up a slope that had brought him to a precipice between peaks, to an abyss he must either leap across, risking a plunge to the bottom, or else turn back to the cheerless valleys from which he had set out. Standing at the edge of this cliff, he felt the terrible determinism of life, which leaves a person so little choice. It was beginning to seem to him that his own path too, being subject to the general law, had been marked out long in advance, and those broad roads he had supposedly chosen were in fact narrow paths along which he had groped his way blindly. The children's game of blind man's buff, in which the blindfolded one is tugged at from all sides by a whole crowd of jokers who never let themselves be caught, was becoming for him a symbol full of the deepest meaning, an embodiment of the fundamental position of man on earth. Experience showed him that the one who catches the most is the one who grasps the least and prepares for the assault by the methods of a long siege. Having fallen through the thin ice several times, soaked and frozen in those cold baths, he wanted to be cautious, and in the meantime stopped altogether, considering every movement dangerous. The following evening Maxim invited the lad to his room, intending to give him the books after all. The landlord's son was in a mood of elation quite unusual for him. He talked a great deal and laughed often. Handing Stepan books and the necessary advice, he said cheerfully,
So you were surprised that I, they say, receive such a fortune and don't marry. Boring, you think, and nowhere to spend the money. But look here.
He pointed to his bookcase.
I have many books. I love buying them and reading them too. And you know, there are people who buy them and never read them. They buy them and set them on the shelf. Funny, isn't it? And there's much that's funny. You're still young. I'm not saying you're a fool, God forbid. But one day you'll see that reading books is far more interesting than doing yourself what is written in them.
He seated the lad at the desk and lit on it a lamp with a red shade, turning off the electric light above. Shadows fell into the corners of the room, and Stepan, looking away from the bright circle on the desk, sank his gaze into the darkness that lends a deeper meaning to all things and words. Maxim sat across from him.
Besides,
He continued,
in reality, things never happen the way they're written in a book. You smile, but it's true. And this, too, you will one day understand. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, only that it doesn't happen that way. In a book, everything is gathered, sharpened, fitted together, and touched up. In reality, things are as they are, and in a book, as they ought to be. And tell me, which is more interesting? Say you go to a photographer and say, photograph me so that I look handsome on the card. You send the card to acquaintances, the kind who haven't seen you for a long time and may never see you again. Is it better for them, do you think, if you appeared in person? I'm not saying you're ugly, that's just an example. Have a smoke.
He pushed a leather cigarette case toward the lad.
Here's another thing money goes on. I love fine tobacco. You know, under war communism, everyone took shag just to have something to smoke. Not I. You'll rarely find cigarettes like these anywhere. It's aged tobacco, scented with opium. That must be harmful,
Stepan observed, lighting up.
Everything's harmful. Breathing is harmful too, because you burn your blood. Don't breathe. Maybe you'll live longer. You think, I won't do what's harmful, and I'll live longer. But think of it this way. I'll do what's harmful. Maybe life will be more pleasant.
Life is interesting enough without opium,
Said Stepan.
Here in the city, I tell you, what you need is money, a position. Oh, if only I had money. But opium, That's for someone with nothing to live for. Someone empty, weak. Wonderful. You have a healthy mind,
replied Maxim.
Do you think human strength can be measured on a dynamometer and the fullness of life weighed in kilograms? You're naive. When you brought up marriage, I thought, naive. So in your view, everyone who marries is naive? Not those who marry, but those who think one must marry. Oh, those who actually marry are not naive at all. They're wretches, if you want to know. Have you ever in your whole life seen a single happy marriage? Honestly. No? Nor have I. How do you like such an arrangement? Would you like me to show you something?
He asked mysteriously.
Only this is a secret.
He took a little box from the drawer and opened it. There on velvet lay a flat gold ring with several small diamonds around a large ruby.
Do you like it?
He said excitedly.
Do you know who I'll give it to? Mama. Today is Mama's birthday. Don't think we'll have guests. We don't have the custom of celebrating name days or birthdays. We live so quietly. Nobody visits us. You've noticed?
Stepan timidly took the jewel in his hand and examined it, placing it on his palm. The diamonds, shifting, threw sparks into the ruby, and it, having swallowed them, blazed with a dull, blood-red glow.
Very beautiful,
he said, carefully placing the ring back in the box.
You'd like to give something like that to your mama, wouldn't you?
Maxim went on.
Shh. I know you're an orphan. Would you like me to tell you something else? We took you in only because you're an orphan. We don't like strangers. We're used to being on our own. And you know, they would never have taken you in. But when I read in that letter that you have no parents, I spoke up right away that we should take you in. A man who has no mother must be helped.
Thank you,
the lad murmured, feeling from this revealed charity warmth, shame, and a stinging pain.
Well, now I'm offended. I'm already sorry I told you about it, but I truly did think about you, and I came up with the idea of putting you in charge of our household. That's better, surely, than you drifting about dormitories. And it helps, Mama, by the way. Only don't thank me for God's sake and forget it. Forget about it.
Then the host showed him several treasures of his library. Quaint publications from the Petrine era, Ukrainian editions with engravings from the first half of the 19th century, and an enormous collection of postage stamps in 5 thick albums, the fruits of tireless collecting since childhood. He told the lad about the worldwide society of philatelists of which he had long been a member, and with whose correspondence in every corner of the globe he now conducted an intensive exchange, supplying them with stamps from the revolutionary period. Precious to them.
You know,
he said,
I would have a place to stay anywhere you like. In Australia, Africa, the Malay Islands. If only I went. The charter of our society obliges every member to receive all fellow members. But I have never left Kyiv,
he added. Stepan brought back from him to the kitchen a stack of statistics texts, economic geographies and commercial arithmetics, piling them all in the corner for future use. As always, having become better acquainted with people, he at once noticed the inevitable absurdities in each and lost a portion of his respect for them. And so he defined the kindly Maxim, too, as an eccentric, seeing in him a deep kinship with that mad schoolteacher he had had the chance to meet a few weeks ago at Levko's. What people, he thought.
What do they need? They could just live simply, but they're all full of contortions.
He thought this, though he himself was desperately searching for some contortion of his own, for a human being is absolutely incapable of living simply. But what struck Stepan most of all was the mention of his orphanhood, which had so unexpectedly served him well. And indeed, his mother had died, they say, when he was only 2 years old, and his memory preserved no recollection of her whatsoever. Therefore, the object of his childhood longing during times of hurt and pain had receded into a dream, spread across the steppes and groves, reached into an unfathomable distance. Later, he even stopped imagining that his mother had once existed as other women exist who bear children. and that strange tenderness that quavered in Maxim's filial voice now stirred in the lad a crushing yearning for the one who would have been his nearest and dearest. Oh, if only he had a mother, he would not be so alone. He thought with horror of the fate of mothers in the countryside, who huddle in their sons' corners as just another mouth to feed, despised by daughters-in-law and grandchildren, and all the more vividly he dreamed of how he would honour and love his own. But he had lost her forever without the slightest trace, and the sudden awareness of this loss now underscored for him his alienation in a world where he lacked the most fundamental bond, the most primitive continuity. Going to bed, he somehow diminished, became childlike under the influence of his memories. Uncontrollable grief for her gave rise to sensations of her former caresses and lullabies above the cradle, and he ardently reconstructed his imaginary mother, whose beautiful features in an instant reverted to the sunken face of death. In the morning, Stepan, largely under the influence of the books he had brought home the day before, which had become a living reproach, decided that enough was enough with playing the fool, and taking paper and pencil, at last set out for the Institute. But the appearance of the street and the people, especially the loud pealing of church bells, plainly convinced him that today was Sunday. He had completely lost count of the days, and this amused him greatly.
What a dolt,
he thought of himself.
Well, tomorrow I'll start studying for certain.
But he was off by one day, learning from his own experience that Monday is an extraordinarily difficult day, and that it is no good starting anything on it. For on Sunday night an unexpected adventure befell him, one of those that leave indelible marks on the formation of a person, and beneath the ashes of other layers preserve their ember, like the beacon of a lantern marking the decisive turns in the curve of human development. That evening, Stepan sat himself down to dutifully read the Introduction to Statistics, a remarkably penetrating science that infallibly calculates how many chances each person has of being hit by a tram, falling ill with cholera, or becoming a genius. But the lad had not yet reached these instructive chapters, and when the wooden clock, the ornament of his quarters, showed 10 o'clock, he felt entitled to go to bed and thus resolve all the questions of the preceding day. He fell asleep and was awakened by a soft rustling beside his bed. Opening his eyes suddenly, he saw in the darkness, greying near the single window, a white figure, enormous in the gloom before eyes still full of sleep. He sprang up and asked in a strangled voice,
"Who's there?"
A thief? A ghost? A dream? But the figure silently drew closer, and the lad did not recognize, rather somehow instantly guessed. It was the landlady. What had happened? A fire? A sudden death? But before he could ask anything, he felt the touch of a hot hand on his face, his neck, his chest. Then 2 hands. Broken breathing, as if held back, drew closer to him, leaned in, paused, and sealed his lips with a dry, burning imprint. The woman's arms encircled his waist, and against his chest pressed a warm, trembling softness. Seized by unspeakable terror, Stepan struggled and pressed himself against the wall, ready to merge with it and vanish entirely.
"What are you doing? What are you doing?"
he mumbled, choking. His whole body went rigid with tension. Fear twisted his arms into stiffened stumps. He breathed in gasps loudly, but the air was cold and acrid. She quietly went away, and Stepan, as if through sleep, heard the light creak of the door. Life gradually returned to him. His heart grew calmer. He stirred and timidly stretched out on his back. His legs were still trembling, and rivulets of blood rang in his ears. Slowly he came to comprehend what had happened, after the animal terror that had pierced and shaken him.
"But what is this? How can this be?"
The lad raved, groping with his hands. Together with comprehension, the kiss he had cut short was being reborn on his lips, the press of breasts and the sweet embrace of bare arms. Bare! How late he understood this. Her entire body, aroused, yielding body, had been separated from him only by the fabric of a chemise, and he had pushed it away like a coward instead of plunging into it, instead of discovering in its depths a secret, exhausting warmth. What had stopped him? Sin. A sense of guilt towards someone, remorse, What did he care for this clinging rubbish, these irksome spikes scattered along the road, the foolish morality of superstitions? No, only a boy's fright. He could find no other explanation. Having cooled for a moment, his blood was already rising, spreading, filling his veins, and his young heart surged to the full breadth of its mighty momentum. A solicitous imagination unfolded before him images that seem repugnant only to another, but in the flame of one's own imagining become impervious to conscience. Seized by a burning thirst for pleasure, he carefully rose and trembled as his foot touched the cold floor. On tiptoe, he went to the door that led to the Nidic's quarters and gently tried to open it, but it yielded only slightly, as far as the hook fastened from inside would allow. Stepan, beside himself, wanted to knock, but the raised hand fell limply. Well, after all, he only had himself to blame. The room was suffocating him. Going out onto the porch in his underclothes, he sat down and propped his elbows on his knees. The cold air did not calm him. Fear and tension had left a numbed pain in his heart. Remorse for the uncommitted sin, precisely for the fact that he had not committed it, would not leave the lad. It sickened and gnawed at him. He called himself a fool, a dolt, a craven, and a wretch. And not only because his unsatisfied body had filled with bitterness, but also from a vague intuition that possessing this voluptuous woman, superior to him, more mature than him, could have strengthened his spirit, steeled his will, as happens after a victory that reveals to the hero himself his own worth. In the morning, Stepan, frayed and sleepless, gloomily paced the courtyard, bored, lighting one cigarette after another, depleting his supply of shag. Though it was already a weekday and the institute was open to his diligence, the very memory of it filled the lad with terrible revulsion. What was the institute? Against the adventure of the previous night, it was a simple and easily attainable thing. But his desire for that woman, whom only yesterday afternoon he would not have dared even think about, had already turned into a burning thirst, spiced with an irresistible curiosity, and had become, in the end, an irritating question of his own self-esteem. No sooner did he imagine that this woman might not belong to him, than fury seized him and brought the most offensive words to his lips. Harlot, trollop, even whore. And yet he would have been ready to beg her on his knees if only she had smiled at him once, if only she had given him the slightest sign. But, encountering him in the kitchen, she was exactly as she had been yesterday, the day before, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, not betraying her nocturnal visit by the slightest movement. This seemed to him an abyss of deception, the depth of corruption of a debauched female. She had come, hadn't she? Of course she had. So why the cold shoulder? Unknown. Would she come again or not? The lad understood perfectly well that he had insulted her by his behaviour, that something had to be said or done, but what? But how? He did not know, did not dare, afraid of harming himself and destroying everything beyond repair by a clumsy move instead of setting it right. Quietly, altogether inaudibly, he stole into the kitchen, where Tamara Vasilievna was busy with dinner. She was standing with her back to the door, and the lad entered unnoticed. Bound by the consciousness of his humiliation, and at the same time gripped by a sorrowful, beggarly sort of passion, he devoured with his eyes the lines of her back and legs, now with supplication, now with unbearable desire. And when she turned and saw him, he caught on her face a torment and hostility that, having surfaced for an instant, hid beneath an expression of imperturbable calm. But a single glimpse into her soul was enough for him.
"Come tonight, please come,"
he whispered, far too quietly, though no stranger could have overheard his words, for in the mornings no one was ever home. Not a muscle stirred on her face under his intent gaze. She turned away, and Stepan dashed out of the house, furiously slamming the door. He did not come home for dinner, not without a certain hope of thereby underscoring his despair, and returned only well past midnight, having wandered all day near the Dnieper, and at once went to bed, again hinting at his expectation. Hours dragged by in endless eternities. The ceilings and the entire edifice of the mild-mannered shopkeeper were threatened at any moment with sudden ruin from explosions of his impatience. And at last, when she came, the lad received her with all the ardour of youthful passion and that colossal reserve of strength he had brought with him to the city. VIII. The last days of summer were spending their remaining rites. At the end of September the mornings grew overcast, but at midday the sun would emerge, filling the air with vernal mirages and delaying for a time the fall of the leaves. But at night the wind tore them loose and scattered them along the streets, causing trouble for the street sweepers. Along these golden carpets of autumn, the city entered its season of flourishing, awakening after its summer torpor. Cultural, club and theatrical seasons commenced feverishly. All manner of learned and semi-learned societies came to life, returning in the persons of their members from holidays and rest homes. Bookshops and libraries, dormant during the summer languor of the mind, filled with buyers and visitors, exhibitions opened, lectures were read on the gravest topics of economy and morality. The city's true life was beginning, the springtime of its creativity, so enclosed within walls and yet so boundless. Stepan too enthusiastically partook of this surge. In truth, he had lost little by missing the first weeks of lectures at the Institute. Only now had all the professors arrived, and the written timetable had become the real one, especially as regarded the work of seminars and study rooms which passed through an inevitable organizational stage. On the whole, he entered the lecture hall when everything was already set up, with the chance to step immediately onto rails already laid and develop the speed that the study plans prescribed. Having enrolled for practical work in statistics and diligently attending lectures on historical materialism, he plunged so deeply into his studies that he barely even became acquainted with his fellow students. They interested him only as collaborators, but within a fortnight, he had become a walking reference book on institute events, changes and curricula, for nobody was better informed about all of this than he. Such demand arose for his lecture notebooks that it was decided to duplicate them on a typewriter. In the field of probability theory and higher mathematics in particular, he immediately rose to the rank of a universally acknowledged maestro, belonging to those few who perceive behind rows of formulas and propositions their essence, which becomes an infallible guide through the thickets of their outward complexity. In the evenings, having dashed home for a hasty dinner, Stepan spent 2 hours in the statistics study room, calculating endless series of crop yields and mortality rates to determine the correlation coefficient between them, and then another 2 hours until 10 o'clock in the library, preparing a paper on Greek atomism. Every free moment at home he devoted to studying languages, English and French, of which until now he had known only the alphabet needed for mathematics. This was the greatest gap in his knowledge, and filling it was his rallying cry. In him, the stubbornness and diligence had reawakened that work only reinforced without exhausting. His days passed full, saturated with meaning, leaving no room for doubts or hesitation. The lad freely unfurled his powers, burned brightly, for such was his nature. Having seized the oars in a race, he could drive the boat without rest until at long last he capsized. Those strange relations that had sprung up between him and the landlady did not hinder him in the least. By day he somehow forgot about them, for Tamara Vasilievna herself, by her conduct, had firmly delineated their daytime relations. No hints, no liberties, only business, only formality. And Stepan too did not venture to breach these boundaries. Besides, he rather liked such restraint in his unexpected companion. She seemed to fear the light, which corrodes a secret like acid, and their meetings always preserved the charm of the unexpected. It was a peculiar, comical, yet pleasant romance of the kitchen, a youth and a sinful mother, a semi-sentimental domestic affair sanctified by the unchanging night and the ticking of a cheap clock on the wall, a romance with a sudden beginning, a passionate plot, and a tedious ending. And yet, sometimes from some trifle, a gesture or a word, he would suddenly sense in his visitor a hidden virtue that stirred in him respect, and shook his first opinion of her as a loose woman who had been carrying on with men all her life. Then a fearful disquiet would seize him, and this liaison, which he explained to himself so simply, would begin to seem utterly incomprehensible. He would ask, feigning extreme naivety, Why? For what reason? On account of what? For what cause?
Because you are my little love.
She would say, and he did not dare address her with the familiar
You,
and called her
Musinka.
as she herself had suggested. Now and then, in the middle of a book or in the midst of work, the temptation to laugh with wonder and smug satisfaction would come over him. How strangely things go in this world. He had attached himself to this shopkeeper's family from God knows where, taken shelter, wormed his way in, and look what he was doing, and not even by design, but without the slightest effort. Things somehow just happen so that what you strive for deceives you, while what you never expected comes about of its own accord. Occasionally his thoughts flickered to Hnidich and Maxim. The former he almost never ran into, and with the latter he was something like friends, though he did not see him every day either. Did they suspect anything? No, certainly not, for nothing betrayed any change in the inner, closed and gloomy life of this peculiar family, and he would surely have noticed something, caught some glance or hint. Conscience whispered to him that it would all come out, soon come out, and things would go badly. From such very probable, even without mathematical calculations, possibilities, an unpleasant chill ran down his spine. But the voices of caution were quickly drowned in the whirlpool of his scholarly zeal, which on the whole did not often allow them to surface. Nor did he trouble himself with the question of what to call it. Love? Perhaps. Ridiculous, but possible. Who would have the audacity to proclaim, "This is love and this is not"? Shoes may be worn down, torn, patched, warped and held together and still remain shoes. Why then demand brand new footwear for love? It sometimes walks in bast sandals and slippers. In any case, secrecy and the forbidden fanned the lad's curiosity, which in a young man entirely takes the place of love, and in the satisfaction of passion, a feeling of tenderness and gratitude was being born in him. Under its languorous influence, the lad even kissed her hands, and these were the first woman's hands to earn that honour from him. For he was deeply conscious of the elation that had seized him after her touch, of that eruption of active forces that her kiss had provoked, like an electric spark. She had woven herself into his life as an invisible, secret yet mighty force, allowing him, besides, to discover in her a woman who does not fritter herself away in petty affectations and does not attempt to pretend anything. Before her, all the girls he had known were mannered dolls who considered giving themselves an act of heroism, self-sacrifice, and an unrequited service. Gradually initiating the lad into the mysteries of love, she taught him to value the kiss, which until then had seemed to him a worthless trinket, and all the intimate web of desire that humanity has woven since the Stone Age, and Stepan, rapidly completing an accelerated course in this branch of human experience, which is transmitted from generation to generation without textbooks or testaments, was freeing himself from the bookish swaddling clothes that had wrapped his mind. For the nights gave him the sensation of thoughtless, hence genuine life, free from any prescriptions or demands, subject neither to orders nor reports. At night, the vigilant eye of control and caution closed. The hateful voices that wheedle, persuade, and command fell silent, and having shed them, having forgotten them, he tasted the willful independence and audacious force of life, which through 1,000 dams carries its immortal charm. In her art of loving there was nothing artificial, though the word love was her favourite joke. But suddenly, in the midst of caresses, the lad would sense in her something devoted and inexpressible, some blaze of an inner fire that scorched him for a moment and frightened him. At that instant, he would tell himself that he would never part from her, that he could not live without her, and was ready to propose that she leave her family and build with him a happy shelter on the foundation of a stipend. But a moment later she was already joking, and again he felt no obligations upon himself. He loved her jokes, loved the amusing, tender names she applied to him and which everyone likes to hear, though they are silly. He loved the fragrant cigarettes she invariably brought, pilfered from her son, and the carefree, traceless conversations that passed between them. Musinka never spoke seriously about anything, never burdened him with her soul, and he ought to have been deeply grateful to her for this indulgence, for to know another's soul is too heavy a burden for one's own. A month of carefree tranquility had passed, days of work and nights of lovemaking that deepens and refines consciousness. The tedious rains and grey fogs had already begun, but the soldier's greatcoat pulled from storage served him splendidly outdoors, and his stout Russian leather boots were entirely waterproof. His body felt as snug in its clothing as his soul did in that body. All his gnawing troubles had quietened within him without much effort on his part, and he hurtled forward with gathering speed like an arrow loosed from a taut bow. From the awareness of this momentum, a blessed order reigned in his head, fertilizing him with a clarity of thought that had nothing in common with the morbid brilliance of fantasy. The poisonous, self-loving or world-loving reveries seemed to have abandoned him entirely and simplified his life, for he himself had understood that he still had many a pass to cross before drawing conclusions. The dangerous inclination toward incomplete induction when a young man, on the basis of his first 2 decades of earthly sojourn, decades laughable and naive, attempts on his own to establish the laws of the universe, banging his forehead against reality time and again, had yielded in him to a wiser aspiration to acquaint himself gradually with life and accumulate a sufficient quantity of its facts. He had become serious, a touch proud, had the look of a clever young man who, though still young, knows a great deal, grasps absolutely everything and can explain to anyone what, how, where, and to what end. At the Institute, Stepan was striding forward with giant steps. Alongside his studies, he was increasingly prominent in the public life of the student body, which at the time was largely indifferent and mistrustful of collectivism because of the stamp of compulsoriness that lay upon public affairs. A person recognizes the sweetness only of the forbidden fruit, and the biblical parable about this could be apposite for politicians. In any case, for those in whom the public vein is organic and independent of external circumstances, the student body of the day was an unploughed, if not very fertile, field. After several speeches at general student assemblies, Stepan was elected secretary of the Student Bureau of the Union of Workers of the Land and Forest, and a member of the Institute's Bureau of Kubuch. He became terribly busy, terribly businesslike, barely fitting into a day all his obligations to himself and to society. At a social evening organised by Kubuch in the Institute's Assembly Hall for the benefit of needy students, it was decided that, in addition to performances by invited artists, they would also stage a living newspaper, and Stepan thought of proposing to the editorial committee his short story, The Razor, which had been lying among his drafts without any visible purpose. Having received approval, the lad polished and sharpened it a bit for mass shaving and delivered his creation before the audience. Only at the very first moment did he feel nervous. Then he suddenly calmed down and, sensing the listeners growing more attentive, he definitively caught the tempo of his reading and delivered it evenly, roundly, to the end, without superfluous exaltations or pauses, receiving just as much applause as the tenor invited from the opera. And more, someone even threw him a flower which, failing to reach the stage, fell sadly to the floor, but he did not see fit to pick up this first laurel from the wreath of his future glory. On the whole, he treated his success quite ungraciously, and when one of the participants of the living newspaper, a final-year student named Boris Zadorozhny, ardently praised him and began asking whether he had written anything else, the lad gloomily replied,
"No time for such nonsense." "That's a pity,"
said Zadorozhny.
"What awaits us when we finish? They'll drive us off to a factory, an office, and that's the end. You'll grow moss. But writing stories, that's a fine thing. I, for one, whenever I have a free moment, I read something."
Stepan objected. Stories were an empty amusement. One could live without them. And between them a small argument arose about literature, of which Stepan was an open enemy and Boris a great champion. Yet, at home within the week, he wrote 2 more stories. The student Zadorozhny, who had so sincerely welcomed his literary endeavours, became, perhaps for that very reason, a good friend of his whom he readily turned to for advice and even visited at home sometimes. The fate of this cheerful and gifted fellow was full of poverty and misfortune. He had had the carelessness to be born the son of a priest who, though he had died some 10 years ago, still had not washed the stain from his son's honour, even with his death. Twice he was expelled from the institute for his social origins, and twice he was reinstated because his personal record was truly impeccable. In his 5th year, he had reached the 3rd course and obtained a position as a night watchman at the Communal Economy Office, considering himself the happiest person in the world. In the spring, he was to finish the institute in the sugar industry division. Stepan felt toward him a warmth and deep trust in his artistic taste. So Boris became the intimate confidant of his literary attempts and the first, and benevolent at that, judge of his works.
Come on, listen.
The lad would say, unfolding his bundle of papers. Boris listened and approved.
This is something I dashed off on the side.
Stepan would say. In this way, he wrote about 6 stories on insurgent themes, wrote them easily and quickly, a touch carelessly, but with passion.
Why are you sitting on them?
Asked Boris.
Send them to a journal. Oh, you don't understand a thing.
And Stepan told his friend how he had once written his first story, how he had even been about to refashion his name into the noble Stefan, and how the great critic had cooled his ardour.
Literature is a delicate thing,
he added with conviction.
You need to have the hand for it, or don't even try. That's why there are so few writers, I think.
Boris disagreed.
So in your view, it's like a post?
Something like that.
Fool.
So be it.
Boris laughed.
And how did you come up with Stefan? There was a king by that name or something.
From that day on, Boris nicknamed him Stefochka. One evening, when Stepan was concentratedly practicing currency conversions and calculating how many gold karbovancy there would be in an Indian rupee, given that such and such was the number of pounds sterling in it, when he was so far removed from the present moment and his surroundings, Maxim came into his kitchen in a highly agitated state.
I need to have a word with you,
he said dryly. His voice trembled, the furrows on his brow twitched nervously, and Stepan was seized by a premonition of something terribly repulsive. He miserably guessed what this would be about.
You are a thief in the night,
said Maxim, standing across from him at the edge of the table.
What? You are a thief in the night,
Maxim repeated dully, pressing his hands against the table.
You are a thief.
Stepan rose, frightened by his quiet, clenched voice.
What is this about?
But Maxim suddenly lurched forward and, raising his hand, somehow hastily, anxiously struck the lad right in the face in his haste, hitting not his cheek, but his very mouth. It was a blow to the lips, not strong, but deeply insulting, and Stepan felt it like the crack of a whip across bare flesh. His face reddened like a wound. He flared up entirely, convulsed, lunged forward, knocking over the table with his leg, and threw Maxim onto the bed. For some time he pummeled him with his fists, chest and head, beside himself with furious rage. Then he let go and straightened up, blinking to dispel the red circles before his eyes. He swept back his dishevelled hair and, swaying, pulled on his greatcoat and cap and left the house. He walked away, unbuttoned, splashing through puddles, trembling with anger and insult. This scum had struck him in the face. Perhaps he should challenge him to a duel, with sabres, with pistols. What a night it appeared! His mamma's little knight. He recalled with drunken satisfaction how he had beaten the offender, how he had choked him, twisted him, kneed him, and at the same time regretted that he had cut short his punishment so quickly. Should have killed the viper, pounded him to a pulp, for it was not merely over the insult itself that he blazed at Maxim, but over his disrupted peace, his material ruin, and the loss of his lover. And the more he grew aware of his catastrophe, the greater the hatred that rose in him, hatred powerless, helpless, crushing. He himself had become boiling fury incarnate, and if anyone had shoved him just then, he would surely have gotten a blow to the neck. Having run out by his habitual route onto Kreshchatyk, Stepan had to stop and consider his nearest night's lodging. In truth, there was nothing to choose from, and Stepan headed to Boris's place on Lvivska Street, beyond the Haymarket. The brisk walk exhausted and somewhat calmed him. His body was beginning to ache from the shock he had endured, and he yawned nervously from fatigue. He had to knock for a long time, for it was rather late, and though Boris was off somewhere guarding storerooms, they let him into the room as an ordinary guest. The host's absence pleased him, and by morning he hoped to have invented a sufficient reason for his visit. Finding a piece of bread, he had his supper and immediately went to sleep, cursing Maxim, who had shattered his life. In the morning, Stepan went to the institute, and it was only in the evening that he saw Boris, having been obliged to return to his place again, for he had nowhere else to go. His mood was the blackest. All day he had walked about in a daze, but to his friend he cheerfully announced that his landlords had suddenly been descended upon by a multitude of relatives, and he had been forced to give up his bed for a time.
Then just settle in at my place for good,
Said Boris.
I barely sleep at home anyway, you know. A dog's life, but better than starving to death altogether. I've tried it. Very unpleasant.
But Stepan nobly declined instead of seizing upon such a convenient offer, for all the while a secret hope did not leave him that everything would somehow work itself out, and he would somehow return to his native nest. How? He did not know. A great
Perhaps.
lived in him, a deep faith in his destiny, which so far had not been too severe with him. Surely Musinka herself would not carry water. Such barbarism did not fit in his head. Or would this Maxim, may he be thrice damned, handle the cows? But he had to admit that the Nidik household had flourished without him, and would therefore continue to flourish. Musinka would cry a bit, and find herself a more convenient lover. These thoughts plunged him into deep melancholy. He decided to wait. For what? Musinka might even have written him a letter, but she did not know his address, and he did not dare write to her, was even ashamed to, for, twist it however you like, he had retreated from the field of battle, even if as the victor. For 2 days a dull longing for Musinka gnawed at him, chiefly because he had been separated from her by force. He could not abide it after all when things did not go his way. But after another 2 days he reconciled himself to the situation, and would probably have stayed on at Boris's had a new vexation not come along to ruin his plans again. One evening, as Boris was getting ready for his guard shift, he noticed Stepan's cheerless look.
You've been overworking, Stefochka,
He said.
Even a steam boiler bursts from overheating, and that's cast iron. Marx himself said that the working man must rest. I can see it myself,
Said Stepan.
that I've overdone it with work.
The best rest is female company, or, in our parlance, an evening gathering. I was taken to one recently, and I'll take you. All you need is half a bottle and something to eat. Sausage, for instance. It's not too far to walk, for legs like ours, just to the covered market. There's a place there, not quite a house, not quite a barn, God knows what, in a word, but there are 5 girls. 5?
Asked Stepan.
A whole 5. But one of them. My God. A veritable Beatrice. Fair-haired, quiet, and still waters, they say, run deep. What's her name? Natalka. No, Nastunka. That's not it either. Only on one condition, she's mine. Take them all,
Said Stepan glumly.
as if I had time for girls.
A waste. Scholars write that it helps the metabolism.
When Boris had gone, Stepan deliberated long and bitterly. That the number of girls had grown from 3 to 5 was not hard to figure out. He had himself heard from Nadika that they were planning to take in 2 more flatmates for the winter to make the firewood easier. He understood equally well that Boris was planning to court Nadika. And besides, Boris would drag him along there if he stayed here, and besides would tell him what was happening there, and besides would tell them there what he was doing. But it was enough for Boris merely to mention Nadika for the lad to be seized by an almost physical nausea. What would it be like when she figured constantly in Boris's conversation? Self-preservation told him that it would be merciless on his part to subject himself every day to such pain. That evening he felt hostility toward the girl, a mournful hostility towards something lost that cannot return, and from a distance acquires a gravitational pull. Surely she would not fall in love with Boris. For a moment he was gripped by a burning desire to stay at Boris's place on purpose, to go there with him and win Nadika back, to thumb his nose at this braggart, to clip his tail a bit so he would not say so casually, "She's mine." But his soul was too exhausted to indulge the impulse. A different, more important concern stood before him, and picking up his book, he said with indifference,
Let him have her.
He resolved to move to the Kubuch dormitory, bitterly disappointed that the city was, after all, not so large that one could avoid people. 12. This was the first morning that the most diligent student at the institute, Stepan Radchenko, failed to appear at lectures. Sullen and pensive, he walked down Revolution Street to Nizhny Val to collect his belongings, to take from the house that had given him shelter the remaining traces of his stay. He had chosen the morning for this precisely because at that hour, Musinka was usually home alone. Although his anger at Maxim had already quite burned itself out, and Hnidi himself would hardly have been able to say anything to him, he generally played the role of an extra in this eccentric family. Still, it would have been disagreeable for the lad even to see them. And for them, too, it would probably have been unpleasant to encounter him, and he did not like causing people unpleasantness. The door was unlocked and he entered the empty kitchen. For a moment the thought occurred to him to quietly gather his belongings and vanish from here forever. But he dismissed it as ignoble. He was no thief after all. Besides, when he entered this kitchen where every object was familiar to him, when he saw in the corner the bucket with which he had carried so much water, the table at which he had filled reams of paper, his books and notebooks in the place where he had left them, it seemed to him unbearably incredible that he must abandon all this. What for? He felt himself wronged. But all this setting was merely the backdrop upon which lay traces of passion visible only to him. All these things reminded him of his intimacy with the woman who had given him so much and such keen pleasure, and he felt among them that, if this feeling was not love, it was nonetheless not yet exhausted, that its depth extended to many more nights whose loss might destroy him. He was suddenly seized by the fear that together with her he would lose his drive, that this forced separation would once more plunge him into the despair against which, all that week, a hidden hope of returning to her and possessing her again had guarded him. Trembling with agitation, he knocked on the door to the inner rooms and knocked again without waiting. When Musinka came out, the lad greedily peered into her face, searching it for signs of joy, of happiness at his appearance. But it was calm, as always during the day, only a little weary and pale. Then, without greeting her, he said sternly,
"I've come for my things."
She smiled, and that smile completed his exasperation.
"I don't want to be in your way,"
he cried.
"You're probably sick of me, and you yourself set Maxim on me to get rid of me."
Maxim has left,
she said.
Left.
From us. He'll live on his own.
Horror pierced Stepan.
He said, "Mother, promise you'll drive out that scoundrel, and then I'll stay and everything will be as before." I said, "He is no scoundrel."
Stepan rushed to her, seized her hand and kissed it fervently.
"No, no, Musinka. I am a scoundrel,"
he said.
"I'm wicked. I ought to be driven out. I love you, Musinka. Forgive me."
She answered listlessly.
"Forgive? You? For what?"
He kissed her neck, the corners of her lips, her eyes, her forehead, pressing himself to these familiar places, embracing her devoutly and sweetly. And she, as though awakening, wound her arms around his neck, tilted back his head, and looked into his eyes with the wild gaze of passion. In the night she said to him,
"I knew you would come back."
"Why?"
"I'll tell you later."
I myself, despite everything, was also certain I'd come back. I went to collect my things, but somewhere in my soul, I knew I'd be with you. Kiss me. I'm handsome. Ah, you. My love.
She laughed. He fell silent.
"What are you thinking about? About that other half of your house? You didn't think about it before?" "Very little. In passing. I was afraid to ask you. Musinka, everything happened so strangely. It turns out I don't even know myself." "And you never will?" "No, why? I've already learned a thing or two. How much I've suffered. The city spun me round. I was drowning. And now beside me you're drying off."
He heard in these words so much pain and mocking reproach that he involuntarily recoiled, somehow suddenly, unexpectedly understanding, as one understands something previously unknown, hidden and terrifying, that Musinka had lived before she began to exist for him, that years, decades of vanished years, had unerringly led them toward each other, crossing their paths here in this kitchen. And now, more clearly than ever, he sensed the quiet, irresistible workings of fate, like the intent gaze that suddenly makes one look round, and the ordinary conjunctions of beings who, not knowing each other yesterday, tomorrow become friends, lovers, or enemies, struck him with their mystery and horror. Now he grew frightened, not knowing what she was thinking, and suddenly gripped her hands.
You won't abandon me? You will never allow yourself to be abandoned.
Is that why I came back? Why else, my boy?
He propped himself on his elbow and lit a cigarette. Her words stung him a little. In them rang a knowledge of life still inaccessible to him, and a sort of wistful irony. She was silent. He smoked slowly, lying on his back.
It was a cheerless week.
She said.
For me, too.
He replied.
For you too? But how old are you?
He wanted to protest.
I am 42 years old.
She said.
I'm old. You want to say that's not yet much? Ah, my dear, in a year I'll be a real old woman. You won't recognize me if you see me. And once, very long ago, you cannot even imagine how long ago, I too was young. Do you know what joy is? It's ether. It evaporates in a single instant, but pain holds and holds without end.
That's true,
he said.
I've noticed it myself. They say that life is a bazaar. True. Everyone has their wares. One makes a profit on them, another takes a loss. Why? Nobody wants to die. You must sell, even at a loss. After that, anyone has the right to call you a fool. The one who made a bad deal is called a fool, and people are terribly dissimilar. In books, they write, here is a person, he is this and that. There are all sorts of sayings about people, about all people, and one might think, how well we know a person. There is even a science of the soul, psychology. I read one, I don't remember whose. He argues that a person runs not because he is frightened, but is frightened because he runs. But what difference does it make to the one who is frightened? He too knows nothing. Do you understand? You probably have in mind idealist psychology. Today psychology is built on entirely different foundations. The method of introspection has long since been abandoned.
He placed his cigarette butt on the table, stretching his arm to reach it, and turned onto his right side.
What then?
He asked.
You were young. And what then? Very little of interest. I had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. They died. Who can say why it was I alone who remained alive? Strange, isn't it? We lived here. This is my house. We were not wealthy. So. My father was a merchant, a small one. And now listen. My father had a friend. They had grown up together, gone to school together. My father traded in iron, and this friend of his, in fish. The friend prospered. He built a house in Lipki, a large 5-story building, became a wholesaler, amassed millions. And my father went on trading in iron here, and envied no one. When 4 of his children died, he somehow withered. All his plans disappeared. Then my mother died. I was left alone. I was afraid of my father. He was so grim. He didn't notice me. He would sit in silence day after day. I had no friends. On the whole, nobody came to our house. At school, they teased me, calling me a little nun. I was 17 when one evening, late, my father's friend came with his son. That is your husband?
Yes, and that was Luca. His father wore a medal on his chest, and I remember. I can recount every day of my life from as far back as I remember. It's terrible to remember one's life like that, as if standing guard over yourself.
My father said to me then, Tamara, I will die soon. Get married. I said, I agree, Papa, and kissed his hand. The hand was cold. He did indeed die 2 months later. That was when I first saw how distant people are from one another. My father was buried with honors, for everyone loved him. I was dressed in black and led behind the hearse, held by the arm. On one side Luca, on the other an aunt. I happened to glance at the pavement. People were stopping there, removing their hats, asking who was being buried, and going on their way. When I saw that, I stopped weeping. I felt ashamed to weep before those who go on their way. I imagined they would come home and say over dinner, there, they were burying such, and his daughter wept terribly. After that my tears dried up forever, and there was cause enough to weep.
She paused and sank back onto the pillow. The calm of her words increasingly enchanted the lad, and the more he fell under the spell of her story, the less he could say anything to her. He carefully drew out a cigarette and lit up again.
Don't shine the light in my face,
she said.
I haven't yet told you why Luca, who may have seen me once somewhere by chance, came to us to propose. I found out about it myself only later. You may be certain that all unpleasant things will inevitably be told to you, sooner or later, by chance or on purpose. So here is what happened. Luca had fallen in love with a girl, also a merchant's daughter, and the matter had progressed to an engagement. But there the future father-in-law or mother-in-law, I no longer remember which, somehow carelessly remarked that it was a great honor for the Hnidi family to have a daughter given to them here. An old Hnidi then took Luca and brought him that very evening to us. Luca hated him, but obeyed. You can guess what fate awaited me. In short, Luca said that since I had ruined his life, I must at least console him.
Why didn't you leave him?
asked Stepan.
Oh, he took care of that. All doors were locked for me, and the windows from the 4th floor were all open. How he wanted me to kill myself. But he was afraid to kill me himself. I only waited until my father died. But after his death, Luca changed toward me. He stopped beating me, forgot about me entirely. I rarely even saw him. Of course, they told me in detail where he was, what he was doing, whom he was living with, and I lived only on the thought of people on this earth. Do you know what a dream is for those who are in pain? It's a curse. But how I dreamed. The harder things were for me, the happier I was. I knew the most wondrous worlds. I moved to that star that rises in the evening. There are extraordinary gardens, quiet streams, and the warm autumn never ends. I dreamed only of autumn and how I was loved there. Then, my son was born.
Maxim.
Maxim. I wanted him to be named differently. To be named... Named what?
He asked.
You'll be surprised. To be named Stepan.
Why?
At the time I didn't know, but later I guessed. I had enough time to study myself, to lay bare my every thought. In the end, I began to astonish even myself. I didn't love myself the way others love themselves, but I was extraordinarily close to myself. Do you understand? Whoever loves himself is doubled, but one can also merge with oneself. Then one cannot love oneself, or rather, it's impossible either way. But then one isn't afraid of oneself or of one's thoughts. So this is why. I was about 12 when a laborer worked in our house. Once I fell asleep in the evening over a book, and he carried me to my bed. As he carried me, I woke up, but I pretended to be asleep so that he wouldn't put me down on my feet. I squeezed my eyes shut. I was frightened and pleased. Then I so wanted to ask Stepan to carry me that I fled the house in shame. By all manner of means I arranged for my father to take him away to the shop, and I never saw him again.
Stepan felt a certain unease. Was this truly she, his laughing Musinka, always cheerful and playful? And he suddenly felt uncomfortable that this woman, whom he had considered well known to him, had some secrets of her own, unconnected with him. She was saying,
Then the revolution destroyed his millions. Luca went grey in a month, and we were driven from Lipki here. Then he noticed me and Maxim. One night he came to my room and asked, Tamara, do you hate me? I said, you don't exist for me. Then he began to be afraid of me. He was terrified to look at me. He began wearing blue-tinted spectacles. And Maxim became a young man. Perhaps I myself am to blame. I loved him madly. At times it seemed to me they might steal him. I watched over him whole nights through. When he began going to school, I died of anguish and fear. He grew up quiet, gentle. He collected butterflies, beetles, then stamps. He loved to read. He never had any friends, no one but me. In the evenings he would tell me about everything he had seen during the day, what had happened at school, everything. I helped him with his studies as long as I could. When he became a young man, a terrible tedium took hold of me, for he had to move away from me. I grieved, I wept. He understood this. One day he came up to me and said, Mama, I will never leave you. That's impossible, I said. He answered, You'll see. Have I ever deceived you? and indeed he did not deceive me.
She fell silent, herself succumbing to the impression of her own speech, herself absorbing the sadness of her own words as if hearing them for the first time from another's lips. For embodied in the word, a memory acquires an as yet unknown reality. In the combinations of sounds it acquires a striking sharpness, far from its quiet existence in silent thought. He too was silent and smoking, gazing at the leaden window, listening to the ticking of the clock above his head, which in the silence seemed hurried, and his thoughts worked tensely, receiving and absorbing what he had just heard and with which he had to come to terms. The distant perspective of her past, that long, dark corridor of time, where here and there she had lit flickering fires with her words, had struck him at first, had horrified him with the wondrous complexity of its turns and alcoves, but somehow it suddenly paled, died out before his eyes from a little smile that wilfully appeared on his lips. What was the matter? What was so remarkable about this banal story of an unhappy marriage, a petty bourgeois story that repeats itself everywhere and always beneath the low roofs of the outskirts, where life consists of love and coziness? The obedient merchant's daughter, the husband, betrayer and tyrant, the autumn dreams, motherhood, and at the end, an infatuation with a handsome young man, a grasping at the remnants of life, the morbid need to give them at least some meaning on the eve of old age, when the last pitiful, frantic flame flares up in a woman's blood. Nothing new, nothing rare, and yet he felt within himself an influx of strength from the secret thought that he had managed to force his way into her stifling life, had managed to stir it up and bend it to his will. He had appeared, and everything had changed. This was what mattered to him most. And embracing her suddenly, taking possession of her, he whispered,
You do love me a little, don't you, Musinka?
The life of the handsome and gifted lad, disrupted for a week, having crossed its latest threshold, once more flowed in a smooth and powerful stream. Both at the Institute and at home he felt splendid, having far too much work, academic and public, to brood seriously about anything, especially anything unpleasant. And Musinka, such a delicate woman, did not of course poison the pleasure of possessing herself with bitter reminiscences. Everything had quietened in the subdued house of the Nides, which had imperceptibly expelled a person and was now decomposing, dying the slow death that can last months and years, but through its door releasing a fresh shoot of accidental seed that had sprouted in its decay. In this rotten nest, a stray fledgling was growing its feathers and stubbornly spreading its wings. And indeed, after that momentous event, the lad involuntarily felt himself the complete master, not only of the kitchen, but also of those further rooms where he had never ventured, extending over them an invisible dominion. Having glimpsed for a moment into the opening of Musinka's soul, he at once put down roots there, established himself and made himself at home as an inevitable consequence, freely absorbing the vital juices that a woman's body can yield on the eve of its shedding. He enveloped her, nourishing in the possession of her his own momentum, and her cheeks burned with a feverish flush from the fire that, consuming her, warmed and nourished him, like the fruit that, having ripened, must fall from its branch. Winter should long since have set in, as the bulletins of the Ukrainian Meteorological Office assured, but it was late for reasons beyond science's control. Timid snow falling in the mornings melted on the pavement into thin mud. Harmless, it's true, for Stepan's Russian leather boots, but grievous for the urchins, those stepchildren of the city who, lacking galoshes, migrated to their winter quarters by the water mains and the rubbish heaps. In this interminable slush, people seemed as grey as the mud on the street, and when one day a miracle occurred and the snow, gripped by frost, did not flow away in streams into the drainage prepared for it, the city grandly unfurled its white arteries and proudly raised its brow. Blanketed in cold flakes, it was reaching the apogee of its creativity, ripening, straining, so that in spring, casting off its bridal veil, it might begin its withering. This was the time when the windows of buildings went dark late, and inside, around the tables, those temples of the new paganism, sat two-legged, concentrated owls conceiving, delivering and nurturing administrative, economic, artistic and scholarly plans. This was the time when crisp-voiced streets bore nimble little sleighs, when the music of the beer halls grew louder, the roulette wheels spun faster, when buses shod themselves in chains, women in enchanting boots and young students submitted their first examinations at institutes and in life. XIII, spring in the city is brought not by swallows but by draymen who, with the blessing of the Communal Economy Office, begin chipping away the compacted snow in the streets, loading it onto sleds and carting it off to where it can melt without harm to civic well-being. Not before these harbingers of warmth appear does a single bud on the boulevard trees dare to swell and open. That would be an impudent violation of local laws and a barbarous assault on the foundations of civilization. Nature's awakening did not pass without effect on Stepan's soul, which resembled a highly sensitive photographic plate suitable for instantaneous exposure. Nothing exposes the artificiality of the city so much as spring itself, melting the snows here too, but bearing dead pavement instead of the expected verdure. And the lad still longed to catch the scent of moist ploughland, to drown his eyes in the green distance of the fields, in the black strips of crumbling soil. All around he saw the terrible oppression of nature and the trees of the stone streets and fenced-in gardens, confined here in cages like exotic animals in zoos, mournfully stretched their swollen branches toward him. Alas, what did the change from cold to warm matter here, beyond the corresponding change of clothing? What here recalled the mighty coupling of the steppe and the joy of a person who feels fertile earth beneath the plough? There spring was the trumpet of a bright god, a radiant harbinger of happiness and labour. Here it was a petty if pleasant episode, the end of the fiscal quarter and the beginning of suburban train services. The city turned over in the sun like a great pampered cat, squinting its countless eyes against the light, stretching and yawning with pleasure. It was preparing to rest. But Stepan's springtime recollection of the village, carried in by warmth and fresh rains, did not possess the force that can truly vanquish. In it there was a sadness for the years of childhood and a regret for the past that, at a distance, acquires a charm regardless of its quality, and he himself hoped that this gentle sorrow would disperse like melting mist. Or perhaps these were simply the dregs of those vague desires and unformed yearnings that spring stirs in hearts, whispering flattering words about the future, kindling thirst, promising some sort of changes, some sort of progress, a force that excites and troubles souls with diverse seeds that, instead of blossoming into roses, more often sprout as hardy wormwood. For life is a garrulous, raucous lottery with colourful posters, dizzying placards and flawless advertising that heralds extraordinary prizes, delicately keeping silent about the fact that for every winning ticket there are thousands of empty, tissue-thin slips, and one may enter the draw only once. At the Institute, spring manifested itself in examination fever, an ailment that afflicts only students. It begins slowly, and its latent period can be characterized by increased sedentariness, a tendency to compile notes and underline passages in books. But the first symptom of an open attack is the professor's notice posted near the office, after which the illness passes into the typhoid stage, with elevated temperature, delirium and insomnia, reaching its crisis in the examination room where all complications and the possibility of relapse are revealed. Having passed with a good such weighty disciplines as political economy and economic geography, Stepan remembered the compulsory Ukrainian language course and resolved to pass that too in passing. Its lectures were the only ones he had not attended, and he had no intention of preparing either, quite reasonably assuming that the Ukrainian language was the very same one he commanded splendidly. He even wrote stories in it, and that he himself was precisely the Ukrainian for whom this language existed, and whom therefore he had every right to pass, especially since in his insurgent career before hoisting the red banner, he had for a time carried the standard of the autumn steppes and skies. but one can also trip over one's own threshold, and Stepan was thrown off balance from the very first volley of the heavy battery of mute vowels and the law of ekavism, while the accurate bombardment from the rapid-fire noun and verb cannons forced him to retreat in utter disgrace, with a burning desire to take this unexpected fortress at any cost. Having obtained the best textbooks from the library, he abandoned everything else and that very evening set about contemplating and studying them. Until now, he had known only Russian grammatical terms and pronounced their Ukrainian equivalents with a strange sort of excitement, seeing that his language too had already been broken down into sections and paragraphs, its laws summarized and its rules derived. He delved into them with ever-growing fascination and delight. Small, ordinary words seemed to him deeper, more meaningful, when he recognized their component parts and the secret of their declensions. He came to love them, appreciated their role, and was filled with respect for them. As for distinguished personages, whom out of ignorance he had until now treated as commoners. And so, having mastered Elena Kurilov's treatise within a month and studied the history of the language according to Shakhmatov and Krimsky, he stood before the professor at the institute, who, not recognizing him, was quite astonished at the depth of his knowledge.
That is how beneficial it is to attend my course of lectures,
he said.
But I must confess that it is very seldom I have the pleasure of examining a Ukrainian who knows his own language.
Unfortunately,
remarked Stepan,
the majority believes that it is enough to be born a Ukrainian.
Yes,
the professor replied.
But I must confess that I drive them mercilessly. I'm very glad you escaped that.
So they fell into conversation, and the professor asked Stepan about his origins and his present circumstances. The latter the lad painted for him in the darkest colours, for indeed his situation was beginning to seem wretched to him. He described his cow-herding to the professor so gloomily that it sounded like the dangerous training of African lions, and he presented his kitchen as so squalid and suffocating that it might have been the cell of an ascetic in the depths of a terrible forest. And the kind professor, moved, said to him,
"You seem to me a gifted and serious student, and I shall try to help you, for I must confess, I have not so many listeners who attend my lectures and whom I have never once failed at an examination."
After this, the professor wrote him a note to the chairman of the Lecturers' Bureau for Ukrainization Affairs, promised to have a word himself with this eminent person, and added, shaking Stepan's hand,
"I trust that there you will make the transition from student to lecturer."
The following morning, Stepan appeared before the Ukrainization Areopagus, where he was subjected to, or, depending on the linguistic convictions of each member, put through an examination. And after the accused's testimony had conclusively established that ablativus absolutus in the Ukrainian language cannot be used by anyone, anywhere, or ever, that for the purpose of unburdening the language, verbal nouns must be carefully and unfailingly circumvented. After he, the above-named and designated, demonstrated complete understanding of why a person walks along the streets on business to the address by order of according to the fundamental rules of the language, he was ordained a Knight of Ukrainization, first class, at the rate of 1 karbovanets 80 kopecks per academic hour. While recording his address and issuing him a certificate, the elegant secretary of the Lecturers' Bureau pleasantly told him,
"I trust, comrade, that within a week or two you will receive your appointment to an institution and will be able,"
he added with a charming smile,
"to exchange your tunic for something more suitable. The whole trouble with Ukrainians is that they dress badly."
Stepan himself was fully aware of the justice of his words. Indeed, his cloth outfit, besides being old, was also extraordinarily uncomfortable in warm weather and was in dire need of replacing. He had thought about this more than once, dressing in the morning and undressing in the evening, when he came into closer contact with his garments and was convinced how poorly this external arrangement suited his abilities. And in fact, it was not a lack of money that held him back. Over these 7 months he had saved from his stipend something close to 100 karbovantsy, but rather an awkwardness before himself. Although the tunic and boots had by now become a mouldering shell for him, they still held the power of tradition over him. Changing his clothes seemed to the lad too bold a step, and for this he needed a sufficient pretext. Horizons widened before him. To have 3 hour-and-a-half lectures at an institution per week, earning a whole chervonets for it, that is, to raise his monthly budget to nearly 6 chervonci. This was no trifle but an immense prospect. Such calculations excited and lulled the lad, yet the springtime restlessness did not leave him for a single moment, turning day by day into a gnawing anxiety that cast a shadow over his fine eyes. It grew ever more tedious to return home, and he sat in the library in the evenings as long as he could, immersing himself in books more deeply than the greatest diligence could require. Remembering in the mornings that he had to muck out the cows, bed them and water them, he began lingering in bed, leaping up at the last minute, and sometimes whacked the gentle animals out of spite with a stick, though they had always treated him kindly. It grew ever more burdensome to imagine that the entire summer, when the Institute would be on break, he would be chained to his kitchen, for he felt no need whatsoever to show his face in the village. Podil and Nizhny Val in particular, a neglected street, a hole, a slum of the outskirts, was ceasing entirely to please him, and the long walk to the Institute, which he had never previously noticed, began to seem excessively tiring. Moreover, glimpsing his future well-being, he saw real possibilities of drawing closer to city culture, attending theatres, cinemas, exhibitions, and lectures, while the distance of his lodging from the centre would rob him of precious time on needless walking, thus preventing him from freely partaking in the benefits of civilization. And as a result of these cheerless reflections, a discontent accumulated in the lad that poisoned his academic successes, drained his hopes of colour, and weakened his energy. He suddenly imagined that he was overworked, and secretly laid some, if not the greater, part of his imagined exhaustion at the feet of Musinka, whose passion, as he was beginning to feel, quite pointlessly devoured his energies, which deserved a higher and more valuable use. The lecturer's bureau did not disappoint him, and within a week and a half he received a written offer to take over a group at the housing cooperative from lecturer Comrade Lansky, who had expressed a wish to leave the group. That night Stepan shared his joy with Musinka, but she did not receive it entirely kindly.
What do you need these lectures for?
She said.
Are you lacking something?
But it's nearly 2 karbovanci for 45 minutes. Because of them you'll abandon your own lectures,
she said.
Those 2 karbovanci will cost you the Institute. Never,
he answered, and sensing in her words some deeper suspicion, added with annoyance,
Am I to twist cows' tails my whole life?
Yes,
she sighed.
You're right.
He was silent, smoking, and said suddenly,
I'm tired. My head aches in the evenings.
Aches? This clever little head? No, my tiny bit of happiness. It's your heart that is restless and yearning, how much more it has to beat. But Musinka won't hold you back when she becomes unnecessary, never. Musinka, you offend me,
he said.
I will never forget you. Oh, you're already saying goodbye, it seems. Those are the final words people say. I will never forget you. Your soul is a slate board. One swipe of a finger is enough to wipe away what's written.
He would rather have heard reproaches than the warm bitterness of her words, which moved him precisely with their truthfulness. And wishing to prove to her and to himself the impossibility of parting, he embraced her in a surge of forced passion, trying at the end to recreate the fire of their first meetings. The next day at 3:30, he had to be at the housing cooperative. Until 11, he reviewed his textbooks and worked out the outline of his opening remarks, for he wanted to begin his course with a certain pomp, well understanding that in every matter the impression of the first blow counts. No less did he understand that to appear in such clothing before the audience he was obliged to enchant would be the same as playing on an out-of-tune piano, where even the finest symphony turns to cacophony. He had to transform himself in the name of the progress of Ukrainization. He had thus caught a sufficient pretext, the one he had been lacking. And pulling out his savings, he went to the shop that half a year ago had stopped him in his tracks, inspiring with its splendour so many envious thoughts. Now he flew into it on the wings of chervonci, fluttered about and circled like a swift swallow, and after 3/4 of an hour flew out with a sizable parcel containing a grey demi-season overcoat of modest quality, a suit to match, a pair of shirts with detachable collars, a Caucasian silk necktie, cufflinks with green enamel, and 3 colourful handkerchiefs with checkered borders. Having also acquired a grey cap, pointy-toed chrome leather shoes and galoshes to go with them, he spent the very last of his money on good cigarettes and took the bus to Revolution Square on Podil, for he had to hurry. The bus had the honour of carrying him for the first time and the good fortune of pleasing him entirely. Musinka, who was cooking dinner for 3 while conducting a melancholy tête-à-tête, was very surprised to see the lad looking like a rejuvenated Father Christmas with an abundance of parcels, but he only mysteriously asked for permission to spend half an hour in her room where there was a mirror. There he completed his transformation, adjusting himself with relative ease to the demands of the new clothing, for his keen eye had observed on others more than once where everything should be, and only the necktie gave him trouble, refusing to be tied. But with a flash of genius, he hit upon the right combination. Having surveyed himself in full in the mirror, he froze with flustered satisfaction, as if seeing and recognizing himself for the first time. The energy that had flagged from secret gnawing worry was instantly restored to him when he saw his swarthy face set off by the white collar and the powerful curve of his chest, fitting snugly to the lapels of the jacket. He gazed spellbound at his high open forehead, saluting the intelligence hidden there, and slowly raised a hand to his hair to smooth it, to caress himself, and thus to put his self-infatuation into action. With a brisk new step, he came out to the kitchen and stood before Musinka, who could not suppress a joyful exclamation at the sight of this butterfly freshly emerged from its chrysalis. She embraced and kissed him, forgetting in her rapture that she had less right than ever to do so. Then she stepped back a pace, and a closer inspection fully confirmed her first impression. The lad was devilishly handsome, well-built, and alluring.
Your eyes are laughing,
She cried. In part, they were laughing at her too. He likewise looked Musinka over from the height of his European attire, perceiving in her as much decline as she perceived bloom in him. Never before had the gauntness of her cheeks, laced with fine wrinkles, the bloodlessness of her lips, and the spreading expanse of her bosom, which was inexorably widening, so painfully struck his eyes. The joyful, girlish smile was a grimace on her aging face, and he could not overcome within himself the insolent thought that, if she had been worthy of a first-year student, she was in no way worthy of a first-class lecturer. At the appointed hour, he met his predecessor, Comrade Lansky, in the office of the housing cooperative, looked at him intently, and asked in surprise,
Aren't you the poet Vyhorsky?
"That's true," the other grumbled with displeasure.
But I am still Lansky by birth.
Then they talked business. It turned out that the poet was leaving Stepan his group in a rather neglected state. He could not even precisely indicate where his students had stopped.
In general, I don't believe that learning can be useful,
He concluded.
especially in my delivery. Fine, we'll review.
Said Stepan.
But tell me, if it's no secret, why did you take a pseudonym? I don't understand. Your real surname is splendid. It's no secret at all.
The poet replied.
You see, at first I signed my poems with my real surname and no one would print them. Then I invented a pseudonym and they took off. Can that really be?
It can. Besides, if you like, there was also another reason, of an internal nature. It's too great a responsibility to sign with one's own name. It's like an obligation to live and think the way one writes. Is that impossible? It's possible, but tedious.
Stepan offered him a cigarette.
No, I don't smoke.
Said the poet.
I drink beer, that's true.
The new suit lent the lad an extraordinary, even to himself inexplicable, boldness.
Comrade,
He said.
I write too. Really?
The poet asked sadly.
what do you write? If it is already a fact.
Stepan cheerfully told him not only about his stories, but also about the adventure with the critic, which now seemed to him an amusing jest.
Ah, I know him.
Said the poet.
A little wasp that strains to sting painfully. If you like, give me your stories. I promise to be attentive. Just bring them tonight. Mikhailivki Lane, 12, apartment 24. I'm leaving tomorrow and I'll take them with me.
Leaving? Where?
The itinerary hasn't been worked out yet. I have 300 karbovanci, and I'll try to go as far and as long as possible. This stupid city has quite bored me enough.
Bored you?
Has it not bored you yet? Wait, it will show itself. And ours in particular. Do you know what our city is? A historical carcass. It's been stinking for centuries. It makes you want to air it out.
But the bell announcing the end of the working day cut short their conversation, which Stepan had found most interesting. They entered together the large room where the after-work lectures were held. The clerks sat in a swarm around the pushed-together desks, facing a sizable piece of linoleum that served as a blackboard. The poet left, having introduced him to the students, and Stepan, standing at the desk, loudly, confidently, and with rapture, like a nightingale singing for the first time, delivered a lecture on the usefulness of the Ukrainian language in general and in particular. Only a first-year student is capable of fully savouring the joy of the word maximum, which represents for him something like a white island of dreams, unattainable even to eloquent poets. In any event, Stepan Radchenko was the only one among his classmates to have passed that maximum, that is, examinations in every subject read during the year. This success had cost him a colossal expenditure of energy, considering that he also gave Ukrainian language lectures 3 times a week and had to prepare well for them. Since his theoretical knowledge did not entirely meet the practical demands of the institution, where he was called upon to enlighten weary clerks who wanted to eat, not to conjugate, and could hardly be aware of those lofty obligations to the Ukrainian nation that had been laid upon their shoulders. The lecture days were all the harder for Stepan, because for the lectures he had to change clothes specially, not daring to show up at the institute wearing a necktie, lest he provoke unnecessary talk and perhaps lose his stipend. This was a tremendous bother, but he unfailingly went through this tedious procedure, leaving the house now as a poor student, now as a dashing lecturer, and adjusting the expression on his face, his gestures, and his gait to match his clothing. He was one person, but in 2 hypostases, each with its own separate functions and tasks. Humanity could not have invented many-personed gods without being itself multifarious, for, constituting a wondrous combination of striking contradictions, it needed an embodiment for each of them, and the aspiration to create one great God with a little devil already signifies the normalization of the human being, that is, the atrophy of its imagination. A person does not decompose into so-called good and evil, into plus and minus, however convenient that may be for public use. Having found himself in a state of precarious equilibrium between the russet tunic and the grey jacket, Stepan did not, however, suffer from the duality of his existence, being already sufficiently hardened to bother with petty superstitions that trouble people's consciences and poison their lives. In the process of development, he had risen above them. For over the course of this winter, he had seen with his own eyes that the world and oneself deserved to be regarded somewhat more leniently than he had thought, since in life, as on an icy road, one can fall and knock others down quite by accident, wholly unexpectedly for oneself and for one's neighbour. All this running about and intensity of work might well have exhausted him had he not definitively resolved to change his lodgings, thus opening for himself new prospects whose very existence was the finest stimulant he could have. This decision instantly dispelled his springtime gloom and changed his attitude toward the cows and Musinka. Knowing that he would soon be rid of them forever, he began to show them the graciousness of a host whose tiresome guest has at last reached for his hat. Meanwhile, he inquired among friends about rooms and inspected a few, but all were tied up with repairs or a premium, and he did not want to spend money, understanding perfectly well that he could not yet afford a dwelling that would fully suit his taste and dignity, and therefore preferred to take something worse until better times rather than foolishly spending on something mediocre. By the end of June, the Institute had gone completely quiet. The last examination session was already over, the corridors had emptied, and only clusters of students were obtaining their vacation certificates. But Stepan still visited frequently, held up by public duties. It was in the small kubuch room that Boris Zadorozhny, his friend, whom he had lately been avoiding, found him one day.
Ah, so this is where you've buried yourself,
Boris exclaimed.
Why did you vanish so suddenly? Work,
the young man replied, pointing at the estimates.
Work is work, but you shouldn't forget your friends. Remember, in Shevchenko, whoever forgets his friends, God punishes. Well, good that I found you. You were looking for me? Absolutely. You see, I've finished the institute. I still have 2 years.
Stepan sighed.
They say another year has been added. I suffered 5 years and it was nothing. But here's the thing. I'm moving out of my room and looking for a decent person. I need a room desperately. And you're still surprised I was looking for you. Kiss the gentleman's hand. Only don't think I'm going on an internship. I've gone into the academic track. I'm staying at the department. And I've found myself a big sunny room.
Lucky you.
Well, there has to be some reward for my sufferings, but you, Stefochko, don't know the main thing. I'm getting married. To the same one? The very same. The blonde? Oh, I can't talk about it calmly. You understand. Love.
Stepan joyfully embraced him, feeling a strange relief, as though a burden he had been carrying all this time had fallen from his shoulders.
If only I could marry off my little mama too,
he thought. That evening they settled the matter, and Stepan told his friend,
At my landlord's place it was so restless. Guests all the time. Commotion, impossible to bear. You've helped me a great deal. Thank you, Boris.
Boris warmly squeezed his hand.
It's such a trifle. Don't thank me,
he replied with emotion, dropping his jesting tone.
It's a joy for me now to do something nice. I give a kopeck to a beggar, and I feel wonderful. I practically want to thank him for taking it. You're getting sentimental, old friend,
the young man observed.
Maybe because I'm head over heels in love. Don't laugh. Love exists. I'm beginning to believe, brother, in eternal love. I swear to God.
Boris gave him his new address and asked him to visit in about 2 weeks once he had settled into married life.
Well, that's risky,
the young man thought, and added aloud,
I'm moving tomorrow.
On parting, after a brief hesitation, they kissed. The young man shrugged after him. Well, really, this Boris was comical. He could not in the least suppose that there might be any question of mutual feelings here. He pictured for a moment Nadishka's face, her eyes that had once smiled at him, and somehow became finally convinced that she could love only him, Stepan Radchenko, and nobody else. Only he had some unknown rights over her, and, at his call, she would have come at once. The young man felt as though he held supreme authority over his friend's happiness, and was permitting him to enjoy it. Then he began to feel sorry for Boris. Happy people, after all, resemble the sick and require careful handling. Happiness in the end is a malady of spiritual short-sightedness, possible only under conditions of incomplete reckoning of circumstances and incomplete knowledge of things. Keen vision is as great a misfortune as blindness, and the unhappiest people are astronomers who, in bright sunshine, see disagreeable spots. Partly unsettled by his close encounter with a happy man, and even more so by the inevitability of saying farewell to his little mama tonight, the young man was melancholy and could not fully savour the joy of the long-desired change of lodgings, the beginning of an independent advance into the beautiful world. Though he consoled himself with his little mama's words, her promise not to hold him back once she became unnecessary, he was deeply uncertain whether she would acknowledge herself as unnecessary at the same time he did. He sighed and moped right up until nightfall, even growing furious at the injustice of the possible unpleasantness in return for all the services he had rendered the Nidik family. Indeed, when he announced the news as though in jest, it broke over Tamara Vasilievna like a thunderclap. For a moment she seemed to go still, and the young man grew frightened that she might have fainted. What a bother that would have been! But then she began to whisper so quietly that he could barely make out her words.
You'll leave. I agree. I knew. Everything lies ahead of you. Just stay until autumn. In autumn you'll go. The leaves will be falling. There will be quiet evenings. Then you'll go. Let it be a small sacrifice. Everything lies ahead of you, after all. Life, happiness, youth. Everything lies ahead of you. I'm asking for a crumb. Is it so hard? Are you so stingy? You don't want to tend the cow? Well, we'll hire a worker. Move into the rooms. What do you want? Well, not until autumn. For 1 month. For a week. For 1 day. Just not now. Not now.
He let her speak her fill and then said, wrapping his voice in pity and sadness, striving to show deep sympathy for her grief.
The thing with the room just turned out this way. Little mama, I'll come to visit you.
She suddenly pushed away his hand, which had reached out to embrace her.
You're a liar too,
she said aloud.
You want to deceive me? I took him off the street like a foundling, and now he offers me charity.
However precarious his position, he received these words as a terrible insult. A foundling? He had passed the maximum, moved on to the second year at the Institute, had a public assignment, wrote stories that had attracted the attention of a famous poet, and he was a foundling. Wasn't he done pampering this woman? But before he could muster a reply worthy of his wounded pride, Tamara Vasilievna stroked his head.
Don't be angry, Stepanko,
she said so submissively that he could be satisfied.
It hurts me. But all this is nonsense. You'll go tomorrow. Tomorrow, in a week, in 2. It's all the same. One has to live through it. Oh, my dear, you don't even understand what there is to live through. You'll walk off whistling, and that'll be that. I won't cry either. Only those who hope for comfort cry. And I am alone. Maxim has gone, and he'll never come back.
She laughed quietly, stretching.
Remember, I told you about myself?
And he was glad to hear about her whole life once more from the beginning, so long as she didn't mention tomorrow's parting, though at that moment her stories struck him in advance as rather uninteresting.
Back then I didn't tell you the main thing. I never loved anyone.
He did not quite grasp what she meant.
You are the first I loved,
she continued.
Before I didn't dare, because of my son. How I hated him sometimes. You don't know how beautiful I was. Clothing burned my body. I slept without a nightgown. It stung me. That was terribly long ago. And then you came.
She quietly kissed him on the forehead.
I didn't believe in God. That is, I once believed. But when I saw you, I began to pray again. In vain. I came to you like a sleepwalker. You pushed me away. I left. You called. I came. My will was broken.
She squeezed his hands.
Tomorrow you'll leave, and you'll walk for a long, long time. You'll pass many people. I too may have long days ahead. Only I won't meet anyone anymore. Many empty days if I sleep through the nights. I'll tear them off like pages from a calendar, and on the other side there will be nothing written. Then death will come. It's terrifying. Say something.
He flinched. There was something inexpressibly heavy and hopeless in her words. They again became a barely audible whisper that irrevocably pushed him into an immeasurable distance. They fell into his soul like drops of warm oil, softening all the hardened places within, smoothing every wrinkle and fold, stirring in it a calm, joyful tenderness.
What can I say, little mama?
He said pensively.
You speak and I must be silent. I know nothing. I don't know what will become of me. But one thing I've understood. We don't live the way we want to, and we must cause others pain. That much I've understood. Sometimes it's good. Like right now. Peaceful, quiet. What you've done for me, no one will ever do again. Little mama, you know this. I thought little of you when you were near me, but I'll always remember you when you're gone.
She kissed him gratefully, tenderly, but drew back when he, emboldened, tried to answer her with more than a kiss.
Let's not steal from ourselves, my dear.
She embraced him and began to rock him, singing something inaudibly, lulling him with soft touches of her lips to his eyes and forehead, and the young man fell asleep without noticing, exhausted by the day's events and the warmth of his own kindness. In the morning he woke only at 8 and lay for a long time. Then he washed, knocked on the door to the rooms, and receiving no answer, quietly entered. No one was there, as though no one had ever lived in those rooms. He stood for a while in his little mamma's room, which with its white bedspread and lace curtains on the windows resembled a maiden's chamber, then returned to the kitchen, full of distant memories. Having drunk the milk left out for him, he carried out his duties toward the cows for the last time and brought in water. Now he was free and began gathering his few belongings. After a moment's deliberation, he lit the stove. While the firewood caught, he changed into his grey suit, then began to burn the military tunic, the trousers and the knapsacks he had brought from the village. And the boots, which could not burn, he threw onto the rubbish heap. Now all he had left were notebooks, books, and underclothes wrapped in a blanket. The young man tied his possessions into 2 neat bundles, locked the door, placed the key under the porch as usual, and left with the bundles in his hands, carrying in his soul sadness, the bitterness of life's first knowledge, and anxious hopes. Part 2. I. At 9:30, Stepan Radchenko was returning from his morning swim in the Dnieper. He had gone to the river at 7 and spent 2 hours lying on the sand under the soft sunlight that had gradually turned his body into brown satin. Such was the prescription of his rigorous, if unwritten, daily schedule, which he had devised on his second day in the new lodgings and followed without fail, marking with it the beginning of his new life. For the first time freed of poverty and the oppressive anxiety over material things, the young man was meanwhile quite satisfied with his way of life, somewhat blindly feeling himself to be a lively little tree that could take root in any soil. By peasant habit, he had again saved some tens of rubles over the summer, while he himself lived simply, drank 2 glasses of milk in the morning, had lunch at the Narkarch canteen, and in the evening had a bite at the same place, without great extravagance. He kept not a crumb of bread at home, fearing he might breed mice and cockroaches, and also instinctively sensing that consuming food, like disposing of it, is unseemly in a room where one works and sleeps, and that civilization in its relentless progress has created communal places for this purpose, whose importance is not equally understood for both processes, even though in essence they are of equal value. The one thing the young man allowed himself was to smoke truly good tobacco, sparing no expense. For if it is unpleasant to treat a friend to bad cigarettes, then all the more so oneself. And the serious work he had begun in summer, once his affairs at the Institute were finished and he had moved here, screened from him all the enticing posters about the most world-famous films, the most celebrated singers and actors in the theatres, as well as the grand festivities that took place abundantly in the parks and on the Dnieper. Consciously and contentedly, he condemned himself to solitude within these walls, where the sole ornament was a scrawny palm in the corner, a relic of former gentleman owners that passed as an inheritance to each new tenant, reminding him of the sad transience of this world. Beneath its faded branches, he conducted upon himself a systematic, stubborn labour. The young man noticed something in himself that seemed to him most strange and even frightening, since he did not understand its true and natural causes. The first year of work at the Institute, brilliant on all sides, instead of adding new knowledge, seemed to have destroyed even what he had brought from the village. He suddenly felt that his brain was clad in nothing but wretched rags, and this feeling disturbed him, being humiliating to his honour. And most of all, he was troubled by the gaps in that area which the Institute's curriculum did not touch upon at all, but which was his own personal, somewhat painful concern, literature. It had become dear to him, the dearest of all, for reasons he had no desire to analyse in detail, justifying his enthusiasm on the respectable grounds that knowing literature is the first mark of a cultured person. From his copious reading in the village, he had retained, it is true, a mass of names, titles, and contents in his memory, but it all resembled a neglected library where the books had not even been placed on shelves, and he set about organising them in his head in the same way he had once had to do with the village council's book collection. In the morning, after swimming, from 10 to 3, reading, then until 5, miscellaneous trifles, lectures at various offices, exchanging books at the library, eating lunch, resting, then 2 hours, language study, English and French on alternate days, and until 10, Ukrainian literature, lastly a walk somewhere on the street or in the park, supper, and from 11, sleep until 7. Such was the regimen he observed like a supreme law inscribed on heavenly tablets. At those moments when something began to rebel within him against such an accursed life, he shouted at himself and swore in the foulest language, knowing well that to betray once is to betray forever. In return, when after his evening walk, having done exercises according to the system of Dr. Anokin, he lay down to sleep, he felt an extraordinary orderliness of thought and that consummate joy of which Epicurus taught. In 2 months he had worked through as much material as a capable young man can, who is able to throw all his strength into the storming of a desired fortress. He hardly felt fatigue, refreshing his energy each morning with water and sun, and in the evening exercising his muscles with rhythmic gymnastics. But a few weeks after establishing this regimen, he felt the need for at least a little rest after his work on languages, and having deliberated on this desire at a special session, having allowed himself to speak both for and against he resolved to permit Stepan Radchenko to lie down for 10 minutes after languages, and these minutes became the most joyful time of the day. They fell between 7 and 8 in the evening when the dusk extends through the windows, its spectral warm hands descending from distant heights, rising from the depths of the earth, and bringing into the room the peace of open spaces, inaudibly uniting the soul with the fields of the universe. Sinking his gaze into the corner of the room, the young man watched as objects dissolved in the gloom and the walls vanished in a dense bluish glow. 10 minutes of such a lethargic state, and suddenly he would spring up, switch on the electric light, sternly shattering the seductive spell. Books were opened. Silence. Sudden pencil notes. Sustained by the richness of his mind, he felt no need to associate with people, those distant figurines he happened to encounter from time to time. Their lives now seemed to him laughably simple and not worth the slightest attention. He was growing wild in his room, even as he climbed daily to a higher rung of culture. Having reduced his life to mechanical action, he wanted to see the same in others, becoming cleverer than it is wise to allow oneself to be. At 11 o'clock on a day whose morning had promised nothing new, a knock at the door disturbed his concentration. 100 devils! Who dared trouble him during the sacred hour? But it was only a letter, whose appearance astonished him even more than an uninvited guest would have. From whom? Shrugging his shoulders, the young man tore open the envelope. It was from the poet Vygotsky, to whom he had sent his stories. He trembled as though at that very moment the fate of his life and the purpose of his frenzied labour were being finally decided. Some unexpected fire, a sudden agitation, made him sit down and hastily scan the letter, searching for the lines he needed. Here they were.
These are splendid stories, without a doubt.
And the letter suddenly ceased to interest him, as though he had at once absorbed its entire content. The young man threw it on the bed and began pacing the room, agitated like a person who has awoken from sleep in new surroundings.
These are splendid stories, without a doubt.
With these words his soul was singing, and he understood now that having forgotten about his stories, he had lived by them alone and had always been waiting for this unexpected letter. Having swallowed the burning surge of joy, he stretched and picked up the letter again, once more involuntarily pausing on the marvellous line in the middle, which seemed to stand out from the entire letter as if laid in gemstone mosaic. The young man lit a cigarette and, casually leaning back in his chair, began to read.
I stopped for an hour in Simez and recalled that I had to write to you. And what reminded me, do you think? Some couple was walking past, and he was complaining about Ukrainization. The poor fellow had carried his pain of wounded Russian pride all the way to the resort. And so here I am at the post office, and you must thank that gentleman, because I don't write letters of my own free will. It's the greatest foolishness people have invented. When I see a sign reading Post and Telegraph, I think, there is the terrible enemy of humanity. You don't yet know how joyful it is to escape somewhere far from acquaintances, to places where you are indifferent to everyone, as everyone is to you, and to become what you wish to be, and to feel that no one will demand an accounting from you. And imagine, to see in such a moment the organs of communication. It is sheer barbarism. However, to my credit, this is the first letter I'm writing, though I've already traversed the Caucasus and am now hiking along the southern Crimea, solitary but tremendously vigorous. My plan is to go around the western shore as well. I'm not tired, and there is still far too much work to do. I'm writing. Not about the sea and laurels, about the city. And your stories are all rural. These are splendid stories, without a doubt. Their flaws only speak to their promise. I reread them on the train, and from Katerinoslav sent them off to journals. I should like them both to appear together. That would be an unpleasant surprise for our critics, who have specialized in areas about the literary crisis. I don't know how to end letters, nor how to write them, for that matter. Vygotsky.
Stepan suddenly stood up and fell into thought. Then he hurriedly tucked in his shirt and dashed out into the street, slowing his pace there so as not to attract attention. Along the way he stopped in several bookshops, but they did not carry journals. How could they not carry journals? He walked on contemptuously, but it was only on Volodymyrska Street that he had luck. Which journal did he wish? All of them, whatever had come out in the last month. The young man greedily scanned their tables of contents and with a trembling hand set aside 2 of them. His own name printed alongside others so confounded him that he did not immediately grasp what to do with those journals. Then, mastering himself, he bought them and left the shop. Now where? He himself could not fathom what was left for him to want. The sharp flare of excitement subsided within him into a sweet calm, a quiet, intoxicating haze. He did not want to go anywhere. He stood by a shop window, forcing himself to examine the books while feeling only the tightening of his fingers on the paper. And suddenly, recoiling from the glass, he walked swiftly, driven by a passionate desire to sit down somewhere alone and read his stories without end. In the park where he had once played with children's balls, he tucked himself into the shade and opened his works, carefully examining the paper and the outlines of the letters, then began to read slowly, like an illiterate reading his first primer. Not recognizing his own lines at first in their new outward form, he was bewildered, and this feeling deepened further when he finally connected with them. He read, trembling with rapture and fear, and what he had created was now creating a new being out of him, granting him the joy of complete fusion with himself, erasing every division of the soul into inner and outer. He became singular and mighty, and when an unexpected shudder arose within him, it was only before his own greatness. He read for a long time, and sat even longer, weaving vague reveries that kept returning him to the incontestable fact that he had become a writer. If he had been able to write these stories, then obviously he would be able to write many more, and better ones at that. His reveries grew clearer, turning into thoughts. He realized that secretly, never admitting it to himself, he had been certain that this moment would come someday, and this certainty had invisibly governed his life. Before even setting foot on the first rung of a writer's career, before seeing his works in print, he had nevertheless already begun to study literature so as to strengthen himself on that rung. He was fascinated by the mysterious processes of the soul, which knows more and sees further than the poor intellect, which often merely sanctions decisions already passed, like the English king who works without governing. And the thought that none of this might have come to pass, he accepted as the shadow of a threat already rendered impossible, beyond which he could not even imagine his life. But this thought, disarmed though it was, remained too terrifying to dwell upon for long. After lunch, Stepan Radchenko, having decided that henceforth an entirely new epoch of his life was beginning, resolved to start a diary. Having written a few uncertain lines in a notebook, he needed to date this beginning, but glancing at the calendar, he forgot what he had written in astonishment. Today was exactly a year since he had come to the city. How short it was this year! How strangely and swiftly it had flown by! And the young man resolved to consider this doubly significant day a holiday and to mark it with a worthy entertainment. His shoes and trousers, which had already stretched at the knees, were cleaned once more, though cleaning them in the morning was one of the rules of his strict regimen. At 6 o'clock he changed his collar, put on his jacket, and without a hat, as usual, left the room. The street received him with a quiet evening rustle, and his legs measured it out briskly, filled with a springy strength, as if working on new steel springs. The young man walked unhurriedly, defiantly raising his head as a sign of the superiority whose awareness had firmly taken root in his mind, lending lustre to his eyes and calm deliberation to his movements. The very process of this proud stride, the sensation of every cog in his complex machine working flawlessly, gave him such intoxicating satisfaction that he did not even think about where exactly his legs were taking him. Descending onto Kreschatyk, he bought a newspaper, sat down at a table in an open-air cafe, and ordered a coffee with a pastry. With an incomprehensible and unexpected refinement, crossing one leg over the other, he lazily stirred the fragrant drink, glancing sidelong at the hundreds of faces drifting past the railing, absorbing all the colourfulness and momentum of the street traffic. Then he opened the newspaper to the announcements section. Another pastry, he tossed to the waitress passing by. A symphonic orchestra concert at the Opera House persuaded him, mainly because he had never heard such a concert, and boarding a bus, though it was only 2 blocks, he reached Volodymyrska Street. Having bought an expensive, absolutely expensive ticket at the box office, the young man began strolling through the circular foyer, delighting in the spectacle of the unceasing change of faces, figures, and attire. The crowd had a strange effect on him. With its movement and murmur, it excited his already taut nerves, as though he were seeing so many people for the first time and feeling his kinship with them. He experienced the heady joy of coexistence with his own kind, united with them by the commonality of life's endeavour. That is why he wanted to laugh when he saw laughter nearby. That is why all the variety of these unfamiliar creatures was at that moment closer to him than everyone he had known before. Plunging his gaze into the thicket of the enchanting crowd, composed, it seemed, of the finest specimens of the human race, he found woman. Greedily straining his sight, he penetrated through the transparency of clothing, expanding the nakedness of arms and shoulders, feeling the voluptuous springiness of legs in sheer stockings that vanished beneath the undulating curves of dresses. The crowd exuded sensuality, as a tree in full spring bloom exudes its nuptial fragrance. It oppressed with the sheer magnitude of the sensuality hidden in the depths of these hundreds of beings, who seemed an elaborate incarnation of one great male and one great female, with a passion worthy of their colossal body. He listened to the concert inattentively, overwhelmed by his impression of the crowd. He himself was a legitimate part of it, yet he could not even speak to anyone. The affront he felt at his own separateness surprised even him. Surely everyone around him was cultured, they read journals, and many of them would consider it an honour to become acquainted with a talented writer. Yet in the meantime, they were divided by a most annoying boundary, making him a foreign body that had accidentally found its way into the interior of a well-functioning organism. Oh, if only he had even one acquaintance. As it was, he was like a spirit, perhaps a perfect one, but incapable despite all desire of partaking in the joys of material existence. He was lonely, and the months of solitary exploits now turned into his disgrace. During the intermission, Stepan wandered about gloomily. The crowd had so easily knocked his pride down and so blithely annihilated him that he was beginning, in the end, to feel sorry for himself, clutching at the remnants of his high self-regard. Nothing had really happened after all. He had simply become a little overexcited, but he was a writer, that was beyond dispute, and all these faces should concern him very little. Among them, surely, there was no one else who could boast of published works. Still, seeking any remedy for his isolation, Stepan approached a tombola table set up in all the theatres by the Commission for Aid to Children. Here he had the right to strike up a conversation, even if it cost money, and since the tombola for the benefit of homeless children did not enjoy an excessive amount of public attention. The pretty salesgirl greeted the young man most warmly. "A ticket?" "Certainly 20 kopecks." Stepan glanced at the wine, sweets, powder, penknives, little boxes, and other such trifles ready to belong to whoever won them, and drew from the chest a ticket that, upon inspection, turned out to be completely blank.
"I'll take another one,"
he said. But the tombola was meant to help children, not to hand out bottles of port wine to every willing taker for 20 kopecks. "One more," Stepan persisted. After the 4th blank ticket, several souls had already stopped around the young man, attracted by the salesgirl's glorious laughter and the figure of the indefatigable benefactor.
"They must all be blank,"
the young writer exclaimed with feigned despair after the 6th ticket, to the laughter of a now sizable crowd, whose curious glances he felt upon himself with great pleasure.
"Oh no, you're simply unlucky. You must be lucky in something else,"
the salesgirl answered slyly, lavishing her charming glances upon the young man on behalf of the Aid Commission. With the 9th ticket, he turned to the spectators, his face flushed with excitement, and having unfolded it, held it high before him. A satisfied roar rose from the crowd. This ticket, too, was blank. Stepan cast a triumphant glance over the sea of heads that had gathered in the passage, blocking the flow of bewildered members of the public who were also joining in, having learned that that tall fellow was already on his 23rd ticket without any result. Somewhere off to the side, the gleaming helmet of a fireman was approaching.
I'll take a ticket.
A woman's voice suddenly rang out, while Stepan was rummaging in his pocket, and a small girl plunged her hand into the treacherous chest. Having won a dummy, she solemnly presented it to Stepan amid the joyful shouts and applause of the crowd, which was already hurrying to take its seats. The intermission was ending. The young man listened to the second half of the symphonic concert even more inattentively than the first. Whether from shame or emotion, his face was burning. What an absurd fool he had made of himself in front of everyone, and his heart was gnawed by vexation, all the more so because of the 5 rubles he had brought from home, only 2 silver coins remained. The dummy caused him the greatest annoyance, and he quietly tossed it under his seat. The devil take it! And what, after all, were the consequences of such extravagance? After the concert, Stepan left the opera house in a rather cheerless mood, and stopped by the entrance to light a cigarette. The doubly significant day of his life was ending without the slightest uplift.
May I have a light?
He heard a familiar voice and saw the girl who had taken part with him in the tombola. For some unknown reason, he was tremendously glad and flustered, as if he had seen someone long awaited, with whom his brightest hopes were bound, and after courteously lighting a separate match for the girl, he walked alongside her.
I've already got a light,
she remarked when he turned with her onto Lenin Street.
I wanted to thank you for the gift,
said Stepan after thinking a moment.
You're welcome. You can suck on it at your leisure.
He looked at her, struck by her impudent tone. Small in height, she came up exactly to his armpits. Thin, in a flat little hat. The young man remained dissatisfied, having measured her against himself, yet he carefully took her arm when they had to cross the street. She glanced up from under her brow at the young man, took her arm away, and walked on with her precise, almost military step.
Why aren't you saying anything?
She asked, turning into Gymnasium Lane.
What's your name?
Stepan asked irresolutely.
What's it to you?
The girl answered sternly.
My name is Zoska.
She added, relenting.
Zosia.
Stepan began.
My name is Zoska. Zoska.
She interrupted impatiently, walking toward her door. The young man followed her, vaguely hoping that it would be dark on the staircase, and he might manage to kiss her there, thus at least rewarding himself for the annoyances at the theatre and the money spent in vain. But the girl, as though guessing his intentions, darted up a few steps to the first floor and rattled a key.
Bonjour,
she said, vanishing behind the door. 2. At last, after many corrections and crossings out, only a few words remained on the page, seemingly wholly acceptable.
Dear comrades, in the latest issue of your journal, my story has been published. Please write and let me know whether you need more stories. I can send some. My address is Kyiv, Lvivska Street 51, Upton 16. Stefan Radchenko.
And yet, on further reflection, it seemed to him that the fact of his work having been published in a journal was so obvious that referencing it was superfluous, and he crossed out the corresponding line. After further deliberation, he judged it offensive to his own dignity to go peddling his stories, and after a final round of cuts, the letter assumed a form that satisfied him completely.
Dear comrades, my address is Kyiv, Lvivska Street 51, Upton 16, Stefan Radchenko.
Having copied these lines in 2 copies, the young man addressed them to the journals, one in Kharkiv, the other in Kiev, and felt a deep, weary relief. Then he stood up and paced the room. It was around 8 in the morning. The second floor, where his room was located, was only just waking up. From the kitchen, through several closed doors, the noise of 3 Primus stoves reached him, corresponding to the number of families crammed into the remaining 4 rooms of the apartment. He hardly knew his neighbours, sitting tight in his room the whole time, and all the more so because he never encountered them in the kitchen, where domestic meetings, introductions, and altercations customarily took place. He had no contact whatsoever with that vital nerve of communal life, with its stove, its table scored by a cleaver, its greasy cupboard, and the row of frying pans, saucepans, colanders, and ladles along the walls, and even went to the Dnieper to wash in the mornings, thereby depriving himself of any chance of entering into relations with his co-tenants and getting to know them in their natural state. For the customary code of household conduct permits women to emerge into the kitchen in dressing gowns, men without jackets, and persons of either sex, uncombed and drowsy. A shared roof brings people together not so much by allowing them to display their higher qualities before one another, as by the inability to conceal the sordid sides of their lives, which unfortunately belong to the foundational layer. Every apartment is a small ring of conspirators who silently agree to mutual concessions regarding the propriety that each of them stubbornly demands from anyone who does not share the honor of living with them. Stepan listened to this morning symphony of daily life all the more attentively because he had never heard it in detail before, never being home in the mornings. The incessant slamming of doors, the shouts of masters of the house hurrying off to their posts, the grumbling answers of wives, the screaming of children being sent off to school, the insistent wailing of an infant, all testified to an existence lived between 50 and 100 rubles of monthly salary. The existence of the intellectual proletariat, commonly known as the petty bourgeoisie. These few dozen cubic meters of air enclosed between walls, ceiling and floor were the inglorious coffin of youthful impulses, beauty, hopes and rosy expectations that had once meant something in the world. And the young man, though he considered himself incomparably superior to ordinary people, thought gloomily with a secret dread.
Well, what do they live for? Today, tomorrow, a month from now? The same thing. Madmen.
At 9 o'clock, when the office workers had dispersed to their posts and their wives to the markets, the apartment was enveloped in a relative quiet that, after the noise, seemed absolute. Sitting down at the table beneath the beneficent branches of the old palm, Stepan extracted from a nook in the drawer a sheaf of papers written in pencil and began carefully arranging them. These were the drafts of stories composed the previous winter, 3 finished and 1 begun, larger in scope than the published ones, but sharing with them a common theme: revolution and uprising. But besides that, all of them shared yet another quality that was already entirely apparent in his first work: the razor, and had echoed through all of Stepan's subsequent stories, synthesizing his conception of the essence of civil war, that enormous mass upheaval in which individuals were imperceptible particles leveled in the whole and unconditionally subordinated to it, in which people lost their individuality to a higher will that had taken from them their personal lives along with all illusions of independence. That is why the heroes of his stories quite naturally became things in which a mighty idea was fleetingly embodied, and indeed the agents of action in his work became, of their own accord, an armoured train assembled from rails, a burned estate, or a captured station, which stood against the human collective as vivid personages. That is why executions had never been carried out so simply anywhere, and corpses had never lain down so submissively as in the works of Stefan Radchenko, for, listening to the groan of a ruined armoured train, the author forgot the moaning of the living beneath its wreckage. By evening he had finished the story he had begun, surprised himself at the heaviness of his hand. Those pages he had once written easily in an hour now cost him half a day of strenuous work with aggravating interruptions. When the pencil flatly refused to serve him, he now had to cross things out, to halt mid-stride on a word that did not fit but refused to be replaced. His knowledge of language had turned into a direct enemy. His mind, weighed down with the harvest of his reading, the styles of masters and heightened demands upon the sentence, kept breaking the free flight of his inspiration. An artistic sense sharpened on literary masterpieces exposed to him ceaselessly the flaws of composition, and twice he had to restructure his plan, discarding what he had devised and adding what was entirely unforeseen. And finishing, he felt a fierce satisfaction, like a rider who has broken a horse that had thrown him to the ground more than once. He devoted 2 days to copying and superficial revision, leaving the house only to eat and attend his language lectures, and even neglected his daily swim in the Dnieper. Another day later, he received a reply from the Kiev Journal's editorial office just as brief as his own letter.
Please visit the editorial office between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
The word please greatly cheered him, yet he did not venture to visit the editorial office. A peculiar mixture of shyness and pride held him back. On the other hand, nothing prevented him from grooming and cleaning himself as meticulously as possible, and setting out toward evening for Gymnasium Lane, to the building where the girl Zoska lived. In truth, he felt no great desire to see her, but loneliness had grown tiresome, and the need to divert himself after work on his stories led him to the one place where he could hear at least a living word, and from a girl, all the more pleasant. Of course, it was not the words themselves that interested him. The physical longing for a woman had not left him since he had left his little mamma, and the more he shut off real opportunities to dispel this longing, the more powerfully it seized his imagination. A few minutes before sleep, as a lawful respite after his wise books, he permitted himself to imagine certain things connected with love, and this imagining was pleasant to him in spite of all its shamelessness. He fell asleep in invisible embraces that released his vigorous body only in the morning, leaving an unsleeping desire to make them real, and his dreams were profoundly immoral. They showed their aim in unmediated simplicity, drawing their material from the chance adventures of his wandering days, when relations with a woman were not defined even by conventional propriety, since in their essence they are absolutely indecent. The tempter of all champions of the spirit, that devil, tirelessly stoked a gunpowder fire in his blood, and if the young man managed to keep it within the bounds of fantasy, even that was no small virtue. Still, he had no designs on Zoska, and even reckoned that through her he might manage to meet someone else and so break the narrow bonds of solitude and fantasy that were already beginning to suffocate him. With these thoughts, he blew his nose and knocked on the door, which the girl herself opened.
What do you want?
She asked, appearing on the threshold.
I wanted to see you.
Stepan replied.
I never gave you permission for that.
She answered sternly, but added a moment later,
You can't come in. Take a walk. I'll be right out.
And before the young man could say a word, she closed the door. Stepan went out into the street somewhat offended, for he felt himself in every respect, intellectual and physical, worthy of a better reception. What a little minx! And yet he began walking along the buildings, absent-mindedly reading the nameplates on the doors with the titles of the residents. Zoska indeed did not keep him waiting long and descended from the porch in a jacket and hat.
Look what I bought myself,
She said, showing the young man a small riding crop.
Isn't it lovely? Extraordinarily lovely.
Stepan replied, having examined it.
But do you know how it stings? Just don't hit me, please,
Said the young man, for she had raised it.
It's for the Spitz. We have a Spitz. But where's the dummy? I threw the dummy away.
My gift? She stopped indignantly.
No.
Stepan added quickly, afraid she might leave.
I was joking. I put it away in a drawer. Bring it to me,
Said Zoska.
I'll attach it to the crop. I'll have to buy one, though the dummy does suit her.
The young man thought, glancing at her childlike figure. A quarter of an hour later, Stepan was solemnly purchasing tickets for the best seats at the cinema, hoping that this expenditure would lay a firm foundation for their growing closer. He reasoned quite logically that a girl who receives something from a young man begins to owe him something in return. With chivalrous courtesy, Stepan let her go ahead of him into the foyer, and there they strolled politely, examining the posters and displayed stills.
There's a fool,
Said Zoska, pointing with her crop at a fellow galloping on a horse in a photograph.
In the cinema, you're supposed to drive a motor car, and he's riding horseback like a policeman.
Stepan was quite puffed up, having for the first time in his life gone to a public place with a real girl, and the only thing that vexed him was that his companion swung her crop about too much and looked around too much, while paying too little attention and too few glances to him. All the same, she ought to feel more deeply that she had come here with his help. But when the lights went down in the hall and the screen began to flicker, Stepan took her small hand and pressed it. The girl did not respond, but did not refuse either, so a few minutes later he placed her hand on his knee and covered it with his palm, deciding for caution's sake to stop there for the time being. After the last part, Zoska said,
What a wonderful film. Apollo, buy tickets for another showing.
My name is Stefan.
Stepan answered, offended.
Wait here, I'll go buy them.
He returned quickly with the tickets, secretly fearing she might run away.
Oh, you're divine,
Said Zoska. But no sooner had the film started again than she said wearily,
Ugh, how revolting. I want to go home. It's stuffy in here.
On the corner of her street, she expressed yet another wish.
I'd like to go for a boat ride. By all means,
Stepan replied.
The evening is so calm, we'll go somewhere far away. Only along our street.
Where's the water here? Then make some.
The girl exclaimed in anguish. His patience snapped, and he, glancing around furtively, kissed her.
What impudence!
Zoska exclaimed.
I love you.
Stepan mumbled pitifully.
I never gave you permission for that.
She replied as sternly as possible, walking away.
Zoska, when will I see you?
He called after her.
Never.
She said. But the young man only smiled at this word and went home, full of various pleasant feelings. Zoska's resolute
never
only amused him, even gave him hope for a very swift meeting, perhaps with important consequences, for it was not hard for him to work out that this girl was a capricious little trickster who did not herself know what she wanted, and this gave wide scope to a person with a firm desire. He was particularly cheered by her habit of saying,
I don't allow it,
when the deed was already done. Such a prohibition, as is well known, constitutes no obstacle at all. On the whole, the girl had pleased him more than he could have thought a few hours ago. Having touched her for a moment on the street, he felt within himself a sudden upheaval, convincing himself visually that a small stature does not deprive the female body of its powers of attraction. On the contrary, in the dryness of its contours he sensed refined charms born of the city, for in rural conditions this body could not exist. It was precisely her urbanity that attracted him, for becoming a true city dweller was the first task of his ascent. He would go with her everywhere, to theatres, cinemas, and parties, and through her gain access to genuine urban society, where he would naturally be received and honoured. At the Institute, lectures must surely have begun, and he kept promising himself to look in. One morning, getting dressed, he had quite decided that it would happen today, but suddenly asked himself,
Why would I go there?
And found no answer at all. He was a little surprised, then greatly pleased, delighting in his own boldness, and felt like a conqueror all day long. What did he need that institute for? Stefan Radchenko was fine without a diploma. Fortune was showering him from her horn, the kind you can see on bakery signs, and within a week he received a reply from the Kharkiv Journal's editorial office, together with a money order for 87 rubles. He had been expecting the letter, but the money he had not anticipated in the least. So literature, it turned out, was not only an honourable, but also a profitable thing, that is, doubly worth attention. The young man gladly signed the receipt, and would have been happy to go on signing endlessly if the post office had required it. That tremendous achievement of human culture, which not only enables distant people to correspond, not only forwards journals with printed stories in them, but even transfers money. The letter from the Kharkiv Journal was very interesting. It briefly but clearly noted the merits of his stories and proposed that he send more, if possible several, so that they could form a collection of 3 to 6 printers' sheets. The last line baffled him. What was a printer's sheet? And most importantly, would his stories amount to
3 to 6
of those sheets? This absolutely had to be investigated, along with other questions that had arisen in him regarding printing technology. That a page is composed of individual letters was known from the world history textbook in the section about Gutenberg, but as for how, for instance, illustrations or portraits are made in books, history unfortunately is silent. And the young writer resolved to buy a relevant technical book, from which he learned what a sheet was and how many letters it contained, what proofreading was, what Cicero, spacing, justification, and an American press were paying close attention to portraiture, zincography, halftone, 3-color printing, and the offset press. The information about portraits he buried deep within himself, while the knowledge of the printer's sheet he immediately applied to his 6 stories as a practical exercise, in the course of which he discovered that they contained 207,194 letters. That is, they fit squarely within the measure of
3 to 6 sheets.
Then he assembled them neatly and numbered the pages, wrapped them in clean paper, and wrote in large, handsome letters,
STEPHANRADCHENKOTHERAZORACOFSTORIES.
then packed them up, tied them with string, just as he had once done with the village council report, and handed them over to the wonderful post office, sending no letter, considering silence the most dignified reply. 3. The theatre had already completed the circle of its development. in constructivist productions with an emphatic actor's gesture and intonation, as manifestations of a single, concentrated nature of the dramatic character, with the prevalence of mass scenes and conventional settings, where poster inscriptions and the skeleton of the set characterize the place of action, allowing it to develop simultaneously on several planes. The modern theatre had partaken at the highest rung of its development from its original source, the religious spectacles of antiquity and the Middle Ages, and ahead of it lay the path of self-repetition, an accelerated passage through stages already known, with a certain admixture of renewals, but no longer with the mighty ferment of progress that alone can give art its luxuriance, and subject to the action of all-encompassing laws of development, singular and infallible, whose presence in the diversity of life's processes human genius is capable of uncovering but not altering. The trunk of the theatre had put forth from its base a lateral shoot whose growth resembled the trick of Indian magicians who, in a minute, before the eyes of their audience, grow a branching tree from a seed. Only 20 years ago, huddling in wooden booths near circuses and bazaars, sharing the characteristic stench of stable and marketplace, scorned by high society, the press and public opinion, the bud of cinema was transplanted to the central streets, into luxurious premises with brilliant decor, spacious foyers, and a symphonic orchestra, and, blooming there in full flower, it received at once a dizzying recognition, accomplishing tasks of illusion and the fullness of the actor's movement that were beyond the theatre's reach. It reduced the stage by an entire dimension, yet expanded it into infinity, and cast upon it the whole torrent of reality while stripping it of all actuality. Having taken away the voice of action, it made action comprehensible to all tribes and peoples, and thus, wielding colossal contradictions like a consummate dialectician, it grew strong and drew to itself human gazes and hearts. The shimmer of figures, lands, and epochs cast upon the screen by the wand of the mute sorcerer aroused in the young writer Stefan Radchenko that ticklish mixture of joy and oppression that seizes a person somewhere in the endless steppe when night hums with uncaptured whispers and unfurls illusions before the eyes. When the lights went out in the hall, together with the orchestra's first chords, the young man was enveloped in that very mood of contemplation, and he whispered the film's title as though he could sense its content in the name. Then he plunged into the screen with the relish of an explorer, shuffling his feet when a title card lingered too long after being read, and sometimes, captivated by an apt or tragic scene, he would squeeze his hand, that hand which had permanent residence on the knees of the girl Zoska, his constant and invariable companion. She would whisper to him plaintively,
"You're hurting me, Divine One."
But at that moment he was, indeed, like a god, far from her, merged with the moving, luminous figures that swept his ardent imagination into their journeys, experiences, and adventures, where he could smell the fragrance of the gardens he saw and the shots of the smoking rifles. Sometimes, returning home, he would not turn on the light, and in the dark gleam of the window pane would recreate the images he had brought with him of beautiful actresses, clothing their alluring shadows with flesh. But far more often, and more sadly, standing before that same window, he pondered the girl Zoska, who called him
Divine.
as though mocking the futility of his efforts. In the 3 weeks since they had met, their relationship had settled at a certain level, as though frozen after such a promising start, and the young man felt utterly powerless to move it forward. His rainbow plans were shattered by nature. An unexpected autumn unfurled over the city a grey wet covering, wrapping the days in damp fogs, rains, and wretched drizzle. Sharp winds, rising suddenly and dying down, bent the branches of the chestnuts and tore from them leaves still green. The pavement and rooftops pattered with cold tears, which then ran in unceasing rivulets from the eaves and streamed along the pavements where, in the potholes of the asphalt, undrying puddles stood trembling on their surface from the drops. Cab drivers hid under the stretched canopies of their carriages, whose black line at the corner seemed abandoned along with the drooping horses. Street cigarette vendors huddled helplessly under porches alongside newspaper sellers. The stalls with artificial mineral waters, kvass and soda took down their colourful signs, and the cheerful shouts of market women about rannet apples and burr pears died away. Dampness and tedium pervaded the air and the people. Such fierce bad weather had abruptly cut short the fragrant season of parks and boat trips on the river to the distant bosom of nature, where love in the shelter of secluded bushes can reach its natural fulfillment. Nature had closed its convenient refuges, but no rain was capable of quenching the desire that grips the human heart, not only by age, but at any time, unlike the hearts of other animals, for whom the season of amorous inclination is fixed. After several futile attempts to get into Zoska's room and several fruitless invitations to his own, Stepan had to acknowledge the cinema as the sole venue for his meetings with the girl. Hopeless meetings, because the appreciation of art could in no way compensate for the dissatisfaction of his desires. And this dissatisfaction only intensified them, turning for him into a severe ordeal. In the evenings, he began lying awake for a long time, tossing restlessly with his eyes shut, and in the mornings he would wake exhausted from heavy dreams in which, it seemed to him, his cheek began to swell immensely, or his arm to lengthen painfully, and sometimes nightmares tormented him in the form of corpses that suddenly congealed into a solid mass and swayed before him in the air like men on a gallows. Having neglected all his work and books, attending lectures at various offices as though doing penance, he waited each day for evening in a state of agitation, yearned for it, prepared himself, came alive in the evening, and each evening ended for him with long wakefulness and nonsensical dreams. There were, it is true, some gains. She agreed to address him informally, but drew no conclusions from it whatsoever. Moreover, she smoked and had bobbed hair, but even these, in his opinion incontestable, signs did not serve him in the least. She imperiously held him at a distance, and only sometimes, when he began to whimper, would she permit him to kiss her, never responding herself.
I love you,
he whispered, not so much sincerely as passionately, walking her along the familiar route from the cinema to Gymnasium Lane.
Ah,
Zoska sighed.
There's no such thing as love. People made it all up.
He tried to influence her with logic.
If you don't love me,
he would say,
then why do you go around with me? Well, you pay for me,
she replied, astonished. Such an answer deeply offended him, but he held his tongue, for he had to admit to himself that he was a little afraid of her. She was capricious and strange. Unearthly desires would seize her. In a single evening she might want to fly an aeroplane, fire a cannon, be music, a professor, any sort of seafarer and shepherd.
Oh, I'd like to be a shopkeeper,
she would say.
You sit in a little shop. What would you like, pepper for 10, 100 grams? That's wonderful. So many people come in. And I'd give children a sweet each. I'd like to be a child, a pretty little curly-haired boy. It's so extraordinary to sit astride a stick and drive it on. Giddy up, grey, giddy up, done.
And she would tug at his arm, bouncing. These endless desires exhausted her, and sometimes, having spent a whole evening in sullen silence, not looking at the young man or paying him any heed, she would take his hands on parting and say mournfully, stirring Stepan with her quiet voice,
"Oh, divine one, what fools we are. Everyone is a fool. You don't understand a thing."
He truly refused to understand anything except the vexing fact that this slender girl had bewitched him and occupied an immovable place in his life. Every evening at 7 he would set out from home, stopping on the way at the confectioner's, where after a week they began to greet him with a pleasant smile, and he himself had so grown accustomed to its owner that he would have felt awkward not buying sweets on any given day. Paying the money, he thought gloomily,
Why shouldn't she go around with me, really? I take her to the cinema and feed her sweets. I really am a fool. I really am divine. That is, a simpleton.
Several times he wanted to raise his standing in her eyes by hinting at his connections with literature, for he did not dare tell her outright. But these hints were so vague that she probably could not understand them. Besides, she was mostly interested in newspapers and always boasted about the latest political news.
Did you read the English note today? So long, and how wonderfully it starts. Sir, His Majesty's government. Oh, how lovely it would be to write such funny notes.
What did she actually want? He searched in vain for an answer, stealing glances at her face, adorned with blonde curls from under a flat little hat. It was astonishingly lively. Every stirring of the soul was instantly reflected on it. It brightened and darkened from unknown little clouds drifting in her eyes, and in these ceaseless changes of mood he was seized now by hope when he caught a tender glance at himself, now by deep despair when she suddenly darkened, plunging into an ominous silence. The young man tried to dispel her causeless melancholy by recounting his former adventures, uprisings, and wartime events, but she, having been captured by something for a moment, would immediately fade and mutter gloomily,
Oh, all that's boring. There shouldn't be any war. People made it all up. You want to say you were a hero? How absurd.
At such moments, melancholy seized him too, and they would walk together along the slippery streets, infinitely distant, yet chained by some necessity, dragging their silence beneath the overcast autumn sky. One time, in a fit of boredom, she hurled her beloved crop over a fence into someone else's yard, declaring,
He's disgusted me. I hate him.
And 10 minutes later she began to pine for the walking stick, and Stepan, outraged by her whims, had to go into that courtyard and crawl through the mud with matches, searching for the stick, rousing every dog and alarming the residents. He could not find it, of course, and coming out of the courtyard felt such hatred for his tormentress that he was ready to destroy her with a single blow of his fist. That night he experienced the revolt of a slave. Switching on the electric light, he saw for the first time in a month the glaring disorder of his lodgings. Dust had settled on his wretched furniture, and on the floor lay disgusting little heaps of unswept rubbish. Damp cold crept in from outside through the unsealed window, and gusts of wind rattled the pane from which the putty was crumbling. In the corner above the palm tree, which had drooped its yellow branches, a sinister black stain of damp was spreading. A heavy sadness seized him, for this ruin visibly reminded him of the absurdity of his own life, for the desolation of his heart had left its mark on the room as well. Sitting down at the desk, where open books and scraps of paper lay in a jumble, he recalled with the grief of a condemned man those orderly days when he had delighted in the inexpressible peace of his work, and his mind had hungrily digested the magnificent fare of ideas. Where were those mornings, full of freshness and irrepressible strength? Where were those quiet evenings when he fell sweetly asleep, lulled by a sense of harmony in his soul? They were lost, and the paths back to them had grown over with grass. For the sake of what? Opening some of his notebooks, he stared at his reading notes like a bankrupt staring at once reliable balance sheets. He felt autumn within himself, sleet and fog. And what did he have to show for it? Nothing but vexation and humiliation. He had become nothing except a woman's lackey, a plaything in the hands of a deranged girl. If only it had been worth it. If only he had received that real reward for which a woman is still worth sacrificing. And what absurdity! All those chocolates and joint trips to the cinema. Philistinism, petty bourgeois intelligentsia rot. Besides, he was impoverished. The fee for the story he had received from Kharkiv had long been squandered. The money had vanished without leaving even a trace remotely worthy of its origin. Excessive spending mercilessly devoured his earnings from lectures, leaving him kopecks for lunch and nothing for supper. His clothes were losing respectability by the day, his socks were torn, his underclothes lacked buttons, and the rent had not been paid for a month. Yes, this girl, entirely accidental and unproductive, had ruined him not only spiritually but materially as well, and the latter was at least equally distressing. Enough. Enough. Never again would he go to her. Full stop. The end. He knew all too well that the remedy for every predicament was work, that highest thing of which a human being is capable, and he felt the joy of work fully, could surrender to it to the point of self-forgetting. But all his misfortune lay in the fact that something extraneous would occasionally wrench him away from this life-giving occupation. And worst of all, it happened quite imperceptibly, as if in mockery of himself he let himself be blinded by trifles unworthy not only of attention, but even of a passing glance. But it is rightly said that through the experience of life one learns and acquires the wisdom to govern it. Moreover, one must make full use of the experience of others, particularly the great, who have shown examples of true living and inscribed their names on the credit side of progress. One cannot, of course, rely uncritically on their deeds, for the philosopher Schopenhauer, for instance, was very fond of having women kiss his hands as they greeted him on the path of pessimism. The godlike Buddha, they say, died of overeating. The moralist Rousseau, who wrote treatises on education, had an exaggerated interest in that part of his body on which his governess used to punish him. The wise Socrates, in his affection for his pupils, displayed extraordinary tenderness, especially toward those who were handsome and well-built, and many other illustrious men, ornaments of their nations and of humanity, had various distressing eccentricities, unworthy of either them or their high learning. But if one scrapes away this, accidental no doubt, filth, the examples for emulation remain impeccable. No thought arises suddenly. Even the smallest has such a prehistory behind the scenes of consciousness that one would have to be very patient to trace in full the paths of its development. Every thought is something like a dish that consciousness serves us already cooked, that we consume without knowing the cooks who laboured over it, the miners who dug the coal for the stove, the herdsmen who raised the animal for meat, or the sowers who cast living seed into the earth. And only because we know merely fragments can pleasant surprises exist. Among these belonged Stepan's intention to write a screenplay for the cinema, which arose suddenly in his head when it opened its eyes that morning. With his characteristic enthusiasm, the young man pondered the new task for some time, and by the time he got up, he was ready to carry it out. Sweeping together the books that had lain on his desk for a month already, he set off for the library, and having deflected the fine for overdue books with a sincere declaration about a grave illness, took out the film literature he needed. 2 days were enough for him to firmly master all the principles of screenplay construction, which, incidentally, are not among the complex ones. His practical cinema experience furnished him with corresponding illustrations time and again, and he smiled with satisfaction, thinking that nothing in the world goes to waste. Even infatuation with a girl can yield various byproducts of production, just as the coking of coal yields naphthalene, phenol, benzene, ethyl alcohol, ether, and a variety of dyes. Then he diligently drafted the plan of a film drama from the time of the Civil War, in 6 parts with a prologue, in which everything was as it should be. Social conflict. 1. Love between the hero worker and a woman from the opposing camp. 2. A charming proletarian girl who saves the worker from sudden death and takes his affections upon herself. 3. Gunfire and smoke. 4. The triumph of virtue. 5. Not to mention smaller details that were in no way inferior to the foregoing. There were also comic elements in the drama, for instance a dim-witted kulak, who in the screenplay was extraordinarily unlucky, and whose misfortunes greatly amused the author. After a week's work, the young man poured all his talent into this simple scheme, making it tragic, and so entangled the plot that it became gripping. He reread the piece several times, marvelling at the lightness of his shots, and having copied it out, sent it to the address of the All-Ukrainian Photo Cinema Administration. After this, he immediately cleaned his suit, polished his shoes, washed his galoshes, put on his overcoat, and went to Gymnasium Lane. When the girl Zoska appeared before him, he ardently pressed her hand and said,
Zoska, how I love you. Where have you been, my divine one? I'm bored without you.
She replied, pulling her hand away.
Work, Zoska, damned work.
He had a brilliant plan. As he was finishing the screenplay, he had realized that the matter of their relations came down to the problem of place. Indeed, she said she lived in one room together with her parents, and even one of them would be enough to ruin that room entirely. On the other hand, he was convinced that no respectable girl would go to a young man's lodgings for a chat. It would be indecent. On the third hand, the autumn weather. But there was yet a fourth consideration, and fortunately the memory of it had surfaced from the pile of novels he had read. This would be in the European manner. 100 devils.
I'm hungry, Zoska. Let's go have supper,
He said.
I'm hungry too,
She admitted.
but we never have supper.
He lowered his voice.
Shall we dine in a private room?
She clapped her hands with delight.
Oh, a private room. How wonderful.
They turned into the first cellar bar, which had a sign listing, among other things, family rooms, which, as Stepan instantly grasped, were in no essential way different from what he had in mind. Down narrow stairs they descended into the vault, she laughing at the witty idea, curious and excited, and he focused, anxious about the outcome and secretly ashamed of his every step. And when they stood at the bottom of the landing, from which one could see through a parted curtain the entrance to the general hall where music was playing, and straight ahead, dark doors, when a solicitous figure with a napkin in hand and an impassive face appeared before them, such embarrassment seized Stepan that while he was still gathering and marshalling his words, Zoska imperiously, effortlessly, as if she were a regular of these establishments and a connoisseur of the private room business, tossed out dismissively,
A private room, please.
The figure noiselessly bowed and led the pair through those discreet doors down a low passage, where the dampness and mould reminded the young man of the near and distant caves of the Lavra, and he shuddered from this stifling air, shared in such a curious way by sanctuaries of holiness and debauchery alike. Letting go of Zoska's hand, he kept to the middle of the passage and ducked his head so as not to touch the walls or ceiling, where it seemed to him grime and mildew lay in strata. But the figure soon stopped and, turning a switch in a niche to the right, switched on the light, greeting it with the word,
If you please.
Then Stepan saw that 4 doors and one tiny barred window opened onto this corridor, a window without glass that presumably faced the wall of the neighbouring building, for it gaped black as a gouged-out eye, and no air could be felt from it. The corridor curved in a horseshoe, so the music reached here in a whisper, as if echoing from far away into a deep cellar, into an abandoned wet shaft. Zoska had already entered the cubicle when Stepan listlessly crossed its threshold. The first thing that caught his eye were the walls, once papered with wallpaper that had since peeled away, hanging in shreds, or else torn off entirely, exposing the grey plaster. Their pattern had vanished under grime, untouched and undisturbed, which had itself turned into fantastical, mottled designs, blackening in the corners from damp and cobwebs. There were no windows. To the right, against the wall, stood a wide, oilcloth-covered sofa, faded, peeling, scuffed, sagging, full of dents and wrinkles, coated with a patina of human sweat and grease, the mark of long and diligent use. Above this most important piece of furniture in the room, the focal point of the yearnings of the souls who came here, hung an oil reproduction of a painting depicting convicts feeding pigeons through the bars of a railway carriage. Another, in the same sort of dry, warped, cracked frame, pleased the eye opposite the door above the table. A girl with a kitten on a porch, wreathed in roses. Everything here reeked of refuse, the fumes of vomit, spilled wine, the humus of bodies, and this stench, having no way out, hung in the cubicle and corridor, permeating the stone and brick of the walls, settling on them in streaks of dust-encrusted liquid. Stepan sat down at the table without removing his overcoat. Disgust rose in him, and the splendid plan to solve the problem of place ceased to appeal. Zoska, on the contrary, was delighted. Everything seemed extraordinary and wonderful to her. She examined the paintings, tested the sofa with her foot to see if it was soft, peered into the corridor, switched the light off and on again, and pronounced her verdict.
It's very nice here.
Oh, come on, Zoska.
The young man exclaimed in surprise.
I'd like to live here forever.
The figure appeared with a menu. Supper was ordered, and the guests took off their overcoats. Suddenly brisk footsteps of several pairs of feet resounded in the corridor, and a rowdy company of basses and sopranos burst into the neighbouring room with shrieks and laughter. Zoska dropped her cigarette to the floor.
They're having fun,
she said.
We'll have fun too,
replied Stepan. And indeed, the first glass of wine immediately lifted his spirits. The unaccustomed intoxication sweetly fogged his head. In his chest he felt a wave-like warmth, and in his lower back, a boldness. What was there to be embarrassed about? Besides, he had written a collection of splendid stories and finished a screenplay in 6 parts with a prologue.
Zoska,
He asked.
who am I? A tramp?
She replied. He laughed loudly and set about his cutlet, which was in no way inferior to a fried shoe sole. Now his eyes cast upon the room the glances of a merciful judge who understands human weaknesses and knows how to forgive them. And the fact that he was sitting here, drinking wine and chewing a cutlet, made him glad, and in this he perceived an enormous progress that stirred even himself. Suddenly from the neighbouring room, above the shouting and guffawing, came the rasp of a wretched piano.
Oh, a waltz.
The girl cried out.
Do you dance? No.
He replied, pouring wine for her and himself.
You should learn.
He sat down beside her, glass in hand.
Zoska, let's drink to our love.
She smiled drunkenly.
To love, my divine one.
A minute later they were already sitting on that sofa, and the young man, drawing her close, whispered,
Be mine, Zoska, darling, be mine. Come, Zoska, darling. What do you mean, yours?
She asked. He faltered for a moment, then mumbled,
I'll show you.
Show me, she agreed. Dazed by her consent, the wine and the wailing of the battered piano behind the wall, gasping from the imminent fulfillment of what had been tormenting and taunting him, the young man embraced her as resolutely as he could. But the girl suddenly struggled free and coiled up in the corner of the sofa.
It's dirty there,
She cried. This cry stopped him, and he slumped into an ungainly position, propping his hands against the oilcloth. Writhing with shame and nausea, he slid down to his knees and pressed his head to her lap.
Forgive me, Zoska. Forgive me.
He muttered, not daring to raise his head. She wrapped her slender arms around his neck and, bending down, silently kissed him on the lips.
More.
He whispered, going limp, blinded by the merging of their mouths, by the touch of her curls against his face and the blissful oblivion that rose in him with each kiss like a wave. Then they sat side by side, nestled together, holding hands.
You're handsome,
Said Zoska.
You're extraordinary,
He said. He kissed her neck, her hands, her fingers in irrepressible love, humbly peered into her eyes, gratefully laid his head on her breast, and stroked her curly hair, seized by a new joy.
I look like that girl,
Said Zoska, pointing at the painting.
Oh, I wish I had a kitten and a porch covered in roses.
And they laughed like children on a sunny day. Since Stepan was not yet cultured enough to think of summoning the figure with the napkin by tapping a knife against the glass, he went out into the corridor to call him. And while he was at it, he glanced through the ajar door of the neighbouring room where things had been so merry and musical. A familiar male face struck him there, senseless, laughing and drunk. He strained his memory and recalled what he would have preferred to forget forever. He recalled the kitchen, the shameful conversation, the fight, and the flight from the apartment. It was Maxim, the son of Tamara Vasilievna Hnida, his dear mummy, his former mistress. He had grown a moustache, which was why it had been hard to recognize him at once. On his knees he was bouncing a colossal woman with a hiked-up skirt in time to the dance, peering out comically from behind her expansive back. The young man instinctively recoiled, pressing himself against the wall so as not to be seen. A terrible revulsion seized him at the episode that, though already forgotten, still weighed upon him, still belonged to him, was joined to him forever. And in that instant it seemed to the young man that the merciless past, all his mistakes, humiliations, and slaps, would forever leave in his soul a worm that gnaws at the roots of future aspirations. He felt then the full immovability, immutability, irreversibility of past actions, even thoughts, desires, that form the foundation of the future, concealing within themselves the possibility of earthquakes. In the narrow gap before him, a few more women, a few more men were whirling, and someone, stumbling, pushed the door shut. Having paid the bill, Stepan grabbed Zoska by the hand and whispered in alarm,
Let's get out of here.
She pressed against him with regret.
It was so nice here.
But he quickly led her out onto the street where the autumn darkness was incessantly torn by the wind and drizzled cold drops. 4. The problem of money was assuming ever more alarming proportions. He was on the eve of the total bankruptcy of his entire wardrobe, from cap to galoshes, which, having served him for half a year, was beginning to show signs of a terrible, if natural, decline that could no longer be concealed by careful cleaning. The process of getting dressed, once so pleasant, had now become sheer torment, for in the mornings the ruin of his underwear was more evident than ever, as was the extreme wear of his shoes and the ominous sheen on his jacket elbows, harbinger of a future hole. The first months of the slippery Kiev winter were setting in, and to leave the room unheated was no longer simply inconvenient. True, he had sealed the window very carefully and conscientiously, not missing a single treacherous crack, but the cold seemed to come through the very walls, and in the mornings the young man would wake prematurely, shivering, even though on top of his well-worn soldier's blanket he piled all his possessions, even the pillow on his feet, resting his own head on a pair of statistical reports wrapped in coarse cloth. The squalor at home oppressed him and sapped his energy. In the evenings, when he did not go to the cinema with Zoska, he would lie on his bed, trying to warm up and consoling himself with the hope of thinking through some topic for a story. But instead, he simply lay there in exhaustion and misery, and often fell asleep in his clothes, waking in the night with a start, a weight on his heart. And so, one morning, having drunk hot tea with a half-pound of white bread at the Narkarch canteen, the young man sat down at his desk, found a pencil among the papers, sharpened it, and began to consider possible ways to improve his financial position, and therefore his physical and moral condition, for he quite reasonably attributed a share of his spiritual feebleness to his monetary impoverishment. First of all, he needed to determine his expenses, the expenditure side of his budget. First, Zoska. Weighing all the circumstances, the young man decided that to allocate less than 10 rubles a week for her was simply impossible. With a clenched heart, secretly regretting that he had started with the front rows at the cinema, seats undeniably expensive and, in essence, hardly any better than the cheaper ones, he acknowledged that to change the regime in this area would be disgraceful, as would eliminating the chocolates. In this matter, he was powerless, realizing with sorrow that after the episode in the private room and the burst of unexpected tenderness, he was bound to the girl even more tightly, and to leave her now was far more difficult than when their relationship had not gone beyond the limits of simple acquaintanceship. For he himself felt that something deeper and more poisonous than desire had appeared in him, something with a flavour of duty and gravity. On the other hand, the stubborn pride of a young man would not allow him to abandon a matter left unfinished, and an expensive one at that, not merely because of the monetary sacrifices, valuable enough in themselves, but because of the spiritual losses, the inner devastation that would have horrified even him, had he felt less strength in himself and understood the value of human energy, which to squander recklessly constitutes the irrevocable privilege of youth. In any case, he had invested too much capital in the affair to forgo the legitimate interest. Now gloomy, now buoyant, whether from stubbornness or from enchantment, he made his visits to Gymnasium Lane, where his life, his thoughts, and his indignation were concentrated. In the kisses he had begun to receive, there sometimes kindled a strange warmth from that first one, which had blossomed amid the grimy walls of the tavern, that mysterious touch of lips that erases the boundaries between beings in the deepest and loftiest comprehension, whose mighty enchantment moved him to seek its intoxication in creativity, work, scholarship, and struggle. Sometimes he told himself that he loved her powerfully, having never loved anyone so, and he rejoiced at discovering this mighty feeling in himself, while at other times he bristled that it was somehow deflecting him from that singular goal whose faint echo filled his dreams. What puzzled him most was that the desire to possess Zoska had somehow died down in him, and he saw in this certain dangers, but, on the whole, bore the girl's presence in his heart with patience, somewhere deep down convinced that for a young man to be in love was inevitable and perfectly natural, and so, considering that his normal income from lectures amounted to 18 rubles a week, he was left with 8 rubles for food and rent. To save anything for firewood or clothing was out of the question. Having calculated what it would cost to put his appearance in order, the young man arrived at a figure of 85 rubles minimum, and thus closed his budget with a deficit of 100 rubles. He therefore resolved to visit the editorial office of the Kiev journal that had published his story and, as he supposed, owed him a fee. Why had he not gone sooner? Purely out of scrupulousness. He found it distasteful to appear somewhere before eyes that would look upon him precisely as a writer, and to take money was even worse. In the passion he had poured into his work, there was something immeasurable alongside money, infinitely alien to it. By post he had received it as a gift, but in person he would have to take it as wages. But needs, as was their habit, proved stronger than noble considerations, placed a cap on his head, an overcoat on his shoulders, and dispatched him to the editorial office, which was housed in a branch of the state publishing house. And, a strange thing, the editorial office of the journal was in the very same room he had first entered in a military tunic and boots, chasing after his fortune on his arrival in the city. He recognized it at once, the same wardrobe, the same dark-haired typist, the wooden bench, and on it several young men in whom he sensed with his heart his possible comrades. They were smoking, chatting, laughing, not too loudly so as not to offend the institutional quiet. Shame seized him for his former self, for his unworldly naivety and humiliation, and 1,000 memories, like an unfolded album of postcards, enveloped a feeling of awkward yet sweet pride that momentarily overcame him. But when he approached the desk and introduced himself, he did so quietly, embarrassed. He was invited to sit down. Yes, a fee was due to him, 70 rubles and some kopecks. But why had he not come for so long? Stepan told the first lie that came to mind. He had been ill. With what? And he had to answer a whole barrage of questions about himself, about what he was doing, how he lived, how long he had been writing. He spoke evasively, lying at every turn, blushing from his own falsehoods.
And you've brought us another story?
The secretary asked warmly.
No, I haven't. I haven't finished it yet,
replied Stepan, who had not anticipated this interrogation and endured it as though it were torture. On the other hand, he really could not just shove the money in his pocket and leave. That would have been entirely indecent. Then the secretary introduced him to the young men sitting on the bench, who were indeed all writers, except one who was merely a courier, but outwardly in no way distinguishable from the rest. Stepan even knew some of them by their works, and these were the very ones who frightened him most. But from the curiosity aroused by his name, he gathered that his stories had not passed without a trace, and in the mocking yet friendly glances of his new acquaintances, he even saw something like a glimmer of envy, something like an unspoken challenge to compete, a competition that on the literary field is fiercer than French wrestling, or even English boxing. Here he was subjected to a new round of questions. Didn't he have a collection ready for publication? A collection? Where would that come from? And what was he writing? Stories. About what? He could not say right away, since he was writing nothing and had no intention of writing anything. But to confess to his idleness would have been disgraceful. All the more so because someone remarked ironically,
"Come now, don't worry, we won't steal your subjects."
Then Stepan announced,
"I'm writing a story about people."
Everyone laughed, but he was satisfied with his answer, which committed him to nothing. The secretary urged him to come again and bring stories. Since he did not give the impression of a strong personality, everyone rather liked him. A bit standoffish, but all in all a likeable fellow. Perhaps something would even come of him, for his stories, though undeniably imperfect, with many formal, sometimes glaring flaws, though somewhat mannered, unpolished, overextended, scattered, and in places quite worthless, feeble in imagery, weak in abstraction and uncertain lyricism, nevertheless had a certain freshness about them and gave one reason to hope for better. Such was the writer's verdict on his debut. Then a debate arose over whose influence he was writing under and whom he was imitating, for otherwise he would be original, and that was simply inadmissible. Among Ukrainians they named Kotyubinsky, from He Comes, and Franco's Boa Constrictor. Then followed exercises in the knowledge of foreign literatures, and before long a whole bouquet of names of various fragrances had been assembled. Someone even championed Selma Lagerlof, whose story he had just happened to read the day before. The number of predecessors would have pleased the young man. The number of influences would have horrified him had he not already left the building, carrying in his pocket money that seemed to him the proceeds of brazen swindling. What exactly had he received it for? Could he really become a proper writer like those fellows sitting on the bench? Could he ever achieve such ease of manner, such nonchalance, such confidence, such eloquence? No, that was utterly impossible. No, he was not cut out for writing.
I won't write,
he thought, but secretly felt that in this renunciation he was preening before himself, and that right he would, of course. Right well, better than all those poseurs. He immediately spent the money on a cloth suit, modest but passable, and having changed, delivered his regular lecture. Returning home after lunch, he bought 5 poods of firewood along the way, and while a ragged, grimy fellow hauled them on a 2-wheeled cart to their destination, he resolved to spend the evening at home, heat the room, and do some mending. The contemplative mood that had enveloped him after his visit to the editorial office suited this perfectly. Having gathered up the underclothes in need of repair, prepared a needle, thread and buttons, and torn up the most exhausted shirt for patches, Stepan arranged all his implements by the stove, knelt down and began to light the fire. Anticipating the warmth for which every inch of his skin had yearned, he watched with fascination the spreading of the flames, the embrace of their tongues, and the swaying of the smoke. Evening was falling, invariably damp, shaggy with clouds, grey, gusty. The young man did not light the lamp, and in the murk of the room his shadow stretched and contracted with the flashes, like a bone of some enormous hand. Spreading the blanket on the floor, he sat down and began to sew. But the torpor from the warmth blazing into his face and chest soon filled his fingers with heaviness, and the needle dropped from them to the floor. He did not bother even to pick it up, but stretched out in deep fatigue on the blanket face down, propping himself on his elbows, and rested his head on his hands. Now the fire was right before him, alive, restless, enchanting, absorbing him, and even now making him feel the might of the first and unsurpassed God. Fire! He knew it so well, for fire had marked entire epochs of his life. Was it not this flame that had warmed him as a child at night in the pasture amid the terrifying darkness, where fears and werewolves dwelt? Was it not into a fire that he had stared as a young rebel, resting after bloody exploits at the edge of a forest, where the tree trunks looked like enemy sentries? And now, in new battles, he gazed upon this blazing warmth on an autumn night, in the midst of a city still unknown, still unconquered, where perhaps greater dangers lurked than the inventions of a child's imagination or military adversaries. But in answer to them, his inner fire blazed, that unconquerable force of life that dies only with a person's last breath, that magic lantern of human striving that projects heights onto the screen of the future, casting the swamp into shadow, and summons with a prophetic voice to new and ever new campaigns for the golden, if woolly, fleece. In that moment, lulled by memories and warmth, he felt the firm unity of his life, joyfully recognizing himself as a child, a boy, an adolescent, and a young man. And from this recognition, some slumbering part of his soul came back to life. Abandoned tracts where life had already gathered its harvest, and they, stretching far beyond the limits of his memory, extended pale tendrils toward unfathomable eternity. These touches sent a tremor through him, for before him in the distance he sensed more clearly still another eternity, the sister of the one from which he had come, the one he would ultimately have to enter. And in a strange state of rapture and longing, refusing to think or know, forgetting yesterday and tomorrow, the young man drifted on a boundless reverie where nothing was achievable or even possible, where images faded as the burned-out embers died. Abandoning his mending by the stove, he lay down wearily, full of sorrow and thirst. The next day, Stepan decided to visit the lecturer's bureau to secure another course somewhere in an institution, for the money he had received for his story was nowhere near enough for his intended plan. Besides, he had idle time that would be better spent strengthening the alliance between city and countryside, in both the public and the personal sense. Oh, that alliance. He often thought of it, feeling the difficulty of realizing it even for himself alone. And he saw the city as a mighty centre of gravity, around which the villages revolved as tiny planets, eternal satellites of its motion, and particles of those villages, falling into the incandescent atmosphere of that sun, had to adapt to new conditions of pressure and climate. This painful process he was undergoing almost unconsciously, seized by a blind striving upward, stimulated like a person who has inhaled oxygen, like a drunkard who ceases to notice the filth and sores on his body. For the city with its momentum and noise stirs a person incomparably more keenly than the bosom of nature, with the gentleness of its landscapes and the chaotic play of its elements, summoned here to build a new nature, an artificial one, hence a more perfect one. That he would be given the course, Stepan was certain, since he was known as a good lecturer after the brilliant results of the state review of his courses. And indeed, the bureau secretary received him most cordially and expressed his deep satisfaction at his elegant attire.
You understand,
He said,
that until Ukrainians learn to dress well, they will not be a proper nation, and for that, one needs taste.
And money.
added Stepan.
A person of taste always has money.
The secretary observed. As for courses, the only ones available were evening lectures for the executive staff of the Leather Trust. Though executive staff, of course, hold linguistic convictions as firm as their salaries, the young man agreed without hesitation to enlighten them. In full armour of knowledge and experience, Stepan Radchenko appeared on the appointed day in the large waiting room of the Leather Trust, converted into a lecture hall. He conducted his introduction on a broad scale, beginning with an explanation of the phenomenon of language in general, the factors that had caused its emergence and development, the basic division of languages into agglutinative, isolating, and inflectional, the fate of the Indo-European languages, particularly Proto-Slavic, its division and the grounds for it, leading his listener clearly and surely, like Virgil leading Dante through the circles of hell, which, ever narrowing, descended toward the centre where Beelzebub himself sat, the Ukrainian language. Observing with pleasure that he had captured his listener's attention, sensing in moments of pause their anticipation of the next phrase, that hushed silence that, better than applause, lends the speaker eloquence, he began to survey the auditorium, trying to divine in the faces of those present the future of his work here. And suddenly, in a corner, he noticed eyes that watched him brazenly and mockingly, eyes whose gaze was repugnant to him, almost frightening. How could he have forgotten that Maxim was an accountant at the Leather Trust? Surely he would not have taken these lectures, and why must he keep running into him? It was a coincidence, no doubt, but a strange one, distressing, like a deliberate provocation, for his cheeks suddenly flushed, as if the hidden but uneffaced insult were surfacing on them once more. Continuing his lecture without pause, Stepan sifted through unpleasant memories he could not deny, memories that for all their repulsiveness remained fragments of his life, were deeply painful to him and deeply his own. Why does a person lack the power to correct events behind him? Perhaps because he lacks the power to direct them ahead, either. This pessimistic thought weighed on him the entire time he briskly delivered his lecture, but having finished, the young man at once felt the exhaustion of the long strain on his voice and his concealed agitation. For some time still he had to answer questions about textbooks, readers, exercise books, and the syllabus, all the doubly childish questions of adults who had become schoolboys, and emerged at last with the gloomy thought that he would have to return here. Oh, that Zoska! If not for her, he would not need so much money, and therefore would not be lecturing here, and would not have to keep meeting the man who had slapped him. Really, that girl did nothing but ruin his nerves. Walking along the deserted streets in the autumn hush of the city, broken by the muffled rumble of trams, the young man brooded now on love, now on wounded honour, and though he considered both to be superstitions, he had to admit that both were extraordinarily persistent. In the midst of these reflections, someone caught up with him and took his arm, and in the dim light of the street lamps he recognized Maxim.
Excuse me, esteemed teacher,
he said, bowing ceremoniously.
I wanted to thank you for the lesson. I haven't taught you anything yet,
replied Stepan. Maxim laughed.
Actually, I taught myself, but thanks to you.
They walked in silence for a while, and Stepan suddenly detected in his companion's breath the distinct smell of alcohol.
Are you drunk?
He asked.
And you're sober?
Entirely.
A waste. As the saying goes, drinking is the joy of Rus.
And suddenly slapping the young man on the shoulder, he declared with rascally candour that he drank often and heavily, that drinking was indeed merry, that drunk men were more popular with girls who expected better payment, though they were mistaken in that, of course.
And you still say you haven't taught me anything?
He spoke these words as though offended, but Stepan found such jokes unpleasant.
I'm not the cause of that,
he replied roughly.
No, but how can you say that? I used to collect stamps and bring my mother presents.
Maxim laughed and added with conviction,
Don't trust the Josephs who flee from women, who sit over their books and love their mamas. They're so quiet and polite, but their right hand is unclean.
And when he said this, a terrible revulsion at his presence seized the young man. It was the same feeling of physical disgust he had experienced upon seeing Maxim in the private room, only amplified and sharpened by the darkness, which deepened it. Forgetting about his companion, he began to think about himself. What was the point of their meeting? True, it was natural now, having once been coincidental, but did the past not have the right to be forgotten? Was it really the case that everything distressing, accumulating in a life, left in it an indelible mark, ineffaceable brands that might one day ache with the old pain of their searing? Everything can be forgotten, he told himself, but that forgetting is treacherous, somehow superficial, for even now, resonating with the dark tone, memories of wrongs he had committed in his life kept surfacing. There were enough of them, but all somehow unintentional, and in no case could he accept blame for them. Why then were they so unpleasant?
Are you listening?
Asked Maxim.
I'm listening,
replied the young man. And the accountant resumed his story, or rather his chatter, which seemed entirely unworldly since the young man had missed its beginning. He spoke enthusiastically about the pleasures of his life, about frequent binges with girls whose charms he extolled with drunken picturesqueness. Suddenly he broke off his descriptions as though remembering something, and shifting his voice from dissolute to conspiratorial, whispered to Stepan,
Let's go to the lotto. A marvelous game, I swear. I'm going home,
said Stepan.
There's time for that. It won't run away. Come for my sake.
And he resolutely pulled the young man aside under an archway, where one by one letters lit up and went out together, forming in a semicircle the words,
Electric Lotto.
On the threshold of this establishment of urban entertainment, the young man was enveloped by that dreary premonition that arises in a person instantly and without reason, crushing with the weight of fear all attempts to dispel it through reasoning. He could, in fact, have not gone here with Maxim, not gone with him at all, yet some irresistible curiosity, despite the revulsion, held him and led him on. Passing through a quiet corridor with a grey-haired doorman, they entered a large, brightly lit hall, where at rows of tables sat hunched, intent people, women and men, and through the narrow aisles between the rows of chairs, attendants moved noiselessly, wordlessly exchanging cards for the next round. Above this silence of strained expectation, like a prophetic proclamation, like the verdict of a supreme judge before a crowd of petitioners, maintaining measured pauses, underscoring with metallic clarity the monotonous words that elicited a quiet murmur of hope and disappointment in the hall, the caller's voice rang out cold, sharp, and impartial.
41, 20, 34.
And with each call on the enormous board along the back wall, the announced numbers lit up, weaving a chaotic pattern of bright spots. Maxim stopped at the threshold by a small table where money was exchanged for tokens, and Stepan gave him a questioning glance, certain that the accountant wanted to indulge and perhaps even at his expense. But Maxim whispered to him,
Over there, in the corner on the right.
The young man raised his eyes in that direction and saw at a table a woman, puffy and drowsy, in a blue dress he knew well, which now barely contained the flood of her bloated body. With her head bowed, she was concentrating intently on her cards, so he could not get a good look at her face. But from her posture, from her heedless immobility of attention, he understood that this table had become her only beloved place, that she had brought into this hall all the remnants of her desire.
Is that her? Her?
He thought, anguished by the ruin before him. Suddenly, after the next call, the swollen shade of his former mummy leapt up and, in a stifled voice, as if through teeth clenched on prey, shouted into the hall.
Done. I've finished. 12 finished,
the caller announced tonelessly, and everything around stirred with a rustling movement and murmur, as though the figures enchanted in a fairy tale had all at once awakened from a magic sleep at the spell of a mysterious word. They were checking the winnings.
She always wins,
Maxim said spitefully. Her voice, coarse and greedy, immeasurably distant from the tenderness of her former words, stirred Stepan's soul just as it stirred the hall. But at once the same silence settled over it again. Everything froze again, as if all his memories had plunged back into their marvellous sleep. He felt himself free, distant, and elevated. Turning, he left the hall, and Maxim only caught up with him at the exit.
I trust you will permit me not to attend your lectures,
he said when they were out on the street. In his now sober and sharp voice, the old hatred quivered.
As you wish,
replied Stepan. They bowed stiffly to one another, and Maxim left first, vanishing into the mist as he had emerged from it. And to the young man, everything that had just happened suddenly seemed a mirage, a distressing trick of the imagination. Trying to accept what he had seen as reality and to think it through properly, he was frustrated by the futility of his attempts and rode the tram home in annoyance, sullenly watching the dark masses of buildings that seemed to float densely past the car windows. At home he remembered he had not eaten supper, but no longer wanted to go out. Knowing in advance he would find nothing edible, he rummaged through his drawers out of boredom, and lighting a cigarette began to leaf idly through his notebooks and notes. One sheet unexpectedly caught his attention. He unfolded it, grew interested, and read.
Today I decided to begin a diary. There are moments that must be recorded. My stories. Published. I want to shout, published, and I see a smooth road before me. I'm walking. No, flying, soaring. I feel so free, warm, happy. I kiss this day.
He dropped the cigarette, about to tear the paper up. Then, taking out a pencil, he scrawled across the lines in large black letters a single word. F-O-O-L. V. The matter of his stories was beginning to trouble Stepan Radchenko more and more. Enough time had passed for him to have received a positive reply, yet the editorial office had sent him no word. And the standard notice on journal covers that regarding rejected manuscripts the editorial office does not correspond was acquiring a crushing force in his eyes. In those lines a funeral march sounded for his audacious hopes, which had suddenly seized him and cast him into an unknown dark current, into a whirlpool that had crumpled him and threatened to fling him onto a deserted shore. Slowly, at first like a bitter aftertaste to his thoughts, but relentlessly, growing more distinct each day, doubt entered his heart. Not yet knowing the true object of his despair, he already felt that vexing dissatisfaction, that foul mood which, breaking free from its real cause, latches onto whatever is nearest and thrusts forward the secondary, though striving even through that to justify its presence. He was descending into a helpless state, and the secret forces of the soul, those true guardian angels, divinely blind and divinely naive, were taking covert measures to divert his attention from the real danger, to substitute for it several smaller ones, and thereby to shield him from a possible catastrophe. The instinct of self-preservation, so brutal and simple on the outside, was conducting within the young man as cunning a campaign as it could, insistently arguing that he was troubled only by the petty annoyances of an unsettled existence, annoyances that were passing and remediable. And so it occurred to him that the food at the Narkarch was not nutritious enough for his constitution, and he switched to a private dining room. Then it began to seem that he was not getting enough fresh air, and he started taking walks at midday between 1 and 2 o'clock, regardless of the drizzle and foul weather. Having caught a cold and a mild case of bronchitis, he became terribly worried about his health and diligently examined his handkerchief, damp with phlegm, searching for traces of tubercular blood. And though he never found a single drop, the fear for his physical condition, which seemed to him undermined, nagged at him annoyingly. Feeling his biceps, he detected a loss of their former resilience, a flaccidity and reluctance to move. And indeed, during these thorough investigations, conducted with a passionate desire to find signs of decline, his body softened and went slack, obligingly furnishing the needed proof of debilitation. Then sadness and a vague resentment would engulf him. In direct connection with this state of exhaustion, he also placed the waning of his sensual desire for Zoska. And indeed, those moments of voluptuous daydreaming in the morning, when the whole body fills with frenzied longing and reaches toward all the women on earth, when the arms stretch out mightily to embrace them, when the lips send them a greeting smile into space and the ears seem to hear their ardent call, those moments of the morning tide of strength, when the whole world arises in passionate entanglements of love, these moments of silent communion between the sexes had ceased their visits, had stopped coursing as a hot echo through his agitated blood. Look what he had come to: horror, shame. And while all manner of possible ailments merely frightened the young man, the weakening of a function he deemed supremely important robbed him of his self-respect and deeply notched his honour. And so, one day, while drafting the plan for his next lecture, he began to browse through Fata Morgana, selecting a passage to work through with his students. Turning the pages with pedagogical inattention, the young man gradually became absorbed and began to linger more closely over certain lines. The melancholy harmony of the images drew him in. The words, igniting with comprehension, opened before him a boundless perspective into the mysteries of their combinations. And suddenly they burst into a multitude of swarming fireflies, streaming endlessly to the left, fading on white shores. He sat riveted to the phosphorescent pages, whose thin rays burned a painful mark in his bowed chest. Never before had he read so hungrily or experienced such a deep merging with what he read. In the book, not new to him, he found a new, intoxicating enchantment with the grandeur of creative art, the power of its chisel, and the density of the paint fused from its inspiration. His eyelids trembled and his fingers twitched on the desk. And when he finished, he felt anguish, the anguish of a thirsty man who, having drunk, has only inflamed his thirst, and the heavy edifice of the work, which had been assembling before his eyes brick by brick, seemed suddenly to collapse upon him. Bowing his head onto his hands, he listened to the echo of the lines as it faded, dying away like distant singing. And from there, from that distance, from the emptiness that had formed out of the silence, a deathly chill blew over him.
Never, never will I write anything like that,
he whispered. Now he recognized the absurdity of his ambitions. A writer! Who, that cunning tempter, had whispered that word to him? Where had that mad certainty come from, which had lured him for so long? Now he saw no grounds for it whatsoever. Many things everyone might fancy, many things one might dream of, but only a fool chases after dreams. He was a Cossack riding a stick instead of a horse, a fool, a hopeless fool. And to trade science for this chimera, the Institute, to bring to nothing years of hard work, nurtured plans, obligations before whom? At least before himself. Not understanding now how all this could have come about, the young man hastily sorted through the causes of his downfall. Vyhorsky! There was the one who had definitively led him astray, the one who had sent his stories to the journals, and who, exactly, had asked him, the accursed tempter. And at the same time, a warm gratitude stirred in him toward the stern critic who had chased him from the house without even hearing him out. True, his stories, as if they could be called stories, had been published, but so what? Anyone can write something by accident for some reason, once and done. How many random names surface on the pages of journals, never to appear a second time? And perhaps he would write, even write a great deal, those kinds of works that are read and forgotten, that vanish without mention, forming the indispensable medium in which the true masters develop and operate. To become one of them, one needs faith, needs to feel one's creative power as one feels the physical. Do they know despair? But to serve as a backdrop for someone else's brilliance that he would not accept, he even clutched his head at the thought that he might become a little ladder on which others would ascend. Then he felt weariness and self-pity. Poor fellow. And why was he tormenting himself? Well, he had made a mistake, got carried away. He was young, it was only natural, let it be done with. But what was he to do? Stepan rose, stretching his numb arms. How long had he been sitting? An hour? 2? Slowly he put on his overcoat and went out into the street. November. Autumn was entering the stage of senile gauntness. Its days were already numbered. Its tears were drying up before the inevitable end. It had become quiet and cold, frowning and calm on the eve of its snowy demise, and the stony sounds of the city rang more dully in this deathly void. Feeling relief in the open air, glad to flee from the room where the walls breathed his poisonous thoughts, Stepan pulled his hat down over his brow and without noticing arrived at the Haymarket. Skirting it, he came out onto Valerian Pidmohylny Street and stopped by the railings of the Golden Gate Square, where the dormant fountain stood amid a basin filled with the greenish water of rain. Along the paths, carpeted with yellow chestnut leaves, stretched rows of solitary benches. No one. And he felt the urge to go inside, to wander the paths, to tread upon the rustling leaves. There, in a corner, he had once torn up a story, but the memory of it was now tender and dear to him. Then he walked on in pensive calm and with the desire to sleep. As he drew near St. Volodymyr's Cathedral, a strange agitation stirred within him. The institute was so close. Should he stop in? Why? And within a minute this sudden whim had turned into an irresistible need. With burning curiosity, as if about to spy on something forbidden, he approached the wide doors of the institute entrance. They opened stiffly, held shut by a strong spring, and in the effort he applied, a host of similar efforts he had once made several times a day came back to life. But it was only upon entering the long corridors, dim and stuffy after the outdoors, where the speckled stream of figures and the hum of voices surged forward and back, up and down the stairs, coursing through the veins of the building like living blood, that a silence fell upon the young man's soul, and a chill. Pulling his hat down even further so as not to be recognized, he approached the glass door of the lecture hall. A lecture was in progress. He looked at the rows densely packed with young people, at the lecturer he knew well, observed here and there the familiar movements of attention, negligence, incomprehension, and not a trace of excitement or pain stirred in him, and the remorse that had been tormenting him only moments before withered at the breath of strangeness that wafted from this whole setting, once so coveted. The young man stepped back in surprise and looked around with the eye of a wanderer who, returning to his native land after long travels, finds nothing of what he had left behind, sees everything changed and so remote from his memories that not even regret is warranted by this disfigured reality. Here, having touched what he had abandoned, he understood that he could not return to it, that these walls were forever alien to him, and that this din would neither summon him nor rouse him. He left with the same dreary apprehension with which he had first set foot upon the city's ground. The square seemed narrower to him, the buildings heavier and sterner, the low autumn sky, an arching, endless pavement. He suddenly sensed beyond the first row of stone buildings countless more across hills and valleys, countless dwellings scattered in a vast circle, each concealing a surprise and a menace. He sensed the tangled web of streets where one could wander for hours and days through the same rectangular passages, wander to tears and exhaustion over the bared stone that had marked the horizon with jagged lines. He sensed those invisible walls that had risen for him on the edge of the steppe, and he lowered his defeated gaze, begging for peace. He was tired. That evening, when Zoska came out to him, he seized her hand and began to kiss it in silence. She was surprised.
What's the matter, my divine one? Zoska?
He said.
You're the only one. I have no one else.
She sighed.
Oh, what a liar you are. No one else at all.
He went on.
No relatives, no acquaintances. I'm all alone in this whole city, and today I feel as though it's my first day here. It's so hard. He's having a hard time,
said Zoska gently.
Don't laugh.
He replied mournfully.
You don't know what I'm thinking and how I suffer.
He's suffering.
The young man stopped and whispered in despair.
I can't go on like this. What's the point? Is this love? I'm sick of the cinema. I'm nauseated by films. I want to be near you. Just the two of us. Only the two of us. Don't be afraid.
He added bitterly.
I won't do anything to you. I don't need that. I love you as you are. You don't know me at all. Not at all. This is foolishness. The way things are between us. It'll be easier for me if just for an hour you're only with me. I want to sit beside you and tell you everything. And what's that got to do with me?
Cried Zoska.
Don't say that. You don't mean it.
He pleaded.
I can't joke right now. This is serious. Do you understand? Serious. Zoska, think of something because I can't think of anything. Hurry.
Zoska grew thoughtful. Then she cried out.
I've got it.
Tell me. She laid out her cunning plan in brief. She had a friend who worked at the Sorobkop. Her room was free until 4. Understood? Suppose she wanted to prepare for university entrance examinations, and at home there was no place to study with a tutor.
Zoska,
He exclaimed in delight.
You're extraordinary. I could just cover you in kisses. Really?
She added mysteriously.
Let's go to Shevchenko Boulevard. It's dark there. We can kiss.
He returned home perfectly calm. Zoska's plan pleased him enormously. In daytime meetings with the girl, so dear to his heart, secret meetings at someone else's lodgings, he sensed a distinctly urban sort of romance. The thought of them flattered his self-esteem and soared above all other thoughts like a sweet song. In such moments of inner calm, he would feel the need to tidy the room, to carry out the rubbish that typically accumulated in a corner, to sort through his underclothes like a respectable householder. The slightest disorder around him irritated him when orderliness entered his head. Having finished putting the room in order, he felt a deep contentment. He stacked the books in neat piles, wiped the inkwell, covered the desk with white paper, and sat down beside it to rest after his praiseworthy labour. And he reflected, youth is characterised by impetuosity, by dreams of extraordinary deeds and glory, though of 1,000, usually only one achieves this. Still, if you showed a young man his true future destiny at once, he would cease to strive, would send it all to the devil, and become a vagabond. It follows that illusions are absolutely necessary. But it is enough to understand their nature, as he, for instance, was doing, for them to stop being troublesome. He felt and took pleasure in the wisdom of his reflections. One must live as everyone lives. A simple, ordinary life, make acquaintances, pay visits, have fun, read newspapers and translated novels. What more was needed? In the end, compared to others, he was not so badly off. From his lectures he earned a fairly easy living. Ukrainization would continue for another 3 years or so, and then he would take up a position. No, he would certainly teach here in the city. That was the easiest thing. He just needed to deepen his language knowledge, become a real specialist. He smoked, and in the clouds of smoke he saw his peaceful future. There it was, the whole matter. 2 days later, at noon, Stepan had his first daytime rendezvous with Zoska. Entering the small room steeped in the arousing atmosphere of a woman's dwelling, fragrant with the scent of powder and eau de cologne, he could not help feeling a rush of excitement. Then, having inhaled this intoxicating air several times, he felt light and extraordinarily invigorated. Quickly surveying the room, he caught sight of Zoska, whose figure and face were entirely hidden behind the newspaper she was reading, as if oblivious to his footsteps. Only 2 little feet, sheathed in fine stockings, hung motionless below the knees beneath the hem of her dark dress.
Miss Zosha,
He said jokingly in a dignified bass.
the lesson awaits you.
She said nothing. Then Stepan, as if stealing up on her, approached and suddenly snatched the newspaper from her hands.
Careful!
She cried. He paused for a moment, not having seen her undressed, that is, in just a dress without hat or overcoat, in so long.
Why are you staring?
She asked.
Where are the books?
He suddenly bent down, wrapping his arms around her knees.
Zoska, is that you?
He whispered.
Zoska, are you mine?
A little later, Zoska said wistfully,
You taught me quickly, my divine one.
he was glad to discover that his fears about his body's functioning had absolutely no foundation. He felt like joking.
Well, what's there to teach?
He replied.
You've ruined me.
She went on.
Now I'm ruined.
It's your own fault.
He said.
Why did you hide behind the newspaper?
Zoska waved her hand.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. You wanted to tell me something?
Me.
You said you'd sit beside me and tell me everything.
He remembered.
Oh, that's nothing. I'll tell you if you like.
He settled in.
Honestly, it's nonsense. Well, last year I was a student. I know,
Said Zoska.
I told you? And like a fool, I started writing stories.
I know. How? Stepan was surprised.
Because you read one at the Institute, at the evening gathering. Were you there? I even threw you a flower, only you didn't pick it up. That was you, darling.
He embraced her, drowning the rest of his story in kisses. Parting from Zoska that day, he thought,
Fate itself has brought us together. How wonderful.
their lessons were set precisely, twice a week, Wednesdays and Fridays. In addition, by separate agreement, they were to go to the cinema, exhibitions, and the theatre. Returning home after the rendezvous, the young man found an envelope of unusual shape, and in the letter read that his collection had been approved for publication, authorised by Holovlit. A fee of 350 karbovancy was offered, and a contract for signing was enclosed. Stepan read it and tossed it on the table. And here he had been planning to rid himself of that whole writing business. But no, it clung to him of its own accord. More trouble, he thought. 6. Literary life begins when there is a sufficient number of people capable of talking about literature all the time. Properly speaking, it is not even about literature as a manifestation of the human impulse toward understanding that these endless conversations revolve, nor is the discussion of its high exemplars or the admiration of them what drives them, but rather trivialities, the domestic side of creative work, the professional aspect of it, which, like everything professional, is tedious and monotonous. Literature consists of creative work, the life of writers, not of writers' conversations. And on their lips, every fact from a writer's life miraculously becomes a literary fact. An anecdote about him becomes a literary anecdote. His galoshes become literary galoshes, as though every part of their body possessed the magical ability to bestow literary value on things by mere touch. Legends of godlike bards who won the favour of despots, princesses and treasure, that is, handsome fees for their songs, nowhere take root so firmly as in the subconscious of writers ready to burn all human hearts mercilessly with the word. And no matter that these hearts grow ever more fireproof from the effects of libraries, writers secretly and stubbornly cherish the hope of their own chosenness, of some exceptional attitude toward themselves, of their own exceptional functions, nourishing the root of creative striving in the remnants of the past. And however tedious and nauseating that life may be, that unwinding of the bandage of literary news, who is writing what, who is thinking of writing what, who said what about whom, who is planning to denounce or praise whom, where everyone is going on holiday and how much everyone earns. It is precisely from its rustling that the authentic spirit of genuine, non-artisanal literature is created, the spirit of hidden rivalry. And in the delicate loop of this ribbon lies the milieu where literary warriors gather and smoke the pipe of peace before their next campaign. The young writer Stefan Radchenko also began to partake in literary life, frequently visiting the editorial office of a journal where well-known, little-known, and entirely unknown writers gathered. After spending time in their company, he would leave quite satisfied, though he had been silent the entire time, being too much of a newcomer to have the right to express himself. It is a well-known thing. Unauthoritative opinions, however clever, inspire mistrust, while from recognized lips even foolishness earns praise. And so here, as everywhere, one had to earn the right to attention, either through the quality of one's work or at least through persistent presence. And Stepan served his literary apprenticeship willingly. Well then, he reasoned, if writing is apparently what fate has in store for him, if instinctively he has already taken so many steps that stopping would be shameful. then he must keep going. Connect with those among whom he is destined to work, show himself, remind others of himself, weave himself into the chain of literary acquaintances as a literary personage. At first, in the new company, he felt awkward and uncomfortable, because nobody paid him any attention, because sometimes there was not even a chair for him, and the conversations he overheard oppressed him with their inaccessibility. But as he frequented the place, he quickly familiarized himself with everything, familiarized himself also with the personal accomplishments of those he encountered, accomplishments often quite modest, disproportionate to the freedom of their manner, and he joyfully realized that he himself was by no means inferior to them. Now he impatiently awaited the publication of his collection, for only it could give him a genuine literary passport instead of the provisional certificate of journal stories. At first they merely tolerated him. A little later they grew accustomed to him. Then he won a certain sympathy through his gentleness, and upon arriving he could already hear the friendly exclamation,
"Ah, here's Radchenko."
This gratified him beyond words. Like it or not, he had apparently already carved out at least a tiny corner for himself in literature, at least one seat's worth of space. And having somehow mustered a little courage during a debate in a moment of silence, blushing, he mumbled,
"I think so too."
It was unclear what exactly he thought and which side exactly he meant to support with this sentence, but he had expressed an opinion and was proud of it all day. He had taken part in a literary conversation. What interested him most, naturally, were the literary groupings. Each of them had its own name and signboard, and to the young man they seemed something like cooperatives for marketing their members' output. And he was very pleased that the members of each faction zealously defended, promoted, and pulled one another forward while mercilessly abusing their opponents. For he himself desperately needed a point of support. Observing the people and listening to their ideas, he rejected those associations that did not match his ideas and moods. And from the remaining more or less suitable ones, he was in no hurry to choose, waiting for his collection so as not to enter them unnoticed. But this made the step all the more momentous for him, since by his choice he risked losing in the eyes of the rest not only their sympathy, but all his abilities too. Friends bring enemies in their wake, a well-known thing. But acquainting oneself with the inner life of these groupings, seeing with one's own eyes the conditions into which one would be placed upon joining, was not so easy, because amid the circumstances of internecine strife, their meetings were held behind closed doors, and tolerating the presence of an outsider at sessions where the disposition of enemy forces and attack plans were discussed was something they naturally could not permit for tactical reasons. With the first snow, the poet Vyhorsky returned to the city. They ran into each other on the street like old friends.
Well, come on,
said the poet.
Where?
To drink beer.
They entered a half-dark daytime establishment with a multitude of empty chairs and tables along the walls and in the middle of the room. It reeked of the ineradicable vapours of beer and a floor washed with a dirty rag.
This is my favorite beer hall,
said the poet.
A round of beer? It's rather eerie in here,
said Stepan, sitting down. He had not been in beer halls before, and he looked around with curiosity at the counter with its foodstuffs, the stout proprietor in his jacket and boots, the brewery posters on the walls, and the vivid picture of a fresh crayfish before him.
But I love a beer hall by day,
continued the poet.
I love this stale air where the spirit of hundreds of people lingers. I love this dampness of spilled drinks. And the quiet. A wondrous mood embraces me. I see more clearly. If you want to know, I think through my poems here.
He drank.
I missed it, missed Kiev. I stood by the window of the train carriage and watched. It lies spread out like an enormous crab, and the buildings seem like cardboard on the hills. Great, magical. When I stepped off the train, when I felt its ground beneath my feet, when I saw myself in it, I trembled. It's nonsense, of course. But where will you find such space, such mighty breadth of streets? And at every step you encounter memories, you tread in the footsteps of your forebears. Yesterday I walked all over it, examined everything, even familiar porches, and I see. Everything is as it was, as though it had been waiting for me. A strange feeling, as though it had been waiting for me. It seems to me that one cannot grow so attached to a person as to a lifeless thing. How many of us have loved a dozen women, gone through even more friends, yet love cutlets all our lives? I went to the Lavra, even walked through the caves. What a difference from 22 and 23. Back then, it was all peasant women, but yesterday there were more intelligentsia women. Even men turn up. I thought, they know the sweetness of prayer, the deep pleasure of communion with their deity. And us? In the end, all our aeroplanes, radios and poison gases are a worthless trifle compared to the lost hope of paradise. To be honest, I envied them. Listen, have you thought about the terrible contradiction of a person who is conscious of the absurdity of his transient existence, but incapable of making it eternal? I'm afraid we may be facing a revival of faith.
Oh no, Stepan spoke up.
I'll tell you about the countryside. The young people are completely irreligious. Perhaps I won't argue. I only know that universal problems have lost their flavor. We've grown weary of the universal. Being or consciousness, form or content. One feels like saying, it's all the same, who cares? Life doesn't break down into schemas. Everyone starts living from the beginning, and to every new person the world seems new. And yet science keeps advancing.
Stepan added.
Science has been advancing for 1,000 years. Understand that the experience of the ages is only a backdrop against which each person performs his tricks. Another round!
He unbuttoned his coat, and the young man saw on him the same velvet shirt tied with the same cravat as in the spring when they had first met in the office of the housing cooperative. The poet's oblong face had become nervous and mobile, as though all the muscles beneath the skin were conducting a strenuous labour. And the young man, himself slightly stirred after a bottle of beer, followed his words with keen and concentrated attention.
Drink,
said the poet.
Nothing stimulates the capacity for thought like beer. The science, it's a zero, an empty, inflated zero. For thousands of years it has been advancing, and cannot teach people how to live. What use is it? You'll say. Revolution. Agreed. Humanity molts like a snake. Only it sheds its spiritual skin with far greater agony than a snake its physical one. Humanity bleeds as it molts, but the new skin will peel off too, don't forget. Progress? Well, that's child's play. I agree. Progress exists, but there's no sense in it. The worst mistake is to consider the inevitable as purposeful. A person eats the same meat, only fried and with a fork. Progress does not increase the sum of happiness. That's the point. A man condemned 3 centuries ago to be broken on the wheel suffered no more than one shot by a firing squad today. And perhaps I feel my dirty fingernails even more keenly than the so-called savage feels an entire dirty hand.
He slowly drained his glass and fell into reverie.
That is why I have always said that teaching people is petty swindling. There is nothing more shameful than arousing illusions, and it is even more criminal to be a peddler of ideals.
Ideals?
Yes, those very ones. Humanity, like a woman, loves to hear compliments in the form of ideals. There are many curses in the world because there are many idealists. Who would follow them if they didn't berate him? And these ideals are like food. While in the mouth they have different flavors, but the stomach equalizes them. The catarrhal stomach of history, as one poet with excellent digestion put it.
He fell silent and bent over his glass. Stepan lit a cigarette, blowing smoke with pleasure into the dimness of the room. Indeed, it was quiet and peaceful here. He's clever, the young man thought about the poet.
Another round,
the poet called out.
I've had enough,
said Stepan. He lit up.
You'll drink. A healthy lad like you, and can't manage 3 bottles. Please. Now, about ideological commitment. It has always been fashionable and honorable, but those who live by an idea alone, for whom the whole world has dissolved into it, we put them in Kirillivka. Where's the logic? You mean the insane? That's what they call them. You know what incident I recall?
Said Stepan.
In our village there was a girl, the beauty of the whole village. And she went mad. They say one of the lads was to blame.
On this earth, no one owes anyone anything. But the guilty exist, because there must be accountability, not that animals can only go rabid. Madness is the indivisible privilege of humanity, a signpost on the road it travels, the spectre of its future.
The clock struck 2. The poet gave a start.
The universe will perish through the dissipation of thermal energy.
He said,
It will distribute itself evenly. Everything will equalize and be erased. Everything will come to a stop. It will be a magnificent spectacle that no one will see.
Stepan, after his 3rd bottle, felt a sadness in his soul, as though the universe were to perish in a few days' time. Yet the clock stirred in him thoughts about a lecture at the Institute.
Shall we go?
He asked.
Let's go. Who's paying? You? By the way, I'm nearly out of money.
But for Stepan, money was not a question. A week ago, he had finally received a 50% advance on the fee for his collection, which was already in print, and had immediately bought himself a felt hat and ordered a splendid suit and was waiting for it in order to impress Zoska. And he himself was growing ever more partial to clothing as the artistic framing of his body. Loving it, feeling its strength and good proportions, he could not help but take an interest in the attire that was to present that body in a decent form, since displaying it naked was forbidden. Clothing had become for him a matter of form, a matter of taste, and even of influence, for he perfectly understood the difference between a person's appearance in a threadbare shirt and in a well-chosen jacket. This, of course, is pure convention, but one must possess an exceedingly great charm of spirit to compensate for carelessness in dress. When the suit was ready, the young man was seized with a desire to give Zoska a present too. His feeling for her had taken root in him, and sometimes, quite unexpectedly, at home or during a lecture, her image would pass soundlessly before him, light and laughing. Zoska! What a wonderful name! Even to pronounce it was a pleasure, for it rang with the echo of her caresses, the sweet reverberation of kisses that had fallen asleep on his lips, eyes, and chest. Moreover, he felt toward her that particular, purely masculine gratitude that the sense of secret complicity adds to love. And she herself, having ventured with him to the dark springs of existence, partaking from the tree of knowledge its eternally fresh fruits, had become more balanced, more amiable toward him, had lost the sharpness of her former caprices, retaining only a certain restlessness that betrayed itself in sudden bouts of melancholy. Then she would look at him with eyes that visited upon him an unknown anxiety, as though her gaze pierced his soul and stirred sealed recesses within. Then she would lie with her hands clasped behind her head, distant, concentrated, alien, and say nothing. Then she would come alive again.
Is it bad at home, perhaps?
He would ask.
It's bad, but it doesn't matter.
Her father, a minor clerk, earned too little money for their domestic life to be appealing, and she herself had no luck finding a position. And Stepan tried to cheer her up as best he could. He brought chocolate, sweets, flowers, illustrated magazines that they would leaf through together, and now he wanted to give her a present. What exactly? Having considered many things, he settled on perfume because he loved it, though he was too embarrassed to use it himself. In the perfumery, he asked for fine perfume.
Would you like Coty?
The very best.
Paris? L'Oregon? Chypre? L'Oregon?
He said, because that name appealed to him most. He paid 15 carbovancy for the little bottle, but he was satisfied, for surely it must be fine perfume if there is so little of it for so much money. On Friday, having dressed up in his new suit, he jauntily appeared for the rendezvous.
Zoska,
He said.
here's what I bought you. Koti!
She cried out like a child receiving an unexpected but long dreamed of toy.
This is the finest perfume.
He said.
Very glad you like it. And look, my new suit.
Really? Stand up, walk, turn around. Divine. Wait.
He said, delighting in the impression made by the gift and by himself. He took the little flask, carefully uncorked it, tearing the thin film from the glass stopper, and in a surge of tenderness began to anoint Zoska, running his palm, moistened in the yellowish liquid, over her neck, arms, and face. She stood, obediently still, like a lovely doll, shivering from the cool touch of his hand and the sensation of fragrant traces on her dampened skin.
Enough, enough!
She whispered excitedly.
No, the legs too.
A wave of fragrance slowly spread through the air, rising in an imperceptible radiance around Zoska's figure. A fine, quiet aroma transfigured the room, transforming it from the ordinary shelter of human beings into a fairy tale dwelling of lovers, evoking a dream of love among flowering groves in the gentle sighs of a celestial breeze, as if from distant depths, through invisible cracks in the walls, there had come the enchantment of mysterious ointments, essences, and resins of ancient times. But where had he smelled this intoxicating scent before? Why did it so stir him, so oppress his heart? He remembered. This was the scent of a woman. That woman, once encountered before a shop window. And at once memories surged up in him, a multitude of memories scattered before him like a stirred heap of changeable stones, gleaming with the sparkle of bright diamonds and sombre carbuncles, dazzling his eyes with their radiance, touching his body with the tremor of anxious care. His whole life passed before him in this play of light and shadow, an unexpected life, not the one that should have been, but the one that was.
Let me lay my head in your lap,
he whispered.
May I? You may do anything, alas.
She replied. Languishing, he pressed his face to her perfumed thighs, clasped them like a firm support, and felt peace. Then he asked,
Zoska, have you loved anyone?
She stroked his hair, plunged her hand into it, and tousled it.
I have.
She answered slowly.
Tell me.
And without ceasing to caress his head, she told him about her first love. She had been 19 at the time, that is, 3 years ago. She had been studying at a stenography course. One student always walked her home. Then he vanished somewhere.
But he was an odd one,
she said.
He never once kissed me. Did you want him to?
Every girl wants it when she's in love. Then why didn't you want to kiss me at first? You didn't love me. And now I do?
She withdrew her hand.
Now I don't care,
she said. Lulled, he felt the desire to talk, to ask about their feelings, so as to understand at least now how they had been born. Under the influence of the perfume and the tenderness, a contemplative mood enveloped him, one that awakens in a person the need to delve deep and comprehend the current of life.
Do you love me?
She grew pensive, as if deliberating. Terribly. He nestled closer to her in a sign of gratitude. For what?
You have a beautiful voice,
she said.
Close your eyes, and it cradles you. And eyes. And eyes.
A dreamy echo sounded in his heart.
And eyes.
What else?
Your soul is bad,
she suddenly added.
A bad sort of soul. How do you know?
He asked, startled.
I know. But I like you, I just do. You're handsome.
You think I'm a thief?
Oh, if only you were a thief. You'd bring me carpets, like a brigand in the songs, and then you'd kill me or sell me into slavery. Zoska,
he said, sitting up.
How extraordinary you are. What luck that I found you. I found myself,
she said, and they talked, said to each other those words that, torn from the context of love, seem banal and stupid. Words naive, meaningless, absurd, like battered cards before a game that in the hands of each new pair of players acquire the power of symbols. They joined them in exclamations and whispers, ancient as the grey earth but alive, renewed on loving lips, reborn in their original lustre by the force of undying feeling. They sat, enchanted by their closeness, by boundless devotion, by the quiet touching of souls that in moments of supreme transport ring like silver bells of spring. And parting, he gazed at her for a long time, absorbed her image so as to carry it with him into his dreams and sleep. 7. Stepan's collection came out in print at the beginning of January of the new year, sooner even than he had expected. He felt a moderate satisfaction holding it in his hands for the first time, thought that it was a useful and valuable thing for him, a definite trump card in his hand. but he thought this without great excitement, having grown accustomed to the fact of its appearance during the period of waiting. For he was not one of those who strive methodically, step by step approaching a set goal, and who know how to rest at the staging points of achievement. His desires were always an impulse that burned him, called him straight through difficulties that could have been eased by detours and patience, and in overcoming the inevitable doubts he squandered the joys of accomplishment. His soul was a scored millstone, a ceaselessly turning millstone that grinds together with the finest grain, the cockle and wild oats of life. The next day he leafed through his book, examined the typeface and the cover, glanced at the titles of the stories in the table of contents, but did not dare to reread it, feeling awkward before himself about what he had written. And was it even worth writing? After all, while writing, he had had no idea why or for what purpose he was writing. What value can such unconscious labour have? He showed the collection to Zoska, expecting praise and advice from her.
You wrote this?
She said.
People are such comics. They're always concocting something.
So should I stop?
He asked.
No, keep writing since you've started.
He understood this perfectly well himself. One must write once one has started. This book had turned writing into a duty for him, a demand, a word of honour that he had to keep. But at the same time it ceased to be for him a mere game of glory, a means of standing out among the multitude of his kind, acquiring in his eyes the significance of a labour too responsible to allow himself to write about anything and in any way. Why? He himself could not explain it, could not trace the tangled path his relationship with literature had taken from a boyish prank to a wound of the soul. Playing, he had cut himself and inadvertently severed those veins through which the heart drives the flood of blood, and so he had to create now under the double burden of duty and responsibility. He must write. This thought never left him, not at home, not at lectures, not in conversations, not at rendezvous. He smoked and ate his meals with it like a best friend, like an inescapable enemy. He must write. But about what? He selected and composed several plots from the insurgent life, rich in adventures, but rejected them one by one, sensing in them a crafty repetition of what he had already written. No, this territory was exhausted for him, and it had receded, become somehow ghostly, no longer stirring that curiosity that can captivate, compel one to search and string beads on a new thread, and he was not at all troubled that he could find nothing there for further use. He vaguely craved to write about what he was seeing now, to work with his latest impressions of the city. Here, only here, lay his fertile ground, the soil he had to plough. For only here did he feel that unknown something from which, in the striving to understand it, the fervour and joy of creativity arise. And it hardly mattered that these impressions lay in his soul as a heap of raw weaving. Life never provides anything finished, only fragments and hints, montage material that must be laid out, assembled and painted into the whole that is called a work of art. Life gives only clay, shaped under the fingers and breath of masters. He knew this and could not find the axis. Then he remembered inspiration and began to pursue it stubbornly and cunningly, starting with simple, naive methods and proceeding to painstaking measures. First, he tried to work upon his conscience by placing himself in conditions where not writing would be shameful. He sat down at the table, resolutely took out a sheet of white paper, opened the inkwell and took up his pen, and waited. But instead of the desired concentration, every trifle pulled his attention away. His eyes would imperceptibly settle on advertisements in an old newspaper, on a cigarette label, on the knuckles of his own fingers, scrutinizing everything closely, seeking refuge everywhere so as not to return to the treacherous sheet where their task lay. His ears listened to the cries, murmur and rustling beyond the wall, and in his head thoughts wandered on their own, vanishing without trace in the coils of smoke that enveloped and choked him from the tobacco. And nothing came of it. In that case, he set about carefully removing all the obstacles that distracted him, in order to isolate himself entirely and concentrate, even if by force. He abandoned the pen because it had to be dipped, then even the ordinary pencil because it had to be sharpened, replacing it with a mechanical pencil. He moved the table away from the window, where a slight draught irritated his face, and placed it by the stove in shelter, rearranging the electric light accordingly, and to be rid of the loathsome rustling of his neighbours, he began making attempts at night when everyone was asleep then, having suffered defeat there too, at 4 or 5 in the morning, when no one was yet up. But the results of these self-denying measures were the same. On the paper, a few crossed-out lines amid a multitude of drawn trees, houses and faces, and in his heart, bitterness and fatigue. Sometimes, having returned home, he would imagine he was in a splendid mood and, playfully flirting with himself, would say,
Well, must write something for the money.
Something light and merry. To hell with serious themes. What's to stop him from being a humorist? Here, for instance, if you please, a splendid theme. A teacher during a lecture conducts anti-religious propaganda, having chosen the flood as his target. How could it have been possible, he says, to fit all existing animals into that ark, even 2 by 2? And he strikes the students with a witticism. Even a pair of whales wouldn't fit. A whale weighs 1,000 puds and would overturn the ark with its tail alone. And some student, tiny with a reedy voice,
Why take the whale? He can swim on his own.
One could add that the teacher is himself religious, prays to God for forgiveness on his way to the lecture. Or here, even better, a professor, solid, a family man, a well-known economist, composes a reply to a newspaper's query about his views on the development of the Union's economic life. His view is clear and simple, but unspeakable. And he writes, labours, reads it to his wife, reads it to acquaintances, corrects, crosses out, hedges, squirms, leaving something in general, something outside of time and space, praise for nobody knows whom, displeasure at nobody knows what. Or Ukrainization. How many dramas, comedies, farces, anecdotes, and who knows this better than he? 100 devils. How could he not have written about this until now? But outwitting himself proved impossible. In the main drive of the mechanism he wanted to set in motion, a lazy donkey was evidently harnessed, one that yielded neither to anger nor to cajolery. In the central office of his creative powers sat, it seemed, an absurd bureaucrat who kept demanding something, kept refusing something, kept saying invariably,
Come back tomorrow.
Gradually, superstitions began to take hold of the young man. Perhaps this room was barren. Perhaps the year was unproductive, being odd when he had been born in an even year. Fearing despair, he instinctively began to dream that he had already written something extraordinary, much that was interesting, incomparable, whole stacks of books that grew on the table into a solid library. He heard flattering whispers around him, set off on distant travels, corresponded with readers, explained his views, ideas, and convictions, stood reading before an immense spellbound auditorium. And these dreams eased him, consumed the gathered sorrow with their brilliance, left a strange satisfaction and a renewed pull towards himself. But they did not move him forward, and yet external literary circumstances seemed entirely favourable to this. Above all, in the literary world the collection had established him, given him those rights of literary citizenship he had been seeking. He felt it when people began to take an interest in his opinions, when from Radchenko he became simply Comrade Stefan, like an old friend in old company. He heard a few spoken praises for his stories and understood then that he had become an equal among equals. His vanity was gratified, but his soul remained silent. In the evenings, Stepan began frequently meeting the poet Vyhorsky in the beer hall, its regular patron. The young man now entered the place with an air of familiarity, feeling a certain lightness, a carefree ease on the threshold of the spacious hall, transformed by a flood of light from its sombre cellar, and easily plunged into the cheerful hubbub of the patrons who sat in colourful pairs and trios around the white marble tables, into the clatter of crockery, The popping of corks, the laughter and shouts, swathed in the loud music that flowed from the platform in the corner, uniting the whole variety of faces and attire into the complexity of a human collective, maintaining the cohesion of the mass, which in moments of silence would instantly disintegrate into solitary figures and words, divergent and remote, brought from unknown dwellings, from unknown lives and fates. But after this brief estrangement, the motley of beings would begin to draw together again in a new swell of sound, would begin to fuse again, enchanted by its own unity, as if that song of strings were its song, as if it rose simultaneously from all lips seized by a feeling of closeness. This striking effect of the beer hall music the young man felt entirely upon himself as well. It lifted from him the layers of care, liberated in him the oppressed part of the soul that suddenly spread its wings in a vague but passionate impulse, and he himself became sharpened, attuned to the trembling of human hearts, pervaded by a willful confidence that he would write something, would manage to express that still, inaccessible thing that lived in him, responding with a distant echo to the turbulent breaths of life. He sought out Vyhorsky with his gaze and, smiling, approached him, threading his way through a labyrinth of chairs.
Jazz band tonight,
said the poet.
Let's listen.
On the platform, instead of the usual trio of instruments, there was a quartet of piano, violin, cello, and a Turkish drum with the addition of brass cymbals that spread a savage din through the hall, devouring the melody.
Bandits.
Poet.
You see what they call a jazz band. And for this we have to pay an extra 5 kopecks per bottle. But pay attention to the new violinist.
The new violinist, a young man with a cravat tied in a broad artistic bow, resembled an epileptic in his manner. He contorted himself, jerked his head, stuck out his tongue, blinked, grimaced, and pulled faces, jumping up from time to time as though the drummer's strikes were accidentally landing on his stomach.
He's solving the problem of conducting with occupied hands.
Vyhorsky explained.
Such feeling. Buy them a round of beer, please.
He swayed his torso to the rhythm and hummed along dreamily.
What's new in literature?
He asked.
Nothing new.
Stepan replied.
Well, I was praised in Czerwony Szliach. There was a review. Nothing special, in a word.
Who?
Guess, Svetozarov.
Svetozarov cannot conceive of himself as anything other than unlike everyone else. He'll praise you if no one else has praised you before him. Otherwise, he'll denounce you out of an instinct for self-preservation. They all consider us racehorses on whom they place bets at the totalizator. For one must be a very good critic to be a critic. In any case, chase them away from you.
But I suppose I'll have to join some grouping after all,
said Stepan.
It's hard for a young writer without support.
The poet grimaced.
One of two things. Either you're talented, in which case support is unnecessary, or you're a hack, in which case it won't help. So what's the point? To be honest,
said the young man,
I'm accustomed to community work. First the village reading room, then the student council, then join a Modra.
The poet retorted irritably.
Join Aviakim, the Society for Aid to Cripples, the Unemployed. But what does literature have to do with it?
He nervously tapped his fork against the bottle, calling for more beer.
To be perfectly frank, I don't understand why these groupings exist. People explain it to me, and I don't understand. I cannot understand. For me, their existence remains an incomprehensible and sorrowful enigma. If they're crutches for lame writers, our legs, it seems, are whole. Beer at last.
He briskly filled the glasses.
To literature, we must respect what gives us our livelihood. But tell me, honestly, why did you start writing? Out of envy,
replied the young man, blushing.
And I, from a feeling of weakness. It's the same thing, but the trouble isn't in that. The trouble is that our literature is meager. I have always compared a writer to a baker. From a small batch of dough, he bakes a loaf. His oven is good, his yeast is good, and he doesn't stint on kneading his dough for a month, a year, several years. But if he's timid, if he's afraid of what he himself thinks and of what others think, he'd be better off closing the bakery and becoming a village schoolteacher.
The music came to life again, the drum thundered once more, but the melody rang out clearly, stretching in a thin thread from under the fingers of the violinist, who writhed in sacred convulsions. It was the melancholic motif of an unfulfilled desire, a glittering stream of mournful reproach, yearning, and restlessness.
What is that?
Asked Stepan.
A foxtrot. In our country it belongs to those dances branded with the mark of debauchery and degeneracy. Some even call it a bedroom dance, though in essence it's the same minuet. It's reproached for its sensuality, but what respectable dance isn't sensual? After all, people dance in the end in order to embrace. In general, the matter of dance has met with a most peculiar fate here. In the first years of the revolution, they were persecuted like religious rites, and now they are practiced in clubs as one of the means of cultural work. The processes of life are processes of self-negation, my friend. I can't write,
Stepan whispered, caught up in the melancholy tension of the melody.
I try and nothing comes. Nothing comes. Never mind. When it's desperate enough, you'll write.
When the music fell silent, the young man felt a stirring, some deep anxiety, for the motif had died unfinished in the clamorous air of the hall. The motif shattered suddenly into a translucent husk, swaying and teasing the ear, and the young man had an irrational urge to gather together this scattered singing swarm. The anguish of his vain attempts at writing was reborn in him from this impulse, again turning his sorrows toward that which had become inaccessible to him at the most propitious hour. He rapidly reviewed in his memory every layer of his journey through the city, and leaning toward Vygotsky, told him about their first meeting. Not in the housing cooperative's office, but in another one, where the poet had flung after him those words incomprehensible at the time.
Strange, isn't it?
He asked.
I can't recall,
Replied the poet.
but that's not the point at all. Here you are. You arrived hungry, ragged, penniless, and now you have an overcoat, a jacket, a bit of money, and a collection of stories. But have you become happier? You're already whimpering. I can't write. There, by the way, is an illustration of my thoughts on progress. That's why I've always said that happiness is impossible. Today you've eaten, tomorrow you're hungry. It's all unnatural somehow.
Stepan sighed.
Everything in the city is somehow unnatural. After the supernatural has been denied, the unnatural remains our only consolation.
Said the poet.
About happiness, that is, complete satisfaction, one cannot speak without disgust. It is the most bestial of human illusions, precisely because it is the most natural.
He filled the glasses.
Listen to me.
He continued.
All those who hold forth about naturalness understand life about as well as a pig understands oranges. For ever since the human mind began to abstract, man has hopelessly abandoned the path of naturalness, and to return him to it is possible only by cutting off his head. Consider for yourself, how can a person destroy nature outside himself without destroying naturalness within? Every tree felled on earth shows that something natural has already been cut down in the human soul as well. Ever since man exchanged his natural cave for an artificial hut, ever since he began to shape natural stone, he set out on the path of artifice that has been bequeathed to us. Is it natural to acknowledge the imperfection of life at this moment and strive for new forms of it, or to condemn our life in general? It would be natural not to notice its flaws and to praise it unreservedly, as all manner of nightingales do. Therefore, all progress is progress away from nature, in surroundings, in thought, and in feeling. And your smoking is artificial too, for it would be more natural to breathe fresh air. But I won't quit smoking,
Said Stepan.
I'm not scolding you.
The poet continued.
I only want you to understand that man is the reductio ad absurdum of nature. In us, nature destroys itself. In us, one of the branches of earthly evolution reaches its end, and no one will come after us, no Superman. We are the last link in a chain that may unwind again. perhaps more than once on this earth, but by other paths and in other directions. The brain, that is man's chief enemy. But my friend, don't stare so intently at that woman in the blue hat, though it is quite natural.
That's incidental,
said Stepan.
whereas listening to me is entirely unnatural. You're always talking about the end of the world,
said the young man a little sheepishly.
You're a gloomy one. I'm always more interested not in what's happening, but in how it ends.
That's exactly what they call you, a spineless intellectual.
These words visibly offended Vyhorsky.
A spineless intellectual,
he muttered.
And what's the use of a spine if it's dunderheaded?
Then rising, he added,
We are all petit bourgeois, because we must die. Give us eternal life, and we shall become new, magnificent, fully fledged. But as long as we are mortal, we are ridiculous and worthless.
Wait! At home, when Stepan returned that evening, he was told that someone had come to see him, promising to return the next morning without fail. Who could it have been? The matter simply unsettled Stepan, for no one, during all his time on Lvivska Street, had ever visited him, and he could not recall anyone even knowing his address. He truly lived like a mouse behind the stove, in wretched conditions where he could not write at all. And this knock of an unknown hand on the door of his room awakened in the young man a desire to be visited, to receive guests and chat with them during pleasant hours of rest.
I need to make some acquaintances,
he thought. Indeed, he needed for some time to simply live, to divert himself with the trifles of city life, to rest and restore his strength after the strain of recent months. And his inability to write was probably due to his being overtired, and a weary soul, like a spent ox, is incapable of bearing any burdens. Here was the plan he drew up as he lay down to sleep, not to frequent the journal's editorial office, for literary chatter only aggravated his impotence, to distance himself from literature as far as possible, and instead to acquire companions unconnected with literature, even to drink beer with Vyhorsky no more than once a week. Incidentally, after the initial fascination with the poet's abundance of ideas and his nonchalant attitude toward the universe, Stepan was already beginning to feel the seeds of critical judgment towards him, for he himself lived without sophisms and accepted the world without the filter of abstract categories. He did not lie to himself either in thought or in deed, and concreteness remained in him, and life never ceased to be for him a fragrant, though bitter, almond. In the morning, the riddle of yesterday's visitor was resolved quite simply. True, Stepan did not immediately recognize the face adorned with an English moustache, did not recognize the figure in a broad deerskin jacket and yellow leather gloves. But the moment the guest spoke, greeting him,
Hello, Stefochko, I've come to see you.
Not the slightest doubt remained that this was indeed his institute comrade, Boris Zadorozhny, who had once given up this very room to him.
Sit down, Boris,
he said.
Good of you to stop by.
Boris Zadorozhny had changed greatly in the year since finishing the institute, not only in dress but in manner and tone of voice, and that first exclamation that had come to his lips in greeting was merely an echo of student days. After that, his speech carried the air of superiority of a practical man unaccustomed to wasting his words and conscious of their value. Having removed his coat and revealing a grey cloth Tolstovka with large bone buttons, he drew from his pocket a folding cigarette case and politely offered one to his host. Smoke, please. Then he cast a critical eye over the room.
So you live here then? I do, thanks to you. Oh, what's to thank? A rundown room. You should paper it with wallpaper and paint the ceiling. Got money? I get by. Then paper it by all means. Wallpaper is cheap now. Buy from the Leningrad Combine, I recommend.
Stepan agreed, then asked,
And how's your department?
Boris blew a coil of smoke toward the ceiling.
The department? I quit after a week. That dry scholarly stuff isn't for me. At the moment, I'm a senior instructor of cooperative beet farming in the Kiev region. Where's your ashtray? You probably ash on the floor, you student.
And he began to tell him about the state of cooperative beet farming, last year's harvest, and its pests. Shortcomings were many, but everything was moving forward. That was beyond question. Bureaucracy was the plague. Take the sugar refinery being rebuilt near the Funduklaivka station, where he often had to be. There were workers, materials, money, and yet while they dithered, they'd missed the season. Old specialists were stuck in their ways. That was the problem.
They've got no go in them,
he said.
You should whip those little lords with a rough stick. When do you finish? Actually, I dropped out of the institute,
Stepan admitted awkwardly. Boris made a face.
Got caught up, did you? Literature?
Stepan nodded. Then Boris instructively explained to him that literature, of course, was a fine thing, but unreliable, that in life one needed a steady income, a proper profession, and useful work.
And who are you writing for anyway?
He added.
I, for instance, have absolutely no time to read. And how's your wife?
The young man asked, changing the subject.
Nadika, wasn't it?
He really had to fish this name from some cavern of memory.
Oh, Nadika's wonderful,
said Boris.
A marvelous housewife, couldn't be happier.
At the technical school?
Persuaded her to leave.
He was, of course, not against women's education or equal rights, but first of all, after those cursed business trips, he needed a home and comfort. And secondly, experience unfortunately showed that women were suited only for auxiliary work, as copyists, registrars, while responsible supervisory work was absolutely out of the question.
And we need to have a kid,
he said.
What's stopping you? Money,
said Boris.
Though abortions cost money too. In short, we'll see. Can't do without children?
Then it wouldn't have been worth getting married.
And love?
Love, Stefochko, is a temporary phenomenon. A 2-week holiday for an employee. One has to live. But you haven't changed a bit.
On parting, he told Stepan,
I'll expect you. I live at 38 Andreevsky Descent, apartment 6. 2 rooms. Come by.
Having seen the guest off, Stepan sat down on the bed in his customary way when he wanted to concentrate on something and have a comfortable smoke. Boris's visit had left an unpleasant impression on him overall, yet alongside this, he felt a certain envy toward his former comrade. While Boris's conservatism of views, his petty bourgeois narrowness in the sphere of higher cultural questions, were deeply repugnant to the young man, the appetite for practical activity, the love for his work, and the confidence in its usefulness that rang in the young manager's words impressed him with their solidity. Into this room, the storehouse of many despondencies and elations, Boris had brought the spirit of a genuine builder of life, the cheerful spirit of everyday, unnoticed creative work that ceaselessly transforms the earth. After all, it was only thanks to him and others like him, the layers of the material foundation of human existence, that creative work of a higher order became possible. And did he not have the right to regard it as a reflection of his own labour, and to reject it when he had no time to enjoy it? His work, petty and humble, would bring him no fame. His name would be inscribed in no history. And so he sought his reward in money, his repose in family, his immortality in his line. And could one for this slap him with the label of a Philistine? Be careful. It was not yet clear who had the right to despise whom. It was not clear who was the true mover of life, the one who builds its edifice or the one who sings songs having perched atop it. Stepan threw away his cigarette. Yes, he and Boris smoked different tobacco. Yes, they were different people. But Nadika had left the technical school. Persuaded her, he says. It was obvious what kind of persuasion that had been. By administrative order, and that was that. Of course, it was none of his business. All of it was dreadful trivialities, and yet dissatisfaction lingered in him, as though Boris had somehow offended him. And the more he tried to justify his comrade to himself, the guiltier and more hostile he felt him to be. A speck of vexation, rolling down the slope of feeling, expands, grows, like a snowball, and lands in the heart as a lump of ice. Then, calorie after calorie of warmth is needed to melt this unexpected weight. 12:30, time to go to the rendezvous. And he rose, stretching, with regret. Not because he didn't want to go, but because it was a pity to leave something unpondered, a thought not thought through to the end, which remained in him like a tangled ball of yarn. He dressed, went out, and cringed from the frosty air after the warmth and tobacco smoke. Cold. He turned up his collar and thrust his hands into his pockets. The blinding whiteness of the trampled street, the dry crunch of his own and others' steps, the soft glide of sleighs were disagreeable to him, affronted him with their senseless clarity. And he walked fast, overtaking passers-by. He arrived early and Zoska was not yet there. Stepan sat down and again greedily lit a cigarette, which quickly went out in his fingers stretched along the armrest of the chair. This single armchair in the room, once upholstered in pale blue silk, and now draped with a brightly coloured rug, was Zoska's favourite seat, and he occupied it now, savouring its softness with pleasure. For he wanted to plunge into something warm and comfortable, stretch his whole body, forget about it, and surrender to those slow thoughts that pass into the depths of one's own soul, and carefully lay open its possessions for inspection. He wanted to descend into the cellars of his heart, remove the locked clasps from the chests of the past, open their lids, and plunge his hands into memories, ancient and dried, like flowers between the pages of a book. Perhaps Zoska would be late today. Perhaps she wouldn't come at all. But the young man waited for her and somehow with greater curiosity than even on his first visit, examined the furnishings of the room that had given him unexpected refuge. They were poor, those furnishings, consisting of a bed, 2 chairs, an armchair, and a small table, not even having a wardrobe, so that dresses hung on the wall behind a piece of fabric. But the unknown girl who lived here had created from these meagre things a certain charming harmony, had managed to breathe feminine grace into their arrangement, to envelop the gentle simplicity of them with the enchantment of youth. He sensed her deft hand in the even line of the coverlet, in the plump pillow that coquettishly turned up its upper corner, in the row of photographs and little glass jars on the table covered with lace. Here she acted, here she lived. Here her heart beat with all human aspirations. Here she had marked the walls with the invisible pattern of her dreams. And this strange dwelling, arranged perhaps for someone else, adorned perhaps in expectation of someone else's kisses, had become the arena of his own activity, the shelter of his most intimate feeling, the base of his love. Why? At last Zoska appeared, cheerful, red from the frost and the walk, bringing with her the briskness of Schoned air.
You're already here?
She said in surprise.
I left too early,
He said, smiling.
so as to see you sooner.
Oh, what a little liar you are.
She threw off her coat and hat and flung herself at him.
Warm me up.
She said,
Zoska is absolutely frozen.
and at that moment she noticed his sadness.
Is my divine one moping? Why is my divine one moping?
Bad mood, he uttered.
It will pass.
She embraced him.
Where's the mood?
She asked,
Here? Here?
and she kissed his forehead, eyes and cheeks the way one kisses a child's bruised finger so it won't hurt. Then she settled into her armchair, and the young man sat on the rug at her feet.
At the feet of the queen.
He joked. Zoska lit a cigarette, crossing her legs and propping her elbow on her knee, and began to talk as though thinking aloud, expressing her thoughts as they wove through her mind with all their leaps and gaps. Of course, even Zoska gets in a bad mood. Why? Because people are all terrible comics. They don't want to live simply, but keep concocting things, devising things, imagining things, and then suffer for it. She looks for a job, goes to the labour exchange and the trade union, and everyone there is so puffed up, so important, and she finds it all hilarious and wants to stick her tongue out at them. Her papa writes some reports in the evenings, and once she drew a little horse at the end because he writes rubbish that nobody needs. She is very fond of aeroplanes because they fly so high, but they can't be bothered to give Zoska a ride. They'll drop bombs instead. She wants to poke all fat and pensive people in the belly with her finger, so they'll stop thinking. But the greatest oddities Zoska found in human love. Everyone lives with one another, does all kinds of pleasant, nasty things in private, and nobody will admit it. They even say it's indecent, then don't do it at all. They simply put on airs worth a kopeck and a half.
Have you fallen asleep?
She asked suddenly, giving him a shake.
No.
He said. He sat leaning against the armchair and listening to her words, which he had heard more than once in various combinations on various occasions. He was silent, and it seemed to him that everything in the room was silent too, that all the furniture had bowed its head, saddened at being here, and not somewhere far away. He didn't even notice when Zoska too had fallen silent, leaning back in the armchair with her eyes closed. Afterwards, he did not ask what she was thinking about, knowing he would not understand, just as he could not have expressed to her his own absorption, feeling that she too had imperceptibly retreated beyond the boundary where verbal connection between people ends. They sat in the room, having forgotten about each other, immersed in something infinitely their own, hidden behind the facets of the heart that suddenly grow into impassable walls of separateness. Stepan was the first to rouse himself and clumsily got up.
Are you not sleeping?
He asked. She opened her eyes without a word. He stood beside her, not knowing what to say.
Not a cheerful time for us today,
he said at last. Zoska rose and leaned toward him as though falling.
What's the matter, Zoska?
He asked with concern. She said nothing.
Has something happened to you?
This something in their intimate language meant the toll that nature seeks to exact for the enjoyment of pleasure despite all the cunning of its users. She raised her mournful gaze.
We'll all die?
She asked.
Of course.
He answered with relief.
We'll all die?
And is it not possible not to die?
His heart was wrung by the sincerity of her voice. She was not joking. She was asking openly, as though harbouring some doubt, some secret hope of being an exception to the wretched fate of the living. He kissed her, caressed her, overcome by a sorrowful compassion for her and for himself.
One mustn't think about that,
he said.
It thinks itself,
Zoska whispered. They went out together and stopped at the street corner where they usually parted.
Don't go,
he said.
You're funny.
She nodded to him, and he stood watching her small figure flicker among the passers-by, growing ever smaller and disappearing for ever longer, until it vanished entirely in the crowd. He still stood, hoping she might appear for just a moment, even from afar. Then a pain pierced him, as though with her he were losing the hope of ever seeing her again. Never had she been so close to him as now, and never had he felt such anguish in letting her go. It was as though he had not said to her what he had wanted to say, what he had been obliged to say to this one dear person, and he felt the weight of the unspoken upon him. She, like some miser, had carefully extracted from him everything that belonged to her, had taken back all the memories like gifts once given, and the thought that they were yet to see each other struck him as bizarre. It was still fairly early, but Stepan stopped in at a canteen he happened upon along the way. Food did not enjoy his favour, and his attitude toward it remained purely businesslike. He did not at all belong to those who, on their way to lunch, deliberate what to have for the first course, the second, the third, and savour future dishes along the way. Even the greatest appetite in him was bare, without the colourful admixture of sensuality, and sweets did not tempt him in the least, however enticing they had seemed at first. He had bought stacks of chocolate and bags of sweets, but never ate them himself. At first the fanciful names of dishes on the menu had intrigued him, but having learned that roast à la broche was the most ordinary fried pork, and the mysterious omelette was a simple egg dish, he stopped paying attention to these contrivances, to these efforts to diversify food through the use of names and the imagination of diners. His taste for perfume, tobacco, and clothing was developing in him, but his culinary abilities had undergone no progress whatsoever, remaining at the level of rural primitives. Surveying the hall, the patrons, and the place setting before him, the young man suddenly, without any connection to what had preceded, thought,
Nadika makes a wonderful housewife. Boris can't stop gushing.
And this thought was terribly unpleasant to him, as though from his long-ago acquaintance with that girl there remained in him an undigested stone. It seemed to him a loathsome crime to have turned the blue-eyed Nadika into a cook, a charwoman, a guardian of the meagre well-being of a young Philistine. But did that blockhead Boris even know the feeling of ordinary pity? He would twist everything, take everything into his sinewy hands, whether beets or a wife. Such was his cruel, priest-bred nature. When he had splashed about in the borscht, leaving nearly half of it, and begun absently poking at the vareniki with meat, a figure entered the dining hall in a patched coat and rust-coloured hat, pushing something large and ungainly before it. It was a harp, and its owner asked permission to entertain the esteemed public with his playing. Having received it, he sat on a chair in the corner and propped the cumbersome instrument between his knees. Then, amid the clatter and din, he struck the first chords from the coarse, vertical strings. The harpist played a well-known aria from Sylvia, and the muffled sounds of the instrument, suited only for accompaniment, lent that amorous song a mournful depth and tenderness, expressing only a fraction of the supplication while concealing the rest in the quiet trembling of tones. But Stepan was watching the performer. Where had he seen that elongated, cold yet passionate face, those sharp black eyes that seemed about to burst into flame from the fire hidden within? Perhaps he had once glimpsed him fleetingly on the street with his strange burden. Perhaps this musician had wandered through villages in turbulent times, trading his playing for bread. Or perhaps he had never encountered him at all, and the first impression, too vivid, had merely spawned in him a sensation of ancient traces. Who was he? A Tatar? A Greek? An Armenian? What fate had sent this strong, swarthy body on sorrowful wanderings, hung the triangular burden on his shoulders, locked his fervour into the melancholy sounds of strings? And how had he managed to preserve in his rags that pride gleaming in his eyes, that calm contempt for the public before whom he would presently stretch out his hand for kopecks? He felt that this stranger had his own world, separate, just like his own strange human destiny, his own torments and hopes, like everyone he merely sees here but does not know or understand. And he grew agitated, as one grows agitated who flies from Earth to a distant planet, agitated by the sudden transformation of the random people around him into mysterious figures. He marvelled, like a child discovering a hidden mechanism in a toy. He understood that people are different, understood it in the way that everything already known can be understood when understanding passes into the heart like a blade, when it flashes as a singing grain from beneath the ancient husk of words. No, he did not merely understand but grasped it, as love can be felt only by loving, as pain, despair and impulse can be known only by succumbing to them and forgetting what name each has been given. People are different. He had sensed it before, and now he knew, had foreseen it, and it had become reality. A new world was within him, a world of new thought that tickled the brain, swept its corners and rearranged its furniture, settling in of its own accord. It was as though he had found that enchanted phrase that would unlock the door through which his powers would enter, exhausted from long wandering along the walls. And like a far-sighted researcher, intoxicated by a brilliant premonition, yet fearing for its truth, needing to verify and strengthen his conclusions through broad observation, the young man set off there, to the loud great streets where people, a multitude of people, were where he could gaze to the point of delirium. He came out onto Kreschatik as onto the avenue of a broad park, strewn with the cold down of clouds, those spreading birds from the blue heights that had flown yesterday over the ridges of cliffs, evenly hewn and dressed in colourful caps. And the sun, standing above as a cold disk, cast beneath feet, beneath hooves and wheels, lavish streams of sparks, blue, red and yellow, that scattered across the street and rooftops in glittering dust, in the bright trembling of frost, which at that moment, gentle and dear, kindled the eyes with involuntary joy, brought to the lips the unwitting smile of a creature that sees the sun. Everything seemed blacker and larger. All contours deepened, grew finer in the light glow. All the din rose several notes to meet the rays, and that brisk rustling grew louder, the creak of springy snow under ceaseless, quick pressures. It was crowded. People were returning from their posts, filing out through doors beneath broad signs, merging into the throng, into the brightness, absorbing it and exhaling it into the air as trickles of misty vapour, the warm manifestation of their living spirit. So many eyes, so many movements. The young man pushed through them with passionate trembling, as though every eye looked for him and every movement was performed for him, as though he were reviewing this motley parade of heroes, nobodies and mediocrities that passed before him in orderly, impetuous, singing file. And here they were, suddenly so close to him and to one another, so simple and knowable, yet in a moment each would go to its own home, its own love, its own thoughts, its own inclinations, its own wisdoms and follies. There, on their separate plots, they cultivated the fields of their fleeting existence, grew the joyous and despairing flowers of their small lives. There each was awaited by what awaited no other, perhaps similar, but embodied in different feelings, tinted in different shades, poured into glasses of different glass, pattern, and quality. For the world begins and fades, rises and vanishes, for each of them in the small parting of their eyelids. People are different, madly different, despite their striking outward resemblance, and he saw them as a single being that had splintered into an infinitely varied multitude, as a single face divided and distorted in curved mirrors into 1,000 faces, each of which had preserved its own riddle, the riddle of a human being. The crowd excited him, excited not only his sight and hearing, but his nostrils too, flared to smell. His fingertips trembled to touch this moving, clamorous mass. He longed to feel it with all his senses, all of it and each one, to absorb it through every connecting channel into that mighty workshop where impressions are melted over the hearth of blood and forged on the anvils of the heart. All the sluices of his being were raised, and the foaming torrents of the world pouring through them converged somewhere in narrow channels into a single turbulent stream that was already setting in motion the levers of his creative machine. And this first tremor of a long, idle mechanism he felt as pain, as frightening excitement, as inexpressible rapture that seized him, swept him aside, bore him clean out of the milieu where it had arisen, until, gradually receding, going blind and deaf, he was left alone in the crowd, alone with his fire. Then he set off home, carrying that fire carefully and fearfully, as the faithful carry candles on Maundy Thursday. But when Stepan entered his room, dark after the street's glare, damp after the frosty dryness, he felt only exhaustion. Everything in him had stopped, and the flame that only a moment ago had been burning him was suddenly extinguished, quietly and without trace. Where was it? What had been the point of all that, seizing him and subsiding? He sat down without undressing, offended, crushed by the sudden collapse of his impulse, in boundless sorrow for the lost hope of writing. For a few minutes he had been certain of it, though he had no idea what he would write about or how, but he had felt within himself that flood, that seething of feeling that would burst forth, pour out of the cramped hiding place of the soul, and now it had dried up like a stream in the sand, had popped like a colourful bubble. Here he was, again, barren as before, again in the room, the coffin of his hopes, again at the desk where he had kept vigil through nights and mornings, like the accursed slave of his searchings. Would it always be so? Was he condemned forever to this punishment, to atone for a reckless, blind whim, the whim of writing a story? Condemned to flare-ups that would shake and devastate his soul, inflict unbearable ennui, provoke oppressive revulsion toward himself, toward life, toward people. For the creative impulse in a human being is irresistible. Once grafted on, it takes possession of the whole person, turns them into its appendage, an obedient executor of its prescriptions. It ruins the purity of feeling with its insistent call, turns life into a bizarre, perpetual ambush. It delights with incredible dreams, crushes with incredible despair, stings the heart, drives unrest into the mind. Like a growth in the tissues of the brain, it envelops a person like a liana, and there is no impulse mightier, for all others strive outward while this one strives inward, for the causes of all others are transient, while its wellspring is inexhaustible, being the whole world. Meanwhile, behind the back of the writer Stepan Radchenko, who could write nothing, events were ripening, preparing a pleasant surprise for him. The matter concerned literary life, that ceaseless swarming which, under conditions of hostile organizations, gradually accumulates explosive material in daily disputes and quarrels, erupting into genuine literary blizzards once or twice a year, when the struggle becomes open and massive, a struggle for privileges, for influence, for first access to the printing press and the publisher's office. For there is an internal literary competition, a creative race that yields value to literature, and an external competition that furnishes value to the writer himself and has no more in common with literature than backstage intrigues have with an actor's performance on stage. And if creative work in itself is a quiet, sedentary affair, then the struggle for its consequences is, on the contrary, very loud and mobile, and so specific that it produces an entire cadre of fighters whose only connection to literature is their energetic participation in this calisthenics. The pretext for the clash was exceedingly simple. The post of journal secretary had become vacant, and each group put forward its own candidate. And so a genuine parliamentary crisis ensued, with negotiations, meetings and conspiracies. Telephones rang, united fronts formed and collapsed, demands were issued, offensives and sieges conducted according to the finest models of strategy. This went on for a month. Everyone was bloodied, but no one yielded. Then, as the sole remedy in this impasse, a desperate proposal was put forward. Reject all those candidates and summon some outsider uninvolved in the bloodshed, and everyone rather quickly agreed on Stepan Radchenko, because they were already exhausted, and moreover the new candidate had done no one any harm and had behaved gently, giving each the hope of influencing him. So Stepan sat down on the chair beneath the sign.
Journal Secretary receives on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 11 to 1 p.m.
Likes, work, heaps of it. During the month of literary battles, a corresponding chaos had appeared in the editorial affairs, and the young man rolled up his sleeves and set to work, giving all his efforts the character of a shock campaign, something he had acquired partly from his military days, and which was partly innate to his temperament anyway. The archive for manuscripts, for instance, was utterly without order. Correspondence was in a hopeless state. The library lacked a catalogue and 3/4 of its books, and a person has only 2 hands. Reviewing manuscripts, old ones and newly submitted, was in those first days a sacred act for him, a matter of exceptional importance, for he had experienced firsthand the fervour, despair and hope invested, often in uneven, often in barely literate lines, by the distant young people who, like him, reached toward the literary light, striving to express their own, that is, the most precious to each, thoughts and feelings, to articulate their own, and therefore for each the truest, attitude to the world above, before, and beneath them. He diligently read through the abundance of notebooks and sheets, calligraphically written, sometimes adorned with naive vignettes, occasionally even with illustrations for enticement, as well as the accompanying letters, which their authors had perhaps deliberated over for weeks in order to clothe in polite, modest lines the pride and joy that blossomed in their hearts. There, somewhere far away, in villages, towns and cities, this multitude of authors waited in anguished and chivalrous poses for the appearance of their work, for a reply, for comments, and Stepan, sensing that waiting, turned page after page through entire evenings, through sheaves of paper of every weight, from tissue to the finest grades, written in different inks and by different hands, tirelessly watching lest something valuable be lost amid the deluge, overcome with boundless compassion for the failures and carrying in his heart a word of kindness and encouragement for all. But after a few days he already understood how few talents there were, what thankless work it was to search for pearls in this paper sea, and after a week he was already weary, already indignant at the absurd pretensions of no talents who wrote their nonsensical stories and even more nonsensical poems. And in the end, he became what everyone inevitably becomes, as a jailer becomes among prisoners. That is, he mocked the worthless efforts and recounted to acquaintances, like anecdotes, the drivel that others wrote. Occasionally the authors themselves appeared, bewildered or solemn, appeared with the feeling of the accused before a court's verdict in this gold-bearing land where fame and honour seem to lie so shallow. And he listened to them seriously, answered them politely and pleasantly, but inwardly laughed at them, for truly they were only comic in their uncertainty, their reverence, and their concealed disdain. Unrecognized geniuses came too, with bitter words of injustice on their lips. Swindlers came, pretending to be terribly naive. Even a madman came, calling himself by the name of a famous writer, long since dead, and proving it with documents. Within a week, Stepan had put the archive in order and organised the library, fussing over it with a certain sensuous pleasure, for he loved this work. Loved books as perhaps only one can, who has drawn from them not merely the first knowledge of the world, but the enchantment with it. For such a person, the book remains an eternal, mutable, and living benefactor. He wanted not only to read a book, but to feel it near him. He therefore envied everyone who had a library and secretly hoped to have his own someday, large, reaching to the ceiling, composed of thousands of volumes amid which he would live. On the whole, despite all his impulses, he was never abandoned by the hope for some quiet, gentle life among books and friends, and he guarded this hope as a spare part against various failures, as a lifebelt, not very comfortable to float on perhaps, but still better than drowning. The new secretary was unfailingly and calmly polite with everyone, though at first his heart rang with joy when he saw that people sought him out, waited for him, wished to speak with him, and turned to him with requests. He was reliable in his promises, precise in his words. He understood perfectly what could and should be said to whom, in the literary atmosphere, always a difficult one, striving as best he could to be a good ventilator. He operated in a sphere of the most varied cross-currents of influence, and under their action, developed his own thoughts and views on literature. Not even views exactly, not a finished system of theoretical order, but a living relationship to literature. An attraction to it, and a respect for it, the ability to take an interest in it and to sift out its golden grains of profit. His amorous rendezvous continued unchanged, twice a week at the appointed hour, but now when he came to Zoska, preoccupied with literary interests that cling to a writer like Tar, he involuntarily launched into accounts of his conversations, meetings, and affairs, needing to express the surplus of impressions that accumulated in him over the course of a few days. In these stories, besides their inherent interest, there was a certain dose of boasting, a hidden hope of emphasizing the role of his own person and eliciting admiration. For it was none other than he who was the constant protagonist. He praised as though hinting that he was in a position to praise. He criticized as though underscoring that he was competent to judge. He reasoned as though reminding her that he was capable of thinking soundly. It was innocent coquetry before a girl, the expression of a pleasant need to please a beloved with one's spiritual qualities too, a need to show off a little for her sake, to prove to himself the right to her attention and to convince her that, in settling on him, she had not, after all, chosen badly. And Zoska understood this, for sometimes, interrupting him at the most interesting point, she would stroke his head with her hand and say with a smile,
In short, Divine One, you are in raptures.
He would laugh too and assure her that he was enraptured only by her. Besides his work at the editorial office, he also had the duty of overseeing the journal at the printing house. Entirely new yet familiar feelings were stirred in him by this enormous enterprise that turned out hundreds of thousands of impressions a day. He entered it and immediately fell in love with its sharp air of ink and oily dust. Waiting for proofs, he watched with fascination the rough rows of cases where workers in blue linen smocks, some chatting and laughing, some silent and concentrated, picked up elongated letters with deft fingers, picked them up swiftly and seemingly carelessly, composing lines and from them columns that would be divided into even rectangles of pages. Here before his eyes, the extraordinarily strange yet simple process of materializing human thought was taking place. Having flashed into being somewhere, it settled in this spacious, bright hall beneath the ceaseless hum of ventilators as a multitude of simple signs preserving its inspiration and clarity. He could sense how it was spun in the hands of the compositors, how it flowed under the keys of the linotypes, growing ever firmer, preparing to be struck 1,000 and 1,000 times onto paper under the press of the printing press. Here thought was fulfilling its innate aspiration to spread without limit, as gas spreads, yet without thinning, in its original vividness and density. And it entered as a small manuscript only to leave in packages, in cartloads, in wagon-loads of books, having divided like a living cell into a multitude of its likenesses. But what he loved most was the machine room, a wide, encircling corridor where squat presses stood in a row, thrusting out their heavy jaws with each turn of the flywheel. Here the fumes of ink from the inking rollers were thicker. One could hear the muffled rustle of paper squeezed between metal, the even sighing of wheels and the whistle of motors in their wooden casings. In this unending, motley noise that drowned out human speech and footsteps, the mighty heart of the city was beating. Here he was, inside its chest, could see the iron system of its tissues, hear its voice, recognize its secret essence. Enchantment, reverie came over him, and as he listened to the divergent clattering, embracing its component parts altogether, he gradually absorbed this brilliant motion, merged with it, plunged into it, pervaded by its lightness and momentum. In that moment there was resurrected in him the old feeling of the immensity of the nocturnal steppe, of the frozen calm of the plains beneath the boundless shifting sky, which he had contemplated as a solitary child with awe and trembling. And just as then, vague desires swayed within him, like the lapping of a light wave on rustling sand. He visited the tavern just as often. One evening the poet Vyhorsky tossed a new collection of his poetry, City and Moon, onto the table before him. It was a book about a city falling asleep, about a city that sleeps, about a city that lives at night a fantastical, dark life. On its pages, almost without rhyme but in sharp, springy lines, there passed late government sessions, the ardent dreams of a man in love, the spectral figures of thieves, the calm of a scholar's study, the illuminated porches of theatres, street-side love, the casino, tireless factories, the railway station, the telegraph, street lamps, and a policeman on the corner.
I've already read it at the printing house,
said Stepan.
A wonderful thing. What of it?
Grumbled the poet.
I no longer think so.
Then he added,
There's too much sympathy in it.
The evening threatened to be silent, for the poet was gloomy. But suddenly he said to Stepan,
My friend, you are beginning to irritate me with your glances at that woman in the blue hat.
But she's here almost every evening.
Stepan replied awkwardly.
And where else should she be? And your glances tell her more than you think.
Well, now you're inventing things,
said the young man.
She's a prostitute,
said the poet.
A so-called restaurant one, as distinct from street ones who hunt in the open air. It is very sad that you cannot tell them apart from respectable women. I speak, of course, of the practical distinction, since the theoretical difference between them can hardly be grounded objectively without such shaky and relative concepts as decency and honor. In any case, every respectable tavern like ours has 3 or 4 ladies who are in league with the proprietor, and he in turn removes, sometimes quite forcibly, all their competitors from his premises. In the back of the establishment there are several small rooms where they ply what Heine called their earthly trade. The pay is piecework, 3 to 5 karbovanci per pleasure, not counting payment for dinner, from which the proprietor profits. Now you understand the essence of this symbiosis, but in this world there is nothing bright without a shadow. In this case, the militia. The proprietor risks a fine of 500 karbovanci and the closure of his establishment. But an alarm system has already been devised, and the fairies vanish through the back door from their refuges with truly fairy tale speed. There, your lady friend has already gone behind the curtain.
True,
said Stepan.
She has.
He drank his beer and lit a cigarette.
Still, she's quite pretty.
He added.
A pity about her. I pity them too.
Answered the poet.
But only because they are used up so early. Even singers are luckier in that regard. Besides, singing is at least honorable. Street prostitutes are less refined, but cheaper and more numerous. They are undemanding, so one cannot make great demands of them either. But they all invariably call themselves simply women, very aptly underscoring the essence of their profession. But how do you know all this?
Asked Stepan.
I should be the one marveling that you don't,
replied the poet.
Leave it to poets to practice on commonplace thoughts and lyrics. A prose writer who doesn't know people isn't worth a penny. It is impossible to know people,
said Stepan.
It only seems so. Life is so simple that it ends up seeming mysterious. Calm down. People, like numbers, are composed of a few basic digits, in various combinations, of course. A person is not even a puzzle, but a problem solvable by the 4 rules of arithmetic. What is the essence of a tavern? People come here to rest from business, from politics, from family and worry, to live at least half an hour without care, and to dream a little. Over there, across from us, sits a functionary of the 10th rank. He can afford to come here only once a fortnight, to drink a bottle of beer and eat a couple of salty pretzels. He thinks about it for a full fortnight, and now he stretches the pleasure over 2 hours, dreaming of heroic adventures, love, fame. And he feels fine. And to our right, a company of NEP men is celebrating after a good deal with a state agency. From here, they'll go on to the Maxim, which stays open until 3 in the morning. There's a young couple whispering about how their life won't be like that of their neighbors. The elderly married couple who have also decided to have a night out and feel rather awkward about it.
And who's that?
Asked Stepan, indicating with a glance the figure sitting beside them, its head mournfully bowed, its gaze sunk into an empty glass. The poet looked hard.
That,
he said,
is an intellectual laid off for the sake of an austerity regime. No,
said Stepan.
That's surely a young writer who can't get anything written. Let us verify,
the poet replied dryly, and they moved to the neighbouring table.
Don't despair, comrade,
said the poet, when the stranger glanced up at them in surprise.
It can happen to anyone. True enough, to anyone,
the man replied with a grimace.
You'll write something yet,
said Stepan.
You'll find a post yet,
said the poet.
But I have my own business,
the man forced out.
On Vasilkivska Street. Oh.
And he gloomily dropped his head onto his hands again.
Then what are you so miserable about?
Stepan exclaimed.
You'd be miserable too if your stomach had you in its grip like this. Cursed pate. Fresh, they call it.
On the street, the poet said to Stepan,
A mistake is always possible, and it is only remarkable how much stomach pain resembles spiritual anguish.
The steady salary from the post enabled the young man to give up the Ukrainian language lessons he had been giving at various institutions, even though the rate had been raised. To tell the truth, they had long since bored him, had turned into bare earnings without any noticeable satisfaction. They had interested him only as long as he himself was learning something from them, and they became intolerable once they devolved into the monotonous repetition of tedious facts. To drill iotated and sibilant sounds endlessly, to suck on nouns, to rummage among verbs and impersonal constructions. Oh, what boundless tedium! And he abandoned this linguistic storehouse as gladly as he had once taken it up. His routine had settled. His time was filled without those vexing gaps that force a person to reflect too much upon himself and arrive at melancholy conclusions. By day, his post and his love. In the evening, the tavern, the theatre, the cinema and books, read now not with youthful fervour, but with sage gravity. That period when a book seems loftier than its reader had passed for him, and he turned the pages now with a calm sense of equality. They could surprise him, move him, each him, but not humble him. Regularity had returned to his life, an unconscious satisfaction with himself, thanks to constant busyness, and from the feeling of inner equilibrium, his pains over creative work lost their vividness. He somehow forgot about it, always doing and pondering something else. He occasionally remembered, but palely, as if about a distant past or future, though from time to time he sensed within himself the indistinct presence of something extraneous, hidden, like the inaudible trickle of a brook in the stillness of a bright forest. But sometimes, quite unexpectedly, some image would suddenly surface in his mind, a fragment of a phrase, a piece of description, which for one moment stood in his thought without beginning or end, filling him with a great, inexplicable joy. These were short, nearly contentless letters from the unknown, incomprehensible yet supremely gladdening tidings from a distant sunny land, where he had forever left a part of himself so as to long to be reunited with it. And he diligently gathered these precious crumbs, memorized them, sometimes even jotted them down on scraps of paper, and deposited them in memory, in reserve, without any resolutions. Enough of boyish entreaties and despair. After all, he had done everything to attract the creative spirit. Now let it pursue him, let it make itself agreeable to him, so that he might deign to turn his eyes upon it. In this mood of calm and spiritual well-being, he at last received word about his screenplay, 1,500 karbovancy in royalties, 150 crisp 10-ruble notes possessing the magical power of being exchanged for desired things. He became as rich as neither Croesus nor Rockefeller had ever been, for he felt that henceforth the material problem was solved for him, that he had managed to lay a firm economic foundation beneath his life. It was now only a matter of superstructures. That very evening he boasted to Vygotsky of the happy and profitable beginning of his cinema career. The poet winced.
Just don't confuse cinema with art,
he said.
On the contrary, only two arts have created an industry for themselves, cinema and literature.
Arts should be valued not by the industry needed for their development, but by the degree of abstractness of the material they employ. Only from this standpoint can one establish an objective hierarchy of their worth. Unquestionably, the first place in it belongs to an art that does not exist, though there have been certain attempts to create it, the art of sense. Its material is so fine and elevated that the organ of its perception in humans is incapable of distinguishing it in shadings. That is why our language has no independent nomenclature for the basic tones of scent, as it does, for example, for colors. This is the ultraviolet band of the artistic spectrum. Next comes the art of noises, music, the highest of the arts that actually exist. Third place is held by the art of the word, since its material is far more determinate than noise and requires only average sensitivity for artistic perception, yet is still sufficiently fine and amenable to deep treatment. The coarse arts begin with painting, confined to a single plane and incapable of expanding for perception as the two preceding arts can. Its material, paint, is very concrete and limited since its precondition is light. Darkness is inaccessible to it, as is development. You see how, as it grows ever more concrete, material begins to limit art. This is still more evident in sculpture, which can reproduce something only in 3 dimensions. But the coarsest of the known arts is the art of action, theater, which combines in itself the concreteness of all the preceding ones.
That is precisely its virtue,
said Stepan.
Finally,
the poet continued, not deigning to reply.
The infrared band, the art of living, an exclusively concrete art, yet just as uncodified as the art of scent. To master it, one need only know how to eat. There. I have sketched for you a logical sequence of arts according to a certain principle. For cinema there is no place in it. It is a trick, not an art. A magic lantern plus acting, not the other way around. It is entertainment. That is why all films end happily. But since you have earned from it, you are treating me to dinner tonight.
With pleasure,
said Stepan. And they arranged a small banquet at the tavern with a bottle of white wine.
But I envy you,
said the poet.
The difference between a human being and a plant lies, they say, in the fact that a human is free to move about. But is a person truly free to exercise this faculty? Are we not chained to cities, villages, posts, to content ourselves with dreams? I cannot. Life is tolerable only when you can change its location. If tomorrow you cannot go somewhere, you are a slave. For this one needs money. You have it. But I have no desire to go anywhere. That is precisely why I envy your money,
replied the poet.
But don't worry, I am not after a loan. By spring I too will have saved 500 karbovanci, and I shall set off. This summer I shall wander on foot across Ukraine, like the famous Ukrainophile Skovoroda. In spring I hate the city. Why? Because the break with nature is not yet complete. Awakening she calls like a forgotten mother. To live near her is blessed, yet she is already too distant for us to merge with her for long. Nature for us is a memory and a rest.
You mean the forests and fields?
Stepan asked pensively.
The forests and fields. We must remember them at least once a year. Life is wretched. We justly complain about it, but to choose between life and death, that is no choice. I drink to Grandmother Nature, who gave us a meager gift, perhaps, but the only one in her purse.
X. The first thing Stepan Radchenko did when he became heavily rich was to change his room. He had only been waiting for the chance to consign his wretched, shabby lodging to the archive, feeling a dull hostility toward it for everything he had lived through there. For a person's room knows his most intimate impulses, spies on his hesitations, absorbs his thoughts, and constantly acts as a cunning and loathsome witness to the past, always slightly paralyzing the will and undercutting aspiration with its eternal, insistent,
I know you.
So he engaged an agent and laid out his requirements. A spacious, bright and separate room in a large building somewhere in the central district. Absolutely must have steam heating, unfurnished, willing to piaci key money. The tenant would be quiet, solitary and punctual. The agent listened and said,
In short, what you need is a real room.
Gradually, he was acquiring acquaintances. From handshakes with colleagues at work, his circle imperceptibly expanded to their relatives and friends, and onward into the depths of the city, to the most diverse representatives of the human species, professions, and opinions. His hat rose from his head ever more frequently on the street, returning the greetings of young scholars, party members, trade union activists, and simply persons of both sexes, inconspicuous employees of institutions where they were paid their wages. In the theatres, in the smoking room, he could now freely join a group discussing the performance, the actors, and their impressions. He could drop in somewhere for a glass of tea. He could walk along the street with someone for half an hour, talking about important matters and trifles. He attended soirees where new works were read and critiqued over a glass of wine, and soirees where people simply clowned about and told tales of amorous adventures, so he could enjoy the innocent diversions toward which a soul weary of duties instinctively gravitates. In company, he felt at ease, unforced, rejoicing in those slender threads he wove between people like a diligent spider. He felt an insatiable curiosity about everything, an unquenchable thirst to know and understand, and each new person he met, he tried to envision completely, asking discreetly about him and about his affairs. He took an interest in the man's everyday life, his views, his work. He observed his dreams and enthusiasms. He longed to enter that mysterious museum which a human being constitutes, a museum of spent thoughts and buried feelings, a museum of memories, past anxieties and faded hopes, that archive of a person where in countless drawers are stored the operational plans and paperwork of days gone by. He was interested in those trifles in which a person is revealed more vividly than when speaking from a lectern, even in gossip and hearsay. And so interested was he that, having come to visit someone, and finding them out, having asked to write a note, he might rummage through their desk, through their jottings, through their letters, seized by an irresistible intrusiveness, a kind of kleptomania for evidence of other people's existence. And like a true maniac, he knew how to conceal his thirst beneath unfailing calm and goodwill. Like a cunning thief, he carried everywhere an assortment of expert lockpicks, imperceptibly performing the most intricate operations on his fellow man. He had dozens of acquaintances and not a single friend. He walked alongside, yet felt an immeasurable distance from everyone, for always between him and any other person stood glass, the magnifying glass of the researcher. And often, returning from crowded gatherings, he felt an oppressive loneliness, a vacancy in his thoughts and fatigue. To his official duties was added work on the Cultural Commission of the local trade union committee, to which he had been elected. In his usual fashion, he took the work upon his own shoulders, gave it the tempo and order, satisfying his civic appetite, his need to act for people and stir them. For that other, sly attitude toward them could not absorb all his energy or exhaust the momentum of his interests. He was a conscious citizen, as resolute in communal affairs as he was uncertain in personal ones, as devoted here as he was selfish there, for these were different matters done by different hands, though with equal fervour. The insurrection, the Selbud, the Kubuk, the local committee, everywhere he eventually found, as he had to find, a field on which to unfurl his innate bent for civic action. Committee meetings, local committee sessions, sections, conferences, the organisation of performances and fundraising soirees, reports, the drafting of plans and budgets, all of this glittered in his hands like the sparkling balls of a juggler. One could rely on him and pile onto him. He pulled 100% load like a spirited trotter, and the greater the pressure he felt, the more skillfully he apportioned his time. The hardest thing for him in this atmosphere of absolute busyness was to carve out a few hours a week for meetings with Zoska. They fitted less and less into his schedule, for the time before lunch was his most heavily burdened. On the eve, he would think, with sadness and almost with annoyance, that tomorrow he would have to abandon his affairs, make various foolish excuses, run to the other end of the city, come back again, pick up his work again, somewhat weary no matter what, have a late lunch, and disrupt his proper routine all the way to nightfall. But even in the evenings, he could give the girl little attention. He could never say for certain whether he would be free the next day, and he usually went to the theatre with colleagues, rarely able to give his beloved advance notice. The room where they met had become for him a little station where he stepped off the express, suitcase and watch in hand, listening for the second bell of the next train. He kissed her hurriedly, did everything hurriedly in fact, adding a certain nervousness to their meetings that destroyed the former calm of amorous reverie. The minutes of quiet enchantment, when they sat close together, happily leaning toward one another, had passed. The ardent caresses of hands that seek and find something new had faded. The enamoured whispers about love had melted away, and words no longer combined in exciting unions, turning into a grand cliché. On the eve of spring, the leaf on the tree of knowledge in their Eden had yellowed and was falling imperceptibly day by day, leaving bare, dejected branches. The girl felt it painfully and fearfully. He had utterly neglected her. What could she do? Business! But was she really the least of his business? Then the young man would speak of the primacy of the public over the personal, laying out for her in earnest a tedious morality in which he himself hardly believed. Still, he reassured her. In the spring, things would immediately ease up. He would be freer. Then they could leave this room too, moving out into nature, where hours would not bind them. The meetings would be moved to the evening, for daytime meetings had always seemed unnatural to him for reasons that were obvious, and which a man unfortunately felt far more deeply than a woman. By the way, he would have leave in the summer, and if she wished, they would go somewhere. They absolutely would. He spoke so convincingly, his voice lulled her so, that she involuntarily followed him on that imagined journey where once again there would be only he and she, free of every care, enchanted and joyful. Where would they go? He was emphatically in favour of water, either down the Dnieper through the rapids, or by sea from Odessa to Batumi. They could scramble about the mountains a bit as well. He would even bring a camera. But right now he had to go.
Stay a little longer. 5 minutes.
She would say. He grumbled, but stayed. She sat in her armchair with her legs tucked under her, pensive, silent, feeling a melancholy that robbed her of laughter, jokes, and caprices, and a moment later she would whisper gloomily, "Go now," and they parted awkwardly. One day Zoska told him that in honor of the approaching spring, a party was being planned at one of her friends' places on a shared expense basis. The thing was, however, that dancing was absolutely required there. Even just the foxtrot would do, but she was uncertain whether the Divine One could manage to learn it in so short a time. He probably would have declined the party, but since the matter touched on his abilities, he said,
Nonsense! Show me!
First, he had to master the waltz, the foundation of all dances. Hiking up her skirt, Zoska slowly and expressively showed him the necessary steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. He stood with his hands in his pockets, watching her movements intently.
Once more!
He said. Now he tried it himself. Taking off his jacket, he forcibly moved his disobedient legs, arms spread wide. Zoska stood beside him, softly clapping her palms so as not to attract attention in the apartment.
That's it!
She kept saying. Wonderful. Having grown somewhat accustomed, he demanded they practice together.
You have to put your arm around the lady.
Said Zoska.
That I know how to do.
He replied. The time passed quite unnoticed. Zoska predicted a great future for him in dancing.
You dance extraordinarily lightly,
she said.
I do everything extraordinarily lightly.
So our lessons continue. Only we've switched roles.
The next time they waltzed again, softly humming the melodies. He was already more confident in his movements and more attuned to the rhythm.
I'm tired already,
said Zoska.
More,
he said.
We must work. There isn't much time.
At the end, he confessed to her that he had been practicing at home with a chair. After the waltz, the foxtrot seemed quite easy to him. It even disappointed him a little with its simplicity.
Just walk like this?
He asked. Zoska explained that the figures were endless, that one could incorporate acrobatics and one's own inventions. Moreover, here one embraced the lady far more seriously than in the waltz, and this cheered him. He instantly imagined that he would be able to press against a great many women, tall and full-figured, stepping between their legs and feeling through the fabric their breasts and firm bellies. And he redoubled his attentiveness to the science. The matter of lodgings was moving along very poorly and consuming a great deal of his time. He could not find a decent room. The young man would appear before his agent in outrage, cursing, laying out his requirements once more, and each time hearing the same obliging reply.
In short, what you need is a real room.
Stepan would receive a dozen new addresses, but the same story repeated itself without the slightest variation. Some rooms had already been rented, sometimes half a year ago. Some were to become available no one knew when. Some were not becoming available at all, and one or two that were actually for rent were genuine slums, flea-bitten hovels, and he looked with disgust at the filth a human being leaves behind upon moving out, the heaps of rubbish and the greasy wallpaper shed like dung. And in the stale air of emptiness felt with disgust the sweat and stench of that life. And he left with the cheerless thought about the wretchedness, the animality of people, of whom even the best are clean only because they wash and change their underclothes. In the end, he informed the agent that he had no intention whatsoever of traipsing stupidly from flat to flat, and the agent agreed to come to him personally when a suitable room turned up. He charged 3 carbovanci for this. But Stepan had long since said goodbye to his own room and came home to it in the evening as to a hotel. For any doubts about his creative work, he had now adopted a stock reply. Once he found a room, then he could write. In general, he had taken to pinning all sorts of hopes on it, and so the housing crisis, though it troubled him, did not disturb his peace of mind. And yet, misfortune was already descending on him from another quarter. On the young spring sky, which had deepened and turned bluer beneath the invigorated rays, dark little clouds were gathering on his horizon, still barely perceptible, still transparent, but mournful, like the first tears of icicles along the tall rooftops. Spring, properly speaking, was still only sketched in, but it was already on the agenda. The snow was not yet melting, but it had turned grey, lost its lustre, grown scanty in the heaps piled along the streets. On the cobblestones it had been beaten down by ceaseless traffic into a dark russet mass, had sunk, buckled and sagged into pockmarked ruts under the rhythmic blows of hooves. On the footpaths, on bright days, it turned into a thin jelly, freezing into unpleasant lumps on cold nights. Everywhere on the roofs it was being thrown down in enormous balls that thudded to the ground like lifeless bodies. On the corners, girls in sheepskin coats sold the first snowdrops from the surrounding hills, where the earth had already bared itself. 5 kopecks a bunch. 5 kopecks. There came sunny mornings, mornings of warm winds bearing from the distant fields the scent of moist earth and last year's grass, the languorous fragrance of sprouting rye and swelling apple blossom. There came quiet, dreamy days when in the blood, responding to the ferment of nature, the simple, powerful joy of living awakens, when the soul is seized by that senseless impulse which once led ancestors to the altars of the spring god. On such days Stepan loved to walk and look. Tucking the heavy briefcase under his arm, he wandered before lunch through the streets without apparent aim, avoiding greetings, needing to be alone among strangers after the monotonous encounters at his post and civic work. For some time, he himself did not fully understand this sudden pull toward the street, or the feeling of comfort and contentment that embraced him amid the noise and laughter of the spring crowd. He thought he was strolling, as everyone strolls on a sunny day, for rest and fresh air. But one day, having returned home late, agitated and aroused, he had to admit to himself that he went out to look at women. He understood now that his eyes had rested on them alone, on their laughing faces, on their alluring legs, on the warm garments that concealed bodies he could feel to the point of aching, that he gazed at them alone with ardent rapture, as though each possessed a separate mystery all her own, a separate garden of love and passion cultivated, as it were, just for him, and from each there wafted toward him the voluptuous vapour of her feminine essence, intoxicating and uplifting him. His soul froze in a hot haze when he saw a woman who was beautiful, slender, capable of loving and worthy of love, and he loved her for one instant, pierced with inexpressible gratitude that she existed, that he could see her and caress her with his impetuous gaze. Some of them looked back, smiling at him with a barely perceptible, beckoning smile, and his heart then foamed and sang. And now, having understood this, he felt not shame but alarm, joy at the awareness of a wild force blazing within him, a particle of that mighty thirst that moves the world. Some new, clear feeling had awakened in him, not lust, not desire, but their echo, the certainty that he was capable of desiring and would desire. He went to the window and threw it open, roughly tearing off the pasted paper. Together with the cold rush of air, the hum of the boundless street reached into the room, and in it he heard the ring of their voices, the rustle of their steps and their dresses, the movements of their bodies and their lips. The young man stretched out his arms. What was this? Spring? Whence came this intoxicating premonition of a sudden, unexpected encounter? He fell onto the bed and, shivering from the cold that streamed ceaselessly into the room, surrendered to that passionate reverie that swayed before his open eyes as a host of spectres. Phantoms filled his room, vanishing and reborn at the capricious flight of his thoughts. He roamed somewhere in hot foreign lands, wandered through fragrant steppes and thickets of leafy trees, climbed a mountain from which the boundless horizon of the earth was visible, and from the hiding places slender arms reached toward him, enchanting faces leaned close, whose touches he felt as real kisses. He was dreaming. And suddenly, in this phantasmal journey through the bright land of love, a small, pale figure came out to meet him, stooped and sorrowful, like a roadside beggar-woman. Zoska. He stopped in surprise, and his vivid vision faded in proportion as that figure grew more distinct, until he was left face to face with her in the empty room, oppressed by the sudden obstacle. Zoska! A terrible pity clenched him at the memory of the girl whose feeling he had already exhausted, whom his soul had already abandoned in its progress. Her image evoked anguish, not impulse, grief at the absurd order of life in which one must atone for past joys, a protest against the adhesiveness of feelings and of people who must be torn away from oneself like a plaster. The young man leapt up and shut the window. It was only 9 o'clock. He would still find Vyhorsky at the tavern. There, as always, there was a crowd, which always calmed him. He walked up to the table where the poet sat, smiling.
A pity you're a bit late.
The poet said.
Just now there was a small, interesting scandal. They were escorting a drunk out, but he somehow broke free and managed to smash 2 huge platters of fish near the bar. The spectacle was magnificent. Unfortunately, they didn't let him continue. Shall we have supper?
Asked Stepan.
If you're treating,
said the poet. They ordered Pozharsky cutlets, and the poet filled the glasses.
Do you know what connection exists between alcohol and the astral world?
He said.
An inverse one. Theosophists teach that humanity will pass from its present intellectual state to a spiritual state. The nervous system will refine itself to genuine psychism, and for this one must not consume meat or alcohol. Why? Because the center of the highest spiritual activity resides in the pituitary gland of the brain, which cannot tolerate alcohol. In this pituitary gland lies the essence of theosophy.
He felt his close-cropped head.
And the astral world? It will be accessible to the race that develops that gland. Only I think we lose little of the astral world by drinking beer, since humanity has had unpleasantness everywhere it has appeared.
I don't believe in the fantasies of old ladies,
said Stepan.
But I feel wretched tonight. Is it spring? Every spring ends with frost, don't forget,
replied Vyhorsky.
Better not to blossom so as not to fall. Well, excuse me,
said Stepan.
Better to die than to reason like that. If I have no desire whatsoever to die,
answered the poet.
To desire what must be, that is already absurdity.
He suddenly brightened.
My friend, have I not yet told you my latest joyful news? Happiness on earth is possible.
Really?
Yes. I thought about happiness for 28 years and concluded that it does not exist. But in my 29th year I changed my mind. By the way, did you notice that I turned 28? It was the day before yesterday. What a swindler time is. Works so cleanly.
But it brought you happiness,
said Stepan.
Better if it hadn't,
sighed the poet.
I fear neither old age nor death, but everything inevitable outrages me.
He propped his chin on his palms and for a moment gazed silently before him at the full hall, trembling with movement and voices. His gaunt, long unshaven face was overgrown with short black stubble and looked infinitely weary. Then he stirred his fingers, stroking his bristly cheek.
Happiness?
He said abruptly.
Even happiness doesn't satisfy me. The thing is, I was happy and didn't notice it.
He filled the glasses with his characteristically sharp motion.
The whole point is that happiness has nothing in common with pleasure. Were it otherwise, we would be unable to understand people. Sensory and intellectual triumphs are too fleeting to engender happiness. A sustained mood of joy of a higher order, that is to say, an abstract one. Happiness is the high tone of spiritual life, as health is of physical life. Happiness is spiritual health. Individual pains and sores cannot shake it. What is happiness? It is the aesthetic feeling of oneself, of one's own I. An aesthetic feeling arises from the contemplation of either harmony or grandeur. The harmony of the I, that is, a certain equilibrium within a person, is immobility, an arrest at a certain spiritual state. And the aesthetic of harmony, in our case, is the happiness of non-striving, the happiness of acquiescence to life, of submission to it. In other words, the happiness of a slave. It exists, it is happiness, but a paltry degree of it. Do you follow?
I follow, but not so fast, please. You spent 28 years inventing this, while I must absorb it in 10 minutes. Don't forget,
The poet smiled.
you weren't so witty when we first met. I continue. The aesthetic of grandeur is the elevation of some element of the soul above the rest, its domination over the rest, active struggle with the rest, hence movement, striving. The happiness of grandeur is active, whereas that of harmony is, in the end, a pleasant sleep. Now for the most important point. The happiness of grandeur can arise from the elevation of either feeling or reason. The first you will understand from the example of any religion you like. And the last, happiness, from the awareness that the soul is ordered by the principle of reason and subordinated to it is the highest happiness. For the time being, and perhaps forever, unless the prophecies of the Theosophists come to pass. I don't believe them either, but we know so little that any nonsense may come true in the future. I am not even certain I won't end up in paradise.
Not to mention hell? Agreed, if there will be beer and such agreeable devils as you. So at the sentry post of life we must place reason. It is good. It accepts and forgives everything. It knows how to lean on causes, while feeling destroys them. The happiness of emotional grandeur is the happiness of negation, and that of intellectual grandeur, of affirmation. Feeling is indignation, reason is tolerance. Feeling is fervor, reason is acuity. Feeling leaves nothing in the end but ashes, reason, only scars. There is the full picture of happinesses for you. Which do you choose? The emotional one, even though it is limited. Everyone chooses what they can. As for limitation, don't forget that our entire life, too, is limited by a certain time, space, and conditions that, at best, are little dependent on us. Personally, I assume worse. When people speak to me of the independence of nations or of women, I want to reply, friends, there is only one independence. The independence of our life from us. So there is no reason to fear limitation, for the striving toward the limitless always leads to emptiness. It's already midnight.
This was said by the publican with a pleasant smile. Of course it was a childish hour, but he, as an honest citizen, considered it his duty to observe the regulations of the law, all the more so since the fine was considerable. At the door he bowed.
A bit noisy tonight. My apologies.
He was alluding to the scandal with the platters.
Switch to aluminium dishes,
the poet advised.
They don't break, and the metal itself enjoys enormous popularity at present.
Then he turned to Stepan.
Care for a stroll? A wonderful Ukrainian night.
The young man hesitated.
I'm a bit tired,
he said.
I promise to be silent.
And the two of them walked to the opera, where the performance was already ending and the unoccupied cabbies were slowly dispersing down Lenin Street. Having reached the Shevchenko Boulevard, the friends turned back. The poet was indeed silent, hat pulled down and hands thrust into the pockets of his coat, while Stepan, growing giddy from the cold moonlight, kicked off his galoshes and slid along the icy pavements. To his next meeting with Zoska, the young man went uneasily, even with a certain dread. What words must he find to express that heavy, tangled feeling of regret and farewell weighing on him? The cliché of love suggested that a parting must have a sufficient cause, jealousy, betrayal, a quarrel at the very least, or at least a gradual cooling over a longer stretch of time. But would he even dare? Would she understand? Zoska was already waiting for him. She sat in the armchair in a soft blue blouse, her shoes casually slipped off, and smiled when he entered.
How I've missed you,
she said. The young man stopped indecisively at the threshold, looking at her with flustered eyes.
I've missed you too,
he replied. There was so much longing in these words that even to him they rang with unexpected sincerity.
Come here then,
she whispered. He tossed his coat and hat onto the chair and approached her with the stooped gait of a criminal. She sat him down beside her on the rug and lifted his face with her hands.
Shall I kiss you?
Kiss me.
Do you want me to? I do,
he whispered in despair. She barely touched his lips with hers and then, with a shudder, pressed against him in so long and delirious a kiss that he began to gasp.
That is how much I love you.
She said. He sat in crushed silence, stroking and kissing her hands.
These 2 days, when we didn't see each other, seemed as long to me as 2 endless years.
She said.
I don't know what has happened to me. I even wanted to come to your office. Spring?
He muttered. She clapped her hands.
Oh, of course it's spring. How did I not guess?
And she began softly singing, swinging her foot. Spring, spring, little spring, where is your sister, the young lady? Stepan watched her, admiring her small, spirited figure, delighting in the joy that sparkled in her voice, and he wanted to take Zoska by the hand, to lead her through flower-strewn fields, and for her to sing just like that, sing for him, for the sun, for the magnificent horizon, laced with white clouds. He squeezed her hand and said,
Zoska, shall we go to the fields when the snow melts?
Oh yes, let's go, and I'll weave a wreath.
He could not restrain himself, and in a sweet surge of remorse, in a blaze of all the memories that bound him to this girl, he drew her close and began to kiss her, slowly, madly, on the eyes, on the hair, on the lips, choking with the joy of surrender as he had never kissed before.
You, Zoska, I can't live without you. I can't.
He whispered. When he calmed down, she stroked his head.
You are divine.
But these kisses were not enough for him. Something inexhaustible and inspired still remained in his soul. He wanted to do something extraordinary for her, wanted her always to feel as happy beside him as she did now, wanted to bind her to himself forever.
Zoska, I've been thinking about something for a long time.
He said with passion.
About what?
Let's get married.
She recoiled.
You've lost your mind.
No, he had not lost his mind at all. With lightning inventiveness, as if he truly had been thinking about this for ages, he began solemnly laying out his arguments. First of all, in practice, they were already a couple. They were not planning to part, were they? Very well, then they must draw the conclusions. He lived like a pauper without any comfort. His life was in disorder, which interfered with his writing, and one could not go on forever using someone else's room. They already knew each other well enough. Why steal hours for rendezvous when they could simply be together? She too would live better, if she loved him, of course. Everyone gets married, and it was strange that they had not done so already. The material side was entirely secured, and he would help her find a position when all was said and done. He calmly weighed the arguments
For,
and could not find a single one.
against.
Then he asked,
Tell me, do you want to? Zoska?
She answered slyly,
Of course I do.
and added wistfully,
If only you knew how hard it is to be a mistress, how much I've suffered.
He kissed her gratefully.
Now your suffering is over. But your parents... Do you think I'll ask them? I'll get married, and that'll be that.
Now she sat down beside him on the carpet, and an animated discussion of their future life began. They would go to the registry office once they had a room, which Stepan was looking for. But perhaps they needed two right away. After thinking it over, they agreed that two would be harder to find and harder to furnish. That could wait. Stepan unfurled grand plans for work and entertainment. In Zoska, the feminine spirit of homemaking immediately awakened. She at once imagined herself a mistress of the house with unlimited domestic authority. 2 rugs, or she would not marry at all. For breakfast, absolutely eggs.
It's very nutritious and delicious.
She said. He drew her close and whispered in her ear.
Besides that, we'll get ourselves a little lad. And what's a little lad? A small boy. Oh, a boy, that's very nice.
At last Stepan thought to glance at his watch. 4:15. Truly, time was a scoundrel. When they had dressed, the girl said, remembering,
Tomorrow is that party. Shall we go?
He politely kissed her hand.
Why not? If you like, we'll announce our engagement there.
Oh, that will be a sensation.
Zoska extracted 6 rubles for the dues from him, for herself and for him, gave him the address and told him to come at 10 in the evening. She herself had to go earlier to help the hostess, but he did not want to part from her until tomorrow.
Are we going to the theater tonight?
He asked.
Only if we take a cab home.
11. The next morning, Stepan woke on time, but before he had even risen from bed, he felt a gnawing ache in his heart. It was as though everything he saw around him had become profoundly disagreeable. He lay with his eyes open in that semi-morbid state when one does not want to move or think, when the blood in one's veins barely circulates, as though the body still sleeps even though the mind has awakened. Then he suddenly bolted upright, realizing the folly he had committed the day before. He tried in vain to reconstruct the previous day, to comprehend the tangle that had led him into a trap, for one thought kept demolishing his recollections, thrusting its sharp point out of every memory he began to unfold. He was to be married, or rather, not
Was to be,
but must, because he had proposed it himself, had thrust himself forward like the worst kind of fool with this absurd desire which, once fulfilled, would enslave and shackle him. And all the horror of married life rose before him at once, churning his heart with revulsion, like the spectre of a prison, like a coffin into which he had eagerly agreed to lie with his hands bound. He felt the inescapable presence of a so-called loved one, with whom he would have to share his thoughts, joys and sorrows, diluting them between two hearts, who would place his actions and intentions under gentle, imperceptible control, become the constant partner of his endeavours and hopes, like a compulsory appendage, chosen once and soldered on for years, who would live with him in one room, eat at the same table, breathe the same air, and everywhere she would be, always she would be. At night he would hear her breathing. In the morning he would see her face. By day he would know she was waiting for him and in the evening he would meet her at the door she would open. He felt the languid sleeping together on the bed, the increasingly habitual flare-ups of passion that would become as monotonous, in the end, as tea and supper, the thorough familiarity with another soul, where there would be no more secrets, the accessibility of a constant body that kills desire, the tedium of inevitable quarrels when the depth of discord between two beings is laid bare, and the still greater tedium of reconciliations, a sign of impotent submission to fate. Thus the curtain of matrimonial routine was drawn open before him, an endless burrow entered by those blinded by a love that fades once it has done its work, and he struggled like a small fly in the web of a great spider, fluttering the translucent wings of his soul to tear through the deceitful web. But this was absurd, to squander himself so pointlessly. Deep compassion, inexhaustible pity for himself enveloped him, blowing warmth into his eyes. He wanted to comfort and soothe himself with the tenderest words, as a trusting victim of human entanglements. Behind his wall, the neighbouring apartments were stirring, doors banged toward the kitchen, primus stoves hissed, women's raised voices rang out, and a child's cry. He listened to this, sensing the danger with perfect clarity, extraordinarily near, just beyond the threshold of his room where it stood grimly with its terrible hand on the latch.
that's how my child will shriek, that's how my wife will shout, and there's my little bass voice, grumbling about something discontentedly.
Could he possibly write anything in such wild circumstances? And the voice of his soul answered firmly,
Absolutely not. Not a damn thing will you write, my boy. It's the end of your hopes. And what a pity. You're talented after all. Say what you will.
So he would have to bid farewell to his precious inner world, like a monk bidding farewell to the outer one on the threshold of monastic darkness. But would his creative work alone be sacrificed on the monstrous matrimonial altar? Was he not issuing a wholesale deed of sale for all his kisses, an open-ended promissory note on love, committing in advance to paying terrible interest of abstinence? There were countless women he had never known, countless charming faces and refined bodies. To pass them by meant to lose them. And from the depths of memory there suddenly rose before him supple figures, glimpsed somewhere, once encountered fleetingly on the street. Those figures that strike the eye for an instant and remain in memory like quiet calls to the future, are melted in the imagination into dreams where the solitary fragments gathered by feeling are united into a whole image that confronts a person like a creation from another world. Anguish gripped him, for until now he had loved women he had happened upon, met by chance along the city's path, and had never, even searched. It seemed to him in that moment that somewhere one woman awaited him, identical with his reverie, slender, beautiful, magnificent, who would kiss him on a spring night in a dark park, who would walk beside him along sleeping streets, lifting her joyful eyes in the lit patches. And now he wanted to cut off the roads to her. Stepan sat up on the bed, dishevelled from sleep, in an unbuttoned shirt, his bare legs dangling. From the chair beside him, he took a cigarette and smoked it greedily, drawing in the smoke without pause, until he had burned it down to the end. Then he lit another and began to think again. How had it happened? He could no longer find the arguments he had so eloquently put forward the day before, and they had been, of course, merely the consequence. The essence lay in the fact that he had felt pity for Zoska, a parting pity, and had recklessly let himself be carried away by that feeling, so he must pay not for a sin, but for his own kindness. And a fierce desire seized him to marry himself off by force, to teach himself a lesson for the future, let him know next time that to pity others is to punish oneself. But how could she have so treacherously exploited his noble impulse? Had she not the tact to refuse, to understand that such proposals are made only out of despair? Now there could be no question of respect for her, a lack of basic delicacy. That was the best case interpretation. And at worst, it had been on her part a subtle, well-calculated game, a skillful maiden's hunt for a husband. By the way, she was unemployed, and probably incapable of doing anything. She was bored, had no money for clothes. Why not give herself to someone, especially when a fine young man happens along, an honest young man who knows little about life and women's wiles? He rose indignantly, stepping with bare feet to the table where his trousers lay. That swindler, that Zoska! But she would not trick him so easily. Stepan hurriedly began dressing, remembering his work obligations. Personal misfortune, after all, gave him no right to neglect his duties, and he at once dropped the matter unfinished, having reached no conclusion. Only while washing did he think that perhaps she really did love him, and it would be unpleasant for her to hear everything he intended to say. But noticing in himself once more the signs of pity, he angrily splashed water in his face. Oh, to hell with it! Even if she did love him, it was quite inopportune. She should have stopped long ago. He was not, after all, some sort of romantic idol. Grabbing his briefcase under his arm, he stepped quickly out onto the street, buttoning his coat as he went, and leapt onto a tram that carried him to the district executive committee. Having hastily drunk a glass of tea with a marzipan biscuit at the cafe, the young man appeared at the editorial office only half an hour late. But even such tardiness embarrassed him.
I must keep myself in hand,
he thought. There was, as it happened, a mountain of work. Within an hour he had gone to the telephone about 10 times. Besides that, he answered a heap of letters. Then he made a trip to the printing house, returned to the editorial office, compiled the honorarium statement for the latest issue of the journal, and was free around 4. The office workers, dispersing, nodded to him and shook his hand, and he felt like telling each one as a pleasant joke.
You know, I nearly got married. Quite the comedy, isn't it?
Then he had lunch, read a couple of newspapers in the dining hall, and at 5 went to a meeting of the local trade union committee. The matter concerned the sanatorium campaign, an important and responsible affair. Spring was beginning, and it was necessary to think ahead about a writer's summer rest and the repair of his creative faculties. At 8, the meeting ended, but someone suggested going to the cinema. They went in a large group, and only at 10:30 did Stepan Radchenko return to his room that day. At home, the agitation that had been lulled during the day by outside concerns reawakened. He must, 100 devils take it, settle the matter of that marriage. Oh, and the party too! Fury choked him when he remembered that this was supposed to be the party of his engagement. How easily one could get tangled up. Nevertheless, after some hesitation, he decided to go after all. Let that swindler not think him a coward. He would manage to say everything to her face, rest assured. And she had not earned the slightest tenderness with her little tricks. The address was in his notebook. Very good. Why should his money go to waste? Besides, tomorrow was a holiday. The day after was Sunday. He needed some entertainment. In the end, He simply wanted to dance, to put into practice the skill he had acquired with no small effort. But he dressed slowly, brushed himself carefully, washed thoroughly, so as to arrive at the party as late as possible. Let her suffer a little too. Around midnight he rang the bell on the third floor of a large building on Pyatakov Street. A girl he had never seen before opened the door, but Zoska came out into the vestibule right behind her. And as soon as he caught sight, even from a distance, of her small figure, her thin face and the tip of her nose upon it, it became perfectly clear to him that not only the talk of marriage but his entire relationship with this little canary had been a sheer misunderstanding. What could he possibly have liked about her? Now he nearly blushed with shame at his own taste. Meanwhile, Zoska introduced him to the girl who had opened the door. She was the young mistress of the house, and the young man politely kissed her hand.
Do take off your coat,
She said, amiably.
We've been dancing for ages.
Stepan bowed. Through the half-open doors from the parlour came the loud strains of a dance tune, the rustle of feet on the floor, and muffled conversation.
Why so late?
Zoska asked anxiously once the hostess had left.
I was worried. Are you ill, perhaps? No, I'm perfectly well,
He said. While he was taking off his coat, Zoska, reassured, chattered happily. Well, how wonderful that he had come. Everyone was here now. Oh, how merry it was. The parents had, of course, been packed off because parents are the most tedious thing in the world. No one nags like parents. Then she took his arm to lead him to the parlour, but he freed his arm and said coldly,
Wait, I need to talk to you.
Zoska stopped, startled by the severity of his voice.
I can feel that something has happened to you.
She cried.
Zoska,
He continued.
Yesterday I talked nonsense to you. I acknowledge my mistake, but forget about it, once and for all.
She was silent for a moment, then answered quietly, looking him in the eye.
You thought it all up yourself. Well, let things be as they were before.
The reproach in her gaze infuriated him. He shrugged nervously.
Not as before, not at all. Do you understand?
Zoska whispered, shaking her head.
So you don't love me?
Enough with your love!
He cried out in desperation,
I'm sick of you. Leave me alone, that's all.
and turning, he walked into the parlour. At the threshold he paused for a moment, surveying the apartment. It belonged most likely to a doctor, as far as he could judge from the illustrated journals scattered on the round tables and the lingering medical smell in the air amid the tobacco smoke. Now the chairs and armchairs had been pushed against the walls to clear a space in the middle for dancing. Straight ahead, in the far room, a muted red light was burning, and to the left, through closed doors, came the clinking of dishes and metal cutlery. In all, there were about 20 people present, and he immediately noticed that women predominated. Only 4 couples were dancing. The others sat along the walls where the furniture was crammed together. By the piano in the corner laboured a thin Jewish accompanist who raised towards Stepan as he entered, the indifferent eyes of a professional whose only busy parts are his hands. Having cast a keen glance over the setting and the guests, the young man walked up to the hostess, easily, freely, with a smile, and bowing politely once more, asked her to introduce him to the guests.
And where is Zoska?
She asked.
She's vanished somewhere.
The music had stopped, the couples had separated, so everyone was at his disposal. He slowly made the rounds of the room with the hostess, stopping beside the occupied chairs, and confidently pronounced his surname, glancing carelessly at the men, but peering at the women sharply and searchingly as if they were defendants. He excitedly examined their faces with a heated gaze that glided softly over hair, cheeks, and necks, ruthlessly exposing the slightest flaws in their features, as though his were a sovereign gaze with unlimited right to choose. His eyes were the greedy eyes of a passion seeking its object. His handshake was firm and defiant, his body supple and taut, for while conducting his inspection he was putting himself on display as well. He felt a sweet awareness that he was the finest young man there, but having made all the introductions, he remained dissatisfied. Not one of them pleased him.
We haven't visited the Red Parlour yet,
The hostess announced.
I beg your pardon.
He said. There, in the red half-darkness, which he entered now without great expectations, 2 men and a woman sat at a small table in soft armchairs. All the houseplants from the entire apartment had been gathered here. A tall ficus, an oleander, broad-leaved cacti, sharp trefoils, and in the dim light of a lamp wrapped in coloured transparent paper, the room resembled a mysterious garden. A large rug lay on the floor, the soft soil of this enchanting thicket which rustled quietly underfoot, stirring the senses with its vague whisper. Here was that coziness, that languor in the air that compels one to speak in whispers and to laugh softly, furtively. That woman had a calm, nearly motionless oblong face, which in the rectangular frame of smooth bobbed hair with a straight fringe above the eyes recalled something antique, refined and frozen, unchangingly young, confident of its beauty and solemn, like the faces of ancient Egyptian women who walked with fans behind the pharaoh. But her eyes were alive. They moved and laughed for the whole face, large beguiling eyes that glittered in the gloom like a cat's. She was dressed, as far as he could make out, in a dark velvet gown that crossed with a narrow strip over one entirely bared shoulder. The hostess left. Stepan pulled up an armchair, sat across from her between the two men, and without waiting for the conversation, which his arrival had interrupted, to resume, said casually,
This is rather like a photographic laboratory. A photographer was just what we were missing,
she said. From these words, from the laughing tone of them, he understood that he had made a favourable impression.
I'm an amateur photographer too, Rita,
spoke up his neighbour on the left, a very young man of feminine beauty. This response showed Stepan that the young man's prospects here were extremely shaky.
And I'm a professional photographer,
he declared, and calmly, with a sense of deep assurance, he added that he was a writer and that his art lay precisely in photographing souls.
Only souls?
She asked.
The path to the soul leads through the body,
he answered. The conversation turned to literature, and Stepan, having lit a cigarette, skillfully took the lead. Of course, none of those present could surpass him in knowledge of the subject or confidence of judgment. But his neighbours too clung to the conversation with all their might, especially the one on his right, a mustachioed young man with an inclination towards solidity and traces of a legal education. Could she possibly like mustachioed men? At last the youth with the girlish face could not stand it, and vanished, excusing himself. Into the room flowed the melancholy strains of a foxtrot, settling on the rug, the furniture, and the plants like the wilted petals of an enormous, passionate flower. In the bright opening of the doorway figures flickered, and some, stepping rapturously over the threshold, shattered the sacred stillness here with the harsh scuffing of their shoes. Stepan spoke of contemporary literature, his own and foreign, declaimed verses of passionate poets to instill in the beautiful Rita feelings and desires of love, to draw toward himself her bare arms that lay on the table, dark, alluring under the arousing light of the red lamp. From time to time she cast a fleeting, gleaming glance at him that hinted at understanding and consent, and then the young man felt a muffled, hot uprising in his blood, as though it were not her glance but her shoulder that had touched him.
There really are a great many new writers,
she said. The mustachioed jurist laughed unpleasantly. Nothing to marvel at. After all, everyone keeps diaries and writes poems in childhood. They just give up these trifles when they grow up, and some simply remain in childhood. That's all there is to it. Stepan flared up and, without raising his head toward the man, replied caustically,
A mustache is not yet a sign of maturity.
Then he stood up and asked Rita,
Would you like to dance?
He thought, either she will agree or he will leave at once.
With pleasure,
she said. She took his arm and they went out into the hall. Now, in the light of the 6 white lamps that burned beneath the ceiling, he could examine her fully. She was composed of 2 tones without any transition between them. Black, hair, eyes, dress and patent leather shoes, and dusky, face, the skin of her arms and shoulder and stockings. And this simple combination lent her figure a proud charm. No curls or combs in the even hairstyle, no ornaments or embroidery on the even dress, which flared slightly from the waist and was cut off straight at the bottom, like the fringe above her forehead. Everything black on her shimmered with her vivacious eyes, while the dusky parts were still. Life was in the attire and in the body. Sleep. Before them, couples swayed smoothly in their rapture, and Stepan suddenly noticed that Zoska was dancing very diligently with the youth of the girlish type. He thought with satisfaction,
Well, there, she's already found herself amusement. A perfect match.
Then he embraced his partner, and having caught the beat, they launched into the crowd of dancers. She moved supplely and suddenly, pressing herself against him from breast to knee, surrendering wholly to him and the dance, while he peered into her eyes with a beseeching gaze, straining in this passionate embrace. Their burning warmth met, passing through the fabric. A wave of languor, mighty and voluptuous, trembled through their blood, and the young man suddenly ceased to feel anything except the rhythm and the pressed, surrendered body which he possessed in that moment more completely than he could ever truly possess it.
Supper, supper!
The hostess called out. The music broke off, and Stepan unclenched his arms with anguished regret. Now a dismal dissatisfaction gripped him, for that cruel dance smothers, exhausts passion, leaving behind it only longing and a senseless urge. He took her arm so as to feel her body still. She, as if responding to his anxiety, quickly squeezed his fingers, and the young man, brightening at once, whispered,
Shall we sit together?
Of course, everyone surged toward the dining room with joyful clamour, needing sustenance after such prolonged exertion. In this throng he brushed against Zoska for a moment, and taking advantage of his partner turning away, he whispered quickly but cheerfully,
Goodbye, Zoska.
She looked at him with a deep, slow gaze, familiar to him but no longer cutting, and she too quietly answered something, but he did not catch it as he passed. The table had been extended to its full length and generously laden with simple but appealing fare. Canned foods, cheese, herring, ham, minced fish, vinaigrette, and various sausages. Among the plates and saucers where the food was arranged stood a few flowers, sliced bread lay in 3 baskets, and the green necks of wine bottles and white spouts of vodka carafes rose into view. When they sat down, there was silence for a moment as the first morsels were consumed. Then a quiet breeze of restrained conversation between neighbours wafted through. Stepan attentively poured for himself and Rita. She drank calmly, slowly, chose her wine with certainty, knowing the varieties, yet somehow languidly. He watched her and did not recognize her. Something inert, boundlessly indifferent lay in her features, and only when she raised her eyes to him did he feel once again the woman who had danced with him.
Rita, Ritochka,
he whispered.
What a magnificent name.
The faces of the guests seemed to him already more familiar under the ceaseless influence of the drinks. The mustachioed jurist sitting slightly diagonally across from Stepan and cheerfully chatting up a blonde girl with an ample bosom met his gaze first sternly, then quite unexpectedly winked and smiled at him like an accomplice. And the young man too felt boundless goodwill toward everyone. How wonderful! He could go up to every man and woman, converse with them like an old friend, for everything that makes people distant had dissolved in the glasses, and everyone had become the same, carefree creatures who want to laugh and joke. Zoska sat at the end of the table, chatting quite amicably with the effeminate youth, who beamed with satisfaction from his round face. Stepan stared intently at the pair several times, hoping to catch the girl's eye and shame her. But she stubbornly did not turn around, and the young man felt disappointment. So much for love, already flirting with the first man she could find, as if nothing at all had happened to her. A pity he had not scolded the swindler more. Eventually he stopped paying attention to her. Voices rose and swelled, spilling forth in a torrent of disorderly speech, from which drunken exclamations and laughter could be snatched. And it seemed to Stepan that he was racing downhill on light sleigh from an enormous height. He found his neighbour's foot with his own and pressed it wildly.
Careful, you'll dirty my stocking.
She said calmly.
I'll wash it in my own blood.
He answered.
Do you have that much blood to spare? Twice as much as one should.
He tried to imbue these words of his with the deepest possible meaning. After that he spoke to her in vivid and bold innuendos and told transparent anecdotes, to which he heard very apt remarks, for she already knew the great majority of them herself. At last his drunkenness reached that degree when a person grows melancholy and anxious. as though he had already careened down from the hill and now stood alone on a grey plain. And from there he looked at his neighbour with despair and dread. Would that tiresome love affair begin all over again, that dreary tug-of-war between a man and a woman? Love is a long algebraic equation in which, after all the effort, opening the brackets, you get 0. And the next equation is the same, and the next, and the next. The terms change, the multipliers, the signs, but the result is always equal to itself and invariably empty. And he felt hopelessly that he would fall for her, seek her out, cling to her as to a lifebelt, which, even after climbing ashore, he would have to drag on himself, because it would swell and tighten, because all the knots on it would bloat and dig into his flesh. Tedium enveloped him, like a theatre-goer about to see a performance for the 10th time, who for some unknown reasons has nevertheless come. He sank deep into thought. Suddenly she placed her hand on his knee. "Stefan." "What?"
Give me your hand.
He offered his hand and immediately yanked it back, jerking from a sharp pain. She had mercilessly pricked his palm. He flared up in an instant, as though her pin had burst the soap bubble of his ruminations.
Wait,
he said, laughing.
I'll prick you too, at the first opportunity.
Her eyes shimmered.
You won't manage it in time,
she replied. He leaned in and told her the amusing little tale by Catulo Mendes about the blind grandmother who sewed her granddaughter to her own skirt to protect her from harm, yet became a great-grandmother all the same, though she had let the girl leave her side only once for 15 minutes and a second time for 5.
How did you manage to find yourself a lover in 15 minutes?
She asked indignantly, and the sinner modestly replied,
No, grandmother, that was the second time. A foolish grandmother, forcing a girl to rush so,
said Rita.
But you, I trust, have no grandmother?
He asked.
No, but I have a train.
And she informed him that she was here by chance, having come to visit her parents, and that she lived permanently in Kharkiv, where she danced in the ballet. In the morning she was leaving. Never had Stepan felt such gratitude toward a woman as he did now. She was leaving, so there would be no love affair? What happiness! He was ready to fall on his knees before her and sing her a hymn of praise. God, how wonderful it was to be alive after all.
It's 2:00,
she said.
I must go. Would you like to walk me home?
He very much wanted to. The young man waited in the vestibule while Rita said goodbye to the hostess. When she came out, he seized her hand and drew her toward him.
Kiss me,
he said. She began singing softly, laughing. The girls were washing their feet. The boys were drinking the water. Tra-la, tra-la-la, tra-la, tra-la-la. Then she pressed herself against him as when they had danced, and for an instant he felt the voluptuous flick of her tongue.
The fire of love is fragrant only for a moment,
he cried out ecstatically.
After that they start boiling borscht on it. A moment is too little for a woman,
she said.
I speak allegorically.
A tremendous clatter of chairs resounded through the apartment. They were rising from the table. He went out onto the street without his coat, disregarding her protests, and since it was cold, a contemplative mood immediately enveloped him.
The sky is the color of a 5-ruble note,
he said.
Are you such a materialist? Absolutely. And you? Also. We've already endured too much for the sake of ideas.
The ideas have endured quite a lot themselves.
Getting into a cab, she said,
Farewell, little rascal.
Farewell, my dream.
He watched joyfully as his danger vanished around the corner. He waved after her. The end. Strictly speaking, he could have gone home now, but he had no coat. Fortunately, the door behind him had not been shut, and he freely entered the vestibule. There the youth with the face of a delicate young lady was bustling about in agitation.
What's the matter?
Stepan asked him.
Well, it's...
the other muttered.
Zoska is feeling ill.
Then take her home,
Stepan said.
I should. Only you can't exactly carry her in your arms.
The young man pulled out 3 rubles. Here. The youth hesitated, but took the money and disappeared. In the hall they were dancing, wearily, clumsily, bumping into each other, but still dancing. The young man walked indifferently along the wall to the red parlour, sat down there under the ficus in the corner, stretched out his legs, and fell asleep at once, lulled by the music, the whispering all around, and timid kisses. He woke in complete silence. The red light in the room had gone out. Only in the hall a single lamp still burned, its glow barely reaching the corners. He rose, tiptoed to the vestibule, took his coat, and walked the long, deserted streets through the city that slept before dawn under a leaden sky. 12. He arrived home in a state of warm drowsiness that had not left him since he had risen from the armchair under the ficus where he had fallen asleep. For the entire walk from Pyatakov Street through the empty Yevbaz, which at night resembles a cemetery, he seemed not to have fully awakened from the deep sleep that had seized him after the emotional and physical strain of the night. He walked listlessly, did not think, saw no more than was necessary for walking, and in his whole body, in his mind, in his heart, he felt a sweet fatigue and the need for some complete oblivion. In his room he undressed mechanically and stretched out on the bed, forgetting even to remove his socks. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the young man awoke and squinted from the brilliant flood of light that had filled the room. Through the window opposite the bed, for the first time the hot rays of the spring sun poured in, lay upon the walls in patterns and caressed his face. He sprang up and stood on the bed, surrendering to a senseless joy of warmth and the premonition of an imminent, boundless happiness. And so he stood, his body taut, bathing in the bright streams that washed over him like healing water. Then he jumped down, ran to the window, threw it open, and thrust his tousled head outside. The first gust of air sent a shiver through his body. The second blew more warmly. The third was already familiar, invigorating and magical, as though a gigantic sunny hand had reached out toward him, stroking his hair and caressing his chest. A new strength entered his soul, some primordial power filling his chest to the brim and swelling his heart with longing. He felt that his past had melted away in a mighty sleep and a sunlit awakening, that he had no memories, that he had just now been born in the riot of spring, born at once mature, experienced, wise, full of strength and unshakable faith in it. Then he dressed in haste, as though every wasted moment was a loss, washed up, and went out into the street. Cheerful people were splashing through the mortal puddles of winter, melted by the laughing sun. And everything was like the happy resolution of a tragic film. He walked straight ahead, without purpose, without the slightest desire to arrive anywhere or stop. A drunken feeling of freedom drove him forward, the feeling of total independence, the animal joy of liberation from what he had thought, seen, desired the day before, from the way he had lived yesterday, from all the pains and cares of all his days until now. At the corner of Volodymyrska and Sverdlov streets, where girls stood with full baskets of flowers, he bought 2 bunches of blue snowdrops, and not daring to pin them to his coat, carefully tucked them into his pocket. At home, after lunch, he placed the flowers in a glass of water. They smelled of greenery, the simple dampness of a plant. But this was an awakened spirit that had burst from the deaf depths of the earth, from gloom and cold into the passionate blaze of warmth, and these modest flowers smiled at him like small banners of the great life. He set them on the table. Then he dug out his collection of stories from a pile of books. Now he only vaguely recalled what he had written, and he read with excitement as something alien, not belonging to him, marvelling at the unexpected images, the strong joining of sentences, at individual words that he seemed to have sensed would be there, standing where he would place them even now. And everything he read came alive under his attentive gaze. Let him experience once more the joy of former creation, resurrected past rapture in an anxious trembling, in a sweet breathlessness over the lines. A deep amazement seized him as he finished the last page. Had he really written this? Unquestionably. His name stood clearly on the cover, but his soul coquetted, disclaiming the earned praise, affecting modesty and embarrassment, like a 15-year-old girl receiving a splendid bouquet from welcome hands. Perhaps it was not meant for her, and at once she agreed with shameful swiftness, not concealing her burning desire to possess what she was receiving. "That is you!" it surged in his chest. "That is you! That is you!" His heart hammered. He heard the symphony of a majestic chorus singing him the song of self-regard, and he himself was filled with respect for his own talent. And again he wanted to go, to wander the streets, to smile at everyone and everything, but he restrained this impulse toward the distance and read his collection once more from beginning to end. Now he was left somewhat disappointed. Individual flaws troubled him, considerable defects in the structure, and a terrible vexation with the content. What, in fact, had he been writing about? Nowhere, throughout 100 pages, did he encounter a human being, the one who suffers and strives, who gives birth to mad impulses in pain, who languishes and flourishes, grovels and rises to the heights. He did not find in those pages the sorrowful dwarf with a giant intellect, the small beast who carries on frail shoulders the eternal burden of consciousness. He did not find the enchanting child who so sweetly weeps and laughs among the colourful toys of existence, the merciless warrior who knows how to kill and to die for his dreams, the stern champion of distant days, the tireless herald of the future. And this absence struck him. What were these works for if the human heart did not beat in them? Dead they seemed to him now, these stories in which the human being had vanished beneath the pressure of things and ideas created by him and intended for him. He rose listlessly and lay down, his hands clasped behind his head. Yes, he had failed to notice the human being, and what besides that was worth attention? Without that, everything loses its reason, becomes a soulless schemer, a bell ringing in a vacuum. The naive faith of antiquity, that man is the measure of all things, that the world was created for him and the stars were kindled for him, flashed before him as the sole truth of the earth, higher than all truths and proofs. And from this anguish over his former lack of understanding, from the clear insight into the wellsprings of life, from the vivid sense of the human being, he drew the first threads of his ardent weave. He would write a tale about people, and when he thought this, a terrible tedium seized him from the helplessness before this enormous task, whose weight he felt keenly, vividly, unconsciously magnifying in his imagination all the difficulties of the work. How to combine the countless facts he had managed to gather and feel, how to braid that mass of observations he had made about others and about himself into a single flawless whole, precise and fitted like the mechanism of a watch. How to display in several thousand lines the infinite variety of people, the mad divergence of their thoughts, moods, desires, and deeds, so that the human being would appear complete, without cuts or retouching, as it is in struggle, love, and labour, with all its magnificent and base impulses, its crimes and compassion, its villainy and devotion. No, this was entirely beyond him. He must renounce such a bold ambition at once and protect himself from the immense frustrations of failure. And in general, he ought to give up this literature altogether, which as far as he could recall had paid only with bitter disappointment for his torments. But he lay with clenched teeth, listening not so much to his hopeless reasoning as to something barely audible, indistinct, distant as the memory of a dream. Hope? No, something greater than hope rose in him. Suddenly he forgot everything. Forgot himself, his intentions. He seemed to cease existing, dissolving in a passionate reverie that carried him on mighty waves. Unknown figures filled his room, light, translucent creations of his excited imagination, in which he recognized nothing real or his own. They began to move before him in the quiet twilight dusk. Without the slightest effort, he gave life to a multitude of bodies, dressed them, baptized them, not knowing why, immersed in a sweet drowsiness from which this phantasmal kingdom of shadows was born. He felt neither the action of will nor the strain of the senses in this unconscious, dreamy play, nor delight from this creative emanation. He had gone still, gone quiet, gone mute, so as not to interrupt with some clumsy intervention the brilliant procession of his incarnations. And suddenly those strange figures, unexpected guests in his poor, condemned room, began to smile, weep, desire, and struggle, began to set out into the distance in unsteady boats propelled by gusts of hatred and love. He suddenly leapt up. Had he gone mad? It might have been a visual illusion, but he had heard their voices so distinctly. For a minute, Stepan sat motionless, listening to the frightened beating of his heart, the only sound that remained real to him amid the silence of the dark room. It seemed he was alone in an immeasurable silence, infinitely far from the world and from people, unconnected to life, yet closer to it than ever. And in this feeling of terrible solitude, of the complete loss of all ties with surrounding reality, and of a new union with it, there was a senseless certainty of victory. Certainty! He was plumbing the depths of his powers. He was truly going mad, only with joy. For a whole week this mysterious intoxication lasted. From what he had seen and heard, from what he had observed in himself and around him, he was now carving figures, thoughts, landscapes, and stitching them together with the fine threads of a plot. He was not writing yet, only inventing. He did not even think that it would have to be written. So burning, so voluptuous was the satisfaction this imaginary, effortless labour gave him, becoming a self-sufficient end, absorbing all his curiosity and rapture. At work and meetings he became something like a proficient automaton. Yes, everywhere except his own room he felt himself a wound-up mechanism that performs a certain sum of necessary actions, produces habitual reactions to the surroundings, and possesses the ability to respond. All his sensibility had concentrated in daydreams, laying a chill upon life. In connection with this, he changed his attitude above all toward himself. He no longer allowed himself to eat whenever he liked and whatever he liked. At set hours, he had to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, eating nutritious food, vegetables, and porridge, first of all. Going outside, he wrapped his neck carefully in a scarf, which he had not done even in the frosts. He ventilated his quarters diligently and reduced his daytime tobacco ration so that he could smoke more in the evening without exceeding the limits beyond which, in his opinion, nicotine begins to do harm. And in the mornings he once again instituted nerve gymnastics according to the system of Dr. Anokin. Sometimes, quite unconsciously, he addressed himself in the second person.
Well, time for you to sleep.
Or,
go take a little walk.
With acquaintances, he was polite as always, but secretly he felt his superiority. It was even a little amusing that they greeted and conversed with him as they had yesterday and the day before. To tell the truth, he secretly, somewhat forgivingly, despised them all. No one had noticed the great surge by which he lived. For them, he remained the same. How strange, so much the worse for them. At times indulging in fantasies of what a marvellous thing he would write, and how he would astound all those who noticed nothing. The poet Vyhorsky, troubled by his long absence from the beer hall, came to visit him at the editorial office.
You must be writing something?
He asked.
Almost.
Stepan replied.
I'm thinking it through.
Ah, that's the happiest time. The spring of creativity.
The poet sighed.
It's like platonic love, so to speak. And after that, the tedious domestic life begins.
And then he suddenly asked,
But do you know how most people who use the word platonic get it wrong?
I do,
replied Stepan.
Only that word is hardly used anymore these days.
Incidentally, Vyhorsky informed him that on April the 20th he was setting off on a journey and asked Stepan to be sure to come to the beer hall the evening before to celebrate the parting. That day, Stepan had yet another visitor, one he had least expected. Maxim Hneedy appeared, the bookkeeper from the Leather Trust, in a rather worn coat but with a very natural air. He settled into a chair beside Stepan's desk, and when the young man gave him an inquiring look, said with a smile,
I'll just wait until you're free.
At first, Stepan thought he had misheard, but when he was rid of a young writer who brought a lyrical story to the editorial office every week and began talking with Maxim, he was indeed convinced that the bookkeeper not only addressed him informally, but simply called him
Stiopa.
And the young man, not venturing to put a stop to this unexpected display of friendship, responded in the impersonal form. Considerable changes had occurred in the Needy household. They all lived together now. At least in their old age they could live like proper people, as Maxim put it. The fish shop had met with misfortune. It had gone into liquidation because of the accursed taxes. However, old Hneedy was selling fish from a stall at the Zhytny market, and Tamara Vasilivna sold haberdashery to help him, so they were earning a bit. Only he, Maxim, was idle. The thing was, at the Leather Trust, where he had been bookkeeper, there had been a minor unpleasantness with money, and he had had to leave the position to avoid misunderstandings. It was a trifle, really. He was even glad of the episode because he had grown sick of racking his brains over figures that kill the soul in you. Especially for him, a lively and independent person. So he had decided to change positions.
Stiopa,
He said.
you know I've always loved books. Remember my library? A pity I sold it, but I had to. All sorts of things happen in life, you understand.
He smiled slyly, hinting. But the young man did not yet quite understand where this was leading. Before long it all became clear. Maxim had his eye on the position of manager of some bookshop of the state publishing house, or at least deputy manager, and Stepan was to help him with connections.
You're a well-known man after all.
He added.
You probably know the communists, and in our time, don't even try without patronage. Without support, you know. You could just die.
He smiled again, hinting. Stepan agreed listlessly, inwardly outraged that this swindler was claiming some kind of right over him. Maxim said,
So, I'll write you an application, and you pass it along to whoever's in charge and put in a word.
Having written it, he still did not leave. He asked for a cigarette and lit it.
Good tobacco you smoke,
he said with a connoisseur's air.
Remember how I used to treat you? Well, the devil take it.
He jerked his head nervously.
I have one more matter to discuss with you personally,
he said more quietly.
I have 5 albums of stamps. Right now, I'm in such a state that I have to sell them. But I wouldn't like to let them go to a stranger. They're dear to me. Buy them. I'll only charge you 100 rubles. That's practically free. A favor between friends. No, I have no need for stamps,
Stepan replied. Then Maxim began trying to persuade him. You would not find an equal collection in all of Kiev. Besides, he could transfer his membership rights in the International Philatelist Society. In a pinch, he would knock off 25 rubles and take the rest in installments.
I don't need them,
Stepan said. Maxim sighed. Well, perhaps he could lend him about 3 10-ruble notes for a week. The young man gave him 5 rubles and resolutely stood up.
I'm going,
said Maxim.
When will you come visit us? It's not right to forget old friends, not right at all. It's fun at our place now. We get a crowd together, we sing. Mama has improved so much lately. Quite her old self. Do come. And about the position? When should I check back? In about 6 weeks,
Stepan replied.
Nothing will happen before then.
Maxim took his leave in a friendly manner, but with a generous admixture of obsequious respect. From the doorway he turned back once more and said awkwardly,
Maybe you're angry with me, Stiopa. Well, I was a fool back then. I'm sorry myself. Oh, please, please.
When Maxim had finally gone, the young man shrugged. What a farce. To think that there had once been some mama, some tragedies, even a fistfight. Millennia had passed since then, and now the past, needed by no one, superfluous, absurd, suddenly walks in and shakes your hand. Devil knows what. The past ought to show some respect, know its place, and not come creaking back. He tore up Maxim's application and threw it in the wastebasket. At last the novella was finished, that is, thought through to the end with all its details. The work stood in his mind like a coloured, transparent photograph. It had turned out, admittedly, somewhat different from the original conception. At first, Stepan had planned an enormous work in 3 parts, with at least 100 characters and an action spanning 10 years. Then he compressed it to 2 parts and discarded some 30 characters. Finally, he reduced it to 1 part, leaving a novella of 4 to 5 printer's sheets with 12 participants. What had made him condense so much? Some inner, unappealable command. Under the pressure of his creative press from the original plan, all the liquid drained away. The contingencies, the cheap effects and tragedies, the superfluous conversations and episodes, and what remained was a thickened, resilient mass that already held its shape under further compression. It was a painful process of cutting away living flesh that clung to life by every means and wanted to live. But he, like a stern surgeon, inflicted this pain in the name of future health. He was aware that he could accomplish now only a fraction of the magnificent task before him, for even one person's life is worth volumes of storytelling. he was further aware that in his whole life he would accomplish only a small portion of it, for the soul of humanity is immeasurable and unfathomable, though it sometimes fits into a few sudden surges. But from the scraps of the material he had worked through, Stepan fashioned a plot for a film scenario and combined several themes for future novellas. Now he was provisioned on this front for at least a year of intensive work. Now, just to write. Having bought half a ream of lined paper, the young man sat down one evening at his table and took up his pencil with the sacred tremor of a priest raising the knife over the sacrifice. He had been afraid of this moment, and oh joy! He wrote the first chapter, then the second, then the third, easily, without stopping, without even feeling the strain. Words poured from him, a stream of lively, disciplined words that knew their places and their conjunctions. He threw down his pen, clasped his hands in rapture, and stood up. Enough. Enough for today. Calming down a little, he calculated if the work continued at this pace, he would finish the novella in 2 weeks. Marvellous. But on the following day, he wrote nothing. He sat, paced, even lay down and tried to daydream, but could not squeeze out of himself a single word for the next chapter. It was as though the entire flow of his imagination had suddenly congealed, leaving in his head only dead clots that his burning despair was powerless to dissolve. He knew what he needed to write and how to write it. Only a chasm had opened between his conception and the paper. He felt a terrible reluctance to write, a groundless revulsion toward the very process of moving the pen. At first he was indignant, then he cajoled himself, and finally, in the end, fell into thought. Where had this unexpected crisis come from? Was it that he did not want to write, or that he himself did not want to write? Or perhaps the remaining chapters were poorly constructed, and this delay, an intuitive action of artistic instinct, was simply a signal of danger. And behind each thought of his stood the well-known dread of vain creative impulses. At last he decided that he needed to rest. He must take care of himself. He was simply spiritually exhausted. One cannot drive oneself without mercy. He should forget about work for a day or two, have some fun, take a walk and restore his strength. Only how? Suddenly the memory of Zoska pierced him with a joyful warmth. Zoska! Dear, laughing companion, faithful comrade of his wanderings. He remembered her small figure, her carefree smiles and sudden sadnesses, her naive, amusing philosophy, and her passionate kisses. He wanted to see again the curls on her forehead, the enchanting face so mobile under the play of emotion, to hear her charming whisper, and to sit on the carpet at her feet.
At the feet of the Queen.
He felt her as if she had only just left the room and was about to return. Leaping up, the young man glanced at his watch. It was not yet 6. He could still take her to the cinema, and then he would invite her to visit him. That would be wonderful. They would have a little celebration here after their separation, and he and she could sneeze at whatever the petty bourgeois of the neighbouring apartments would whisper in their lairs. Stepan began hurriedly putting on his good suit, stringing together consoling thoughts. True, some nonsense had occurred between them, the marriage business, of course, but he had been rather cruel to her. He did not deny it, but he would apologise. He felt that between the novella and the breakup there was some connection he could not quite grasp, and he already regretted not having arranged, by mutual agreement, a fortnight's leave in time. As it was, a bit unpleasant.
But if she really loves me,
he thought,
she shouldn't be too angry.
The young man quickly walked to Gymnasialny Lane and rang at the familiar door. An elderly woman in an apron opened it.
May I see Comrade Zoska?
He asked. The woman asked in surprise,
Which Zoska? Holubowska?
Yes, he confirmed. The woman clasped her hands.
Good heavens, she poisoned herself. She died?
Stepan asked.
Dead she is, God rest her soul.
The woman answered sympathetically. She crossed herself.
And you? How do you know?
The young man asked.
Well, I never.
The woman said, offended.
I'm her neighbor, how would I not know? Would you like to go into them? No.
Stepan said. They stood for a moment in silence, looking at each other. Stepan with a stricken expression, the woman with curiosity.
And who might you be?
She asked.
I
Stepan Radchenko.
he answered.
A relative, perhaps.
The woman continued.
An acquaintance. You won't see her now.
The woman sighed.
Well, dead she is, that's that.
He slowly walked away, and she watched him for a while, then loudly shut the door. On the street, the young man stopped.
I should go to her parents and find out everything in detail.
He thought.
Perhaps she left me a letter. Where is she buried?
But these thoughts were so sluggish that he could barely make them out himself. They crept so slowly that by the end of each one he had already forgotten its beginning. And they seemed alien, infinitely foreign, absolutely not his own. Someone was thinking for him, tediously, eerily gluing together scraps of thought, while he himself was utterly empty. He had lost the sense of his own being and the sense of the world outside him, as though he were nothing, nowhere, never. He was afraid to raise his eyes, lest he see the void around him. He shuddered, hunched over and walked on, feeling his own movement with horror. Then he began to consider what, in general, one could poison oneself with. Arsenic, corrosive sublimate, strychnine, prussic acid, opium. What is the difference between the effects of these poisons? Which of them is used to poison flies, those dark sheets sold at pharmacies inscribed in large letters with an exclamation mark?
Death to flies.
And what is death? How can a person vanish so that they are never seen again? How can one die not for a day, not for a week, not for a year, but...
Die? Just like that?
So he too could die. What an absurdity, what a terrible misunderstanding. It's impossible, he told himself.
It's utterly impossible.
It seemed to him in that moment that he could freely lie down under a tram, pierce his heart with a knife, drink any poison, and still remain alive. He raised his eyes, vaguely hoping to see someone familiar, and approached them. But all the faces he saw were strange and somehow lifeless, as though they had long since died, had long since drunk their poison, and he suddenly felt himself the only living being amid the boundless kingdom of death. At last he dared to think,
but perhaps she... by accident?
Instead of an answer, a delirious anguish seized him. He wanted to run, to scream, to crawl on his knees, to beg, to howl, for someone to punish him, for someone to forgive him. Then grief moistened his eyes. He wanted to sit beside a little grave amid the young growth of grass, to adorn that grave with cornflowers, to bow his head and weep. He felt, vividly and painfully, that unfathomable bond that is woven between a departed soul and a living one that yearns toward the beyond in a senseless surge. She was becoming accessible to his heightened senses, entering his soul like a warm breeze. This feeling was inexpressible, but healing. He thought in mournful joy,
Zoska, you are gone, but I am yours forever. Every year I will come to you, when the earth is in bloom. You have died for everyone, but not for me.
But on the threshold of the building, anguish seized him again, dread of the evening and the coming night. On the stairs by the door, he ran into the commission agent who had so unsuccessfully supplied him with addresses until now. The man stopped, beaming with satisfaction.
Well, there's a room,
he said slyly.
But what a room! A real room, in a word.
I don't need a room anymore.
Stepan replied gloomily. The agent was genuinely astonished. A good room is always needed. Why had he come running here himself then? Why had he spent a whole month racing around the city like a greyhound only for it suddenly to be unnecessary? But the room, as soon as the comrade sees it, he'll start living there at once. And Stepan suddenly agreed, just to have something to do, just not to be alone. Besides, he did need a room when all was said and done.
All right,
he said.
Wait. Let me get the money.
And they rode together to Lipki.
But just wait till you see the little building,
the agent said rapturously as they got off the tram.
It's a bonbon, not a building. How could anyone not live here?
The building was indeed impressive. 7 stories tall with a multitude of windows already lighting up.
This way, please,
said the agent. They got into the lift, and this mode of transport, experienced for the first time, pleased the young man immensely. In fact, while still sitting in the cabin, Stepan decided to take the room. But the room itself made the case as well. It was a small, bright, tidy study with a parquet floor, central heating, papered with new blue-grey wallpaper, with 2 windows from which one could see below the boundless panorama of the city and the distant horizon beyond the river. Yes, this was exactly the kind of room he had dreamed of, and the young man immediately envisioned where each piece of his future furniture would go and how comfortably he would work among it.
Here I'll finally write,
he thought. The rent was high, and he bargained fiercely. At last, after 50 carbovancy in key money, they agreed on 100 plus the cost of repairs already made, plus 10% commission for the agent's services. He handed over the money and his documents, and was to move in the next day. He was the last to leave the room, and when he turned off the electric light, the ghastly anguish that had dissolved for a while in financial worries and the satisfaction of a successful deal reawakened in him amid the dark emptiness, where the windows glowed blue like enormous dead faces. He clasped his hands in despair and involuntarily, almost aloud, said,
"Forgive me, Zoska."
Everything was silent around him, but silence means consent. He quickly left the frightening gloom, pulling the door firmly shut behind him with a shudder of fear. The agent, having received his money, vanished without even saying goodbye. But the landlords bowed to him very politely. He arranged with them for morning coffee and a separate key to the front door. Then he called the lift and descended smoothly. On the street he was alone again, and again terrible unease took hold of him. It was only 8 o'clock. In the 2 hours since he had left home today, 2 extraordinary, exceptional events had occurred. 2. He involuntarily placed them side by side. But what connection was there between that and the fortunate settlement of the housing question? And it suddenly seemed to him that he had stepped forward, upward, leaving someone behind on the rung he had passed. But at this secret thought, which barely grazed his mind, his soul cried out even louder. On the streets he walked, he again met not a single acquaintance. There was nothing strange in this, but it seemed to him that everyone had suddenly abandoned him. And then he remembered that today was precisely the 19th of April, the evening he was supposed to celebrate the poet's departure. He shook himself joyfully and quickened his pace. 13. The traveller was not yet at the tavern, and the young man listlessly sat down at a table in the middle of the hall, surrounded by figures and voices that filled him with disgust. For the first time in all this while, the tavern repulsed him. For the first time he perceived the banality of the merriment around him, the artificiality of laughter inflamed by alcohol, the cheap tinsel of the joy here, and the music, a jazz band with a drum, cymbals, and tambourine that had always uplifted and liberated him now oppressed him with nauseating melodies and maddened him with intolerable clanging. He would have left at once had he not been waiting for someone, and he sat with his hat pulled low, slumped over the table before an untouched bottle of beer that had been placed beside him. Then he impatiently lit a cigarette, breaking matches as he did. At last Vyhorsky arrived in a rubberized raincoat and a cap on his head. Stepan's appearance struck him.
Why the child the Herald look?
He asked, greeting him.
More fitting for you, since you're the one leaving.
I'm leaving, but I'm not cursing anyone.
And I'm cursing, but I'm not leaving.
The poet waved his hand dismissively.
Stop it. Curses only make the world worse.
Tonight, Vyhorsky had offered to treat.
But mind you,
he said,
I've become a vegetarian. Out of conviction?
Asked Stepan.
Purely for variety.
When the dishes and wine were served, the poet asked Stepan again.
But where, after all, does this gloomy melancholy come from? Surely not because of my departure?
No, Stepan smiled. It's Weltschmerz. The poet breathed a sigh of relief.
Ah, that's entirely harmless.
He was very amiable, cheerful, affectionate, and Stepan suddenly felt the urge to confide in him, to tell him all his pain and its most secret sources. But he only said,
If you want to know the truth, it's simply a bad mood. Sometimes you realize you're a beast, a bloodthirsty beast, and it makes you sad. Life is cruel. You know it can't be set right, and yet you feel sorry. Then somehow you see more clearly that all around you are the same creatures, riffraff, filth, scoundrels, and it becomes terrifying, because you're the same as they are, and they're the same as you. But where do you see such horrors?
Stepan smiled hopelessly.
Where? Right here, all around. All around are splendid, pleasant people. You're always joking,
said the young man.
Not at all. Look here.
The poet leaned back in his chair and touched the shoulder of the man sitting behind him. The man turned around.
Excuse me,
said the poet.
I like you very much. Allow me to shake your hand.
The man hesitated but offered his hand. He even said,
Thank you very much. You're an odd fellow,
sighed Stepan. Then they ate and drank, each lost in his own thoughts, and Stepan, overwhelmed by the need to express his anguish, raised his glass and said,
Let us drink, my friend, to love.
The poet was surprised.
Why on earth should we drink to that dreadful emotion that robs people of their peace?
Stepan replied heatedly,
Robs them of peace, robs them of life. Dreadful, this love. So you agree with me?
Vyhorsky asked uncertainly.
Entirely. I can't stand agreeing with anyone.
The poet grumbled with displeasure.
Agreement is death. Moreover, I must declare that the power of love derives exclusively from tradition. The golden age of love has passed. Knights and ladies have dissolved into the mists of centuries. In the 12th century, women divided themselves into two parts. The body for the husband, the soul for the beloved. In the 19th, they did the reverse. And in the 20th, they lost the sense of difference between these parts altogether. Love has declined by about an arshın below the heart. That is, it has returned to its point of origin. To properly understand its current international, if you will, situation, one must remember that love is not inherent to humanity at all stages of development. Savages knew nothing of it, and our age is an age of enlightened savagery, savagery in a sublated form, as the dialecticians say. And so love too is being sublated. The song of love has been sung. Love takes its place alongside the muses and inspires, along with them, only old-fashioned poets. In its place rises what was most important in savagery, labor. A true poet can now only be a poet of labor.
For example, you,
said Stepan.
I'm a sad phenomenon. At the boundary between two eras, there inevitably appear people who find themselves right on the edge, from which one can see far back and even further ahead, and so they suffer from a disease that people of no party ever forgive. Keenness of vision. The best servants of life are the blinded and the half-blind. They stride boldly forward because they see what they wish to see. They see the new because they want to see it. Will governs life, my friend, not reason.
The devil knows what governs it,
Stepan said gloomily. They soon left, for the poet intended to get a good night's sleep before his journey.
I'm leaving.
The poet cried out on the street.
Tomorrow I won't see any of this. What joy not to see tomorrow what you see today. And you too, my friend. I've had quite enough of you. And I of you,
said Stepan.
Admit it, it wasn't all that dull. But don't you dare come see me off at the station tomorrow. An acquaintance at the station, that's a nightmare. I don't even know which train you're taking,
Stepan reassured him.
I don't know exactly myself.
On the corner of Velika Zhytomyrska they stopped.
Farewell, my friend,
said the poet.
I say farewell because we may never see each other again. Don't forget that it's just as easy to perish in this world as it is to appear in it.
He walked away, and Stepan felt himself left alone in the middle of the street, in the middle of a harsh, merciless city, alone beneath the boundless starry sky that shimmered brightly above him before the rising of the moon. Monotonous days dragged on, which he counted off mournfully like the endless rosary beads of a monk. The anguish did not leave him. It had already lost its object. The cause of it had been veiled by a fog of days, but the sadness remained unchanged, permeating every thought, cutting short every desire that occasionally stirred within him. The world seemed to have faded before his eyes. His soul had gone deaf to the calls and warmth that steadily grew stronger all around. Like everyone else, he shed his overcoat, but did not feel the change. At his new lodgings, the young man settled in fairly quickly. Within a week, the place had assumed the appearance and comfort he had once dreamed of, back when dreaming was still interesting. By the window in the corner, he placed an American roll-top desk of knotty wood. Against the wall, opposite the door, a mirrored wardrobe for clothes. Opposite the windows, a sofa upholstered in dark red fabric. Beside the table, a small glass-fronted bookcase whose foundation was laid by textbooks on statistics and political economy, once given to him by Maxim Hanidi, and a complete set of the Literary Scientific Herald containing the works of von VIII, not returned at that same time to the gentle Levko, his countryman from the home village, a student of agriculture. Through long possession, he considered them his own. In addition, he bought a rug for the floor and half a dozen chairs with the remainder of the money left from his screenplay fee after all the large and small expenses. But the more Stepan furnished his room, the more alien it felt to him. Each new thing brought here filled him with an incomprehensible anxiety. He would set it in its appointed place and then stare at it in bewilderment, as at something foreign, brazenly thrust into his life. After a few days he would grow accustomed to its presence and use it as needed, but the feeling of strangeness and hostility from the furniture hid somewhere deep within him, surfacing suddenly when he came home in the evening and turned on the light. It was as though, in his absence, all of them had been living their own separate life, perhaps even conversing, whispering about him, eavesdropping on his thoughts, and then falling silent the moment he opened the door. From the threshold in the rectangular gleaming mirror, he saw his entire figure, and this was unpleasant, as though he had suddenly come face to face with his own double, who had remained here the whole time, conspiring with the sullen furniture against him. But what he feared most was the desk. There, in the upper right-hand drawer, the beginning of his novella lay hidden. He never pulled it out, but he could feel the manuscript lurking there like a guilty conscience. He could not write any further. That emptiness which had opened up within him when he turned away from Zoska's door was imperceptibly expanding, destroying more and more of his soul, seizing ever deeper regions where a person's memories are stored. And in this devastating spread, his past was disappearing into oblivion. It had vanished almost without a trace under the poisonous action of anguish, and along with it, he was losing his footing. At 8, he would wake, drink his coffee, and half an hour later go to work. These were the happiest hours of his life, when his former strength, liveliness, and stubbornness awakened in him. He worked energetically, passionately, immersed himself in matters, dashed around the city, smiled, was witty, capable, indispensable everywhere. But at 8 in the evening, having finished work and attended all meetings and obligations, he was left alone for his own private life, the threads of which he had let slip from his hands. The transition was dreadful, as though he were divided into two parts, one for others, the other for himself, and the second was unfilled. Walking home, he seemed to cross the boundary of life. Evenings enveloped him in fearful unease, and the feeling of terrible loneliness weighed upon him, and he suffered the maddening pain of a person who has lost everything personal, all those perhaps small things, those human joys and sorrows that give life its flavour and its charm. All his attempts to find something were in vain. Among acquaintances, conversations seemed trivial to him. Women's glances disgusting, the landlord's courtesy laughable. At the lectures he began attending from time to time, he heard nothing interesting or new. In the theatres, the plays were monotonous. At the cinema, revolting films. He could not go to the taverns at all. Once he stopped by a casino and put a carbovonets on 20, they handed him 3 chervoncy. He placed them all again on the same number, lost, and left impatiently. Everywhere there were too many people, too much light and noise, and everywhere the gnawing loneliness followed him relentlessly. Sometimes he would remember his old companion of the evening hours, the poet Vyhorsky, who was wandering somewhere across the Ukrainian land with a traveller's pack on his shoulders. Now, without seeing him, he felt more deeply what drew them to each other. After all, his feelings surged just as ceaselessly as the other's mind. There was something boundlessly restless, changeable, insatiable in both of them. But where was he? What was his address? Perhaps he would write him an enormous, passionate letter. And he was seized by a profound envy of a man who had no address. He himself sometimes thought of taking leave and heading off to the sunny sea, but he kept putting it off. There was in him a kind of revulsion toward anything that might bring him solace. At last he received an envelope at the editorial office written in the poet's hand. He tore it open impatiently. Inside were 2 magnificent poems for the journal, but not a single line for him. After that, the poet too ceased to exist for him. One evening, walking slowly along the dark stretch of Kreschatyk, that far end of it where the technical shops cluster and few street lamps are placed, he was accosted by a woman, one of those who ask for a light and inquire about the time. She used the first method, and the young man struck a match for her. She proposed.
Shall we go?
The young man agreed. The woman then took him by the arm as a sign of their compact and turned onto Troksvia-Titelska Street, where she led her client into a dark courtyard through a wooden gate fastened with a chain. Stepan had to bend double to squeeze through the low opening. Here the woman whispered to him,
Don't make a sound. You know how people are. They have to stick their noses into everything.
And he heard from the woman that profanity which is considered a male prerogative. At last, at the end of a stuffy half-basement corridor, she jangled a key and led the young man into a space whose smell constituted a direct continuation of that corridor. Turning slightly, he saw in the corner the quiet flame of an icon lamp, barely illuminating a dark icon. The woman lit a small lamp, and now she stood sharply defined before her visitor against the background of her surroundings. She was stout, bloated, getting on in years, with angry eyes and a pale, large mouth from which sounds emerged hoarse as from the horn of a worn-out gramophone. In the room stood a bed covered with a grey homespun blanket and a few simple pieces of furniture befitting the simplicity of the business conducted there. The Mother of God in the corner leaned over her son and took no notice of anything around her. First of all, the woman sternly demanded a carbonette in advance for A.
Go.
When she received it, she said somewhat more gently,
How do you want it? Naked?
He replied that he preferred to see her clothed.
Campaign style.
She laughed. And she added that she had worked in the army too, on the German front. The young man examined the photographs hanging on the wall without frames, dusty and speckled with years' worth of fly marks. And suddenly curiosity about this woman awoke in him. A desire to know her life, her views, her tastes, her legal status, her attitude toward the authorities, and that secret thing by which her soul lived beyond the customary trade. He offered her a cigarette and sat down by the table. From his pack she immediately took 6 cigarettes, but said with displeasure,
What are you stalling for? Give me 2 more Carbovancy for the whole night then.
He took out his wallet and poured out silver coins for her, 65 kopecks.
You're lying,
She said incredulously.
Let me see for myself. And what's this? That's 2 kopecks.
Throw it in with the rest.
Having turned his wallet completely inside out, she finally calmed down and began answering his cautious questions coarsely but quite willingly, making liberal use of sharp, apt, and from her point of view, refined words that pertained to her work and the things that took part in it. And she recalled with sympathy the time of war communism when she used to bring home stockings full of money. But now people had turned stingy, tight-fisted and torturous. True, she had plenty of suitors, but they didn't interest her.
A girl should marry for love,
She said.
but for a bit of fun, I can make do with you.
Then she told him those invented, stereotypical stories with which they all entertain their guests and themselves. Stories that gradually turn from daydreams into half-real memories, into an unconscious self-deception to which their souls cling in their mechanical impulses toward happiness. In particular, she emphasized that some Denikin colonel had begged her on his knees to go with him to England.
And why would I go?
She asked dreamily.
When I don't know the English language, I'd walk out onto the street and not understand a thing. Besides, he didn't know it either.
She added reassuringly.
I had one Englishman who used to come to me, and he said too that he didn't know it.
But as his questions became more precise and demanding, she grew suspicious, and suddenly she cut him off mid-sentence.
Why are you interrogating me? What did you come here for?
He answered awkwardly that he had come to her more for a heart-to-heart talk, and she flew into a terrible rage.
A soul he needs. For a ruble I'm supposed to turn my soul inside out for him. For you, my soul is under my skirt.
He barely managed to calm her down, swearing that he had not meant to offend her.
But isn't it all the same to you what you do?
He asked.
It's not all the same.
She answered.
What you pay for, take, but don't touch the soul.
The conversation faltered after that. She said goodbye coldly, as though he had done her an enormous wrong, and the young man left, feeling a kind of respect for her, understanding in a stirred and troubled way that the woman sells herself, but the person does not. But mostly he read in the evenings, lying on the sofa. There was something compulsive in this endless turning of pages, devoid of that living curiosity that holds the eye upon the lines. Between him and the book, there was always a pane of glass, like a window pane before a landscape that lets you see it but holds back its fragrance, slightly distorts its contours, and drains its colours. And often, having read the last lines, he would come to a halt unawares on the blank half-page, pensively spinning out the finished adventure that grew paler and paler, fading in his imagination before suddenly vanishing. He would feel for a moment that he was no longer thinking, and this feeling was strange, somehow joyful, extraordinarily calm, immovable, as though he had entered a state entirely different from life, a state of pure contemplation, of complete independence from his surroundings. He read just as many newspapers too, skipping not even the dullest sections, meticulously going through every article, note and report down to the announcements of various meetings and conferences that crowded in small print on the last pages. He was a diligent but eccentric reader of periodicals that are published for many and can interest any one person only on the condition of enormous skipping. It so happened that a regional congress of sugar producers was being held, and among the dozen names appearing in the report, Stepan noticed the surname of his former institute friend Boris Zadorozhny. He had delivered a paper on some system of beet selection, had been elected to a commission for drafting a resolution, and chosen as a delegate to the All-Ukrainian Congress. How much those lines told him, what a bitter, stinging reproach they became before him. He read them once more. Yes, Boris Zadorozhny, the young Philistine, the oppressor of a beautiful girl, was advancing steadily, acting, working, rising. An old hidden hostility toward him stirred in Stepan's heart, and he flung the newspaper aside so as not to see the vexing name any longer. The Sugar Producers' Congress had a poor effect on him, stirring in the young man a series of grim reflections about himself. How long would this go on? Granted he had sinned, granted he had caused someone even a great unpleasantness, but surely the penance was already enough. By the calendar, 3 weeks of solitude had passed. Weeks that in his mind had been years. It was time to rouse himself. Time. He shouted this like a teamster over a horse that has collapsed in the middle of the road and cannot rise on its own. But from where could he expect help? From whom? And he began to hope that something would happen in his life, a deep, sudden change. And his despair, having reached a certain pitch, turned into expectation, as though he were about to receive a letter, and that letter was already on its way, drawing closer, perhaps full of horror and upheaval, but of impulse. The presentiment did not deceive him, being not so much a foreknowledge of events as a harbinger of an inner need projected outward. The marvel of human self-help, the soul which in moments of hunger so firmly and vividly latches onto trifles that they, unknown until now, suddenly become an event nurtured in the depths of the heart, a counterpart to wistful dreams, the fulfillment of vague strivings, that capricious soul of man, the tragic essence of his simple nature, having wavered on the brink, suddenly hurls itself down the slope from the slightest push, senselessly converting the tedium of inaction into velocity. He now regularly dined at the large Narkarch cafeteria on Kreshchatyk, which he had chosen solely because it was on his way from work to Bessarabka, where he caught the tram home. There he had taken a liking to a small table by the wall where he could sit alone over a meal and a bottle of beer, which had become an indispensable part of his menu. The chief inconvenience of Narkarch establishments, like all cooperatives, the long wait for service and the scant attention paid to patrons, could hardly trouble him now, for dinner, often very late, was the last link of his day, the boundary of the transition to evening, and he had nothing against this time, when his heart still beat with the echo of the day's bustle, not turning too quickly into the deathly hours of the room's silence. All the more vexing it was for him one evening to see that his table was occupied. It was almost an affront, an infringement on rights established by habit, even on his very self, which through constant use transforms a dead object into an inalienable part of itself. But looking at the interloper more closely, Stepan rushed up to him and seized his hand tightly.
"Hello, Levko!"
he cried.
"It's you, Levko!"
The man raised his eyes in surprise, not recognizing him.
"It's me, Stepan, from Tereveni, remember?"
the young man said excitedly, leaning toward his old companion.
"Remember we came here together by steamboat? Do you recognize me now?"
Levko did recognize him, but was even more astonished. "Stepan," he muttered.
"I wouldn't have recognized you, honestly."
And at these words, sorrow seized the young man's heart.
"Why?"
he asked quietly. Levko was already smiling his gentle, endlessly forgiving smile.
"You've changed,"
he said.
"Look at you, all dressed up. Look how handsome. A regular dandy."
Stepan hurriedly took off his hat and sat down at the table beside him. The nameless excitement that had stirred in him at their meeting was now growing, swelling, reaching into the deep recesses of his soul with a warm glow. He looked at his companion with joyful, almost enamored eyes, and with inexpressible delight identified on his face the same features, the same gestures, the same smile and gentleness that he had left long ago and now found unchanged.
"Levko, how glad I am to see you,"
he said.
"You can't even imagine how glad. Oh, Levko, everything here is foreign. The people and the life." "Life?"
Levko replied.
"It's a rat race here, not life. And look what they feed you." "I eat this every day,"
said Stepan.
Like they feed cats.
He laughed, pointing at the portion of cutlets, and his smile seemed to Stepan witty, his observations wise, his expressions charming, his manner incomparable. An envy flared up in him toward the one who had managed not to change, to remain identical through the years, along with regret for his own paths, his impulses, his strivings, and their futility. Before this companion, once scorned and forgotten, he felt the shame of a mischievous schoolboy who has caught the watchful gaze of a teacher.
"How are you getting on, Levko?"
he exclaimed.
"No, you tell me first."
And the young man told him, briefly, palely, forced, about the time that had passed since they parted, mentioning his stories, his position, feeling neither in the words nor in the events behind them a single ray of life's rainbow.
"Not bad, you've done all right."
Levko smiled.
"I'd guess you pull in around 150 karbovanci? Roughly, plus fees. And a few months ago I sold a screenplay. Got 1,500 for it."
Levko clicked his tongue.
100 devils and their mother,"
he said, but there was only wonder in his voice, and no envy at all. Then another thought drew his attention.
"So that makes you a Ukrainian writer?"
he asked seriously.
"It does."
Stepan smiled sadly. Levko thought for a moment.
"So there are living writers then?"
he asked.
"What do you mean?"
And is there one like Shevchenko?
"There isn't one like that."
Levko breathed a sigh of relief, as if contemporary literature did not yet pose anything threatening to him. Then, unhurriedly, he told of his own affairs and plans. He had finished the institute and completed a year of practical work at the Nosivka station. Now he had come to collect his diploma and was to head to the Kherson region, where he had been assigned as a district agronomist.
"And what about that Latin teacher you lived with? The one who treated us to tea?"
asked Stepan, and he felt a troubled joy at this touch of the past which had suddenly come alive in him, still hazy, like the mist before dawn that a bright ray is about to pierce.
"Oh, things went badly with him,"
laughed Levko.
"Cut his own throat, the poor fellow. Sharpened the knife himself. He kept saying he'd do it, like some philosopher, and we thought he was raving, but he went ahead and proved it. Lord, what trouble we had."
And his wife? Oh, she's a real trump of a woman, even if she's lost her teeth. When it comes to cooking or baking, no restaurant can match her. The bourgeois certainly knew how to eat well. I'm thinking of taking her with me to the Kherson region. You're not married? Not yet. Once I settle into the job, then I'll find myself a girl. Or maybe I'll manage without.
You're a strange fellow. What will you do without a wife out in the middle of nowhere? The hunting there is good,
said Levko.
and I love the steppe.
The steppe. And did Stepan not love it too? A vivid, burning memory arose in him, a memory of a motionless night and slumbering expanses, of the boundlessness of sky and earth, of the blue hush of moonlight, to lie on one's back in the grass, arms spread wide, without a hat, barefoot, gazing at the golden, azure, red and greenish flickering of stars scattered across the sky, and to feel the air on one's face like someone's kind, mighty hand, and to fall asleep, exhausted from contemplating the distance, in a secret union with it. And in the morning, behind the burial mounds, the sun rises from a crimson sea, a ray, a terrible, enormous bud of cold fire slowly blooming into a searing disk. Levko finished his cutlets and wiped his hands with a paper napkin.
I'm thinking of going to the cinema now,
he said.
I like watching how people jump about on the screen. Just think what a man won't do to earn his bread. Maybe we'll go together.
No, I have things to do,
said Stepan. On the street, they kissed each other firmly. The young man was agitated.
Write from your Kherson region, Levko,
he said.
There probably won't be anything to write about,
the other replied.
That's for you writers to do, and we'll read it someday.
14. In autumn in the steppe, corn rustles anxiously with its dry stalks, whole fields of even, yellow stems, as if someone were stealthily parting its drooping leaves. In autumn, weeds scatter their seeds along the roads, tall thickets of ungainly goosefoot, spurge, thistles, broom, and wormwood. Ungainly plants in autumn, having lost their green. In autumn the winds come sudden and fickle. In autumn the winds are fierce and sly. One startles you and vanishes. Gullies in the steppe plunge suddenly into the depths, exposing their clay innards. At the bottom grows boxthorn, and within it snakes, insects, and millions of lizards. Countless are the roads in the steppe, highways, paths, and trails, crisscrossing, winding, twisting, as if someone had deliberately tangled them there, so that one might walk and wander without end, and one longs to go into the steppe. One longs to turn onto a side path. Where does it lead? One walks slowly through the steppe and is amazed to arrive somewhere. Some roads lie in hollows, hiding a person, while paths wind over hills and burial mounds, cutting straight through fields and melon patches, and brittle stubble crackles underfoot. Stepan suddenly stopped. As far as he could tell, this was Pavlivska Street. He had been walking for perhaps half an hour since parting with Levko at the door of the cafeteria, walking pensively, joyfully, in that unfathomable calm that takes hold of a person in life's most decisive moments, after painful anxieties and disillusionment. He felt that he was deciding on something, that something unrepeatable was about to happen, long awaited but lulled to sleep in his soul by the random spectacle of events. A presentiment of liberation was in him, and those memories that kept flowing toward him were carrying him back and back into a marvellous childhood, into the unforgettable time of his first discovery of the world. He was walking the enchanted path of the past, inspired in his search for the old well springs, and in springtime, amid the city, he was passionately dreaming of the warm autumn of the steppe. Now he glanced at his watch. 8:15. It was not too late, not too late. He could still see her. And what did the hour matter? He must see her. The young man turned and walked quickly, forming his intentions just as quickly. He found them already finished, vivid, branded in his heart. He is going back to the village. This thought, wild, sudden, did not frighten him. It did not even surprise him. It was born unexpectedly, bright, enchanting, full of ardent joy, strength, and hope. He is going back to the village, to the steppe, to the land. He will leave this city forever, this city alien to his soul, this stone, these feverish street lamps. He will renounce forever the cruel tangle of city life, the poisonous dreams that hang over the clamorous pavement, the suffocating impulses that eat away the soul in the narrow corners of rooms, cast off the insane striving that torments the mind, clamped in the city's vice. and he will go into the calm, sun-drenched expanses of the fields, back to the abandoned freedom, and will live as the grass grows, as the fruit ripens. The clang of a tram bell stopped him, and he thought joyfully,
Tomorrow I won't hear you anymore.
and all that pain accumulated over a year and a half, that oppressive dissatisfaction inherent in a person's strivings, all the bitterness of daily striving and the exhaustion of dreams that he had known in the city, now turned into a blissful weariness and an aching longing for peace. He saw himself tomorrow not as a village cultural worker, not as a village council member, not as a teacher or a cooperative activist, but as an inconspicuous farmer, one of countless grey figures in homespun coats who guide the eternal plough across the earth, in the dampness of morning, the freshness of the first ray, the glorious gleam of quiet dew. Blessed be the hour when the light of life is born. The spirit of the past, dormant and mighty, had awakened in him, the spirit of ages that slumbers in the soul and rises in moments of upheaval, beckoning towards stillness and silence, that unconquerable if tamed voice that whispers fairy tales of a lost paradise and sings songs of the natural state. But this, in truth, was not his chief concern. He would find a buyer for the room and its furnishings tomorrow and would submit his resignation just the same. Never mind if they tried to hold him back. And tomorrow evening he would set off by train heading south to join some commune or cooperative somewhere. This was unimportant. This was simple and easy. There was nothing to think about or worry over. But he would not go alone. Thinking of this, he choked with emotion. There was something boundless in this sudden stirring of a rejected, downtrodden love. From the tiniest ember, half extinguished and turned to ash, as if in revenge for the cold horror of dying out, there blazed that ardent fire which illuminated him with a new surge of passion. A clear, simple, joyful path lay before him, and he would walk it quietly, together with Znaidena.
Nadika, Nadiusia.
Stepan whispered. He understood now that she had always been present in his soul, like a beckoning bell from the distance, that with her breath she had stirred anxiety in him, that she had appeared to him in dreams and he had not recognized her until now, that in others he had loved only her, and in her he had loved something infinitely distant, some unrecognized memory, a barely audible echo from beyond the hills of consciousness. He felt now that he had never forgotten her, that he had been searching for her all this time in the depths of the city, and she had been the fire that burned within him, driving him onward. By returning to her, he was finding himself. By returning to her, he was reviving what had perished, what had vanished through his own error, what he himself had destroyed in his blindness. Nadika, beautiful girl, fair-haired water nymph of the evening fields. At his call, she responded with a quiet trembling that took shape within him, reaching from that place where she lived, where she waited for him, downtrodden and grieving. She seemed to turn her head at his plea, and her eyes lit up with happy consent, and her hand reached toward his brow. She forgave him, and how could it have been otherwise? She would go. It was inevitable. Now, in the flower-strewn valleys awaiting them, he would gaze without end into her eyes, where he would see the world and life. He would take her hand in joyful submission and feel on his palm the inexhaustible warmth of her body, which he would never approach. At night, he would watch over her sleep, the wondrous dreams of a slumbering beauty, and understand them as one understands the language of men. And he would drink every moment the delicious poison of worshipping her, and would slowly die at her feet in mortal rapture. So it must be. Her resurrection, merging with the melodious pull toward the steps, fused into a single surge of voluptuous penance, an impulse toward infinite servitude, in which he felt the full joy of renewal. On the corner of Volodymyrska he stopped in alarm. Had he forgotten there, that is, her address? No. Andrievsky Descent, 38, apartment 6. The street name and numbers surfaced instantly in his memory, though he had heard them only once, and the only thing that seemed strange was that it was so close to walk to her, so easy to reach. All the better, for he would have been willing to cross a desert, hungry and parched, to wander through catacombs and thickets, amid unearthly dangers, and conquer everything in her name. The young man kept repeating to himself,
Andriivsky descent, Andriivsky descent.
Suddenly he remembered this steep, winding street, his old route from Podil to the Institute, and he shuddered again. On the very road where he had lost her, he was meant to find her.
How strange, how strange.
He thought. A new thought suddenly struck him, born of his memories and the desire to revive a past that until now had lived only within him. He wanted to see that little house on Bessarabka, to enter it just as he had entered it the first time, when he had seen Nadika in the company of his village friends. Where were they? Where was shy Hanusia and dashing Yasha? Where was voluptuous Neuzia with the clubwork instructor? They suddenly became terribly dear to him, close, fascinating, and a vague hope seized him that he would find them all now at the table and sit down beside Nadika. Who was waiting for him, and why, indeed, couldn't she happen to drop by there? After all, he had run into Levko today, whom he hadn't seen for even longer. Stepan turned right and quickly descended to Kreschatik. His heart was pounding wildly when he knocked on the shaky door of the low little house. He recognized everything around him, the old-fashioned porch, the little front garden, the outer shutters. Nothing had changed. What happiness! And really, not much time had passed. A year and a half, which now seemed to him a single night of deep sleep. Someone opened the door. A man with a gruff voice opened it, somewhat displeased, unwelcoming.
Do the girls live here? Who lived here a year and a half ago?
Stepan asked. Unfortunately, he could not put it any other way, for he had forgotten their surnames.
There are no girls here.
The man replied in a tone that suggested only respectable people lived here, and he made to shut the door. Then Stepan, stumbling over his words, began to explain. He was, in fact, looking for his sister, whom he had left in the city a year and a half ago, and where she was. Only the girls who had lived here could know. They had moved out? If he couldn't find them, he would know nothing about his sister, who had gone off somewhere. He had already been to the address bureau. They had told him nothing.
All they do is take your money. Soviet ways.
The man grumbled, softening a little.
Yes, terrible bureaucracy. One of them was a seamstress, a short little thing. Well, there's some seamstress living in the courtyard. Go through the gate.
They parted quite amicably, and the young man entered a dark courtyard, a narrow space between the tall walls of neighbouring buildings where a few trees grew. At first he could not see where anyone could possibly live here. Then he noticed a tiny cottage, stuck like a mushroom to the blank wall on the left. A faint strip of light in the crack of the shutters was barely visible in the darkness of this enclosure. Stumbling over clods of earth and bricks, Stepan went up to the window and knocked cautiously. "Who's there?" he heard a woman's voice. The young man, trembling, answered,
Open up. It's me, Stepan. Remember, I used to come visit when Nadika lived here.
Stepan?
asked the voice inside in surprise.
Yes, Stepan from Tereveni. Open up, Hanusia.
Inside, someone suddenly burst out laughing.
Well, isn't that something? My name is Yevha.
Stepan recoiled in horror. Her name was Yeva? Yevha, what a useless name. He was ready to fall to the ground right there, close his eyes, and forget everything. But when he came out onto the street, the memory of Nadika seized him again, and he began once more to think of her. Only it was no longer the sweet reverie that had just now so warmed and comforted him, but a painful, seemingly externally imposed compulsion, a terrible, urgent need whose causes were not even remotely known to him. Now he was reasoning about the matter more with his mind than with desire, weighing his intention from the standpoint of its practical realization. That Nadika was waiting for him seemed to him incontestable. The consciousness of an exclusive claim on this girl had indeed never left him. If she was not with him, it was only because he had not wished it until now. Today he would explain to her that life was possible only in nature, which they had abandoned and to which they must return, and the city, stifling and tedious, was a terrible mistake of history. These ideas, he knew himself, were not exactly new, but that only proved their truth. and she would understand this without words. He was not at all worried about her at that moment, but she had been married, and that Boris was surely so stubborn and intractable. By the time you explained all these thoughts to him, by the time you convinced him, and he might well object, one might have to raise the question of who Nadika's maidenhood belonged to. Ah, how unpleasant. The young man glanced at his watch. 20 to 10. Rather late, but he had to get through this tonight. Feeling terribly exhausted, he hailed a cab and rode, limply reclining on the seat. The lights of the streets, the evening bustle of the crowd oppressed him, pushing his fatigue to utter exhaustion. The young man closed his eyes, and the desire to sleep, like a warm, heavy blanket, covered his thoughts in motionless haze. He felt his body bound, a kind of tight swaddling of the soul, and the soft rocking of the springs cradled him, pushing farther and farther away the anxious rumble of life. Suddenly, the driver stopped.
What?
Asked Stepan, waking up.
We're here,
said the driver. The young man shuddered and leapt to the ground.
Shall I wait?
The driver asked.
Wait, I'll be right back,
Stepan replied. He rather hastily opened the door of the building where the number he needed glowed above the gate, but climbed the stairs slowly, lighting his way with matches. At last he stopped on the 3rd floor, rang the bell, and his soul filled with indifference. He leaned against the doorframe and began to think about how he had left the house today with his briefcase, and now the briefcase was gone. Evidently he had lost it. And though there was fortunately nothing important in it, Stepan felt a deep vexation.
What an idiot I am,
he thought. Footsteps behind the door interrupted his reflections. He grew agitated again. Would it be her or not who opened the door? No. A woman's voice, only not hers, asked,
Who's there?
And the young man was suddenly struck by the thought that perhaps they had already moved away from here. This supposition cheered him, and he answered loudly,
May I see Comrade Boris?
Then the door opened on the chain, and through the crack, the face of an adolescent girl peered out at him.
Boris Viktorovich is not at home,
the girl answered gravely.
He has gone on a business trip. What a pity,
Stepan muttered, and he added awkwardly,
Then I'll leave him a note. Come in,
said the girl. In the front hall, he hung his hat on a peg, smoothed his hair, and followed the girl into a room where above a table covered with oilcloth a lamp burned beneath a wide lampshade of orange chintz. He sat down at the table, and while the girl gave him a pencil and paper, he stole a glance around the room. On the windows, lace curtains. On the windowsills, flowers. In the corner, a fabric-covered sofa, and beside it, a small rug. Along the wall, simple but carefully arranged chairs. And then, suddenly, to the right, an enormous landowner's sideboard with carved ornamentation, a ponderous decoration of the dwelling, out of proportion to the size of the room. It was quiet and tidy. All the furniture stood in its appointed places, observing the principle of symmetry, while the sideboard seemed the stern overseer of order, the austere guardian of the inviolable foundations of life here. Something touched his leg. A kitten was rubbing against his shoe. He took it onto his lap and began to write intently.
Dear Boris, I finally got round to visiting you, and so unluckily. I had thought to spend the evening chatting about old times.
A door creaked to one side, and the young man, lifting his head, saw on the threshold a woman in a wide red shawl that concealed her figure down to the knees. Stepan rose awkwardly, guessing somewhere that this woman had perhaps been watching him through the crack as he petted the kitten.
Is it you, Stepan? Pavlovich,
he prompted, understanding her pause, and only upon hearing her voice did he recognize her. It was she, only terribly changed, almost disfigured, though in what way exactly he could not yet say. Even her voice resonated differently, somehow harshly, probably haughtily. She frightened him with her appearance, her figure, her ceremoniousness, and her mocking gaze. Squeezing her hand, the young man thought,
No, I really am an idiot. Sit down, Stepan Pavlovich,
said the mistress of the house, and he immediately noticed that she was pregnant.
Thank you,
he replied, mastering his feelings of horror, affront, and pain. She sat down on the small sofa by the door and called out,
Natashka, heat the samovar.
Is that perhaps on my account?
Stepan asked anxiously.
Thank you. I just had tea. I just now had tea. But I haven't had mine yet,
she answered. An awkward silence fell, and though the young man felt that this silence humiliated him, while perhaps even gratifying her, his words went on strike. Her swollen, heavy belly paralyzed him. At last the mistress of the house said,
"You're a rare guest here, Stepan Pavlovich."
"Indeed," the young man mumbled.
Damned lack of time. And Boris is always away on business trips.
He wanted to stop, but the fear of silence squeezed a few more sentences out of him.
What I wanted to suggest was, if Boris were here, of course, to go out somewhere tomorrow for a walk, far away somewhere, into nature, as they say.
"A splendid idea,"
She replied,
"but I'm not feeling entirely well."
and the young man again felt with horror how silence sank between them, the dull, irritating silence of people who should never have met. Every thought of his, the moment it arose, collided with her belly and fled in panic back into its depths. Suddenly she asked,
You write stories, I hear.
Yes, I used to write.
the young man answered sadly.
And now? Now I don't write.
Why not?
There's nothing to write about.
She smiled.
Hasn't there been any adventure in your life?
He flinched. Was she allowing herself to mock him too freely? And he answered proudly.
There have been, but petty ones. Too ordinary.
Then he glanced deliberately at his watch and rose.
Forgive me, Nadia.
Semenivna.
She prompted.
Semenivna, I must go. Give my regards to Comrade Boris.
"Do come see us."
Said Nadia Semenivna.
We shall always be glad to see you.
On the stairs he gave free rein to his anger. What insolence! And who, one asks, was this not the one he had driven away from him like a harlot? She thinks that just because she has a husband, she's a lady, and her husband is a thief. Could he have bought such a sideboard on a cooperative salary? So he steals, so he'll end up in prison, and she herself, a pot-bellied petty bourgeoise. He savoured this epithet several times in a whisper and calmed down a little. On the street, he wanted to go down to Podil and from there take the bus up to Kreschatyk, but he had not gone more than a few steps downhill when someone called out to him,
Sir, sir!
It was the cab driver who had been waiting for him. As he paid the man, sorrow squeezed the young man's heart. Why had this driver waited for him here? And why had he himself come here? Walking down the dark, steep street, the young man thought about the broom of life that smooths over the traces of the past, the great sacred broom, always new and always immaculate. And yet he was not at peace. This evening he was drawn to the places where he had once left bits of himself, and these crumbs, scattered along the way, now irresistibly beckoned to him. He seemed to want to gather them up, reclaim them, feeling an inexplicable impoverishment of his being. And so, reaching Revolution Square, illuminated by street lamps and the flickering gleam of trams, he slowly turned left into the narrow streets of Podil. Here was Nizhny Val. Here was the Hanidi cottage, his first city refuge. He stopped on the other side of the street and gazed from the shadows at the familiar courtyard, at the shed, at the porch where he had sat on evenings, and at the house. A miracle. All its windows were lit, and strange sounds were passing through its walls into the sleepy stillness of the street. They were dancing there to the ringing trills of a mandolin. The dead, decrepit little house had suddenly opened its eyes and stepped out of the silence of the grave. The little house had come to life, and in this late resurrection perhaps, his own passage across the earth was also marked, the passage of a person who inscribes his steps with death and life. Suddenly a deep calm enveloped him. How absurd to remember. For everything behind is buried under geological strata, turning into incomprehensible deposits under the crushing weight of time. And mad is the man who seeks to breathe new life into a memory. For the past decomposes like a corpse. But as he walked away, he noticed little by little that his supposed calm was only the quiet beginning of a treacherous anguish. With every step it grew, swelled, grew heavier like a pregnant belly, and along with it an ever deeper, ever more wistful agitation choked him. He was harbouring within himself a terrible hunger of all his liberated feelings, their wild surge, a mighty upsurge of life within him that was breaking through the deadness of his recent thoughts. In a white roar, that mysterious, wondrous force seethed inside him, and drowning in this renewed whirlpool, he dreamed with dread and hope that from now on his life would be something entirely new, entirely unlike what had been, entirely different from what he had lived through, if only it would begin at once. On the International Square, he bought at a kiosk, as was his habit, a bundle of newspapers, and stepping away, he froze in astonishment. This evening was truly magical. Coming straight toward him floated those luminous, unforgettable eyes that laughed at him from the still mask of a woman's face, and he recognized them at once. He rushed toward them as toward the saving light of a beacon.
Rita Ritochka,
he whispered, clasping her hands. That wound she had once left on his palm, he now felt in his heart. And he was ready to press this woman to him right here in the middle of the street, passionately and recklessly, to feel her as he had felt her dancing. She replied with a smile.
What an unexpected meeting. Only unexpected?
Stepan asked excitedly.
And welcome,
she added. He gazed at her rapturously.
Where are you going?
He finally asked.
To Mala Pidvalna.
He took her arm. Let's go. But past the Regional Executive Committee, in the darkness of a side street, he stopped and passionately wrapped his arms around her waist. She broke free and whispered, not too displeased.
You're mad. Always,
he answered joyfully, taking her arm again.
Lean closer to me. Come on, closer, don't be stingy. I've been wandering all evening. If you want to know, I even lost my briefcase somewhere tonight. But I found you. You can't understand me. After you left that time, I couldn't do anything. I lived only on memories of you, on the hope of seeing you. Really? I haven't entirely forgotten you either. So much the better. But even now, I'm not certain it's you. Do you understand? You're wearing different clothes, and it seems to me that perhaps this isn't you anymore. You need proof? You've guessed my thought,
he cried. For a moment, for just one moment, she touched his lips with a familiar kiss.
Is it me? Yes, it's you,
he replied, subdued. Then he asked,
Are you in Kiev for long? Until autumn.
He gratefully pressed her hand. He had been a little afraid she would say, forever.
I love you desperately,
he whispered.
You are special. You are something wondrous.
All his anguish suddenly poured out in amorous whispers, moving words, tender endearments, bold, stirring comparisons in which the full depth of his feeling shimmered. Suddenly she stopped.
Enough, you rascal. I'm home.
He burst out passionately.
I'll come with you. I'm coming in.
She wagged her finger at him.
You can't. I live with my parents, as you know. How inconvenient,
Stepan said plaintively.
What shall we do? Tomorrow we're dancing at the opera. Wait for me there.
Only tomorrow?
Only tomorrow. But I want flowers. You shall have them.
In the darkness of the entrance hall, faintly lit by a small lamp from the second floor, he kissed her ardently and searchingly, demandingly, irrepressibly, as though seeking in the depths of her lips the answer he had awaited all his life. And he went home quickly, brimming with the joy of discovery. Never before had he felt such a mighty sense of himself. The earth seemed to flow beneath his feet like a velvet carpet, and the rooftops of buildings saluted him like gigantic hats. And in his head, his splendid, free head, in rows, in waves, in swarms, in blissful elation, all-encompassing thoughts came streaming. Without waiting for the lift, the young man raced up to the 6th floor and, entering his room, threw open the windows onto the dark abyss of the city. It lay submissively below in undulating masses of rock marked by fiery points, and from the darkness of its voluptuous hills it extended toward him sharp, stony fingers. He froze before the spectacle of this grandeur of a new element, and then with a sweeping gesture cast down upon it an enchanted kiss. Then, in the quietness of the lamp above the desk, he wrote his novel about people, 1927, Kiev.
This was a Voice of Europe production. All rights reserved. Voice of Europe is an open-source project aiming to bring awareness to lesser-known European literature traditions, with the aim of helping connect Europeans through cultures. To learn more, find other titles, give feedback, and support the project, visit www.voiceofeurope.eu.